A wicked black dragon suddenly intruded into the borders of Xia Kingdom, but it was detected by the border defense system in less than 3 minutes. At the same time, the 2 nuclear missiles were tightly locked, but just as they were about to be launched, Black Dragon raised both hands in a surrendering gesture. The person with a closed mouth spoke. "Leader, don't take action. We are on the same side." Subsequently, not only did he disclose his name as a person, but he even clearly stated his ID number and home address. It turns out that not long ago, I crossed over to a different world and became a black dragon. At first, I was very excited, thinking that I could reach the pinnacle of success. However, it didn't take long before everything started to sour. I neither inherited the memories of my predecessor nor awakened any inherited talents. The transformation in my life form made me black out, neither able to hunt nor understand the dragon's fighting skills. It took a long time to even learn how to fly. All of this makes me live in the other world as miserable as it can be. Many times, I can only be like a scavenger, like a vulture, and snatch the hunting results of other predators. However, this can only be considered a drop in the bucket. After all, a giant dragon weighing up to 160 tons would need to eat several meals to be satisfied. So, under these difficult conditions, I thought about finding similar people to live with, even if it meant being their subordinate. But unfortunately, due to the language barrier, whether it's dragons or humans, they tend to attack each other upon first meeting without giving a chance for explanation. The repeated failures have left me completely hopeless. Until this day, a rugged mountain road suddenly welcomed a caravan. They were originally from the kingdom of Soman, hundreds of miles away, and had just completed a trade with a mysterious country. They were now preparing to transport their goods back to their homeland for sale, and I was originally planning to wait for the other party to approach before jumping out to snatch 1 or 2 horses to eat. However, I couldn't control my own dragon's might, and they noticed me when I was still over 1,000 meters away. Helpless, I had no choice but to rush out in advance and directly tackle a horse in front of everyone. Just as I was about to indulge myself, I suddenly noticed that on the nylon packaging bag that had spilled out from the overturned carriage, there were several large characters in Xiagwa script, which read iodized refined salt. I held my breath and widened my eyes, unable to believe that everything in front of me was real. Then, somehow, my eyes became moist. The fierce dragon sheds no tears, only because it has not reached the point of sadness. No one knows how they have gotten through the past 6 months. They have had to eat crystal soil due to hunger, spent sleepless nights in confusion, and often found themselves talking to the sky out of loneliness and homesickness. They have stood on mountaintops, helpless and furious, screaming in despair multiple times. I don't want to be a dragon. I want to be a human. Now all of this is over, and I, who was once lost, have found a direction again. Where did you get these things from? One of the middle-aged men stuttered and replied in Xia language. Great dragon, these things were traded to us from the mysterious Xia country. Sure enough, Xiagwa has also arrived in this world. Overwhelmed with joy, I quickly asked, in which direction is she? Forget it, just take me directly. Don't worry, I promise I won't harm you, and I might even reward you. Middle-aged people naturally dare not refuse the request of a giant dragon, so I grabbed them with my claws and flew towards the southwest direction. After a brief conversation, I learned that this middle-aged man's name is Huku and he is a professional businessman. He has already conducted several trades with Xiagwa. According to him, Xia Kingdom is an incredibly mysterious country, and he suddenly arrived in this world about 6 months ago. There is a mysterious barrier between the border of Xia Kingdom and the native world, and inside and outside the barrier are 2 completely different worlds. There is no magic in the Summer Kingdom within the barrier, but rather something called science. The world rules and air environment there are vastly different from the local world. If indigenous organisms go there, they will face serious problems of acclimatization, ranging from mild illness to death. And similarly, the people of the Xia Kingdom do not dare to easily live in the native world outside the boundary, because their bodies lack affinity for the elemental forces. Without proper protection, the ubiquitous radiation can cause irreversible damage to their bodies. The barrier firmly separates the 2 worlds, each operating independently without interference. Very few people can penetrate deep into the heartland of Xia Kingdom. They only know that it is absolutely not to be messed with, not only because it has strong national power and technological weapons, but also because it possesses an ultimate weapon called nuclear deterrence, which even silences gods. After hearing all this, I can't help but feel overwhelmed. Could it be that my entire country has traveled through time? Are not one's own parents also there? Thinking of this, I flapped my wings more rapidly. After flying for several hours, I finally saw a huge barrier wall rising from the ground. It extended endlessly in both directions, towering into the clouds and disappearing from sight. Just entering it, I felt extremely uncomfortable, having difficulty breathing, feeling dizzy, and my body told me that the environment here is extremely unsuitable for the survival of dragons. I should leave immediately. But since I'm already here, if I can't establish contact with the country, I really can't accept it. So, I continued to fly further inside, and not long after, several fighter jets came roaring towards me. Then, 2 missiles were fired and exploded right in front of me. Although it didn't directly hit me, the meaning is clear, they don't want me to continue moving forward. At this moment, another helicopter with an open cabin door flew over. Inside, a military officer held a megaphone and shouted, "Mr. Giant Dragon, due to your illegal intrusion into our country's airspace, please immediately cooperate with the investigation and refrain from any unnecessary resistance. Please rest assured that Xia country is a civilized and reasonable nation. As long as you actively cooperate with the investigation, we will definitely ensure the safety and legal rights of your dragon body. Otherwise, you will bear all the consequences." The lieutenant colonel doesn't care whether the dragon understands or not, as long as the program is in place. If it weren't for the rule above that prohibits easily resorting to violence against supernatural beings, the military would have already taken direct action. The colonel originally thought that for proud creatures like the black dragon, even if they could understand what he said, it would be of no use. In the end, most likely, some means would still have to be used. What no one expected was that as soon as the dragon saw them, it shouted excitedly, "Leader, don't shoot, we are on the same side. Wow, this dragon can actually speak the Xia language, and it claims to be one of us." Everyone is stunned, even the indigenous Hook. Amazing, Xiagua has only been in this world for half a year, and he has already tamed a powerful black dragon. But at this moment, the lieutenant colonel officer still didn't let his guard down. "Mr. Dragon, I don't quite understand the meaning of your words. Could you explain? I was originally just a person from Xia country. It's just that half a year ago, I suddenly became like this," I shouted excitedly. "My name is Huang Zhe. I am 26 years old. My ID number is 4503 *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ast*****ast ****ast ***ast 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 ** Guichang, Tiannan Province. My father, Huang Kongping, is 56 years old and is a self-employed individual. He runs a small supermarket together with my mother, Pan Xiaolin. At this moment, the military officer was completely shocked. It should be noted that due to the influence of the barrier and the confidentiality measures of the Xia Kingdom itself, currently, intelligent beings outside the barrier have limited knowledge about the situation within the country of Xia. It is not easy to come up with such a set of arguments. Mr. Huang Zhe, right? Don't get too excited. I will immediately find someone to verify the situation. If it is true, we will definitely not give you a hard time. For your safety, it's better for you to fly outside the barrier as soon as possible. We can discuss further when we meet there. But, sir/ma'am, I can't fly. Can you please find me something to eat first? I haven't eaten anything for 5 days. Of course, this is possible. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Liu Weihan has already confirmed through the walkie-talkie that most of the information mentioned by this black dragon in front of us is accurate. Before long, a helicopter arrived carrying 4 to 5 tons of beef. Looking at these meats, I couldn't help but devour them with big bites. However, even though I felt full after eating, I still couldn't take off. And during the eating process, I also felt that these meats were very tough, very different from those outside the barrier. I looked at Colonel Liu Weihan with confusion. He smiled and explained, actually, it's because animals outside the barrier generally contain abundant magical elements in their bodies, both in terms of nutritional value and meat quality. They are much better than domestic ones. If you are used to eating meat from outside, naturally you will find domestic meat less tasty. But you don't have to worry. At this moment, Liu Weihan continued, I have already contacted experts from Xia Institute of Science and Technology. They will come soon to develop a rescue plan for you. They may need to draw blood and conduct some tests, but rest assured, it will not pose any threat to your life safety. I nodded in agreement. After all, when I came to Xia country, I was prepared to be treated as a guinea pig. Moreover, the vitality of the dragon is extremely tenacious. Even if it is dissected, it can heal completely. Besides, I also want to see what my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys look like. However, it is a pity that they seem to have no intention of dissecting me. A few hours later, researchers from the Shaka Institute arrived. They first drew my blood and then inserted a small robot into my body to perform a capsule endoscopy. They said that this would give them a rough understanding of my organs and skeletal structure. The robot would eventually be expelled through feces and would not pose any significant harm to the body. Just during the inspection process, I accidentally completely digested the robot in my stomach. Not only did it taste good, but I could also clearly feel that this thing was very nutritious for myself. I hope they can bring in a few more. In the face of my strange request, the leading research team captain, Ding Shuwen, quickly realized it. There should be a certain essential substance of a dragon's body in this robot. Just as he was about to order others to go and find more, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Academician Ding, I don't think it's necessary to make it so complicated. We can start with the battery. The speaker was their team's researcher, Yu Xiaoman. The person who first discovered that electricity can be used to charge extraordinary beings was actually about 5 months ago. Xiaogua had captured an illegal entry of a bright angel. At that time, she had fallen into a deep coma due to a lack of magic for too long. The nearby military hospital quickly tried to rescue her, but because they knew very little about these extraordinary beings, all treatment methods were ineffective. Only when a defibrillator was used did the angel's heart rate respond. Therefore, it is speculated that the angel is likely in a state of suspended animation or false death, and the change in heart rate is stimulated by the powerful electricity emitted by the defibrillator. However, the force is not enough, so she has not awakened yet. It is recommended to increase the intensity. Later, many researchers also accepted Xiaoyu's suggestion and performed multiple defibrillation shocks on the angel's heart. Finally, they successfully awakened the angel under a high voltage of 200,000 volts. I was speechless after hearing it. Angels are supposed to be mythical creatures, but they actually rely on charging to restore their energy. This is too down to earth and lacks any sense of style. However, upon careful consideration, this is a fantasy world, and many things indeed cannot be viewed with the same perspective as in the past. Then I urged everyone, since that's the case, don't hesitate any longer. Just connect the power line directly to me. After all, the household electricity is only 220 V, which is nothing to the dragon. Ding Shuwen nodded upon hearing and immediately ordered someone to bring 2 electrical wires and inserted them directly into my mouth. With a continuous flow of electric energy rushing into my heart along the blood vessels, I suddenly felt a significant improvement in the vitality of the entire dragon, even alleviating the impact of the magic deficiency. I held 2 wires in my mouth and took a deep sip, feeling so comfortable that my eyes narrowed. After a while, I remembered to share my feelings with the researchers. This feeling is like an adrenaline rush. My whole body is excited, and I can clearly feel that I am becoming stronger. At this moment, I couldn't help but be amazed. Just by charging, one can become stronger. This threshold is too low and too simple. It's like a bug. How can other ordinary intelligent beings survive like this? Upon hearing this, Mr. Ding Shuwen smiled and said, Mr. Huang, you are not aware that the threshold for this is actually not low at all, because before we crossed over to Xia country, electricity did not exist in this world. There is no electricity? At first, I was puzzled, and then I suddenly realized. I understand. You are saying that the technology in this world is too backward and electricity has not been developed and utilized yet, right? I hadn't finished speaking when Ding Shuwen interrupted me, shaking his head. I say that electricity does not exist in this world, meaning that it truly does not exist, and no matter what method is used, it is impossible to generate electricity, because in the natural world outside, there are no free charges or electrons, so it is impossible to create an electric potential difference and generate electricity. Of course, there are natural electricity sources like lightning, as well as magical electricity created through spells. What? The non-existence of charged electrons? How is that possible? I widened my eyes in shock, and the wires in my mouth fell out. Mr. Huang's world abroad is much more complex than we imagine. It seems that you still don't know that the microscopic world below the micrometer in the outside world has long been locked in thick fog, and the celestial bodies in the sky are no longer the stars and celestial bodies we know, but rather a more complex energy cluster. Based on what we currently understand, the world beyond is like a ranch that is highly exploited and oppressed. Those so-called gods are the owners of this ranch. All intelligent beings are like lambs under their care. In order to maintain control and management, they naturally do not want their lambs to know too much and become too clever. So that's how it is. If we have this external charger, does that mean it's exclusive to our Xia country? Suddenly, my eyes lit up. Indeed, Mr. Ding nodded with a smile, but for you extraordinary beings, Mr. Huang's electricity is not really that miraculous. According to the information we have learned from that angel, electricity does not make supernatural beings much stronger. It is more like a new way of energy supplementation, just more direct and efficient. In fact, you are not actually getting stronger, but it is because your body has been lacking energy replenishment for a long time. Many organs have not been fully functional, and electricity only reactivates the dormant organs that make you weak, gradually restoring your body to its peak state. Makes sense. I thought about it and nodded in agreement. However, Academician Ding, Could you increase the voltage a bit more? I feel like this 220V voltage is not very powerful, far from reaching the upper limit that my body can withstand. Ding Shuwen appeared somewhat hesitant, and instead of directly refusing, he said, Mr. Huang, please wait a moment. We need to study and discuss this. In fact, they have already summarized a lot of experience about charging extraordinary creatures from that angel. They know that the power consumption of extraordinary creatures is extremely high, often reaching several thousand or even tens of thousands of kilowatts. It may take hundreds of thousands or even millions of kilowatt hours to fully charge them at once. However, that angel is ultimately a spy from a different race, even a prisoner or captive. She has always been uncooperative and even hostile towards the Shaka Institute. In order to prevent any accidents, the Shaka Institute naturally dare not feed her too much. However, for Huang Zhe, the black dragon of his own country, it cannot be done like this. Not only is it not allowed, but the staff also need to actively find ways to help the giant dragon quickly recharge its energy and restore its combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Only then will it be more beneficial to the country. Because Ding Shuwen is well aware that the southern border of Xia country has been quite unstable recently, and it may really need Huang Zhe, this black dragon, to go there and stabilize the situation. Thinking of this, Ding Shuwen decisively gave the order to immediately contact the power group and have them quickly install a 10 kV power line. Clearly, a voltage of 10 kV is much more powerful than 220 V. I held two thick alloy steel wire ropes in my mouth, feeling a complete transparency throughout my body. After a while, when everything seemed normal, Ding Shuwen spoke to everyone. Mr. Huang has been weak for a long time and needs to replenish his energy. It's getting dark now, so let's not disturb him and let him recharge for a while. With that, I told everyone they could leave work. Huang Zhe actually wanted to say that he wasn't disturbed at all. He was in high spirits. Although his body was in the territory and was being constantly oppressed by the laws of the world, his self-feeling at this time was also still unprecedentedly good. From this, it could be seen that electrical energy was a powerful nutrient for his dragon body, and how weak his body was before. However, just because the dragon wasn't tired or sleepy, it didn't mean that these staff members weren't tired or sleepy as well. They had all been busy around themselves for the whole day, so it was really time to get off work and rest. Chiron thought so while holding the wires in his mouth, he kindly waved goodbye to everyone. I wonder, with this body of mine, how many degrees of electricity can I charge at most in one go? Huang Zhe stayed alone a dragon for a while. Suddenly a doubt arose. His body can now absorb 1000 degrees of electricity per hour, but exactly how long it takes to be filled, he has no count at all. Anymore. It must be 30,000 to 50,000 degrees. The giant dragon, not without optimism, thought, and then immediately realized that 30 to 50,000 degrees of electricity, even according to the cheapest civilian electricity prices, that would have to be $20,000 to $30,000. And every year photovoltaic fees are conservatively estimated to be several million it, plus the hundreds of millions of dollars of food expenses every year. This, when the giant dragon is also too big, not easy it. Huang Zhe couldn't help but sigh. If it wasn't for his own dragon blood being able to be sold for money, he was afraid that he might not be able to support himself no matter how hard he worked. It doesn't seem right. Huang Zhe suddenly reacted. Since his body are using electricity, with a more advanced way of replenishing energy, then obviously no longer need to eat so much blood and flesh. Every year from the food costs saved, is definitely enough to pay the electricity bill, and may even have a large surplus. Sure enough, the more advanced the life form, the higher the conversion rate of energy, then the more able to save money. The giant dragon was a little emotional, but more longing. I don't know if there is any room for me to grow again in the future. If I can evolve to directly absorb and utilize nuclear energy, then that would be truly awesome and truly affordable. As long as I eat a few pounds of uranium-235, that's enough to let me alive and well for several years. What did you say? My son has turned into a giant dragon? In a reception room in the North Dragon River military region, Huang Kongping said to the lieutenant colonel officer in front of him with a dumbfounded look on his face. Not long after the previous phone contact, the local leadership of Guicheng had paid a special visit to Huang Kongping and his family, proving that their son Huang Zhe was indeed engaged in a secret job in the North Dragon River military region, and that it was not convenient to come back for the time being due to the high level of secrecy. Then the North Dragon River military region strongly invited them to go over and visit Huang Zhe, saying that Comrade Huang Zhe had been under a lot of mental stress lately due to work-related problems, and desperately needed his parents' enlightenment and companionship. Huang Kongping and his wife Pan Xiaolin heard this, were still sit still. That night bought a train ticket, rushed a long way to the North River City. However, they did not expect that what they got after coming over was the information that their son had turned into a giant dragon. Yes, Mr. Huang, Lu Weihan solemnly said, "Your son Huangze has indeed turned into a giant dragon, and is currently the object of our country's key research and protection. It's a matter of state secrets. So please pay attention to confidentiality and don't mention it to anyone." Huang Kongping and his wife Pan Xiaolin looked at each other in disbelief. Although they did have the mentality of wishing for their son to become a dragon, they never thought that it would really be necessary for Huangze to turn into a giant dragon. Lieutenant Colonel Lu, are you guys mistaken? My son Huangze is clearly a human. How could he possibly turn into a giant dragon? The mother, Pan Xiaolin, couldn't help but say. She was just an ordinary citizen. She didn't even think that a human turning into a giant dragon was a good thing. And at this moment, her heart was more alarmed than anything else. Ms. Pan. Unfortunately, from what we have learned so far, the possibility of Mr. Huangze turning into a giant dragon is already as high as 80%. Lu Weihan said with a straight face. And since even something as miraculous as our Xia's entire crossing over to the current otherworld can happen, it's naturally not impossible that Mr. Huangze would turn into a giant dragon. Of course, we are actually not 100% sure at the moment that this giant dragon is what Mr. Huangze has changed into. All this time, we invited the two of you to come here, but also want to let the two of you judge and confirm whether this giant dragon is what Mr. Huangze has changed into or not. With that, he opened the projector on the wall, playing all the videos about that black dragon. Huang Kongping's two families watched intently, first nervous, then surprised and excited. "Wife, it seems like it's really our son." Huang Kongping couldn't help but say to his wife, "Even though it's turned into another creature, that demeanor, that character, that voice can't be wrong. It's that Huangze kid. I feel the same." Pan Xiaolin also thought deeply, although at first it is very strange, but the more I look at it, the more familiar I feel. That goatish, lazy and unmotivated laziness is definitely our stupid son, right? Lieutenant Colonel Lu, will my son really be able to change back to human form in the future? Pan Xiaolin couldn't help but ask. He's the only one in our old Huang family, and I'm still counting on him to give me grandchildren in the future. If he can't change back to his human form, and if he gives birth to a litter of dragons in the future, how will I be able to bring him up? Ha ha, this Ms. Pan, you don't have to worry at all. Giant dragons are transcendent creatures. Turning into human form is no easier for them. Mr. Huangze will definitely be able to master this ability in the future. Lu Weihan couldn't help but laugh. And if Mr. Huangze in the future really find a female dragon to give birth to a litter of baby dragons, in fact, it is a good thing. You think about it. Anyway, all are with children. With dragons and grandchildren, isn't it more interesting? Even if you can't bring it over, our country will certainly help. Seems to be. Pan Xiaolin thought about it and nodded her head with deep conviction. The giant dragon's cubs are obviously much more licensed and fun than human cubs. The thought of being surrounded by more than a dozen cubs of dragons calling their grandmothers. Pan Xiaolin even got a little impatient. "Commander Lu, when can we meet Huangze?" Huang Kongping said. "Just watching the video will inevitably have some inaccuracies. It's best for us to get up close and personal with him. This is natural." Lu Weihan smiled. "Mr. Huangze has actually been hoping to see you guys right away. Let's do it this way. We'll rush over there right now. Otherwise I'm sure the two of you won't be able to sleep well tonight." "Yes, yes, yes. Go now." Huang Kongping and Pan Xiaolin nodded their heads repeatedly. If they didn't go to meet their dragon son, the two of them would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. "Mr. Huang, how many hours in total has this been charged?" Lu Weihan brought Mr. and Mrs. Huang Kongping to the place where the black dragon was charging. Seeing the giant dragon lying motionless on the ground, he couldn't help but curiously ask the staff on duty. "Almost 30 hours. The staff replied with a smile. "Good lord, a whole 30,000 degrees of electricity, and it looks like it's far from reaching the limits of Mr. Huang's body. 30,000 degrees of electricity. Huang Kangping's two families looked at each other in dismay. Although they had already learned from the previous videos that electricity was a perfect nutrient for the black dragon's body, the fact that they were able to charge in 30,000 degrees of electricity in a single go still greatly shocked them. Their own family's foolish son, unexpectedly, was already becoming so perverted. "Stop for a moment. Mr. Huangze's parents are here. Let them gather for a while," Lu Weihan said. Just like what Huangze had feared before, the nature of the giant dragon would probably die out to the point of his humanity, and all the researchers took this issue seriously, unanimously feeling that they should let him meet with his parents as soon as possible, and stabilize that side of his humanity with the bond of kinship. "Okay," the staff nodded in response, then cut off the power on the giant dragon. Almost at the same time, the giant dragon woke up, and then saw his dad and mom. a pair of dragon eyes instantly glaring, ecstatically shouting, "Dad! Mom!" shouting while also pounced over. Scared Lu Weihan hurriedly waved his hand frantically and shouted to stop. Calm down, Mr. Huang. You're a 170-ton big guy, being lunged at by you like this. All of us are doomed. Oh, also, once the giant dragon heard this, hurriedly is braking the car. He is now this big guy. Really not good to embrace with mom and dad again. 170 tons of baby is not a normal person can hold up. Are you really my son Huang Zhe? Huang Kongping held back the excitement and shock in his heart, and somewhat stammered as he shouted to Black Dragon. Of course, Dad. I'm really Huang Zhe, the Black Dragon said excitedly. I crossed over into a giant dragon on October 22nd. That day happened to be my lunar birthday, and Mom even cooked me long life noodles in the morning. What is Huang Zhe's blood type? Type O. What is Huang Zhe's least favorite fruit? Durian. What impressed Huang Zhe the most when he went back to his hometown to attend the temple fair during the summer vacation in '02? I got lost. No, I wasn't lost. Obviously you guys forgot about me. At that time I cried and chased your car for more than 100 meters. You guys didn't even have the slightest reaction. Afterwards, you also gave me 50 cents to buy me off. Let me not hold a grudge. During the New Year's Eve in '03, Huang Zhe had been fatally beaten by his father. What was the reason? Picking up firecrackers to play. Poured the gunpowder inside into his dad's ashtray and then forgot to dispose of it to scare his dad. Huang Zhe had a girlfriend? No. Dad, why are you mentioning this? I don't want to lose face. Chiron felt offended and couldn't help but complain. You still no want face. Want face, then why not find one? I have said how many times that is my destiny has not yet arrived. Feelings of things forced not come. Well, that's right, Lieutenant Colonel Lu. This black dragon is that stupid son of our family. The giant dragon answered correctly without a single mistake. Huang Kongping immediately said to Lu Weihan with a face of certainty. Great! Lu Weihan was overjoyed. After getting past his parents, the matter of the black dragon being a Xia native Huang Zhe's transformation could basically be confirmed without error. Lieutenant Colonel Lu, can you let us get up close and personal with Huang Zhe? This is certainly no problem, Lu Weihan said with a smile, but you have to wear protective clothing, or else the dragons might on Mr. Huang Zhe may cause harm to your bodies. My poor baby. How did you become like this? Mother Pan Xiaolin touched Huang Zhe's ugly head and couldn't help but shed tears. Mom, don't cry. Aren't I still fine? The giant dragon hurriedly comforted. It's just that I've become a giant dragon. It's just a change of skin. It's no big deal. I'm still your good son, right? Where is the good? Ugly like this. How can I find a date in the future? Pan Xiaolin said sadly. Poor me at my age. I don't even have a grandson to hold. How can I still have the face to hold my head up in front of the neighbors in the future? Mom, you can't use human aesthetics to judge Chiron. The dragon couldn't help but say. In the dragon's aesthetic, I'm actually not ugly at all, but rather, I'm very powerful and handsome. Besides, it's not like I won't have the chance to change back to human form in the future. Really? Pan Xiaolin stopped sobbing and said with some skepticism. Of course it's true. Then, I'll ask you a question now. You must answer me truthfully. Okay? Mom, you can ask as much as you want. When you look for a partner in the future, do you plan to look for a human or a female dragon? Human, of course. The giant dragon blurted out. Why? Aren't female dragons good? Mom, look at what you're saying. Huang Zhe cried and laughed. I'm originally a human. Isn't it only natural to find us humans in the future? Can't you think about it more? Pan Xiaolin said. We humans only have 1 or 2 children, but female dragons have a litter. Ms. Pan Xiaolin, please don't forget your human identity and don't engage in wild comparisons on such issues. The giant dragon said in a good-natured and amused manner. How can this be climbing? Pan Xiaolin argued with reason. I'm clearly being realistic. A giant dragon is just more able to give birth than a human. Son, you are now a dragon. The concept should also be flexible to change. In the future, it is best to find a dragon wife. Give birth to a few more nests of dragon babies. This is also considered to be a contribution to our country. Mom, you've had enough. I refuse to discuss this issue any further. Huang Kongping, look. This dead kid has this attitude when it comes to this. It pisses me off. Pan Xiaolin exasperatedly said. Could not help but bang whacked 2 punches on the giant dragon's head. Originally wanted to pinch, but the black dragon's skin was too thick. Did not pinch. Alright, it's not easy to reunite with your son, so don't pull something so distant. Huang Kongping rounded off the scene. Son, can you take your father and mother to fly up to the sky for a turn? Also let your father and mother experience the feeling of being a dragon rider? Of course it's no problem. Better not. 2 voices sounded almost simultaneously. The former was said by the Black Dragon. The latter was Lu Weihan, who couldn't help but open his mouth. Why, Lieutenant Colonel Lu? Mr. and Mrs. Huang Kongping and Black Dragon were both a bit puzzled and looked curiously at Lu Weihan. Because that would be too dangerous. Lu Weihan explained. Look, Mr. Huang. This back of Mr. Huang Zhe is already more than 2 meters in diameter. And the scales on it are so smooth that it doesn't have any point of gravity at all. A person can't even sit steadily on it, let alone fly around. Unless it's hanging on Mr. Huang Zhe's claws, but that's not very safe either. The air currents in the sky are very large when flying, and without any effective protection. If an accident occurs accidentally, then the consequences can be unimaginable. It seems like it is also. Huang Kongping thought carefully and nodded his head quite agreeably. Huang Zhe's block. It seems like it really isn't very suitable to be used as a mount. In that case, the kind of dragon knights bragged about inside fantasy novels are completely fraudulent? That's right. Lu Weihan smiled and nodded his head. The soldier type of dragon knight sounds wonderful, but in reality it's nothing more than fiction authors fantasizing about it, and it's basically hard to appear, because the body length of a giant dragon generally exceeds 10 meters, which means that a human rider sitting on it would have to use a riding lance of at least 6 meters in length to attack the enemy target. But we all know that the longer the weapon, the more difficult it is to wield. Even the cavalrymen on the ground on horseback, when charging the formation with a long riding lance, basically also use the riding lance as a disposable formation-breaking weapon. It's hard to retract it, and it's more likely that they will use a saber or a knight's sword to slash and kill. The difficulty of riding a dragon is much higher than riding a horse, not only because the dragon's speed is higher and more dangerous when it dives, but also because the dragon has a pair of wings and needs to keep fluttering to keep flying. This also means that the dragon rider has less room to dance with his weapon, and he must be more cautious, or else he will not be careful. Carelessness, the enemy has not been hurt. But on the contrary, their own mounts were hurt. So the seemingly beautiful combination of a dragon and a human knight is actually 1 + 1 less than 1. It would be better to let the dragon fight alone. No. In that case, the offshore world is completely devoid of dragon knights? Huang Zhe couldn't help but say in surprise. Although in his subconscious, the term dragon knight was actually a bit repugnant. After all, using a giant dragon as a mount was more or less degrading to dragons. And just listening to it made dragons smolder a bit. But then he thought, if a Western fantasy world actually didn't even have a legendary profession like Dragon Knight, it always felt like it made it a bit almost interesting. Yes, Mr. Huang Zhe, according to what we have learned from the neighboring countries and tribes, it's true that such a profession as a Dragon Knight does not exist in this world, Lu Weihan replied. Although there are some powerful kingdoms that have bred some dragons, most of them exist as independent combat units like fighters and mercenaries, and rarely work in concert with humans. Indeed as well. The giant dragon thought for a moment and said, riding a giant dragon, this kind of thing, it's okay to use it for pretending, but to use it for fighting and killing, it's really too stupid as well. Not only does it not have any combat power bonus, but instead it's also easy to become a burden on the giant dragon. Yes, Lu Weihan smiled and said, listening to the surrounding indigenous intelligent races, there were indeed some powerful kingdoms in the past that tried to domesticate the giant dragons to form a troop type like the Dragon Knights, only to have to give it up later due to the fact that the combatability was too poor and the accident rate was too high. That way Huang Kongping faces more or less some disappointment. Ask which male child has not had a dream of being a dragon knight, even if this giant dragon is his own son. Dad, actually you don't have to be too disappointed. Huang Zhe quickly relieved. The big deal is that I'll ask the people from General Assembly to come over in a couple of days and help me design 2 dragon saddles on my back and install a couple of seatbelts. So that won't you be able to fulfill your dream and bring you safely up to the sky? Really? Huang Kongping was overjoyed. And then he was pinched by his wife Pan Xiaolin's arm fiercely, counting. Look at you. Which one of you is such a father? Actually thinking of letting your own son be a sitting duck? Mom, what's wrong with that? Huang Zhe hurried to solve the problem. When I was a child, I did not also often ride on the shoulders of my father, and now it's time for me to filial piety to you. And in the future, if there is time, I even want to hump you to travel all over the north and south of the Yangtze River. Look at our son, this much understanding, which like you, moving on the line. Huang Kongping heard this, could not help but be a little self-satisfied. Aha, you say it again? Pan Xiaolin's eyes narrowed, her killing aura exposed. No. Huang Kongping's second goat immediately changed his words. Wife, I mean, our son, now this shape, this line is quite good. Never modify what dragon saddle, seatbelt and so on. That is also too pricey, too unattractive. It's simply a disgrace to the dragon. Huang Zhe. The family talked happily for more than 2 hours. and it wasn't until after 11 o'clock at night that Huang Kangping's two families felt tired, and returned to the nearby guesthouse where they were about to wash up and rest, when Lu Weihan suddenly came to the door. "Excuse me, Ms. Pan. Just now our technical department noticed that you posted a dynamic in your circle of friends, saying that your son Huang Zhe has turned into a giant dragon, and also dedicated a picture to illustrate that there is such a thing, right?" "Yeah, what's the problem?" Pan Xiaolin first froze, then reacted. A pat on the head said, Sorry, look at my memory. Before you mentioned to me, Huang Zhe turned into a giant dragon. This matter is a state secret, cannot be leaked. I forgot in this moment of excitement. I'm now deleting it. Is not too late, right? It's okay, Ms. Pan. Our technical department shielded and deleted this dynamic at that time, without causing any social impact, but it's best to trouble you to pay more attention in this regard in the future. Lu Weihan smiled and said, What about my coming over this time? In fact, it's mainly for another matter about Mr. Huang Zhe's identity issue. I need to communicate with the two of you. Huang Zhe's identity issue? Huang Kongping somewhat didn't understand, and said doubtfully, What problem can there be? Isn't he my son? Isn't he a native of our Xia country? Yes, Mr. Huang. Of course we recognize Mr. Huang Zhe's national identity, Lu Weihan said with a straight face, but for the matter of Mr. Huang Zhe turning into a giant dragon, it's best for us to keep it strictly confidential when we advertise it to the outside world, or else this may bring Mr. Huang Zhe some unnecessary dangers and troubles. Some hostile reactionary forces outside the country may set their eyes on him and specifically create some plots against him. That's why our experts from the Xia Academy of Sciences suggested that it would be best for Mr. Huang Zhe to join our Xia kingdom as a naturalized dragon. One who has taken the initiative to apply to join our family out of his strong identification with and yearning for our Xia kingdom's humanities, systems, sciences, values, and many other aspects. In this way, not only will we be able to keep the secret on Mr. Huang Zhe, but it will also help us greatly in our propaganda and unification work in the future. With Mr. Huang Zhe, a black dragon, as a leading example and ambassador of peace, transcendent beings outside the country may have much less prejudice and hostility towards our Xia country. Naturalized dragon. Huang Kongping fell into a deep thought, although he also admitted that what Lieutenant Colonel Lu said is not unreasonable. The black dragon is a summer country people into this matter if the rumor spread, outside of the cow ghosts and devils, and not to mention, only the domestic will cause a strong sensation. All kinds of interviews, all kinds of hot topic come and go, is bound to be Huang Zhe. Their family caused a lot of trouble. Using the name of the naturalized dragon to cover up for the Xia kingdom was indeed a good idea. However, for the word naturalized giant dragon, Huang Kongping but how to ponder how to feel a little bit of bad taste, always feel that to their own son seems to be a little unfair. Of course, naturalized giant dragon, this is only the caliber of the external propaganda. Seems to perceive the concerns in Huang Kongping's mind. Lu Weihan hurriedly explained, We will definitely affirm Mr. Huang Zhe's national identity internally, and at the same time, we will also make certain compensation for the loss of his reputation and spirit, by paying him 10 kilograms of gold every year. And Mr. Huang Zhe will also be able to change back to his human form in the future. At that time he can completely use his former human identity to return to the country to live. Naturalized gargoyle is more of a fake identity that he uses in public, and it basically won't have any impact on his private life. We also communicated with Mr. Huang Zhe on this issue just now, and he is very understanding and supportive of our work. So in the future, he will no longer be able to use the name Huang Zhe when he is in his gargoyle form. His new name is Dios, a progressive giant dragon from the northern realm, who has specially naturalized and joined our Xia kingdom out of his high trust and admiration for us. And the giant dragon Dios obviously can't possibly know the two of you, so in the future, in public, or when there are a lot of people, I hope that you can keep your distance from Mr. Huang Zhe, and try not to show too much intimacy, and even more so, don't call him your son. Mr. and Mrs. Huang Kongping looked at each other in dismay. Pan Xiaolin was a bit unsettled and was about to open her mouth, but Huang Kongping grabbed the lead and said, All right, Lieutenant Colonel Lu, since our son has agreed to do so, then of course we have no problem with it. After all, it's impossible for us as parents to not even have that bit of awareness in him. At the North Dragon River Military Region Research Institute, Ding Shuwen was leading a research team that was planning to conduct in vivo research on the black dragon's blood. Academician Ding, this body of the mouse is also too small. It's impossible to carry the raging energy in the dragon's blood. I suggest that it's better to replace it with a larger animal, such as a cow or a sheep. A researcher looked at the several mice shivering in the cage and couldn't help but suggest. I know. Ding Shuwen nodded and said, The toxicity of the black dragon's blood is very strong, and it really can't be digested by mice. However, the main purpose of our experiment this time around wasn't originally to expect them to have any good chemical reactions with the dragon's blood. Rather, we want to figure out what reactions occur when the black dragon blood is in the bodies of us creatures in the territory, how it destroys our protein structure and nervous system. Then we can analyze and study it further according to the specific conditions. Further analyze and research to see if there is any way to effectively inhibit or block these reactions, so that the dragon's blood can be safely absorbed and utilized by our bodies. So whether to use mice or cows and sheep as experimental subjects, the difference is not that big. I see. The researcher who made the suggestion nodded his head repeatedly. Even outside of the country, the blood of a high-ranked dragon was still an extremely precious and dangerous magical material that had to be treated with care. As Xia was new to the country, it could be said that it was inexperienced in this aspect, so it was indeed more appropriate to be doubly cautious. And step by step, little by little, the nature and secrets of the dragon's blood was researched thoroughly, so as to be able to realize the long-term goal, to develop a dragon blood gene potion that could be safely absorbed by the human body, and to practically improve the physical quality of the people of Xia. Academician Ding, everyone is ready to begin the experiment. Good. Ding Shuwen nodded his head calmly and said, then let's begin. Take 0.5 milliliters of black dragon blood and inject it into the number 1 mouse. Observe and record the reaction. Mouse number 1 shows no obvious signs of struggle and dies within 2 seconds while its body rapidly stiffens. Autopsy. Find out its exact cause of death. The autopsy revealed that mouse number 1 died of organ failure, with severe hemolysis of the blood in the body and structural damage to the vast majority of the red blood cells under microscopic observation. Good lord. This toxicity. It's not much worse than a rattlesnake's. Ding Shuwen couldn't help but scratch his head. The results of this experiment clearly made him a bit fretful. Just a mere 0.5 milliliters of it poisoned someone's mice like this. So it was obvious how harmful dragon blood was to the bodies of creatures in the territory, which also meant that wanting to safely develop and utilize dragon blood scientifically, the difficulty would be very great. Continue the experiment. Take 0.5 milliliters of dragon blood and inactivate and cook it. Then feed it to the second mouse to see what reaction will happen. Okay, Academician Ding. The staff answered and took a measure of dragon blood to operate. Then they soon discovered a problem. It was impossible to effectively inactivate the dragon blood. The nature of the black dragon's blood was extremely stable, even under the high temperature of nearly 2000 degrees. It was as immovable as a mountain, and could not be cooked at all. This is too amazing. A researcher couldn't help but marvel. The blood of ordinary creatures tends to start solidifying after only a few minutes away from the body. But these dragon blood of Mr. Huanzhe, which has already left his body for nearly 2 days, is still so stable in nature that it can't even be inactivated. The power of high-level dragons. They are actually not without understanding. These guys can freely roll in the magma. Drink thousands of degrees of high-temperature magma is as easy as drinking water. Their body blood, tissue fluid will have extremely stable chemical properties. In fact, it is also natural. But the problem is that these dragon blood has already left the body of the giant dragon, and it is still in the territory of Xia, where the laws of the world are extremely unfriendly to them. But it can also be so outrageous. This is also too unreasonable. Old Ding, with our current abilities and conditions, we want to scientifically figure out the mysteries of dragon blood. I'm afraid it's impossible. An academician surnamed Zhang said, magically, I think it's best to use magic to solve the problem. It's not that some ancient families outside the country, some powerful alchemy sorcerers, have mastered the secret method of refining dragon's blood into a potion, so that even an ordinary person who drinks it can quickly possess a certain amount of dragon's bloodline and turn into a powerful dragon blood warriors. I think we can totally find a way to get this secret method from them first, and then slowly go back and deduce and corroborate it scientifically. It seems that this can only be the case. Ding Shuwen thought about it and agreed. After all, time is not on our side, and it's estimated that those hostile reactionary forces outside the country won't give us so much time for peaceful development. The sooner we produce results and form a fighting force, the more grounded we can be. It just so happens that an adult red dragon has recently come to the southwest border, and is planning to sell dragon blood to some of our domestic outlaws, and it may know some ways to make dragon blood potions. Perhaps we can find a way to give it a fishing law enforcement, and take it down in one fell swoop. Taking down an adult red dragon outside of the country. I'm afraid that's a bit difficult, isn't it? Academician Zhang was a bit disillusioned. An adult red dragon, whether its IQ or combat power, is extremely uncommon. Outside the country is the home of magical creatures. Wanting to capture it alive. This is not a low level of difficulty. Success is okay, but in case of failure, the trouble may be a little big. To know that the giant dragon is a very vindictive creature. It's not difficult at all. Don't forget, we still have Mr. Huang Zhe. Ding Shuwen said confidently. Adult black dragons are already stronger than red dragons. Not to mention that we can add some high-tech weapons to Mr. Huang Zhe. This is the inspiration given to me by Lieutenant Colonel Liu Weihan from the military. He asked me earlier if it would be feasible to mount a few PL-15 air-to-air missiles underneath Mr. Huang Zhe's belly, and I think it's completely feasible. When we deploy a few more J-20s, together with a heavily armed Mr. Huang Zhe, I don't believe we can't take down a red dragon. Deploy a few more J-20s? Academician Zhang shook his head and lost his smile. If this is heard by the Air Force's Commander Wang, I'm afraid that he will be anxious with you. The environment outside of the country is too unfriendly to advanced fighters like the J-20. The engine on it almost needs to be overhauled once, and it will have to be scrapped after 2 flights. So how can he possibly send them out to accompany you to fight the giant dragon? But finding a way to take down that red dragon. Of course I'm still in favor of it. An adult red dragon will most likely have mastered the magic of changing into human form. And when that time comes, Mr. Huang Zhe will be able to learn from it. And by the time Mr. Huang Zhe masters the method of turning back into human form, we can consider finding him a girlfriend. Finding a girlfriend for Mr. Huang Zhe? Ding Shuwen first froze, then couldn't help but nod with a smile. This can indeed be said that the gargoyle is really an odd creature. A strong race with an average lifespan of over 500 years. The total dragon mouth actually hasn't exceeded 10,000. How low must this fertility rate be? To know that the gargoyle is still an oviparous creature, it should be known that dragons are also oviparous creatures, and can lay several dragon eggs in a single birth. What's more critical is that the fertility between the same race is poor. Even if it's not, Chiron and many other intelligent races actually do not exist reproductive isolation, and the fertility between each other seems to be very good. At least it's much stronger than between the same race. Yes, this characteristic of the gargoyles is indeed a bit strange. Academician Zhang also shook his head and laughed. The fertility rate is as low as that. You said that if the giant dragons were born with a low desire and stunted, it would be just that. But the problem is that they are clearly the most lecherous and shameless creatures, and when they start their love affairs, they are even able to get their hands on a wild boar. Speaking here, Academician Zhang suddenly paused and mused. Fortunately, Mr. Huang Zhe seems to have not inherited this trait. Indeed, Ding Shuwen stared at his words, then couldn't help but nod. Gargoyles were notorious for their licentiousness, and it was said that many intelligent and non-intelligent races outside of the country had some gargoyle bloodline flowing in their bodies to a greater or lesser extent, which basically stemmed from the sins that some gargoyles had committed a long time ago. So it could be seen that this kind of creatures were so fraternal and ridiculous. However, Huang Zhe this black dragon, but seems to be a gentleman. The military region before the dragon arranged for the service team, as well as the Summer Academy of Sciences now research team, which there is no lack of youthful and beautiful female members, but the dragon seems to have been indifferent to them. It feels as if it is completely free of that kind of mundane desires. Could it be that after turning into a giant dragon, Mr. Huang Zhe's aesthetics have also changed, and only youthful and beautiful female dragons can arouse his interest? Ding Shuwen secretly said that it's not good. If that's really the case, in case the black dragon is seduced by any female dragon sometime in the future because of the problems in his natural wildness, wouldn't that be a big loss? No, it is necessary to set him up with the correct aesthetic, love, and choice of spouse now, and arrange a girlfriend for him. The black dragon Huang Zhe. No, it should be the black dragon Dios. At this time is lying on the ground dying. Its magnificent body is full of wounds. Black dragon blood spilled on the ground. This powerful black dragon had fought a battle with an evil demon king not long ago, and was severely injured. However, its aura was still proud, its eyes were still cold, and it was still the mighty king of the sky. Suddenly, a group of filthy jackals spotted it. These humble reptiles, who never dared to prostrate themselves at the feet of the dragon, showed unprecedented desire and ambition. They wanted to slay the dragon. They wanted to eat the dragon's meat and drink the dragon's blood, and inherit the great power from this giant dragon. They could do it. It was the ability given to them by their ancestors. The black dragon roared low and let out a warning sound, and the jackals trembled and retreated in front of its terrifying dragon's might. But they never refused to disperse, because they all knew that this black dragon was too injured and too weak to hold on for too long. The black dragon also realized that the situation was not good. Its anger and resentment knew no bounds, thinking that it had looked down on its life. How could it accept the end of dying at the hands of a bunch of humble jackals? If someone can help it out of danger, it swears. Just at this moment, a ping gunshot rang out. A Xia exploration squad discovered the black dragon and managed to drive away all the jackals for it. The brave and beautiful female exploration captain looked at the black dragon, her eyes full of admiration and regret. she solemnly said to her teammates. This is a great dragon. We can't just see it die and let it die in such a silent and even ugly way. We should find a way to save it. Wait, why a female exploration captain? Hearing this, Huang Zhe couldn't help but raise his paw to express his doubt. And it has to be emphasized that it's beautiful and brave? It's like this. Ding Shuwen explained. Mr. Huang Zhe, for a powerful dragon like you to suddenly join our country without any padding, it's doubtful both in terms of motivation and authenticity. But I'm originally from the summer country. Black Dragon said in disbelief. Naturalizing the giant dragon is nothing more than a front. Yes, Mr. Huang Zhe, it's precisely because it's a front that we need to make it a bit more rigorous and real. Ding Shuwen smiled. Otherwise, if it's too unreasonable and unworthy of scrutiny, then the point of creating it out would be lost. Don't you think so, Mr. Huang Zhe? Alright, Huang Zhe reluctantly accepted it, but still couldn't help but mutter. But this script of yours clearly isn't very reasonable either. Is it? What kind of pretty woman goes outside the country to become an exploration captain, and also so coincidentally encounters a dying giant dragon, and then saves it with compassion? If the plot continues to develop like this, is it necessary to add some love elements? A giant dragon, fell in love with this beautiful and kind female captain without a second thought, in order to gain her heart and always accompany her. So I resolutely chose to naturalize and join the Xia kingdom? That's right, that's roughly the plot. Ding Shuwen nodded his head repeatedly, greatly satisfied with this understanding of the plot by the male protagonist, grinning and saying, Mr. Huang Zhe, this script is indeed a bit cheesy, but with reasonableness and topicality, the common people will definitely like to hear. Be willing to listen and believe. As long as you add the attribute of a son-in-law of the Summer Kingdom to the naturalized dragon, I believe that it will definitely make everyone's goodwill and sense of identity towards you rise dramatically, and it's even more conducive to you using this identity to carry out your work in the future. Alright, since you guys are thinking long-term, let's follow your script. But my acting skills are limited, so you can't blame me for acting badly. The giant dragon thought about it. Anyway, he had already decided to dedicate himself to scientific research, so it was self-evident that he would dedicate himself to art one more time, so he agreed to it with alacrity. Great, thanks so much for your understanding and cooperation, Mr. Huang. Ding Shuwen held the giant dragon's claws and said heartily. He had thought that he would have to spend quite a lot of words to convince the giant dragon, but he didn't expect him to be such a good talker. This awareness is also too high, not to be ashamed of being one of their own. Mr. Huang, you can rest assured that the preliminary stage is basically for you to star in the image of the giant dragon. It won't take much acting. You only need to be responsible for the high coldness and dominance is enough. The rest is left to us. By the way, regarding the issue of the female lead selection, it may need Mr. Huang for you to decide personally. The female lead will be decided by me. That's not good, is it? Huang Zhe wasn't that easy to fool, vaguely feeling like he was being arranged. Which is not good, Ding Shuwen hurriedly explained. This script of the giant dragon naturalizing our country mainly revolves around the relationship between you, Mr. Huang Zhe, and the female lead, and the feelings of the giant dragon towards the female lead, and whether or not the giant dragon can produce good chemistry with the female lead, is crucial to the truthfulness or otherwise of the plot. That's why it's more than normal to decide on the female lead based on your intuition and preference. Mr. Huang Zhe, is that really true? Chiron looked skeptical. But why do I feel like you're setting me up on a blind date? Ding Shuwen was momentarily speechless, and after a little contemplation, this matter didn't seem to have any need to hide, so he simply said openly, if you want to think like this, Mr. Huang, it's actually no problem. We do want to find you a girlfriend here as well. For one, this can enrich your love life and help stabilize your human side. Secondly, we are also more curious about your ability in terms of procreation. Although the gargoyles are claimed to have the most tolerant and open genetic lineage, and have given birth to quite a few descendants, with the indigenous humans of this world, but we Xia people are after all from another world, and it's hard to ensure that we can keep up with the human beings, gargoyles, elves, and other intelligent beings of this world, and other primate intelligent beings, are not reproductively isolated, so I hope to research specifically from you. Huang Zhe fell into a deep thought, not that he felt how embarrassing this matter was, but he was a huge dragon, actually needing the state to arrange for a wife, always felt a little strange. I think it is better to think about this matter in the long run. The giant dragon somewhat euphemistically refused. After all, I have not even mastered the ability to change back to human form now. Let me top this 100 tons of ugly image to fall in love with others. Inevitably, it is also too against the grain, right? Ha ha. Mr. Huang, you don't have to worry about this. We have actually found a way to let you change back to human form. Really? The giant dragon was overjoyed, rising up from the ground with a wide-eyed stare. It was now nearly complete in its dragon life, and it was close to finding a way to change into human form. Yes, Mr. Huang, Ding Shuwen said with a smile. Do you still remember that red dragon we mentioned to you earlier? It's the one that intends to sell dragon's blood to some of our miscreants both at home and abroad. According to the understanding of our intelligence staff, this red dragon then mastered the ability to change into human form, and had used its human form many times to negotiate with buyers. Really? Great! The giant dragon was overjoyed and waved its claws fiercely, excitedly saying, then what are we still hesitating for? Hurry up is to find a way to find it to buy this method. Even if we spend more money I am also willing. Money nowadays to him Huang Zhe. Not just dragon blood. Completely sellable. It's like this, Mr. Huang. Ding Shuwen smiled. Our plan is to not spend any money or effort to find this red dragon to buy, but to use a simpler and rougher way to directly capture it alive. Capture it alive? Huang Zhe froze for a moment, wanting to say something. In order to save money. In order to save money. In order to a small transformation technique. To capture someone's dang adult red dragon. Isn't this a bit bad and too dark? Mr. Huang, it's not what you think. The black dragon's mind is actually not hard to guess. Ding Shuwen saw Huang Zhe's expression. How could he not know what was in his mind? And hurriedly explained, saying, you may not be aware that this red dragon is malicious and evil. Its existence has greatly threatened the homeland security and economic environment of our southwestern borders, causing great economic losses and loss of reputation to our country. Before it even came, our country's southwest border actually had quite a few foreign ports of commerce, and had quite a lot of trade with the human kingdom, dwarf kingdom, half-elf tribes, and so on in the south. But this situation has changed with the appearance of the red dragon. It is greedy, occupying the mountain as the king, wantonly charging the incoming merchants a huge amount of protection fees, while also causing a great threat to their personal safety, resulting in more and more merchants not daring to come to our Xia kingdom to run business, and even began to doubt our country's ability to clean up even a red dragon. Not only that, it also colludes with some wrongdoers both inside and outside of our country to steal state secrets and strategic resources. This abominable red dragon has already caused a very bad impact on our economy, national defense, reputation, and many other aspects, and we've actually been wanting to take action against it for a long time. Hearing you say that, then this red dragon really should be taught a lesson. Huang Zhe nodded rather agreeably, remembering his previous experience in that human kingdom. The impact of a dragon with malicious intentions on the normal lives of the surrounding humans was indeed very great. He remembered as if he had lived in the small mountainside for a while, and several nearby human cities froze without a single person daring to go out of the city. And this kind of terrifying deterrence forced people to spend a large sum of money to invite angels to banish the evil dragon before letting the matter go. Yes, we intend to seriously punish this red dragon, inviting some intelligent races outside the country to conduct a public trial assembly on it, counting the sins it has committed, and setting a clear example for others. Ding Shuwen said with a straight face. At the same time, we will also show off our country's muscle and vigor, practically improve the security environment and business environment over there, and maintain the country's reputation and influence. Very good. I think that's how it should be done. Foreign dragons don't know the rules. They really should be cleaned up properly. Huang Zhe nodded repeatedly. The position is different. The view is naturally different. He nonetheless does not feel that the public trial of a giant dragon is a matter of how much of a disgrace to dragons. And then things are hurt. The heart of the matter. Instead, they all still want to go to the scene to observe. And hilarious to throw a few more eggs. But wanting to capture an adult red dragon alive outside the country. With our country's current situation, there is still a great deal of difficulty. Ding Shuwen said with a straight face. That's why we hope to get your help. Mr. Huang. Me? The giant dragon was a bit surprised before he shook his head. I can't. I'm not good at fighting. Mr. Huang, you're too modest. The black dragon is the recognized king of melee combat in the dragon community. And it's not like we're asking you to go and fight with it alone. Our military will surely formulate a well-thought-out plan. Send out fighters and ground troops to fight with you in a coordinated manner. By then the sky and the net will be draped. And cleaning up its district is not as easy as a single red dragon? I'm not being self-modest. I really can't fight. Before Huang Zhe was a little anxious. Just wanted to say that he had eaten a defeat in the hands of a white dragon. And finally held back. The white dragon is said to be the lowest link in the chain of the dragon's contempt. Almost being opened out of the wisdom of the dragon's dragon registration. Their own hall of black dragon actually did not even beat it. This spread out is how much to lose the dragon. Of course, The reason why Huang Zhe didn't beat that white dragon at that time was due to many reasons. For example, he was hungry, weak and exhausted, not in the state of dry fight. Secondly, light and careless, do not know that dragon life is dangerous and evil. Pressed the thought of that white dragon as an enemy. Thirdly, did not inherit the memories of the predecessor, not familiar with their own body and ability, a little experience in dry fights or not, but even with all the reasons, it can't cover up the fact that I'm loose in nature and a weakling in combat. Huang Zhe suddenly began to reflect deeply. The black dragon's arrogant nature more or less still affects him, recalling his own performance in the past half year. Indeed, also some too salty, too no pursuit. The pressure is not an adult black dragon should have the style. If you are a lonely dragon, it would be fine. How to eat and wait for death. No one cares. But the problem is that you have returned to the motherland, relying on the country's resources to eat and sleep well, but also through the charging of the way to constantly become stronger, is a true transcendent creatures, the backbone of the foreign war. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that all of his fellow Xia compatriots who knew of his existence as a dragon had high hopes for him, and he, a big old man, had the good sense to disappoint them, the good sense to make them feel that he had raised a wasted dragon. Thinking of this, the giant dragon's eyes couldn't help but firm up. He decided to clean up his mind, change his mentality and spirituality, to be positive and tenacious, to utilize his strength and ability as much as possible, and to be a giant dragon that contributes to the country and the people. Fine. I can go deal with that red dragon, the giant dragon stated. But before that, shouldn't I find some weaker opponents to practice on first? After all, I have too little experience in battle right now, and I haven't yet mastered my body and abilities proficiently. Great! With Mr. Huang's help, we can definitely take down that red dragon. Ding Shuwen was overjoyed. He had thought that with Huang Zhe's Buddhist personality, it would take quite a bit of effort to get through to him, but he hadn't expected that it would actually be such a good talker. Thinking about it, the black dragon is a notorious warmonger. His bones are filled with the genes of war and destruction. Huang Zhe wants to restrain this nature. Being a quiet beauty dragon is destined to be impossible. Ding Shuwen thought in his heart. Don't look at the fact that they were now begging the black dragon to go on foreign conquests, but it wouldn't be long before they would probably have to worry about how to control it. Mr. Huang, you want to find some weaker opponents to practice on first? That's certainly no problem. Ding Shuwen had the staff turn on the projector and introduced. As a matter of fact, your idea coincides with ours, and we also have such a plan. About 100 kilometers northeast of the Beilong River's one trade port, there is an adult chimera inhabiting the area. Its life level is about at the 5th level, and it couldn't be more suitable as a target for your initial practice. Approximately 120 kilometers west of the 5th trade port, there is a subadult immortal bird. Its life level is approximately at level 6. It can be used as your second challenge target. About 200 kilometers north of the 4th trade port, there is a volcano here that is inhabited by an inferno demon at about level 7. It will be your last challenge target. As long as you can beat it, taking down that red dragon will definitely be a sure thing. The projector played a map of the outskirts of the country, as well as images and information about these monsters. The chimera was a two-headed monster with a lion's head and goat's body. Its body length was around 10 meters and its weight was around 8 tons. One of its two heads could only breathe fire and the other could only spray highly toxic corrosive liquids. Its melee ability was poor and its mobility was not strong. It was suitable to be used to abuse the black dragon and build up its confidence. Immortals were an ancient transcendent creature. However, their intelligence was generally not high, and their social nature was even worse than that of a giant dragon, and they had never formed a civilization. So naturally, they were not part of an intelligent race. The undead bird that Ding Shuwen selected for the black dragon was a subadult individual, with a body length of about 16 meters, an estimated weight of 6 or 7 tons, a strong life force and fire magic talent, and a surprisingly fast speed, with an ultimate speed that might even reach 150 meters per second. However, due to its intelligence is not high, temperament violent and intrepid, even if it cannot beat the black dragon, it is estimated that it will not escape, but will fight with the black dragon to the end. So this immortal bird would be a very good experienced baby for the black dragon. Inferno is a powerful demonic creature. The slideshow has the least information about it. The photos are only a few blurry ones, only knowing that its height is around 24 meters. Its weight is estimated to be more than 100 tons, and its life level is at least up to the 7th level. Not, you guys, isn't this a bit too optimistic? Huang Zhe listened patiently, then said, to think that I can challenge a rank 7 Inferno demon, this is too much to think of me, isn't it? What was the concept of a level 7 transcendent creature? It was a terrifying existence with a single destructive power of over 100 tons of TNT equivalent. Huang Zhe knew that he was thick-skinned and strong, but it was also really hard to believe that he could be powerful to such an extent. No, Mr. Huang, it's not that we're optimistic. Ding Shuwen looked at the dragon with a determined face and smiled. Rather, an adult black dragon is this powerful, and as long as it is an adult it will be at least a level 7 lifeform. Mr. Huang, you are actually far more powerful than you think. It's just that you haven't realized it or cognized it yet. Really? Huang Zhe was a bit skeptical, saying, but I'm clearly just a pseudo-dragon that hasn't awakened its inherited talent. Can it be that powerful? Of course, Ding Shuwen said with an affirmative face, although you haven't awakened the inheritance talent. But don't forget that you can absorb electrical energy. Just based on this point alone, you're much more powerful than the vast majority of giant dragons, which means that the energy level of your body has evolved to a fairly high degree, all able to directly convert electrical energy into bioenergy. By the way, Mr. Huang, these days your body has almost charged in a total of 50,000 degrees of electricity. How does it feel? Has it reached the limit of what your body can absorb? No. The giant dragon thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, although it is feeling a little bit fuller, I think it can still be charged at least another 100,000 degrees. Look, isn't this the best outward manifestation of your power? Ding Shuwen said happily, 1 degree of electricity. That's roughly the energy released by 850 grams of TNT. 50,000 degrees of electricity is already equivalent to being more than 40 tons of TNT equivalent. And your body can absorb at least 150,000 degrees of electricity, which means that the energy level is at least 120 tons of TNT equivalent or more. Of course it's an uncompromising level 7 lifeform. Am I really that powerful? Huang Zhe was more or less at a loss, and only after a while did he say, well, even if I really am a level 7 lifeform, there are also strong and weak level 7 lifeforms, which span from 100 to 10,000 tons of TNT equivalents. So it's really not a problem to let me, who is a 1 or 200 ton player, go and challenge an inferno. Is this really okay? This Mr. Huang, please rest assured, Ding Shuwen explained with a smile. Choosing this inferno as your opponent was of course also after our deep consideration. First of all, in terms of attributes, the black dragon is restraining the inferno demon. What the inferno demon relies on most for its fame is its powerful fire magic attack ability, but the black dragon's magic resistance is very high, able to substantially immunize itself from magic damage, and its body's ability to tolerate high temperatures is also extremely outstanding. This also means that in the piece of magic, the black dragon is occupying an absolute advantage, although the power on the inferno limbs is also very powerful, but because it is a semi-energetic life, the body's construction is a bit rough and bloated. The physical defense ability is not very powerful, the mobility is even more worthless. By the black dragon this kind of melee ability is powerful flying unit staring at, almost only to be beaten. Secondly, we've observed several battles between this inferno and the gargoyles, and are pretty sure that it poses very little threat to the gargoyles. The hot environment of a volcano has always been a more favorable habitat for the gargoyles as well, so there are often some gargoyles that would barge into the inferno's territory to take a dip, and then they would easily fight. Based on our observations, such conflicts are basically all about the gargoyles getting the upper hand, and sometimes the inferno is so beaten up that it doesn't even dare to risk its head. Finally, Ding Shuwen paused for a moment before smiling. Even if something does happen in the battle between you, Mr. Huang, and the inferno, we have a way to remedy the situation. I'm fighting an inferno demon against each other in a volcano. That scene, even if it can't catch up to Godzilla vs. King Kong, I'm sure it won't be any worse than Ultraman fighting a monster. And you guys can get involved? Huang Zhe was curious and quickly asked. What method? That would be to launch ballistic missiles and forcefully persuade you guys away. Huang Zhe was speechless for a while before he couldn't help but spit out. What kind of method is this? It's too hardcore, which is still persuasion on your part. It's clear that you're just grouping the two of us together. It won't be, Mr. Huang, Ding Shuwen explained with a smile. Our ballistic missiles, their power will be severely weakened outside of our borders. Take a 20,000 tons equivalent warhead for example. The actual power will probably be around 200 to 300 tons, which is equivalent to an ordinary ranged 7-ringed magic. And with your physical strength, it's completely possible to carry it. But the Inferno Demon is not necessarily so. Its body is cobbled together from lava, and is not very stable in terms of structural properties. Taking a shot at it might fall apart and fall into a deep slumber. So using a ballistic missile to pull the plug on you is more than suitable. Okay. Huang Zhe thought, and finally accepted this practicing solution from Ding Shuwen, and then couldn't help but ask curiously, Academician Ding, Just now I noticed on the map that the transcendent creatures outside the country seem to appear mostly outside of 100 kilometers away from our country's border. Why is that? Oh, this is actually intentional on the part of our country. Ding Shuwen explained. The area within 100 kilometers outside the national border is a safety zone that I have strictly declared. Any life forms above level 5 are not allowed to stay in this area, or else they will suffer the consequences. So overbearing? Huang Zhe was taken aback and said, this kind of request, those transcendent beings can also agree to? This can't be agreed to by them. Ding Shuwen said with a smile, the area within 100 kilometers outside the national border happens to be the place where our country's heavy artillery and rockets are able to focus on covering. And if they dare to say no, what's waiting for them is an artillery and rocket baptism. Although by the influence of the force of the law outside the country, the power of our artillery shells greatly reduced, it is difficult for these extraordinary life forms to cause substantial casualties, but cannot afford the amount of more, cannot afford to prevent anyone who sleeps well in the middle of the night, suddenly thrown a string of firecrackers to the face. That cannot stand. And it's not as if we don't have the means to threaten the lives of transcendental beings. For those die-hard individuals who are stubborn and refuse to listen to repeated persuasion, we will use small-yield nuclear missiles to teach them to behave. However, the cost of this approach is a bit high, and we are generally not willing to do so. After several months of friendly negotiation and communication between all of us, the vast majority of transcendent beings chose to cooperate and voluntarily moved out of this safe zone. This was also. Huang Zhe for a time also do not know how to spit, did not expect all to the other world. Xia actually also so keen on forced demolition, cannot help but is a little worried to say, so engaged in, not afraid to cause the wrath of the heavens and the people, forcing the transcendental creatures to make a common enemy? Of course there is such a worry, Ding Shuwen said truthfully, but for the consideration of national defense and strategic security, we do very much need such a safe buffer zone, or else surrounded by many powerful magical creatures, we won't even be able to get out of the country. However, we don't take a hard line against all transcendental creatures. For those that are friendly and willing to communicate, we will also actively consider their opinions and difficulties, and give them a certain amount of relocation costs as compensation. Therefore the vast majority of transcendent lifeforms are actually more cooperative with our work. The giant dragon was powerless to spit. He inexplicably had a strong intuition that his main job after returning to the country would probably be doing jobs like demolition, city management, and law and order. Since our country is the one that has the ability to threaten transcendent beings outside its borders. Huang Zhe thought for a moment, then said doubtfully, then why didn't you guys just use missiles to finish off that red dragon before? But instead, you had to join forces with me? It's like this, Mr. Huang. It's not like we didn't have this intention. Ding Shuwen patiently explained. It's just that transcendent creatures, most of them are gifted with a natural instinct called danger intuition, and when they encounter a deadly threat, they subconsciously develop a strong intuition that helps them evade and escape. At the same time this red dragon can change into human form. The target is too small and we currently have no satellites outside of the country and the drones work for an extremely limited amount of time, so it won't be easy to track it down. Of course the most important point is that we also have a request from this red dragon. It is willing to sell dragon blood to our country. Before you return to China, Mr. Huang, this is the only way for us to learn about the giant dragon, and without absolute certainty, it's certainly not good for us to make a move against it. 2 days later, with 2 PL-12 air-to-air missiles hanging under his belly, Huang Zhe majestically set out on his journey. To think that a dragon in a fantasy world would actually use missiles as a long-range attack weapon. This painting style always feels a little strange. Huang Zhe twisted his head and looked at the 4 meters or so of beautiful guys under his belly. His heart was both excited and apprehensive. But of course, more still jumped to try. For this operation of the Summer Academy of Sciences, he could only say that it was too stream approved and too good at playing. 2 days ago, after promising to fight in a foreign war, Ding Shuwen led a few experts from the General Armament Department to find him, saying that he wanted to do an experiment on him, mounting missiles as his long-range attack weapon to make up for the defects that he couldn't do dragon language magic and was weak in long-range warfare. Of course Huang Zhe found it interesting after hearing about it, so he agreed to it. After analyzing and studying it, the experts of the General Armament Department unanimously felt that the Thunderbolt 12 medium-range air-air missile was a more suitable weapon for the giant dragon to equip. The Thunderbolt 12 missile was about 4 meters long, weighed less than 200 kilograms. The combat section was loaded with about 20 kilograms of high explosives. The maximum speed reached Mach 4. The maximum range was close to 70 kilometers. And in the non-escapable zone, even the hit rate on the Jaguar was more than 60%. Such a performance, if it was used to hit the Chiron within the borders, it could almost be if this kind of performance was within the country. It could be used to hit the dragon almost 100 times. However, outside of the country, such high-tech weapons as missiles would be greatly weakened by the power of the law, and at most, they could only bring out about 1/10 of their performance. However, despite this, the power could definitely be considered considerable, a range of 7 kilometers, a speed of more than 130 meters per second, 2 kilograms of high explosives, and instantaneous firing with no magical consumption, which was already much more powerful than the vast majority of three-ringed magics, and could be said to be the most perfect complement to Huang Zhe, who was severely lacking in long-distance attack capabilities. Of course, Huang Zhe's first opponent, Chimera, is only a 5th-level lifeform whose strength is far weaker than his. Using missiles to fight is actually a bit too much of a bully, and too extravagant to know. The cost of a PL-12 missile is a few $100,000. However, equipping a dragon with missiles was after all a brand new endeavor, and there was always a need for live-fire testing. So unfortunately, this Chimera became Huang Zhe's first target. The Chimera's lair was about 100 kilometers away from the border, and at Huang Zhe's current speed, it was at least an hour or so of flying. This speed of mine is just a little too slow. The giant dragon struggled to wave its wings, feeling its turtle speed of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. It couldn't help but sigh a little. Although after absorbing a large amount of electrical energy, many of his body's functions had been fully released, and his speed had increased from 50 or 60 before to 70 or 80 now. However, for him, a person from Xia who had used all kinds of high-speed transportation, this speed was obviously very unsatisfactory. Not to mention comparing with airplanes and high-speed railways, even the small cars on the highway couldn't catch up with him, and there wasn't any feeling of wind speeding. In Huang Zhe's opinion, the speed of a truly strong person, a truly transcendent being, should at least be measured in Mach to barely make sense. The people from the General Assembly also said that they would like to try to put a few engines on my wings in the future. I think we can indeed give it a try. Chiron thought wildly. Although the engine's such a technological product, the performance will be greatly reduced outside the country, but his own body is so huge, completely have the conditions to make up for the quality with the quantity. A breath to install him 50 or 60. Do not believe that the flight cannot come at the speed of sound. Besides, since the summer country's science and technology products outside the country can still be used, which shows that between magic and science, is not completely cannot coexist, both still have dialectical unity of the room. Maybe one day in the future, the research and development of magical elements for the fuel of the magic engine may also be possible. 1 hour later, Huang Zhe finally arrived at his destination, a vast swamp, also the location of the Chimera's lair. Several J6 fighters had already been circling here for a long time. Their task was to lead the way for the Chimera and look for prey. Otherwise the world outside the country was so big and there was no navigation. Even if there was a map, it would be hard for Huang Zhe to find his target for a while. I didn't realize that Master 6 was actually glowing with a second spring. Huang Zhe can't help but be a little emotional. The power of the law outside the country is extremely unfriendly to advanced fighters like the J10 and J20. But instead, the long-retired Master 6 has a place to use again. It's not very good in all aspects of the avionics and avionics, and the performance that can be exerted outside of the country, and the amount of time that it can stay outside of the country is far stronger than the J10 and J20, and it is the main model for the Xia country's current external reconnaissance and external combat. Mr. Huang found that Chimera. It's 3 kilometers to your right. The pilot leading the group saw the gargoyle flying close and hurriedly said over the radio channel. The gargoyle's ears were equipped with 2 signal receivers, and they were also the high-power kind. Otherwise it might not be easy to make contact. The laws outside the country could be said to be tightly guarded against electricity and electromagnetism. Only equipment and raw materials brought out from the Xia territory could create electricity and electromagnetic signals, and there was a great loss of energy to use them, and the transmission quality of the signals was very poor as well. I see it too. The giant dragon looked along with his eyes and soon found the target as well. His spirit could not help but be lifted as he said, "Any more questions? If not, I'll be on my way?" "Yes, Mr. Huang. There are no problems," the pilot replied. "It's up to you to perform next." "Okay, the camera is ready. Let's see how the giant dragon fights the Chimera." The giant dragon looked at the Chimera's size of 10 meters out, while its own size was more than 35 meters. For a moment, it was not confident, and with a wave of its wings, it accelerated and pounced towards the Chimera. Chimera isn't an intelligent race, so this little elite monster that was unfortunately chosen by Ding Shuwen to practice on the dragon doesn't actually have a name. Let's just call it Little Chi for now. Oh yeah, it has 2 heads. It should have 2 names, right? Little Chi and Little Ra. As a 5th level creature that is infinitely close to a transcendent life form, the intelligence of the Chimera is actually not low. and Xiao Qi and Xiao La have actually had a feeling that the recent situation might be a little bit wrong. 2 days ago, two JSAXS had appeared in the vicinity of both of their territories, circling around several times before leaving, and yesterday was the same, clearly looking like they were stepping on the spot with the intention of plotting against them. To an indigenous creature like the Chimera, the J6 was undoubtedly a very annoying existence. 1. It flew fast. Even if it was affected by the power of the law, the 6 could still run at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Secondly, it is noisy. Just like humans hate mosquitoes, the thing that the indigenous creatures hate the most about the JVI is its ability to create noise. Just like a mosquito always buzzing around one's ears, hating it is a slap in the face. However, the fighter is after all much harder to deal with than a mosquito. The missiles mounted on it, the power, even if it is weakened anymore, is still stronger than the vast majority of three-ringed magic. If you are unlucky enough to be hit in the vitals, even level 6 transcendent lifeforms may be killed by drying up. Although the Chimera is also considered a powerful magical creature, it is active in the territory of nearly 1,000 square kilometers of the vast, but with the dragon such transcendent creatures compared to, obviously still greatly inferior. Even many dragons in the air to take the 6 masters have nothing to do, not to mention it. So in the past 2 days once heard the roar of the 6 masters engine, Chimera's 2 heads felt as if it was being urged by a ghost. Annoyed, good in it these distress, soon ushered in the relief a huge black dragon raging towards it pounced. The horror of the dragon power such as substance, separated by thousands of meters or letting it feel an unprecedented tremor and suffocation, borne there stiff for a few seconds, and so reacted. The black dragon that the strong and powerful claws have long been greeted to it, and slapped it to the ground, slapping it to the ground. Ha, am I so brave? My dragon might actually works like this? Huangze also felt surprised. Just now throughout the pouncing process, he obviously felt that his body, his spirit than before, appeared certain deep-level changes. Previously, his dragon might was more like a passive type skill that was hard to control by his subjective will. But just now, when he was fully focused on pouncing towards the Chimera, he clearly felt his own will, his own dragon might gathering in the Chimera, directly causing it to stiffen up for a few seconds before he took it down with a claw. Is this the benefit that comes from charging too much? Huangze could only think of this. After all, he hadn't hunted much before, but had never had such an experience. He clearly felt that his current self was completely different from his previous self, and could be said to be like 2 dragons. Whether it was his strength, or his ability to control his body, all of them had been qualitatively improved. In other words, the current him was only really beginning to integrate this giant dragon body. Before that was just flowing on the surface, empty skin without substance. It feels a bit like a radar, range of roughly 2,000 meters, and within that range, as long as you lock onto a target, you can focus your output towards it. Huangze continued to study for a while, quickly summarizing the use of the dragon might. The power is more on the spiritual level, and it's not easy to quantify for now, but even the 5th level lifeform Chimera was hit. Then I think my dragon might shouldn't be worse than a 4th or 5th ring magic. Hey, you're too much of a dish. I haven't even enjoyed myself yet. Looking at the Chimera lying motionless on the ground, Huangze couldn't help but be a bit disinterested. He had just found some pleasure in fighting, but he didn't expect that his body hadn't even warmed up yet, and his opponent had already collapsed. It is meaningless, not even to give pleasure a little. I still want to shoot you 2 rounds of it. The giant dragon used its claws to pull the Chimera, to make sure that it was indeed fainting rather than pretending to be dead, and only then did it collect its dragon power to contact the pilots in the sky, saying, "Brothers, I didn't expect the sky to be so unforgiving. I didn't stop for a moment and directly fainted it. I didn't even have time to test fire the missiles. What should we do next? Should we change the field and continue?" The pilots were all silent. What was the concept of a level 5 lifeform? The Xia Academy of Sciences defined it as a powerful creature with a single destructive force of 100 kilograms of TNT equivalent. If such a creature were to go berserk, it might be an exaggeration to say that it could destroy the heavens and the earth, but it would definitely still be a problem to overturn mountains and forests for the Xia people, whose bodies and vitality were relatively fragile. Its level of danger could be imagined. In fact, outside of the country, as long as it was a lifeform above the 3rd level, Xia basically dared not engage them head-on, instead using fighter jets, artillery shells, and missiles to convey greetings. Although it wasn't as if Xia didn't have the ability to take out a veteran level 5 creature like the Chimera, it was extremely difficult. At least 10 or more 6s and at least 50 missiles would have to be utilized to take it out, not to mention the expense. The key was that even if the Chimera was killed, it would be difficult to pick up its corpse. Xia's ground combat capabilities outside its borders were extremely poor. and it was basically impossible to run dozens of kilometers away to pick up a several-ton trophy. This is actually why the summer country obviously has a far superior weapons advantage over this world, but seldom put their hands on transcendent creatures. Not wanting to make too many enemies is one aspect, but more because it is not worth the loss. But now, a level 5 creature comparable to 500 or 600 kilograms of TNT, a chimera that left 6 or 7 J6 fighters helpless, was slapped to death by a single claw of the black dragon. How could everyone not be shocked? Mr. Huang, the command suggests that you should still go back first. The pilot leading the team had excellent mental qualities and quickly replied, target number 2 is more than 200 kilometers away from us. Outside of the country our fighters have limited endurance. Flying over there might not be able to support you for much longer. Meanwhile, Academician Ding of the Summer Academy of Sciences would like you to bring this chimera back. They would like to do some research on it. Okay. The dragon accepted the good advice and leaned down to pick up the chimera's body in its beak. And with a spread of its wings it flew off on its return trip. Ha! Why did I use my mouth to carry it? Only after going up to the sky did Huangze react. He actually subconsciously picked up the chimera with his mouth. He surprisingly did not feel disgusting at all. To know, chimera is a swamp as a home. All day with the poisonous gas. Dealing with filth. Even if Huangze does not have much cleanliness, more or less will be disgusted and rejected for such a guy. But just now, he naturally picked up the dirty chimera with his mouth, and the action was done in one go, without any hesitation. Why don't I use my claws? I clearly have claws. Huangze cried out in his heart and began to engage in deep introspection. There was no doubt that some of the nature or biological habits of the gargoyles were awakening in him, and he had to pay attention to them. Mr. Huang, there is a group of orc immigrants ahead. It would be best for you to go around from the right and not be spotted by them. The pilot suddenly reminded Chiron. Orc immigrants? Huangze curiously said. Does our country still receive immigrants from outside the country? Not immigrants to our country. The pilot explained. Rather, they immigrate to this 100-kilometer safe area outside the borderline. Most of the dangerous creatures in this area have been driven away by our country, and leaning on our domestic resources and markets. The land is quite fertile, and the climatic environment is not very harsh. A place like this is actually very livable outside of our borders, so quite a few intelligent races caught wind of it and began to continuously migrate this way. Orcs are one of the largest and most widespread intelligent races outside of the country, but their social status is generally very low, and their living conditions are also very harsh, so after hearing about our side, they naturally couldn't help but run over. Our country actually allows them to immigrate like this as well? Huangze said with some curiosity. This 100 kilometers of the safety zone should be considered the territory under our country's actual control, right? So easily let other intelligent races immigrate over. Isn't it a bit too hasty? Mr. Huang, this is actually not rash at all. The pilot replied with a smile. As a matter of fact, most of these current alien immigrants are still invited over by our country on our own initiative. After all, we, the people of Xia, have too low an affinity for magical elements, and if we don't wear protective clothing, it's very difficult to move freely outside our country. But outside our country there are many resources that our country is in short supply of, such as petroleum, coal, and minerals. And if you want to mine these resources outside the country, mechanization can't be counted on. You can only rely on a large number of laborers, and many intelligent races outside the country. Born is an excellent labor force, such as the Minotaur strong body, hard-working, born to do civil engineering, dry infrastructure good hand. Centaurs have a strong sense of direction and excellent endurance, so it's too bad that they don't go into logistics. Dog-headed people, rabbit people are good at digging holes. Used to dig for mines is more suitable. These alien immigrants with different talents can not only effectively fill the labor gap of our country outside the country, but also form a large number of consumer markets, pull our foreign exports, and gradually form a good complement with our country in terms of economy, resources, and military. Not only that, in the future, we can also support various intelligent races to establish countries that will become our satellite countries, helping us guard our country's gates and defend against foreign enemies. Hearing you say that, it seems like it's really quite something. The giant dragon thought for a moment and said, the world outside of our country, whether it's technology, economy or system is far behind our country. Most of the intelligent races are living a bitter life. If we engage in an economic development zone around the summer country, maybe it will really be quite attractive. That's not true. The pilot smiled and said, in these last 2 months, just on our side of the North Dragon River, there are no less than 30,000 immigrants of all races running over one after another. It's said that the first construction company has recruited thousands of Minotaur warriors, and is now training them as workers, so it probably won't be long before they can organize and command them, and start construction of our country's first railroad outside the country. Railroad? Huang Zhe froze for a moment, then said doubtfully, isn't it said that the laws outside the country, which are very unfriendly to technology, can actually build railroads as well? Of course it can, the pilot explained. The laws outside the borders are indeed very harsh on science. Fields below the micron are completely locked down. Electricity cannot be generated, and polymer materials cannot be synthesized. But as long as it is still an objectively existing material world, then science, of necessity, cannot be killed. After all, in the natural world outside of our borders, water is still able to be boiled, which means that the thermal movement of molecules and the transfer of energy still exists. So even if we can't build an electrified railroad or a high-speed railroad, building a steam-powered train out of the ground is obviously still not a problem. Seems about right. The giant dragons seem to be enlightened. A material world. If even the thermal movement of the molecules didn't exist anymore, then how could it still function normally? And as long as a world is still functioning properly, then science is bound to have a place. Bah! The gargoyle flew back to the territory base, spat out the chimera in his mouth in one gulp, and then asked the staff to flush his mouth with a high-pressure water gun for a while, which made him feel a little more comfortable. He didn't ask CAS what he planned to do with the chimera, but instead shouted directly over the comm channel, saying, "Go. Brothers set off to catch the next one. If it goes well maybe I'll be able to clear all 3 copies in one day." Mr. Huang, please wait a moment. Ding Shuwen's voice suddenly came out. Before going to that undead bird, there's a problem that needs to be communicated to you. What kind of problem? It's not a big problem. It's just that I hope that when you fight that undead bird later on, you'll try to be a little lighter in your hand. Ding Shuwen seemed to be a little embarrassed, saying, the immortal bird is a very rare creature. According to what we have learned so far, its total number outside of the country probably hasn't even reached 50, and it's a transcendent life that's very much on the verge of extinction. Our country is currently planning to formulate a new animal protection law, and intends to include the immortal bird in the world's first-class protected animal catalog. So when you fight with it later, Mr. Huang, try not to lay your hands on it. Okay. The gargoyle was silent for a while before stifling these 2 words. He didn't expect Ding Shuwen to actually make such a request. It's only been half a year since our country crossed over to this world, and we're actually already thinking about protecting animals and the ecological chain. Maybe this is the legendary style of a great nation. Huang Zhe shaved his paws and was about to woohoo take off. Suddenly thought of a problem. Couldn't help but ask, what about our giant dragons? Theoretically it should also be considered a protected animal, right? Can be rated a few levels? This, Ding Shuwen mused. Gargoyles are intelligent races. In principle we don't intend to classify them as protected animals. After all, this might be somewhat disrespectful to them. You also said that it is in principle. What about in practice? Huang Zhe's curiosity rose, and he hurriedly was asking after them. If the other giant dragons learned that the Xia people were actually classifying them as protected animals, I don't know whether they will be furious, and the Xia people are at loggerheads with each other, or they will gladly accept it, and peacefully look for Xia to dabble in food and drink. If Black Dragon was allowed to choose, he would definitely choose the latter. This, Ding Shuwen thought of Huang Zhe as his own dragon, and there was nothing to be jealous of hiding. So he said, this specifically depends on what kind of giant dragon it is. Those with a large base like the red dragon, white dragon, bronze dragon are temporarily listed as the world's 3rd level protected animals. Those with a small base like the black dragon, golden dragon, elf dragon are listed as the 2nd level protected animals. Those with a very small number like the shadow dragon, fairy dragon are listed as the world's 1st level protected animals. Of course, this is only our preliminary opinion at the moment. The specifics need to be further argued and analyzed. Besides, this is only our unilateral idea. Whether or not other people's giant dragons are willing to be protected by us is still unknown. Huang Zhe, the immortal bird's nest was built on a huge flame tree. The flame tree was a rare magical tree that usually accompanied the undead bird. Its vitality was extremely strong and overbearing. Usually as long as there was a place where it was growing, there would be no grass for several kilometers in a radius. When the black dragon killed over, the undead bird was crawling in the nest to comb its hair, but its vigilance and mobility, obviously much higher than the chimera, separated by more than 10 kilometers and found this unfamiliar black dragon, and then decisively took the initiative to attack, and brazenly rushed towards the black dragon. This speed really makes the dragon envious. Huang Zhe looked at the fire speed rushing over the undead bird. Really fire speed. Undead bird body fire red. High-speed flight is like a burning flame. Looks handsome and practical. Can be the dragon envy bad. It's time to try the missile. Or else I'll get excited about the fight later and forget to shoot it out. Huang Zhe thought in his heart. waiting for the undead birds rushing close, hastily as the two PL-12 missiles under the belly shot out. The result was of course, missed. The speed of the undead bird is too fast, a conservative estimate of 80 to 90 meters per second. The performance of PL-12 missiles has been significantly weakened. Want a hit, how much to see some luck? However, Huang Zhe did not much disappointment. After all, this is the first test fire. Both he and the Summer Academy of Sciences have set the goal very low. As long as the successful launch is considered a success, the main thing is to help the dragon to find the feeling, to find the experience, to collect the ballistic data, in order to the future research and development of a more suitable for the dragon's missiles. GA. Don't look at the undead bird's aggressiveness. It was also shot twice head-on by the giant dragon. Its fur exploded with anger, but it still didn't launch an attack towards the black dragon at the first time. Instead, it continuously circled around the black dragon, its mouth emitting angry and threatening noises in an attempt to drive the black dragon out of its territory. It could be seen that the intelligence of this undead bird was not low, but also knew how to assess the situation, sensing that the black dragon in front of him was not to be messed with, and didn't dare to move easily. Roar! The black dragon showed its attitude with a roar that resounded through the sky. Its tail flung violently, and a spiral accelerated straight towards the undead bird. I don't know whether it was the racial hatred engraved in its bloodline, or it simply hated creatures that flew faster than itself. The black dragon looked at the undead bird and became a bit angry, only wanting to fight with it fiercely. But its pounce, of course, did not work. The two speed difference is too big, but apparently also successfully provoked the immortal bird. It is so angry that all the body began to fire, air sacs bulging, and constantly sprayed more than 40 centimeters in diameter of the blazing fireballs. The initial speed seems to be very good. The eye at least is more than 200 meters per second. Of course, the black dragon was not able to dodge all of them, and received several shots in a row. And then he couldn't help but sigh. This temperature, this explosive power. It's too much of a pity not to go to the steel mill, not to go to work in the fire and power plant. That's right. The undead bird's magic attack didn't even break the black dragon's defense. This guy even opened his mouth wide and swallowed a big fireball, which is equivalent to letting the undead bird attack in the deep throat. But it still didn't have any trouble, and at the most, it just coughed twice. I'm so fierce? This scene is not only the undead bird was shocked, even the black dragon himself is a bit skeptical of the dragonborn. Granted, these magic attacks that the undead bird had used between urges were not very high in intensity. At best they were around 3 or 4 rings, but even the most ordinary 3-ringed magic had a power of more than 1 kilogram of TNT equivalent. To know, the charge of a grenade was only around 100 grams. The black dragon was equal to directly swallowing 10 grenades without a single fart. The Transformers wouldn't dare to play like this. It seems that it's really like what Academician Ding said. I know too little about my own might. The black dragon sighed with emotion. And then the dragon's might was in full swing, and his battle-intense sword, furiously killing towards the undead bird. But after all, the immortal bird was also a level 6 transcendent creature with a powerful bloodline and a strong immunity to dragon might. And with its speed advantage and long-range magic advantage, it still had the absolute upper hand in the fight with the black dragon. However, Huang Zhe wasn't in a hurry at all. He had already figured out at this point why Ding Shuwen had chosen an immortal bird to be his second challenge target. It was to find abuse for himself, so that the undead bird, with its absolute speed advantage, would form a one-sided thrashing and crushing of himself, thus striking himself, enraging himself, and enraging the power in his bloodline. It had to be said that this approach worked very well. The two powerful transcendent creatures soon fought out the real fire. Killed in the dark. Incommunicado. The more they fought, the black dragon's body became more fiery. The more terrifying the aura. The majestic power constantly awakened from its body. In the heart of the tragic fight, the human soul is finally with the giant dragon's body, to produce the true meaning of the perfect fusion of painful. The thrill of battle really fascinates dragons. The black dragon spat out the bird hair in its mouth and laughed out loud. The battle between it and the undead bird lasted for more than 2 hours, and it was still hard to separate. Among them, the dragon didn't know how many sharp claws it had received from the undead bird, and its back was even pecked off by its iron beak with several pieces of dragon scales, which were drenched in blood and flesh, and deep enough to be seen on the bones. But the black dragon's body, the black dragon's spirit is more and more excited, more and more hardy. Black dragons were born to fight. Huang Zhe's sluggish, numb nervous system was gradually becoming more active than ever before. His heart was beating strongly, his dragon soul was boiling hot, and his rushing blood seemed to be charged with lightning, stimulating all the blood vessels, all the muscles, and all the organs in his body. The storm of power was forming within it, and the storm of the mind had long since begun to surge wildly. I am the king. the giant dragon let out a low roar, as if it was declaring, and as if it was speaking to itself. The undead bird sensed an unprecedented danger. It began to panic. Although it was only a subadult body, it actually didn't have many fights with other giant dragons, and it was considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. But like now this scene, it really have not seen, which has a dragon more fight the more evil, the more fight the more horror. Simply like in some kind of great life super evolution, is too horrified bird, slipped away from, hit but, I still run but it, the undead bird has decided to go, an acceleration and on the black dragon brushed past, will be out of the fight. Suddenly, the intensity has been very stable dragon aura suddenly changed, unknown power wildly out, a huge lightning appeared out of thin air, directly will not die bird splitting num 0. A few seconds, and the transcendent creature's overtures, 0. A few seconds, obviously already enough, the black dragon directly a divine dragon swing tail, will be the undead bird tightly entangled, and then to the mouth side of a fling, sharp dragon teeth slammed, it is easy to bite through the body of the undead bird, golden blood gushing out, in the sky rained golden, a mournful wailing sound also rang, air, seems to have hit a little heavier, have hurt the protected animals, the black dragon's hindsight, the strength of the mouth is hastily a little lighter, but also did not completely loosen the mouth, because it is not sure. The Summer Academy of Sciences wanted to let this head of undead bird also catch back to study. The black dragon carried the undead bird in its mouth and flew to its nest in the flame tree and landed there, which gave it a chance to check whether it was dead or alive. Well, fortunately, the undead bird lived up to its name. Its vitality was indeed tenacious. Even after being bitten so hard by the black dragon, it still had most of its life left. Of course, the fighting power should be gone for the time being. I don't know whether it was scared out of its wits or bitten out of its wits. Under the black dragon's mouth, the undead bird completely gave up resisting, and just shivered there. I'm sorry didn't hold back for a moment, my mouth was a bit heavy. The black dragon was more or less embarrassed, and while apologizing, it used its tongue to help the undead bird lick its wounds, but not more than a few seconds later, it violently paused again, like to lick things with its tongue. This is too much of a dog, isn't it? Why would a giant dragon have such a bad habit? But one thing is for sure, this blood of the undead bird, it tastes pretty good. Huangze smashed his mouth, only to feel a mouthful of flavor. The black dragon's taste nerves were far more sluggish than a human's, but the undead bird's blood clearly made Huangze feel an unprecedented sweetness, which could be said to be the world's first-class delicacy. And every organ and cell in his body was shouting furiously, cha 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 cha. Cha it. Can't eat it. Can't eat it. It's a protected animal. Huangze hurriedly reminded himself. He is also clear. The immortal bird is a level 6 life form. Flesh and blood contains life energy. Magic energy is certainly very high, for the body is still in the recovery period of the black dragon. Is absolutely no compromise tonic. Ida may be able to digest him for several months. However, the biggest difference between humans and beasts is that humans have rationality, can control their own desires, know what to do and what not to do. Immortal birds are extremely rare number of extraordinary creatures. Their bloodline is ancient and powerful. Through the baptism and test of the long years, can be called the living fossil of the biological world. Naturally should be respected. Be protected. Xia's intention to list it as a world-class protected animal could be said to be very responsible and far-sighted. Therefore, Huangze, as a law-abiding person of Xia, naturally wouldn't scourge a family of protected animals for the sake of a momentary desire. That would not only be illegal, but also too unethical. Bird good boy, don't be afraid, I won't eat you. Seeing that the immortal bird had been shivering there, Black Dragon hurriedly and tenderly gave it a lick on its head to stabilize the bird's heart to show that he was harmless as a human being before he remembered to contact the organization and asked to see if he wanted to take this first-class protected animal back as well. However, in the fierce battle just now, the communication equipment in the Black Dragon's ears had long been scrapped, and most of the fighters and drones watching the battle in the sky had already returned to their flights due to range issues and the color of the sky, so they couldn't contact anyone for a while. As a last resort, Huangze could only make his own decision to take this undead bird back first. This big battle between the Black Dragon and the immortal bird had naturally gotten a great deal of attention from the Summer Academy of Sciences and the military, and they had even spared no expense in using airborne early warning planes and a large number of advanced military drones to livestream the entire process of the battle between these two transcendent creatures. Seeing the Black Dragon being bombarded by the undead bird with magic and scratched furiously by its sharp claws, everyone was on edge and did not dare to utter a single breath. Seeing the Black Dragon being crushed by the undead bird with speed, its beak pecking fiercely, even the dragon's scales fell off a few pieces. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. gripping their hearts. Seeing the black dragon's will to fight, the more fierce, gradually regained the disadvantage. Began to exchange injuries for injuries to bite off a lot of feathers of the bird. We feel uplifted again. Finally, the black dragon ferocious. Jedi counterattack. A mouthful of the undead bird to take down. The whole live room is turned into a sea of joy. Applause, shouts of applause. It seems that the ferocity in Mr. Huang's bones has been completely aroused. Commander Guo Songmin said with a face of excitement. It's true that battle is the fastest way to make a dragon grow and awaken it. After the baptism of blood and fire, I believe that Mr. Huang will surely be able to completely fuse and master the body of the black dragon very soon. At that time, our country will be able to possess a level 7 life form, and many things outside of our borders will not be as passive as they are now. The ferocity and bloodlust is aroused, but what I'm more worried about now is whether Mr. Huang will have problems with his humanity. The black dragon won a big victory. Ding Shuwen, but not like Gui Songmin, is optimistic, but instead is a little worried. The black dragon is the most like a good, brave and fierce dragon, the immortal bird, and is the dragon's hereditary enemy. In the bloodline of the frenzy of the stimulation, Mr. Huang will have just now a wonderful performance. I'm actually not surprised at all. The key is that with the continuous awakening of the bloodline power in his body, Mr. Huang's mentality will not also appear to change, and the black dragon's nature overpowers his humanity. This is where we must have to pay attention. Indeed, Guo Songmin thought about it and nodded deeply. Gargoyles and humans were two very different creatures, with huge differences in habits. Since Huang Zhe had taken over the body of a black dragon, it would be very difficult for him not to be affected by the nature of a gargoyle in his thoughts and character. If he was not paid attention to, it would be hard to say whether or not he would end up living completely as a gargoyle. Academician Ding, didn't you guys say that you wanted to enrich Mr. Huang's love life and find him a girlfriend? How is the progress going? Guo Songmin said with some curiosity. Currently there are a few candidates, but what we are not sure of is whether it can fit Mr. Huang's intentions. Ding Shuwen said somewhat helplessly. The previous Mr. Huang is a more introverted, no, I should say more introverted person. He has little experience in relationships, but it does not mean that he is a love scene beginner, piggy, and can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman, according to Mr. Huang's friends around. In fact, it's not that there are no girls who like, or even take the initiative to pursue Mr. Huang, only that they were all later rejected by him. In their words, Huang Zhe, this person is more traditional, maybe a bit of spiritual cleanliness. Choose a spouse's vision is a bit high. It's self and passive personality. Like the house does not like to socialize and have fun. Character Buddhist. To find a girlfriend, this thing has always been a little bit not in a hurry. Such a person wants to find him a girlfriend that makes him as he wishes. It's really a little bit not easy. After all, Mr. Huang's identity is special. We can't possibly arrange for every girl to come over and contact him face to face before determining the choice of a girlfriend. Not only is this not a good way to do confidentiality work, it's estimated that Mr. Huang himself wouldn't like such a form. Hearing you say that, it is indeed a bit difficult to get into, Guo Songmin thoughtfully said, but looking at it from another angle, this is actually not a bad thing. After all, the more cautious Mr. Huang is in his feelings, it also means that he will be very dedicated and loyal to his other half. As long as he is given a girlfriend who is in love with him, it is the same as giving him an anchor in his heart, and human nature is naturally stabilized. Otherwise, if he were a playboy who goes on, we'd have a bigger headache instead. After all, we can't really find him a bunch of girlfriends, right? Immoral, not to mention that kind of cheap feelings. It's also impossible to tie up his heart. Instead, it might even accelerate his degeneration. What said is also true. Ding Shuwen nodded his head quite agreeably, then sighed. But how easy is it to find him a girlfriend who is in love with him? Mr. Huang's naturalized giant dragon identity. Help our country's future united front work. Propaganda work is huge. Is a persona that must be established and utilized in order to keep it secret. Surely the fewer people know about this, the better. Can't make a big fuss? Also can't contact in person. So how else can we match him? For the sake of this, in the past few days, the members of our working group have even had their hair turned gray with worry. Some people have even suggested that it's better to simply ask Eros Freya directly. Anyway, he's in charge of this, and asking him would be the least troublesome. Eros Freya? Guo Songmin was slightly stunned, then lost his smile. How does this think? He's just an indigenous deity. How could he possibly be in charge of the marriages of our Xia people? Theoretically, this is the case. The divine authority and divine power of the indigenous deities really can't control our Xiagua people at the moment. Ding Shuwen shook his head and said, but don't forget, whether or not Mr. Huang is now considered to be a member of our Xia kingdom or not. This is actually up for debate. What do you mean? Guo Songmin's face changed. Somewhat seriously. You guys are still doubting Mr. Huang's identity? No. From the current situation, there should be no doubt that within the Black Dragon is the soul of our Xia people. Ding Shuwen replied. But, Mr. Huang, after all, he inherited the Black Dragon's flesh and blood, and judging from the influence of the power of the laws on him, he is actually recognized as an indigenous creature of this world. In that case, it becomes an interesting question whether Mr. Huang's marriage is also within the jurisdiction of the divine power of the goddess of love, Freya. If it is, this shows that Freya's divine right is to things not to people, to the flesh and blood but not to the soul. The authentication system is relatively rigid. The business ability is strong. The coming is not rejected. Even the souls of our summer people can be arranged. If it's not, this shows that Freya's divine power, indeed, is limited and targeted, and only genuine native indigenous intelligent beings will be affected by his divine power. Our researcher Yu Xiaoman of the Summer Academy of Sciences then strongly suggested that Mr. Huang should give it a try and go to the goddess of love Freya for a marriage, because not only would this have a chance of solving his object problem, but it would also help us to have some more intuitive understanding of the gods and goddesses of this world, and know exactly how their divine power and divine strength works. Yu Xiaoman? Guo Songmin said with some surprise. I think I've heard of this person. Has he been pursuing that captured angel? Commander Guo. Who did you hear this from? Regarding this matter, Ding Shuwen was more or less embarrassed, and couldn't help but defend himself by saying, Xiaoyu, that's not really a quest. He merely wanted to study whether angels, creatures that are deeply influenced by divine power, also possess emotional modules in their thoughts, whether they also possess human nature, and that's why he tried to confess his love to that angel. Is that so? Guo Songmin, half convinced, said. Then how is his research going now? Is there any progress? From the current point of view it should be hopeless. Ding Shuwen shook his head and said, you also know that angels are actually asexual creatures. Most of them are created directly by the gods with divine power, and are propaganda machines and violent machines used by the gods to maintain their dominance. So how could they possibly have 7 emotions and 6 desires? Although they also have male and female sexual characteristics, this is mainly to cater to the aesthetics of the intelligent races of this world, especially us humans, simply because it's more conducive for them to come and spread their beliefs. In reality, the structure of their bodies is very different from us humans, and they simply do not produce sex hormones, adrenaline, dopamine, and the like and so on, and are naturally insulated from love affairs. Ding Shuwen said, not only that, we even suspect that in the brain of the angels, there may also exist a thought lock, which imposes strict restrictions on their speech and behavior. Our human emotions, how can we possibly impress them? So, less than the researcher has given up? Guo Songmin said, with regret in his voice. A human actually had the courage to take the initiative to pursue an angel. This was already enough for people to enjoy. If it could be successful, it would definitely become a story for the ages. Sort of. Ding Shuwen lied. He was well aware that Yu Xiaoman hadn't actually died in his heart, but the Summer Academy of Sciences had already explicitly forbidden him to come into contact with that angel again. After all, a researcher and caretaker who actually wanted to fall in love with his own prisoner was too unprofessional and bad influence, and had to be stifled. Brother Lu, look at how fierce I am. The second copy was successfully cleared. Even the guarding boss was brought back by me. The Black Dragon landed at the temporary base outside the borderline with the immortal bird in its mouth, and said to Lu Weihan, who greeted it in a spirited manner, by the way, the process of my fight with it, you guys should have all filmed it. Remember to play it for me later. I can also review it and summarize my experience. Now that I think about it, I always feel that a lot of places didn't play well. Also, this video you will be edited after the TV, the network to play? I have no opinion in principle. That is, should you pay me some royalties? And also, this undead bird, how do you plan to deal with it? I feel that it is quite ferocious. After all, at least it is also a level 6 creature. If I let go of my mouth, then you may not be able to hold it down. Why don't I help you guys break its 2 wings and 2 legs first? Lu Weihan. After a sound battle, the Black Dragon's nerves were still in a state of exuberance. Even its words became more numerous. Lu Weihan patiently waited for it to finish first before answering, and then said, Mr. Huang, first of all, congratulations on your return from your great victory, offering us a brilliant and shocking battle. All of us are proud of your bravery and toughness. The entire battle was recorded by us. We can always arrange for you to watch it whenever you want. Since your identity is currently still very special and the nature of secrecy is very high, so for the time being, we can't take this video to the TV or put it on the internet. But we can't rule out the possibility that this will happen in the future. And when that time comes, we'll definitely ask for your permission first and pay you the corresponding royalties. As for this immortal bird, Lu Weihan explained one by one, but here he paused for a moment, and with a bitter smile on his face, he said, in fact, there is absolutely no need for you to bring it back. Although the undead bird is the world's first-class protected animal, but with our current ability, I'm afraid that we can't restrict it or protect it yet. Instead, this will also expose the relationship between you and our Xia kingdom, which will not be conducive to the formulation and implementation of some plans and strategies in the future. After all, the matter that you are a black dragon on the surface, but in essence you are a member of our Xia kingdom is our Xia kingdom's secret and our killer weapon. Ah, what then? The black dragon was a little embarrassed, but more than that, he was dumbfounded. It's me who didn't think things through. Things have come to this, so why don't we kill this undead bird to silence it? That way I can eat its bird meat. Lu Weihan paused for a moment, silently giving the black dragon a mental status in his heart, then said, that's not necessary. Although the undead bird's intelligence is not low, but after all, it's not an intelligent race yet. It hasn't formed a complete civilization and language communication ability. Even if you put it back, the possibility of leaking secrets is extremely small. Ah, that's too bad. Black Dragon blurted out, and then saw Lu Weihan's face was a bit wrong, and quickly changed his words again. Not, Brother Lu, I actually mean, the undead bird as an endangered protected animal. If it is so extinguished, that is also too bad. Mr. Huang, you don't have to explain, Lu Weihan said with some seriousness. I think you should have also sensed that your psyche has already experienced some changes. The nature of the giant dragon is affecting your humanity. This is a very dangerous sign that we must pay attention to, so I suggest that you had better receive some psychological counseling later. Psychological counseling is not necessary. Is it necessary? Huang Zhe subconsciously showed resistance. Think he haul a huge dragon, actually want to accept human psychological counseling. This is too strange. To no face it, if it is passed out do not know how much to lose the face of the huge dragon. Very necessary. Lu Weihan solemnly said, Mr. Huang, there is a huge difference between the gargoyles and us humans. With the continuous awakening of the bloodline power in your body, your human nature will inevitably be continuously eroded by the strong gargoyle nature, and it will be very difficult for your mentality and concepts not to change, and it's not even impossible for you to become imbalanced and out of control. Mr. Huang, you are the only giant dragon in our Xia country, and the only transcendent lifeform we can trust, the importance of which needs no elaboration. How to ensure your mental health and mental stability is an issue we must pay attention to and must find a way to solve. Holding 10,000 cautions is not too much. As a matter of fact, from the first day you returned to China, we should have arranged psychological counseling for you. Only at that time everyone was too excited, and you behaved in a very positive and cheerful manner, so it was overlooked for a while, but it should not be too late to make up for it now. Well, hearing you say it like that, it seems like it does make a bit of sense. Huang Zhe thought seriously and recognized Lu Weihan's statement. After gradually calming down, the black dragon, indeed, also vaguely felt that he psychologically was experiencing some changes, began to become bloodthirsty and combative, and had a deep-rooted desire for violence, for blood and fire. If not for the fact that it was too late in the day and no one was there to lead the way, he even wanted to run over there in the night and fuck that inferno demon as well, looking for pleasure in pursuing sublimation in a grueling battle. What made Huang Zhe even more wary was that he even had a change in his conception in order for his body and mind to be able to develop healthily, taking the initiative to receive psychological counseling. This was actually more than normal for the Xia people. However, Huang Zhe's first thought just now was actually whether or not this would be detrimental to the face of the giant dragon, and thus his heart resisted. What kind of thought was that? It was obvious that there was something wrong with his thoughts, and he had begun to betray his own class and position, no longer perceiving himself as a human being, but rather favoring the idea that he was a gargoyle, and that was why he was thinking from the gargoyle's point of view. This was indeed a dangerous sign. The black dragon reflected deeply and was ashamed he couldn't even memorize the elementary school code right now. It was so wrong. You're right, Brother Lu. I really should receive some psychological counseling. Black Dragon quickly did a good job with his thoughts and took the initiative to express his willingness to receive psychological counseling. After the undead bird was gripped with a few handfuls of bird feathers and pumped with a few liters of bird blood, it was finally released. Actually, a zoo should be built. Looking at the undead bird that flew away, the black dragon was more or less a bit sad and couldn't help but mutter, in the future, there will definitely be quite a few transcendent creatures that I'll capture back. Why don't we get a zoo to keep them in captivity? This will definitely be very interesting and attractive. attracting a large number of tourists every year, and we'll be able to make a lot of money from just selling the ticket money. Mr. Huang is joking. Ding Shuwen was leading the experts from the Summer Academy of Sciences to treat the Black Dragon's injuries, and hearing this, he couldn't help but lose his smile, saying, the so-called transcendental creatures usually refers to life forms of level 6 and above. The energy contained in their bodies, at least, reaches a ton of TNT equivalent. How could an ordinary zoo possibly hold such a terrifying fellow? That's true, the Black Dragon thought for a moment, then said, even if there really is a transcendental zoo like that, it is estimated that no one would dare to go and see it. The danger is indeed too high, and it is too much of a test for the visitor's heart and guts. But to release them so easily, I still think it's a bit too much of a pity. The Black Dragon was still reluctant, and suddenly had a bright idea, saying, although we can't earn revenue by locking them up in the zoo, it's not completely impossible to get money from them since they possess such a strong power. Then can't we change our mindset, keep them to work for us? Working? Yes, working. The Black Dragon's eyes were glowing, and he said with undisguised excitement, for example, just now, didn't this immortal bird, our country, intend to mine iron ore outside of our borders? Then we can totally let it go to work in our iron and steel factories. Due to the influence of the power of the law, it is impossible to effectively use mechanization. The difficulty of our country wanting to mine outside the country will definitely be very high. Not only is it difficult to mine, transport, and manage, there is no guarantee in terms of security, and it is easy to be sabotaged by some wrongdoers. But if we can have a powerful undead bird working for us, it would be completely different. We can directly in the iron ore origin nearby, build an iron refinery. Even coal do not need. Directly let the undead bird spit fire for us to burn. I tried. This guy jet fireball temperature is very high. Conservative estimates also have a 2 or 3,000 degrees, and endurance is super strong. A breath of air for 2 hours or not with breathless, not to go to the refinery, not with gasping for breath. It's too bad that it doesn't go to iron smelting, and it is also very strong in combat. While working as a laborer, it can also work as a security guard for us, receiving a salary to do 2 jobs. It can be said to be perfect. Ding Shuwen and the several colleagues around him looked at each other in dismay, and for a moment, they didn't know how to spit it out, letting an undead bird run off to smelt iron. It was also a loss for Black Dragon to think of it. However, they had to admit that Black Dragon's proposal was indeed very attractive. As Black Dragon had said, minerals outside of the country could not be mined well at all. There were too many problems that one wanted to consider and solve if they wanted to run a good mine. Safety problems, labor problems, transportation problems, cost problems. But if there was really an immortal bird to be a wage earner, all these problems could be solved. There is no need to consider the safety issue. With an undead bird as a level 6 life form as a security guard, if it still can't suppress the scene, then there is really no way out. Labor problem, the undead bird, a bird to solve the most important work of the ironworks. Do not need to transport coal and coal. The workload is greatly reduced. The labor demand is naturally also a significant drop. Transportation problem, the refined iron embryo is certainly more convenient than iron ore transportation. And the undead bird is still a flying unit. Speed is very fast. Every day to make time for it to transport 1,000 or 800 tons of iron embryo should not be a problem. Cost problem, just kidding. There is the undead bird, so perfect beater. Dirty words and tired work all done. There is still worry about the cost? Letting the undead bird to refine iron seems to be really quite good. The more Ding Shuwen and the others thought about it, the more they felt that it was a good idea. The undead bird is a famous fire system transcendent magical beast, born to be a master of playing with fire, has an extremely powerful control of flames. Let it engage in a daily output of tens of thousands of tons of large iron and steel. Plants may not be able to do it, but around it to build a daily output of dozens of tons, hundreds of tons of small iron factories, is certainly not a problem. As a matter of fact, the fields that immortal bird can work in are far more than just the smelting industry. The capitalist soul within the Black Dragon blazed with excitement. It has outstanding flying ability and good self-protection ability, so it can work in the logistics industry and courier industry outside of the country. It is proficient in a large amount of fire magic with amazing destructive power, and its 2 claws are tough and sharp enough, so it can go digging earth, engage in blasting, and engage in the infrastructure industry. It is also very suitable for the tourism industry. The undead bird has an elegant and handsome appearance, reputation, and deep history, which itself has a strong attraction to tourists, and it can also give full play to its own flaming talent, burn water to make a hot spring, and make a vacation scenic spot with a healthcare gimmick, which will definitely attract a large number of tourists flocking to. So it's not me who says that immortals are really the perfect beater. Wonderful. Mr. Huang is right. Undead birds are really quality labor. An undead bird if properly utilized, can even create tens of billions of dollars of production value for our country every year. We actually let go of a bird worth tens of billions of dollars. Why don't you go and catch it back again tomorrow? Mr. Huang, I think it's best to go now. What if that undead bird didn't return to the nest, but ran away overnight? Sparing professional researchers, Ding Shuwen and the others were also swept away by the beautiful vision that Black Dragon had impassionedly portrayed, and joined in the discussion enthusiastically. Fortunately, researcher Yu Xiaoman was calmer, pointing out a key issue. Even though there are 1,000 benefits, are we all overlooking the question of whether or not the immortal birds will be willing to work for us? Why wouldn't it be willing to? Black Dragon subconsciously retorted, then immediately reacted as well. The undead bird is not an intelligent creature on the one hand, and does not have the ability to communicate verbally. On the other hand, it does not have a soul of a laborer in its body to listen to 996 blessings, and it seems to be a little bit difficult to get it to honestly act as an at-all-costs wage earner. Although it is true that the immortal bird, as a transcendent creature, does not have a low intelligence, if it is well trained, it is indeed not impossible to have it engage in some simple work for us. Yu Xiaoman continued to analyze. But let's not forget that birds have always had a small amount of gas, and whenever they feel unhappy, they will even go on a hunger strike and die. Not to mention the fact that the immortal bird is also a noble transcendent creature. The king of birds, its bones will only become more haughty and rigid. It's too unrealistic to think of it being meek and giving us as a battering ram. High and proud and rigid? The black dragon froze for a moment, somewhat puzzled. No, how do I feel that undead bird is quite obedient, although at the beginning it was very fierce. But since I bit that bite, it has completely turned into a good baby, and hasn't been struggling or screaming much. This may be that, Mr. Huang, your situation is more special. At this time, Ding Shuwen explained. Actually, for this matter, we have also been feeling very strange. Immortal birds and dragons are feuds. From ancient times, it has always been in the fight for the hegemony of the sky. The moment they meet is to fight. The kind of mind to put each other to death. Rarely will appear to be defeated and captured. Especially for the immortal birds, they would rather nirvana, would rather blow themselves up, and would never want to be in the claws of the dragons wailing and begging for forgiveness, the nature of the notoriously fierce and strong. But the performance of this undead bird was out of everyone's expectation. Under the black dragon's sharp teeth, it actually behaved very well, almost completely giving up resistance. The only explanation as to why this happened was, Huang Zhe, the black dragon with the dragon skin human heart, had a mysterious aura on his body that made the undead bird feel close and at ease, knowing that it would be the wisest choice not to struggle or make any noise. Of course, it can't be ruled out that it's this subadult undead bird, who grew up alone in Zhangde, lacking parental teaching and care, genetic mutation, psychological distortion, and suffered from Stockholm Syndrome might also be said. Okay, the black dragon heard. Also do not care what the specific situation of that undead bird, only know that he wants to be a capitalist's dream is afraid to be dashed. A moment cannot help but some disappointment. Breathless said, hey, originally I was thinking of catching some more transcendental creatures in the future, properly tempering them, and then engage in a labor company, their own when the boss is a contractor, so that it must be very lucrative. Ding Shuwen was dumbfounded. His mood was a little complicated. The black dragon's money-grubbing nature is becoming more and more obvious. Well, for the time being it still seems to have no tendency to violate morals and laws. It's just that it wants to reasonably utilize its own abilities and wisdom to earn wealth. And it's even greatly helpful to the country. It's not really good to say anything about it. Mr. Huang, don't be discouraged. Your idea is actually still very constructive. Yu Xiaoman suddenly smiled and said, although immortals can't be your hitman, quite a few other transcendent creatures can. Don't forget that many powerful transcendent beings actually possess intelligence. Their intelligence is not even below us humans. They possess the ability to communicate verbally. They know how to judge the situation, and in the face of absolute benefits or absolute danger, they will definitely be honest as a hitman. For example, the elemental lords in the subdimension. These are the real quality laborers. They have online intelligence, are able to communicate, are willing to accept the constraints of the contract, and have extremely powerful control over various elements. Earth elemental lords are able to condense sand into stone and turn stone into earth. Digging tens of thousands of cubic meters of earth every day is absolutely no big deal. The fire elemental lord is the oldest ancestor of playing with fire. The core temperature in his body may even have reached millions of degrees. Allowing it to refine iron is the real specialty. Water elemental lord is a big water monster. It can swallow water as well as release water. Letting it go to engage in water conservancy project is definitely twice the effort with half the effort. Right, why didn't I think of that? The black dragon was overjoyed at his words. and looked at Yu Xiaoman with a warmer look in his eyes, saying, "Brother, so we are confidants. We need to communicate more in the future, as long as Mr. Huang doesn't mind. Of course Yu Xiaoman, am 100 times willing." Yu Xiaoman also enthusiastically said. He really wanted to get along with this black dragon. After all, many of his ideas, many things, all need the Black Dragon Initiative to cooperate and help, before there is the possibility of realization. Then let's add a WeChat. Oh, I forgot that I can't use my cell phone right now. The Black Dragon was slightly stunned, and then couldn't help but sigh. No wonder I've been feeling a little weird lately. It turns out that I don't have a cell phone or a computer. With less of these two things, life is really a lot less interesting. It's okay, Mr. Huang. In the future, I will look forward to being in our research team. If you have any problems, you can come to me at any time. Yu Xiaoman smiled. And I also believe that soon you will find a way to change back to human form. Hey, let's hope so. Black Dragon sighed and said. His mood was more or less heavy. He realized that since the two fights, the will in his heart to change back to human form didn't seem to be as strong as before. Right, Academician Ding. Black Dragon suddenly remembered something. Said to Ding Shuwen, I fought with the undead bird. Didn't I drop several pieces of dragon scales? That undead bird also dropped quite a few plumes, which should all be quite precious. Right, we haven't thought about picking them back? This, Mr. Huang, it's certainly not that we haven't considered it. Ding Shuwen said somewhat helplessly. It's just that the place where the two of you fought has already exceeded the area under our country's actual control, and wanting to send someone there to pick the things back up would be too difficult and too high a risk. What's wrong with that? I'll just accompany you guys. The Black Dragon said without thinking. Transcendent creatures usually have a strong sense of territory. It's not far from the immortal bird's nest, and with that silly bird around, there shouldn't be any dangerous creatures in the vicinity, so I'll definitely be able to protect your safety in the past. And we can also go to see that the undead bird ran away. If it did not run, later I can go to it more to liaise with it. Do its ideological work? So powerful a fire magical beast. Do not go to work in the ironworks, but also too inept and too unfortunate. Mr. Huang, you haven't died yet. Ding Shuwen shook his head and lost his smile. Almost couldn't help but both want to spit out. Mr. Huang, you have such a dangerous mindset. The country is hoping that you can be a proletarian dragon, but you're heading towards the road of capitalism. However, the dragon scales and immortal bird plumes are indeed very precious magical materials. So in the end, Ding Shuwen still accepted Black Dragon's proposal, intending to organize an elite squad tomorrow to go with Black Dragon to retrieve the things back. Brother Lu, are you serious? This is my counselor? Black Dragon looked at a woman that Lu Weihan brought over, his large eyes filled with great doubt. Yes, Mr. Huang, don't I look like it? The woman guffawed and took the initiative to walk up and shake paws with the Black Dragon. It had to be worth mentioning that fights made dragons grow, and after a sound battle with the immortal bird, at this point the Black Dragon was able to control its dragon power well enough to allow people to approach unprotected, at least within its borders. It's true that you don't look like one. You're too young and too pretty. The Black Dragon, always a straight boy, lowered his eyes to survey the woman and said, not at all like a professional psychiatrist. More like she's here on a blind date with me. That's right, Mr. Huang, you judged correctly. While being your psychological counselor, I am indeed one of your blind dates. The woman looked straight into Black Dragon's eyes and said greatly, Black Dragon inexplicably felt a bit uncomfortable. Turning his head to Lu Weihan, Brother Lu, can you change the psychological counselor? I feel like I'm not very compatible with this lady. Mr. Huang, why is it that we've only just met here and you're making such a judgment? Before Lu Weihan had time to say anything, the woman spoke up. Is it because you feel that the more beautiful a woman is, the more confident and sharp she is, and the more difficult she is to serve and control? So that's why you had such an idea and decided to stay away from her, right? How do you know? Black Dragon blurted out, and then immediately also realized that this woman was really a bit uncomplicated. Mr. Huang, I've read your profile. The woman smiled. I can see that you should be a somewhat chauvinistic person, especially after turning into a giant dragon. This chauvinistic thought should have become even stronger. The Black Dragon was silent for a while, then twisted his head to look at Lu Weihan, as if to say, see, this woman is indeed not my dish, knowing that I am all macho, and still this aggressive. No, it's aggressive dragon. The segment is too high. I definitely can't beat it. Mr. Huang, don't misunderstand. The woman's ability to detect words and colors is really great. Seeing this expression of the Black Dragon, she immediately guessed what it was thinking in its heart, and immediately said with a straight face, before becoming your blind date, My job is actually to be your psychiatrist. Please believe in my professionalism and give me some time. Okay. The Black Dragon thought about it. And for the sake of gentlemanly demeanor, as well as the fact that we were all once fellow Xia compatriots, he said in a high and cold voice, I'll give you 3 minutes. Okay. The female spread a smile and took out a notebook, writing as she said, Mr. Huang, if I'm not wrong, you're now, both psychologically and physically, you've lost interest in the females of our Xia people, right? The Black Dragon's heart snapped, subconsciously blinking, opening his mouth to speak, but then the woman interrupted. Please make sure that you are honest. This issue is very important, because it is not only a problem for me alone, but also a problem for our entire scientific research team. The Black Dragon slapped its tail and was silent for a while, but finally said truthfully, well, it's really as you said, my aesthetic and choice of spouse does seem to be out of order. In the past, although I was not much of a pig LSP, my sexual orientation should be no problem, and I usually like to appreciate beautiful women, but after turning into a giant dragon, the situation seems to be different. Before I had met a supreme holy and flawless female angel, whether it was her temperament or appearance, she was 10 or 100 times more beautiful than any humanoid creature I've ever seen, but I didn't develop any good feelings or possessiveness in my heart at that time, and even felt that she was an eyesore. On the contrary, when I later encountered a female white dragon, my entire person became hyperactive. Even if it treated me in a very unfriendly manner, beating and scolding me, I still subconsciously maintained great restraint mentally and physically. Mr. Huang, this situation of yours is actually not strange at all. The woman smiled and said, every kind of creature, their physiological constructions are vastly different, the sex hormones secreted by the body, the angles from which the eyes view things and the heart thinks about problems are all vastly different. If they can form the same aesthetic in view of choosing a spouse, then that would be truly abnormal. Take the simplest example. Many people like cats, think this kind of small animal is very beautiful and cute, but even if they are beautiful and cute, without the premise of transforming into a cat-eared lady, I believe that no one will have sexual urges towards them, right? The Black Dragon hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't defy the barrage of I can. Gargoyles are pretty much the same as humans for that matter. The woman smiled. The subjective consciousness and emotions of our intelligent creatures are actually largely influenced by the hormones secreted in the body. Before you changed back to human form, Mr. Huang, it's actually quite normal that your aesthetics and choice of spouse would be more in favor of a gargoyle. I see. The Black Dragon pondered, then was a bit puzzled. Since that's the case, then why are you still arranging this whatever blind date for me? As far as this dignity of mine is concerned, before I change back to human form, I believe that there won't be anyone who will genuinely like it, right? Indeed. The woman nodded with a big smile and said, I'm not sure about other people, but personally, I really can't like Mr. Huang a bit right now. Very well, woman, you have successfully attracted my attention. The Black Dragon was more or less irritated, so it raised its head and stood tall, scrutinizing the woman with dangerous eyes. Of course, it wasn't annoyed and wanted to roll its eyes, but rather, it wanted to scare her with its bad taste. Isn't that how a domineering president always acts? At the same time, it was undeniable that Huang Zhe felt that this woman, as if she was really a bit interesting, that can be too good. The Black Dragon's momentum, obviously not ordinary people to carry it. Spare the woman's mental quality is very good. At this time also cannot help some legs soft, voice trembling, but still pretend to be calm with the Black Dragon, loudly said, Mr. Huang, my name is Gaoing, Noble Gao, Noveling, you will definitely remember me, right? That's not necessarily true. The Black Dragon suddenly felt that scaring a girl was quite meaningless, so he plopped back down, closed his eyes and dozed off, saying, if this is all your performance is, then unfortunately, I don't feel your so-called professionalism, and I'll still end up applying for a replacement. What a damnable dead straight man. Gaoing cursed in her heart, more or less angry, but she quickly adjusted. Calm down, can't get angry. Straight men are all smooth donkeys, as long as you go along with what he wants. It's easy to take it down. Cheer up, Gaoing, believe in yourself. You will definitely become a dragon tamer. Gaoing secretly cheered herself up, then took a deep breath and said, Mr. Huang, I actually don't approve of the research team arranging a girlfriend for you at all. Oh, and then what? Black Dragon said indifferently, unable to say that he was completely indifferent, but the desire to interact really wasn't very high. Although Huang Zhe's segment is not high, but vaguely also feel out, this woman's mouth, although said that there is no craving for his body, in fact, it is playing with the desire to escape. changing the way to brush his favorability it. When the time is ripe, I'll take him down with a wave of daggers. A woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. I can't easily fall into her path. Black Dragon secretly admonished himself. Lieutenant Colonel Liu, our research team, are we planning to create a fake identity of a naturalized dragon for Mr. Huang? Gowing suddenly asked Lu Weihan, who was at the side. There is this plan. Lu Weihan nodded and replied. The identity of a naturalized gargoyle is very helpful both to the country and to Mr. Huang personally. For the country, a powerful, native-born giant dragon that takes the initiative to naturalize as a citizen of our Xia country. This will not only uplift the people's spirits and increase everyone's self-confidence and patriotic fervor towards the country and the nation, but it will also be very beneficial to our country's foreign propaganda work and united front work. Think about it, even the Black Dragon, which is always untamed, willingly naturalized as a citizen of Xia, and from then on, the dragon is born complete and leads a rich and fulfilling happy life. Eat well and sleep well, no longer need to worry and fight, began to clean up their minds and embrace progress, and soon metamorphosed into a new age dragon with ideals, morals, culture, and discipline, no longer the barbaric roughness of the past. Such a huge change will undoubtedly be the best and most intuitive foreign propaganda material. By that time, Mr. Huang will be our window and bridge to the world beyond our borders. With him as a living example, our country's national strength and our national image will be fully affirmed. And I believe that it won't be long before many intelligent races and transcendent beings will take the initiative to approach our country, powerfully facilitating the exchange and integration between our country and the world beyond our borders. And for Mr. Huang personally, the identity of a naturalized gargoyle can effectively help him hide the secrets on his body, reduce unnecessary public opinion and pursuit, and allow him to enjoy a normal life with his original identity. At the same time, it's also considered a kind of protection for him, avoiding hostile forces outside the country, paying special attention to and targeting him. Well, this identity of a naturalized giant dragon is indeed very necessary. Gowing nodded deeply, then said, but I found that you guys are planning to use a plot like a beautiful woman falling in love with a giant dragon to draw out the cause and passage of the giant dragon's active naturalization, right? That's right. Lu Weihan nodded and said, after all, black dragons are powerful and proud transcendent creatures. If they were to suddenly naturalize to our Xia kingdom for no reason, both the motive and authenticity would inevitably be a bit suspicious. So it's best to find a cause. The reason that a giant dragon and a human are in love is very good. For one thing, there have been similar movie and television bases and novel bases, which is in line with people's fantasies and is easy to be accepted by everyone. Secondly, adding a son-in-law identity to the naturalized gargoyle as a Xiagua man's son-in-law is conducive to pulling in the distance between it and everyone, making it easier to accept its existence emotionally. But don't you think that this plot of a giant dragon falling in love with a human is a bit too pale and too deliberate? Gowing noticed that the black dragon's ears had been erected straight. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but overflow with a smile. And even his speaking voice was a few points louder, saying, publicizing like this may be fine within our country. A powerful black dragon that is falling in love with a girl of the Xia tribe. Such a plot, no matter how unreasonable and dog-blooded it is, as long as it is an established fact, then I believe that the vast majority of the country's people will be happy to see it and believe in it. But what about outside the country? Gowing stroked the cold scales on the black dragon's body while saying, would the intelligent races outside the country accept this? Will they believe that a powerful black dragon would, for the sake of the so-called love, for the sake of a mere human woman, resolutely put down the dignity and pride of the dragon race, give up their freedom, and join the family and naturalize to the Xia kingdom? Is this reasonable? This, Lu Weihan was speechless. It must be said realistically that in the traditional impression of the indigenous intelligent creatures, the giant dragons were really not creatures of infatuation and long-lasting love. On the contrary, it is their inherent and exclusive label to be indiscriminately affectionate and unsympathetic, and it can almost be said that it is the traditional skill of the dragon family to be fond of the old and to be ruthless. It is no exaggeration to say that more than 60% of the dragons, from childhood to adulthood, have never felt the care and attention of a father's love, and may even be abandoned or abused by their own fathers. The reason is very strange. The reason was very strange. Not because the newborn dragon cubs would threaten the status of the male dragons, making them realize that they were in danger. It was simply because the existence of young dragons would affect the mother dragon's energy and mood, thus lowering the quality of life of male dragons. So these extremely selfish guys would often secretly throw away or destroy the mother dragon's eggs, not caring that they were their own flesh and blood. Such a thin-hearted creatures. Actually, for what bullshit love? Take the initiative to naturalize to the summer people as a dog. Such a dog blood plot. The intelligent races outside the country, but whoever has a little bit of brain, I'm sure they won't believe it either. Lieutenant Colonel Lu, if I'm not wrong, Gao Ying said while looking at the tall back of the black dragon, fantasizing how majestic and romantic it would be if he could ride on it one day in the future. This naturalized dragon status of Mr. Huang is more for outside the country, right? That's right. Lu Weihan nodded and said, the domestic publicity, it's not very important. Our main purpose is actually to use Mr. Huang's identity as a naturalized dragon to show our advanced civilization and friendly attitude of Xia outside of the country with practical actions, thus reducing the prejudice and hostility of intelligent races outside of the country, and transcendent beings outside of the country, towards our country. But using human dragon love to explain the naturalization of the black dragon is just too unconvincing and insincere. Gao Ying shook her head and sighed as she said, perhaps to our Xia people's ears, such a story is very romantic and touching, but the intelligent races outside of the country, especially the other giants dragons, definitely won't think so. They will only feel that their intelligence has been insulted, and think that we, the Xia kingdom, must have used some unseemly means to forcefully brainwash the black dragon, which is why it obeyed us and put on those shoddy performances. In this way, instead of feeling our country's goodwill and sincerity, they will be even more wary, thinking that our Xia country is a dangerous and evil country, and not daring to exchange contact with us anymore. That's why I think it's very unreasonable to build up Mr. Huang's persona with a script like human dragon love. I agree with her. Black Dragon immediately took a stand and agreed. Gao Ying's words simply spoke to Huang Zhe's heart. Straight men of steel basically wouldn't like to be arranged or matched. They preferred to rely on their own vision to find their so-called soulmates. Black Dragon's right to free love cannot be deprived of, and deserves to be respected. What you said is not unreasonable. Lu Weihan frowned and contemplated for a moment, and finally said, let's do it this way. I'll take your opinion and relay it to Academician Ding, so that he can organize the relevant personnel to reconduct the seminar, and you can go and participate in it at that time. Okay. Gao Ying smiled like a flower and playfully winked at the black dragon. Unfortunately, the steel straight man didn't get it at all, and couldn't even help but even want to spit out. What makes you girls think that winking is a cute action? It's childish, contrived, and completely senseless alright. The black dragon was firm in his Tao, but in the end he couldn't help but ask, Ms. Gao, since you feel that the script of human dragon love is not suitable for me, then you must have a better plan. Right, let's hear about it. I really do. Gao Ying smiled out of the corner of her eye and said confidently, that is that our advanced science, system and ideology of Xia attracts the black dragon, because not all intelligent races, all crave for love and are dominated by physiological desires, but seeking knowledge and becoming stronger, exploring the true meaning of life and the mysteries of the universe, is definitely the eternal pursuit of every intelligent being. My scenario is, Mr. Huang is a black dragon full of inquisitiveness and curiosity, who by chance came into contact with the brilliant civilization of our Xia country, and was soon deeply attracted to it and fascinated by it. The collision of particles, the Big Bang of the universe, the origin of species, calculus, atomic energy, electromagnetism, all kinds of unheard of knowledge and technology made the black dragon linger and applaud. Gradually, under the inculcation of a large amount of information and knowledge, the black dragon quickly realized the corruption and backwardness of the dark old world, and realized the advanced and superiority of Xia's social system and ideology, profoundly realized that only by emancipating the mind and developing the productive forces is the only way to emancipate the old world, save the giant dragon race, the only way to realize self-worth. So it resolutely chose to embrace progress, naturalize in the Xia kingdom, and become the first awakened and revolutionary in the old world. Well said. Lu Weihan was in a daze, still digesting Gao Ying's lofty speech, but the black dragon was already shouting loudly. If it wasn't for the fact that its forelimbs were too short to maneuver well, it would have even wanted to jump up and applaud her. Ideal, intelligent, courageous, in order to pursue the truth at all costs, betraying the whole world. Such a persona, crossed out, such a dragon persona, it is only forceful, it is only logical. Well, like before that, in order to what bullshit love, in order to area a woman, will be the whole dragon life delivery, is really some too stupid, too naive, too despised. Black Dragon is even a little excited. These two scripts, undoubtedly Gao Ying's this one is more depth, but also more challenging. As an actor with pursuits, Huang Zhe certainly didn't like acting in idle dramas, preferring grand historical dramas. That's right, Huang Zhe had an intuition that if he followed Gao Ying's script, he could definitely make history. Is indeed great. Lu Weihan only reacted at this time. His heart was more or less embarrassed, not realizing that he was an old party member of more than 20 years. But his ideological awareness actually couldn't catch up with a huge dragon, Huang Zhe, and in this way, we can also take advantage of Mr. Huang's identity to pass on our Xia's socialist values and advanced thoughts to the outside world, leading more educated people outside the country to learn and study our Xia's knowledge and culture, and inspire their revolutionary passion. Sensing Black Dragon's approval, Gao Ying was greatly encouraged and continued, yes, 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 with me, the socialist dragon, I can definitely give a strong push to the social reforms of the old world and overthrow the three mountains of slavery, feudalism, and theocracy. The Black Dragon couldn't help but say as well, it's great that Mr. Huang can think this way, Gao Ying said happily, looking at the Black Dragon with a much kinder look. Socialist Dragon. The name sounded domineering and capable. Lieutenant Colonel Liu, I'm sure you know that there are many other transcendent races in the gargoyle race, and their collective and national consciousness is very thin. Gao Ying continued. They generally lack a clear perception and understanding of the concept of country. So naturally, it's hard to understand why the Black Dragons would naturalize and join the Xia Kingdom. It's basically impossible to elicit their empathy and resonance just by playing the emotional card. But if it is through revolutionary thoughts and ideas, then it is completely different. The struggle against destiny, the revolt against divine power, has always been something that quite a few intelligent races are doing or wanting to do. It's just that due to the lack of the right organization, the right platform, they have never been able to succeed. When Mr. Huang, in the name of a revolutionary, becomes our country's first naturalized dragon, it will surely cause a widespread sensation outside of our borders, which in turn will encourage those who are knowledgeable to take the initiative to contact and learn from the advanced thoughts and culture of our Xia country. The more Gao Ying spoke, the more confident he became, and the Black Dragon nodded repeatedly as it listened. It wasn't that the revolutionary fervor in its heart was so strong, but it simply felt that with this kind of mess, its future dragon life would definitely be sensational and wonderful, and there would definitely be plenty of fights to be had. Ms. Gao, this is a very great way of thinking. Lu Weihan was also greatly moved by what he heard, and said excitedly, I'll go find Academician Ding now, and try to convince them to follow this plan of yours. Saying that, he greeted Black Dragon before leaving in a hurry. Mr. Huang, how is it? Gao Ying sat on the ground and looked up at the Black Dragon. My performance, it still satisfies you, right? It's okay, it barely sort of met my expectations. It can be my psychological counselor, the Black Dragon said with some small arrogance, not wanting to admit that Gao Ying's performance had indeed caused him a drop of good feelings. Then please teach me more in the future. Gao Ying collected his smile and shook paws with the Black Dragon, saying with incomparable seriousness. Early the next morning, the Black Dragon brought 6 heavily armed warriors and flew towards the place where he fought with the immortal bird yesterday, intending to pick up those fallen dragon scales and immortal bird plumes. Due to the complex environment outside the country, it was very unfavorable for helicopters to fly, so this time, it was Black Dragon himself who carried them there, strapping 2 aluminum alloy hanging baskets to his claws, and then letting the fighters sit inside. Mr. Huang, what is the maximum lifting weight you can achieve? The Black Dragon's speed was a bit touchy, and the road was long, so one of the warriors couldn't help but wonder. This I really don't know. The Black Dragon has good hearing, and after thinking about it, he said, but 100 or 200 tons of stuff should still be able to lift. Right, when there is an opportunity in the future, then specifically test it. 100 or 200 tons. The crowd all sucked in a breath. No wonder it was said that the Black Dragon was the most dangerous dragon. Such a terrifying limb strength, even without using magic, just grabbing a few hundreds of tons of boulders and throwing them down from high in the air. It would be able to simply and roughly smash a city to smithereens. Mr. Huang, how high can you fly at the highest? Another warrior also asked curiously. I haven't tried this one either, Black Dragon replied, but 10,000 meters shouldn't be too difficult. And, we are all Xia people. We are all brothers. You can be more natural in private. You don't need to use honorifics like you to me. This will easily cause me to develop an inflated mentality, which is not conducive to the stabilization of my human side. The 6 people were all absolute elites selected from the force, and would be working closely with Black Dragon for a long time in the future, so they were naturally qualified to know Black Dragon's secrets, although they had also heard that Huang Zhe, the Black Dragon, was very approachable. When they encountered the real dragon, their hearts were more or less still a bit jittery. After all, the Black Dragon was simply too domineering and vicious looking. However, the Black Dragon's words, immediately is to let them a lot of peace of mind. This Black Dragon really is not much of a stand, and even willing to call everyone brother and brother. If it wasn't for the fact that discipline didn't allow it, everyone couldn't help but want to affectionately call it Brother Dragon. Mr. Huang, then you'll have to take a test later. A warrior readily accepted good advice and bravely said, if it can really fly very, very high, It can help the Space Department to explore whether or not this world we've come to is a planetary celestial body. No way. The Black Dragon was very surprised and said, "We've been here for half a year, but we haven't even figured out such a simple question?" "No," the warrior replied. "The laws outside the borders are very unfriendly to our technology, and our spacecraft, at most, will crash after flying up to 20,000 meters at this altitude. It's not possible to tell if the horizon is curved or not. As for the territory, what's wrong with the territory?" The Black Dragon was curious. Xia was by an unknown force. The whole country was crossed over. The climate environment and physical laws inside were almost unchanged. But the starry sky above her was obviously no longer the familiar Milky Way. There was no telling what the first, second, or third cosmic velocities of this world were, and whether or not it would be possible to launch exploration satellites again. Inside the territory, our spacecraft can fly up to an altitude of 1,000 kilometers, the altitude of the main body of our atmosphere, and further up there will be a boundary, beyond which is the universe beyond the territory. The warrior said, "Our spacecraft usually lose contact there. There are indications that in the high-altitude region above 1,000 kilometers, there seems to be some unknown lifeforms roaming around full of malice, not allowing anyone to explore the mysteries of the universe. What about our satellites?" The Black Dragon suddenly thought of a question and said, "Since we've all come to another world, it's obvious that they can no longer orbit the Earth, so won't they all crash?" "It's true that a lot of them are lost," the warrior replied, "but the laws of physics within our country have barely changed. There is still the rotational force and gravity, so those satellites in near-Earth orbit are still able to function normally, but high-orbit satellites above 1,000 kilometers, such as the Beidou system, are indeed already out of contact." "That's not right, is it?" The Black Dragon is a follower of the great physics god religion, more or less understands some of the teachings, and doubtfully said, "If I remember correctly, the near-Earth orbit is not a static orbit, and the satellites above it are to constantly revolve around the Earth." "Right, so that they can low-canceling gravity and not fall down. Since we're no longer on Earth, wouldn't they turn offshore, so that they can actually still work?" The warrior was momentarily speechless, and somewhat embarrassedly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Huang, this is actually something I'm not sure about specifically, so I may need a professional from the Space Department to explain it to you." "All right." Black Dragon didn't pursue any further. In fact, he could also sense that the water in this world seemed to be a bit deep, as the saying goes, thinking of home to the moon. In the 6 months of wandering before, Huang Zhe did not look at the moon in the sky. As long as the time spent gazing at it is long, it is easy to create an illusion that the moon, too, is gazing at itself. Now that I think about it, perhaps that is not an illusion, but the moon in this world really has self-awareness. It should be this area. The Black Dragon returned to the place of yesterday's battle by feeling, and after searching carefully for a while, he was able to find some scattered dragon blood and undead bird blood on the ground, but strangely enough, not a single piece of those dragon scales or undead bird plumes were seen. Picked up? Huang Zhe was a bit surprised. The undead bird is the absolute overlord of this area. With a top predator like it, there won't be any large animals in the vicinity at all. And the battle he had with the undead bird yesterday was so shocking and intense that the few small animals were basically scared away as well. Who will be so resourceful to sneakily kill a horseback shot to pick up the things? Black Dragon found a place to land and let the warriors collect the blood on the ground, while he himself tried to use his sense of smell to see if he could find out the thief. Strange. Black Dragon sniffed with his nose for a while, then angled his head in confusion. The smell nearby was basically clean. Except for the scent of his and Immortal's blood, there was nothing more out of place. Is my sense of smell ability too poor? Or is that thief's ability to gather breath too strong? Huang Zhe thought about it and preferred the latter possibility. Although the Black Dragon's sense of taste, touch, and pain abilities had degraded quite a bit compared to humans, its hearing, vision, and sense of smell abilities had obviously been greatly strengthened as well. This was actually a natural evolutionary choice for quite a few transcendent creatures, as it allowed them to be more adept at fighting, making it easier for them to rule their territories and detect those foreign intruders in time. "Mr. Huang, that undead bird didn't leave," the warrior in charge of vigilance suddenly said nervously. "It's flying towards us." Damn! Huang Zhe also realized that it was not good, although he was not afraid of this undead bird, but after all, the person had the speed advantage. If it was determined to fight with him, then he really might not be able to protect the 6 warriors around him. After all, the battle between transcendental creatures, the energy intensity is really too high. Even just a little bit of aftershock will also cause great killings to ordinary people. So the Black Dragon hurriedly was exerting its hasty wisdom, using its claws to dig a large pit in the ground. then letting the warriors hide in it, and then using its own body on top of it to protect them. I really am also a good hand at digging earth. In the future, if I can't mix up, I can consider working at the construction site, and I can definitely earn a lot of money. The undead bird circled in the sky, and the atmosphere gradually became tense, but the black dragon could not help but desert. In less than a minute's work, the black dragon used its claws to dig out a large pit that was about 4 meters deep, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters long, or nearly 50 square meters of earth and stone. The cost of civil engineering outside of Xia's borders was obviously much higher than within its borders, and digging a square of earth was conservatively estimated to cost 50 summer dollars. And the black dragon can dig at least 3,000 square meters of soil per hour. That is, the hourly wage reached at least 150,000. This is properly the rhythm of the daily wage to break 1,000,000. All of a sudden Black Dragon was even more determined to get a construction team and become a contractor. In the future, he must catch a few more transcendent creatures that can work and come to work for himself. Ga. The undead bird was circling around the black dragon while continuously letting out ghostly cries, cursing and swearing obviously. I can't beat you, evil dragon. I'll curse you to death even if I curse you. Hey, silly bird, I let you off the hook yesterday. Don't be ungrateful. The undead bird didn't show any intention of attacking. Huangze couldn't help but feel relieved as well, and didn't care if the other party could understand human language. He directly shouted, I'm warning you that you'd better not make a move with me, or else if you accidentally injure a human being, I'll surely demolish your house and destroy the flame tree. Huangze originally wanted to say chase you to the end of the world, but then on second thought, such a threat might not be useful to the undead bird. For one thing, his own speed was far inferior to others. In case it was determined to run away, he really might not be able to catch up and find it. Secondly, undead birds are all short-tempered, so threatening them with death could easily make things worse, stimulating them to deliberately go against you. But threatening to demolish a home was different. From the indigenous intelligent races outside the country, CAS had organized and collected a lot of information and legends of the undead birds, and had some in-depth understanding of this transcendent creature. The reason why the number of undead birds was scarce was to a large extent because they had to build their nests on the flame tree, and only then could they hatch out their offspring. Flame tree is a very rare fire magic plant. Its heart-burning fire vitality is strong and domineering. Huge root system can penetrate hundreds of kilometers into the ground, covering more than a dozen kilometers in a radius, and wherever it passes, not an inch of grass will grow, and will be all nutrients and magical energy in one net. There are even rumors that the flame tree is actually made of dead undead birds, and that their ancient bloodline has suffered a curse and must be used in such a way as to sustain the continuation of the race. So for the undead birds, tearing down a home and destroying a tree is definitely a threat more terrifying than death. Of course, the premise of all this is that the undead birds can understand the human language of the black dragon. The good thing is that the intelligence of the undead bird is not low, although it may not be able to understand the human language, but it obviously also understands the meaning of the black dragon, and for a moment it really subsided. That's right. The black dragon was greatly satisfied, said, as the saying goes, don't fight, you should also feel out. I'm actually a good dragon in essence. There is no enmity towards you. Yesterday after we don't get along quite well? The undead bird rattled, unable to hear whether it was in favor or against. You see, not I say you. The lone bird is no future, destined to be unable to become a climate. Are so big a bird, even can not speak. The black dragon can't help but criticize. Look at you. The intelligence should not be low, but did not live to understand it all. People's pachyderms and parrots, with a brain smaller than a pigeon's egg, are able to speak? Your immortal bird clan is at least a transcendent creature. After tens of thousands of years of inheritance, you haven't even evolved the ability to speak, and it's too much of a mistake. Immortal bird Ga not come out, sharply stopped in the air dead staring at the black dragon. Also do not know whether it is in the vein to be taught, or annoyed. Come down, let's have a good chat. Later follow me to mix. The black dragon followed the good advice. I'll teach you to speak, teach you knowledge and culture, help you remake the glory of your ancestors, and make the undead bird clan great again. The immortal bird froze for a few seconds, and then seemed to have truly sensed its ancestors' summons, taking the initiative to descend from the sky and stood about 100 meters in front of the black dragon, tilting its head curiously as it looked at the black dragon. Looks like academician Ding was right. This silly bird really does have some special favor with me. Huangze's heart was overjoyed, and he hurriedly said amiably, little bird, look at you like this. I think you should not have a name yet. Why don't I help you get one? How about calling you Little Pooh in the future? The undead bird hasn't had time to comment. The black dragon himself shook his head first. No, This name is too descending in wisdom. You can't handle it. You're going to be a hero among the birds who can stand up to the heavens and swallow mountains and rivers in the future. So of course your name has to be more domineering. Let me think about it. Right. I forgot to ask your gender. Are you a male or a female? Why don't you answer me? What's there to be embarrassed about? The black dragon said with some confusion. Or is it that you yourself don't know your gender? It's not impossible. After all, you grew up as a lone bird without the teachings of the previous generation, and now you're still just a subadult body. It's only normal that you don't understand physiological common sense. How about this? You turn your ass around, I'll help you identify it. G.A. The undead bird finally couldn't listen anymore, rushed at the black dragon with a furious cry, then cursed and flapped his wings to leave. Hey, don't go Chat 2 more sentences. Chat 2 more sentences. The black dragon hurriedly retained, but unfortunately the undead bird's intention to go has been decided, and did not return to the bird's nest to fly away. If it didn't know nothing about the law, it might have wanted to sue this black dragon for sexual harassment. Indeed it is unenlightened does not know the slightest bit of modesty, does not refuse to face up to itself at all, cannot even accept such a small thing, just know to play temper. The black dragon cannot help but shake his head and sigh, realizing that this undead bird in the future quality education problem. I am afraid that it will be a big problem. I reckon those dragon scales and plumes, 9 times out of 10, were picked up by the undead bird. Black Dragon suddenly thought of this possibility, so he leaned down and said to the warriors in the pit, "Why don't you guys wait for me here for a while, and I'll go to its nest to get the stuff back?" "Alright, Mr. Huang, go ahead and don't worry about us." The warrior leading the group, Ma Jiming, raised the firearms in his hands and said with a smile, "These guys in our hands are borrowed from the dwarf's black gunpowder technology, and specially made with materials from outside of the country. They are also considered as semi-automatic magical weapons, and the power is actually not that bad. It might be a bit difficult to fight level 3 or 4 creatures, but it's definitely enough for self-protection." "That's good." The black dragon nodded and plowed everyone out of the hole, then used its claws to dig some trenches and bunkers for them to defend themselves. With that the black dragon was still a bit uneasy, then sprinkled a few bubbles of dragon urine around to mark the territory and prevent any ungrateful fellows from intruding, before flying towards the immortal bird's nest. "Mr. Huang, this is also too thoughtful." Eyeing the black dragon as it flew away, a warrior couldn't help but say, "Indeed." Ma Jiming also sighed. Even after transforming into a giant dragon and possessing strength far beyond us humans, his mindset is still well maintained, optimistic and cheerful, easygoing, able to actively think about others and willing to believe in his motherland. Such qualities are really too rare. Yes, human nature is usually selfish. Another warrior also couldn't help but say, "Just like our country, suddenly crossing into an unfamiliar world. In the face of such a special situation, all of our compatriots should have been united in their determination and unity, overcoming all the difficulties, and endeavoring to take root and gain a foothold in this world, creating a more brilliant future. But there are always some people who, for the sake of their own selfish desires, for the sake of that unseen and untouchable power and longevity, do not hesitate to sacrifice their own souls, betray their own homeland, and go to believe in those so-called deities. Why don't they use their brains to think about what ingredients those indigenous gods are? How are he any kind of philanthropist or savior? He is clearly the greatest exploiter and reactionary, outside the borders." "Silence," Ma Jiming hurriedly interrupted. "Don't forget that we are now outside of the country. Presuming to speak of gods is a great disrespect. It is easy for him to notice. If we offend him, it is guaranteed that there won't be any good fruit for us to eat." That warrior was stunned at his words, and was still a bit indignant. But he also knew that he couldn't act out of anger, so he only shut his mouth honestly. He knew that Ma was telling the truth. Unnameability was a characteristic of gods, and these terrifying fellows seemed to possess the magical ability to listen to every piece of land in the world beyond their borders, and as long as one chanted his name, they would easily be sensed by him. If it's just a believer's prayer or request for help, they usually don't pay any attention to it, unless the believer has made too many sacrifices, and then they reluctantly give some divine grace to show their mercy. If it was the behavior of a deluder or blasphemer, in order to maintain their sanctity, although they could not do zero tolerance, they would never easily condone it, and would be prepared to deal with it in a variety of ways depending on the situation. Minor degree of blacklisted, handed over to the nearby churches to deal with, usually issued a wanted notice, sent the church knights to hunt down, captured back to do a few decades of hard work to atone for their sins, or directly burned to death. Medium degree will be regarded as heresy. In addition to the use of the church power of the hunt, occasionally will also directly send around the horsemen angels personally hunt, from the physical and spiritual completely eliminate the heretic molecules. Serious degree of blasphemy. In addition to the above two ways to deal with, the gods will even personally enforce the law and directly send down divine punishment. However, limited by the influence of the world's will, the power of the gods, after all, could not interfere too much in the material world. So even though Xia, a country that had traveled from a different world, was very much at odds with the divine power in terms of its ideology and system, there were still no deities who initiated a divine war against Xia. The lack of certainty of victory was on the one hand. After all, Xia's current situation was still quite stable and its national power was strong. No deity was willing to go and be that outspoken and feel the power of nuclear leveling. On the other hand, the cake of Xia was simply too big, and the indigenous deities were not in agreement with each other, and the benefits were not distributed properly, so they simply could not come to an agreement in a moment's time. The rich materials, vast land, and tens of thousands of tons of gold of the Xia kingdom, not to mention, just the more than a billion high-quality souls and beliefs, is enough to make the gods go crazy. Therefore, the current main strategy of the indigenous deities against the Xia kingdom is actually to boil a frog in warm water, causing it to collapse and crumble from within, and finally be eaten up by the gods. In response to this situation, the Xia kingdom was certainly not entirely unresponsive. On the one hand, internally, it vigorously combated the spread of belief in the gods, exposing and publicizing them as dark and reactionary in nature, defining the gods in terms of biology, and denying their sanctity from the root. On the other hand, the Xia kingdom was also constantly contacting and helping, outside its borders, those intelligent races that had suffered from the slavery and oppression of the theocracy, spreading revolutionary ideas and theories to them, igniting a starry flame, and shaking the foundation of the gods' rule from the outside. Although the physical battle had yet to be fought, the ideological and spiritual war was already in full swing. The black dragon traveled lightly to the bird's nest of the undead bird and actually found those dragon scales and plumes inside. It seems that the undead bird is obviously also a knowledge of goods. No, to pick up these good things back to build a nest. The black dragon heart secretly. In fact, think about it, plume for the immortal bird is extremely important feathers. If they are allowed to be left in the wilderness and do not go to pick back, that is really strange. It. Hey, you child, really is a problem student. The teacher has come over for a home visit. You also don't know to entertain. The black dragon came uninvited, but also turtled the magpie's nest. But the undead bird was angry enough, angrily and constantly jumping around, spitting fragrance in the mouth. However, he didn't expect that instead of feeling the slightest bit of shame, the black dragon shamelessly beat him back. Don't scream. Since you like cursing so much, then try to learn to speak in the future. Otherwise, what's the use of cursing even more when no one else can understand you? The black dragon said nonchalantly while finding out his own dragon scales. Don't get excited. I came over just to take my own things back. I won't do anything to your bird's nest. This was not a lie on the part of the black dragon. After all, he was a law-abiding socialist dragon with high morals, and really had no intention of touching the property of the undead bird. As a transcendent creature, the undead bird actually had a not-so-small collecting fetish, and it had quite a few goodies hidden in its nest. Gemstones, magical beast crystal cores, beautiful feathers of other birds, dragon scales and dragon bones of other giants. There are a lot of trophies, and they are enough to open a not-so-small exhibition. Nah, watch it. These 9 dragon scales are mine. I didn't take a single thing of the other things from you. Oh. The black dragon finished looking for things and spread out its claws to show its innocence. Then added, not only that, I will also leave a piece of dragon scale for you as a spiritual compensation fee for you, and at the same time formally apologize to you. I'm sorry for scaring you yesterday and today. With that, he bowed seriously, not caring if the undead bird understood such etiquette. The undead bird was originally quite agitated, thinking that the black dragon wanted to dismiss itself by taking a piece of dragon scale. It was too much of a bully to the bird to know. Yesterday it fought off, behind the plumes that were plucked off in the summer people's base, no less than 30 pieces. The whole buttocks were bald for a small half. For the immortal bird that has always loved beauty, don't mention how angry and sad it was. If it wasn't for the black dragon's lightning bolt yesterday, which awakened the ancestors' will in the depths of the immortal bird's bloodline, instructing it not to be an enemy of the black dragon, or even to take the initiative to get close to him and form an alliance with him. Miss Immortal Bird, who had always been fierce and had never suffered that kind of aggravation, might have long ago been a final annihilation and directly exploded herself to die with the black dragon. However, despite the will of the ancestors, the undead bird still hated the abominable black dragon to the extreme. However, the black dragon will actually take the initiative to apologize to it. Or the undead bird will be confused, let a giant dragon to the undead bird to apologize and admit their mistakes. This is really unheard of. It is simply more difficult than killing the giant dragon. Fortunately, the immortal bird's not-so-developed brain circuits didn't dwell on that much, but instead gave a slightly condescending shimmering chirp. Sort of accepting the black dragon's apology. Nope. Accepting its bowing down. Ha! You really understand what I'm saying? The black dragon suddenly realized as an afterthought that although the two of them were speaking human language and bird language, strangely enough, the communication was actually quite smooth, and the undead bird could clearly understand the meaning of his words. But one's own bird language to it is obviously only half understood. Ah, really? I don't think you've learned the summer language, right? The black dragon was bursting with curiosity, and even wanted to jump over and touch the bird head of the immortal bird, asking it how it grew inside and what kind of chip it contained. The immortal bird ignored the black dragon and combed its own feathers. It had two hobbies in its life. One was combing its feathers and the other was singing. Birds usually sang for courtship, and with the black dragon around, the immortal bird obviously wouldn't have that kind of interest, so it could only be combing its feathers. It's also right. You're just a silly bird. You can't even speak. How can you answer such a profound question? The black dragon's mind is put in a good place, but also did not get angry. After all, even if the undead bird is willing to answer his own questions, but after all, he does not understand the bird language. The communication must be very laborious. So this kind of professional problem, it is best to leave it to the professionals. Go back to find Academician Ding and ask them. As he was worried about the safety of those few warriors, Black Dragon, the dutiful teacher, eventually did not stay for long, and after instructing the undead bird not to run around and honestly stay in the nest for self-study, he flapped his wings and left. As for what it was for the undead bird to study on its own, of course it was literally, you can study whatever you want. It's not what you learn that's important. It's the fact that you're going to learn it. However, Mr. Black Dragon said that the next time he came, he would definitely bring it a few language textbooks to teach it how to pronounce words. Is deserting the immortal bird classmates heard. The mood is obviously a little change. Bird eyes are staring at the boss. This Huang Zhe heart is quite pleased. Think the immortal bird student's heart is still quite motivated. Quite good to learn. Otherwise it will not be so excited. Smoothly pick up nothing unexpected. But by the smell of dragon urine smoke some of the top of the 6 warriors, this is also the black dragon careful to do bad things. The urine of the dragon. The lethality is even more fierce than biochemical weapons. Although the black dragon also considered this problem at that time, as far as possible, but also 200 or 300 meters away. By the wind, that feeling, simply cannot be described in words. In the end, the 6 people hurriedly fled back to the pit. But fortunately, the black dragon folded back not too long, so it was not easy to survive. A dragon 6 people finally near noon, successfully returned to the base. As soon as they returned to the base, the 6 were sent to be sterilized and put on oxygen, and 2 of them were later heard to have been sent to the intensive care unit for recuperation, causing the black dragon to be embarrassed. If only we could get the dragon blood potion out, then they could be transformed into dragon blood warriors, and their physical qualities would be greatly improved, so they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Huang Zhe thought with some regret as he chewed the bison meat in his mouth. He wasn't exactly a pure energy body being yet after all, and although he was able to use charging to replenish most of the energy needed in his body, he still had to replenish a large amount of flesh and blood matter every day in order to maintain his body's health. Bison Meat is the logistics group specially sent people outside the country to fight for him. Pure natural. No pollution. Magic energy is abundant. Nutritional value is almost 3 times the territory of beef. The key is that the taste is also much better. Quite popular with the Black Dragon's favorite. Summer Academy of Sciences plans to build a ranch for me outside the country, raising so many thousands of cows every year, specifically for my consumption, but also let me take more to send guests to make more friends. Black Dragon can't help but be a little moved. Huang Zhe, you see how good the country is to you. You must know how to be thankful. Correct your attitude. Work seriously, and never let down the trust of the country and the people. Mr. Huang, good noon. A voice came. Black Dragon didn't need to look to know that it was his own psychological counselor, so he didn't raise his head and casually replied, "Why are you here? It seems like it's not the time for psychological counseling, right?" The research team of the Summer Academy of Sciences has given him a work and rest schedule, which is said to summarize the experience and facilitate the scientific raising of dragons. In the future, oh, no, it is to ensure the physical and mental health of the Black Dragon. Mr. Huang, isn't at counseling time. That I can't come? Gowing smiled and said, a psychological counselor and his counseling subject should not just be a simple doctor-patient relationship. Usually they should also have more contact and understanding. It is best to become friends who have nothing to talk about. This will help communication. Mr. Huang, I wonder if I could have the honor of becoming your friend? Friend, Black Dragon muttered. As an otaku, he actually wasn't very keen on making friends, but it wasn't impossible if this person was Gaoing. Well, then we'll be friends from now on. The Black Dragon sized up Gaoing for a few seconds and agreed, then politely said, have you eaten lunch yet? Want some? Well, Black Dragon is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Treating his friends has always been enough. Considering that it was lunchtime, Gaoing might not have eaten anything yet, so he took the initiative to invite her to enjoy the bison meat with him. No, no need. Gaoing looked at the bloodied beef and waved her hand repeatedly, saying, thanks to Mr. Huang's kindness, but I can't eat raw. It doesn't matter. I'm not able to breathe fire. I can use the dragon's breath to help you roast. The Black Dragon enthusiastically said. Just think of it as treating you to a barbecue. How many minutes cooked do you like? It's really not necessary. Gaoing was really a bit impressed. Dragon breath grilled meat. This sounded super pushy, but in the end she shook her head and said, bison meat from outside the country contains a lot of magic elements. It's not something my body can digest anymore. Eating it will easily lead to food poisoning. This way the Black Dragon was a bit sad. He also suddenly thought of this trick using dragon breath to roast the meat. First let Gaoing come to explore and try out his own craftsmanship. No, it's the mouth art. If the flavor is really good, turn around and ask Dad and Mom to taste it as well. After transforming into a Black Dragon with an empty body of power and talent, but did not let Dad and Mom enjoy what benefits, Huang's heart has been quite self-condemnation. Mr. Huang, is the injury on your back better? Gaoing knew that the Black Dragon fought yesterday and lost several dragon scales, so she asked with concern. Much better, the Black Dragon said without thinking. It's just a little injury. It's actually just a bit of skin that fell off. It will grow back in a few days. Really? Gaoing frowned slightly, more or less in disbelief, saying, but I clearly saw you fight so fiercely with the immortal bird yesterday, with your skin split open and bloodied. Can this be considered a small injury? As a psychological counselor approved by Black Dragon, Gaoing had the honor to replay and watch the process of the fight between Black Dragon and immortal bird yesterday. Even though she already knew the result, she still watched with a heartbreaking heart, and several times suspected that Black Dragon might have to die. Of course it counts as a minor injury. The Black Dragon sped up, spat out all the remaining beef in one gulp, and then hit a cartwheel, allowing Gaoing to see the injury on his back, saying, if you don't believe me, you can see for yourself, that it has already scarred long ago. From beginning to end, I didn't feel much pain. Of course, this is actually mainly because the pain-sensing nerves in the Black Dragon's body degraded very much, making their ability to tolerate pain, almost to the point of outrageous, is notoriously tough. Amazing, Gaoing exclaimed in astonishment, as she saw that the Black Dragon's injuries were indeed all scarred, and apart from the fact that it had yet to grow scales, it was simply impossible to tell that it had suffered the injuries yesterday. Gaoing subconsciously probed out her hand, then paused violently and asked cautiously, Mr. Huang, can I touch your wound? Better not. The Black Dragon was not understanding, and directly refused. Although I do not have to worry about any bacterial infections, but my wound is after all without the protection of the dragon scales, and the externally radiated energy may be a bit large, so there is a possibility that if you touch it with your hand, it may injure your hand. Oh, well, Gaoing was very disappointed. She had fantasized that if the Black Dragon agreed, it meant that it was very good at talking, and next she could strike while the iron was hot and find a chance to propose to it that she wished to ride on its back for a little bit of fun, so that half of the dragon rider's achievement would be reached. I can't imagine that Mr. Huang's body's self-healing ability would be so powerful, Gaoing said thoughtfully. In that case, our plan to naturalize the dragon has to be advanced. Advance? The Black Dragon said curiously. You guys came up with a new plan so soon? Yeah. Gaoing seemed to be somewhat self-satisfied and said happily. In the morning, Academician Ding organized a seminar for us to start from scratch, and highly endorsed my point of view, deciding to reformulate a script for the naturalization of the giant dragons. The current script after the initial discussion is, Mr. Huang, you are a powerful black dragon cursed by an evil god, and one day just couldn't resist the double torment of your body and soul, and in a daze, you intruded into the airspace of our Xia country, and then I was saved by you guys? Huang Zhe couldn't help but spit out. Not that I'm saying. This script doesn't seem to be very reasonable, right? Not to mention whether or not our country has the ability to save a black dragon that has been cursed by an evil god. Even if it does, what makes the giant dragon so certain to be grateful to our country? You have to know that being thin-skinned and unsympathetic, and being vengeful is the nature of a giant dragon. And trying to use the mere gift of saving a life to establish the persona of a naturalized giant dragon is a bit untenable, isn't it? Mr. Huang, listen to me first. Gowing patiently listened to the black dragon before smiling. According to our script, in the beginning, we didn't think of rescuing this black dragon, and even hit it with an anti-aircraft missile instead. Hit it with an air defense missile? The black dragon froze for a moment, then was surprised. Isn't this black dragon me? If you guys hit it with air defense missiles, aren't you hitting me? Is there such an abuse of the master? Why is it unfolding like this? It's like this, Gowing explained. Logically speaking, in the beginning, we didn't recognize this black dragon, and it wasn't clear whether it was a foe or a friend. So after it intruded into our country's airspace, we of course had to take countermeasures. Since the black dragon was delirious at the time, and had been ignoring our stern warnings and refusing to be taken down, we of course had to shoot it down in order to maintain our homeland security. The black dragon was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the same situation it encountered when it first returned to China? It thought about it carefully and gradually understood this new script of Gao Ying's. Indeed, it was the only way to act more logically and make it unexpected that the black dragon was actually an actor. So, you guys are planning to take advantage of the fact that my injuries haven't fully healed to make this plot first? The black dragon came to a sudden realization, then said without a trace of humor, after all, the only way to film the black dragon being wounded and captured would seem real as if it was the one who actually suffered the injury. Right. Gowing nodded repeatedly, then said somewhat nervously, Mr. Huang, are you willing to accept such a plot and cooperate with us to bring it to life? Black Dragon didn't answer directly, but instead looked at Gowing with interest and said, let's not talk about this for now. Let me guess. This plot unfolding is something you came up with, right? That's right. Gowing hesitated for a moment, then frankly nodded, saying, indeed, I was the first to bring it up, and I also know that this plot is a bit unfair to you, Mr. Huang, and requires you to make sacrifices and suffer quite a bit of aggravation. So Mr. Huang, if you have any anger in your heart, despite to me, anger? Black Dragon shook his head slightly and said, isn't your script quite rigorous and logical? I can't even wait to appreciate it, so how could I get angry? Gowing was momentarily unable to distinguish whether the Black Dragon was speaking the truth or was being conspiratorial, and carefully sized it up for a while before saying weakly, really? What's the point of lying to you? The Black Dragon yawned, lazily said, it is not just to get a few missiles. What a big deal. Anyway, it is more reliable than that what human and dragon love. A black dragon. Actually with a human woman loved to death. Dead and alive. Such a dog blood plot. Not to mention let me go to play. Just let me think about. I cannot help but want to use the dragon claws to key out a 3-room hall. Black Dragon spat out heartily. Compared to this, your thinking is obviously much more reliable. And I'll be much smoother in acting. Don't worry. I will definitely actively cooperate with you and play the role of the naturalized giant dragon well. Great. Mr. Huang, you are just too reasonable. Thank you for understanding. Gowing jumped up in excitement before pouncing over to give the black dragon a hug. It was a pity that the black dragon's body was just too huge for her, and pouncing over was like hitting a wall, bouncing right back and falling to the ground. However, Gowing wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, she couldn't help but reveal a silly smile. She seemed to have found the right way to tame the black dragon. The efficiency of the research team was very high, and after Gowing went back to report, she dispatched her manpower in the afternoon and filmed the episode where the indigenous black dragon accidentally trespassed into the territory of the Summer Kingdom and was then shot down by a missile. Of course, this was also mainly because the plot was simple. There was almost no written scenes or lines. The black dragon only needed to pretend to be dazed and fly into the territory, then get hit by a few missiles and successfully crash and lie on the ground pretending to be dead. Mr. Huang, are you okay? As soon as they finished filming, Ding Shuwen and the others hurriedly surrounded them. The directing team had originally planned to tie some explosives to the black dragon beforehand, then hit it with missiles carrying fake warheads, and just shoot pretty much the same explosion effect. However, for this plan, the black dragon was clearly against it. It thought that the naturalization of the giant dragon was a long-term, important image project, and in the future there would definitely be a lot of people staring at it, so it was necessary to ensure a high enough level of realism, and it could not be faked in any way. Therefore it suggested that it would be best to come at it for real and directly fuck it with real missiles. Everyone was shocked by the black dragon's attitude of striving for excellence, and at the same time knew that its considerations were not unreasonable. The persona of the naturalized dragon was very important to Xia, and if it accidentally wore out its welcome, it would not end well. So they accepted the black dragon's suggestion, and directly used 2 genuine Thunderbolt 12s to fake the black dragon down. Just as everyone was touched by the black dragon's dedication and were worried about its well-being, only Gowing vaguely sensed that something was wrong. This black dragon, Mr. Huang, seemed to have some masochistic tendencies. I'm fine. The black dragon grimly climbed up from the ground, and said with a big grin, "It's not right, ah. Why do you guys have so little confidence in me again? Haven't you always been quite optimistic about me before?" Two missiles launched by the fighter, from above, directly hit the back of the black dragon. Not only will those few pieces of glue stain up dragon scales off, at the same time the violent impact will also be the black dragon's injuries re-tear. Blood and flesh looks like it was hit by a really serious injury. Can be said to be perfect to achieve the desired effect of the shooting. However, with such a serious injury, the black dragon seemed to not feel the slightest pain, and proudly said, "Although my body in the territory is greatly suppressed, but two anti-aircraft missiles with a combat part of less than 100 kilograms, want to beat me to death and maim me? It's still too much to look down on me. My hundreds of thousands of degrees of electricity is not charged for nothing. Right? How should the next plot play out?" The black dragon changed the topic and curiously said, "Is it necessary to pull me back to the base to be locked up for a period of time to do some research and examination?" "Yes." Seeing that there was indeed nothing serious wrong with Black Dragon, Ding Shuwen was relieved and smiled. "According to the normal process, Mr. Huang, you do need to be brought to the Research Institute to receive some scientific research work." "And then?" Black Dragon continued to ask. "If it's just accepting research, it seems difficult to draw out the opportunity for me to naturalize the Xia Kingdom, right?" "That's right." Ding Shuwen nodded and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Huang. We certainly won't be naive enough to think that some scientific research experiments will be able to subvert a giant dragon's three views and make it completely return to its heart. This should be a long, subtle process. It's to wait for the giant dragon to come into deeper contact and understand every aspect of our Xia country, and then it will continue to generate an accumulation within itself, and eventually, quantitative changes will cause qualitative changes, and its thoughts will begin to awaken, and it will decide to go against the heavens and change its destiny, and become the first giant dragon revolutionary in history." "Okay, sounds good. Let's follow your setup." Once the black dragon heard this, he knew that they had something in mind, not third-rate screenwriters making things up, but had formulated a detailed and reasonable plan. Gargoyle Revolutionary. The name sounds very energizing. The filming continued as the black dragon closed his eyes and played dead, waiting for the military to cart him back to the base for a week of study and examination. In fact, from this day onward, his primary identity was no longer Huang Zhe, a Xia native, but the indigenous black dragon Doze, and Huang Zhe had a vague intuition that the identity of the dragon revolutionary would be more than just a persona he played, but would be integrated into his life, accompanying him for the rest of his life. The next day at 7:20 p.m., CCTV News. News from this station. Yesterday afternoon at 4:35 p.m., a black dragon mistakenly entered our airspace. The local border guards reacted quickly, immediately sending fighter jets to intercept it, and after many ineffective attempts to dissuade it and warn it, they could only regrettably end up firing a missile to shoot it down. With that, a short 20-second video was played. Two J-20 fighters dryly and directly fired missiles to shoot down the giant dragon. Once this news was aired, it quickly caused a sensation on the internet. An online forum, Awesome My Country, actually even shot down the giant dragon. My god, what a big one. I'm afraid it doesn't weigh 200 tons. I don't know how this giant dragon will be dealt with. I hope it will be fair. Every family will share a little bit. Thinking about farts to eat it. Just one giant dragon. Share more than 1 billion people. Playing soup is not enough. It's a pity it's at the border. It's too far away. Or maybe we can go pick up some dragon blood and meat. Don't you guys think this black dragon is so pathetic? Not even the power of resistance. Directly by the missile dry down. Indeed. I'm a member of the Caring Dragon Protection Association. It's so heartbreaking to see the dragon being violently killed like this. Caring for Gargoyle Protection Association? There's actually such an association? Some netizens expressed curiosity. The giant dragon is so powerful. It still needs you, a human, to protect it. Sick in the head, right? There were also cranky old men who directly sprayed. Gargoyles are indeed powerful, but that doesn't conflict with them needing protection at all. The netizens from the Caring for Dragons Association replied, "Do you know to what extent this ancient species of dragons has become endangered? Some experts have analyzed the data and found that the total number of megalosaurus in the world is probably less than 10,000. And that's if all the pseudo-dragons have been counted as well. And like the black dragon, a relatively rare giant dragon, the total number may even be less than 500. Rarer than our national treasure, the giant panda. And even more disturbing is that their numbers are still decreasing. May I ask if such an endangered and precious species is not worthy of our care and protection? Not. How did you get this statistic? A netizen asked in disbelief. Currently, our country hasn't even figured out how wide the world outside of our borders is. So how can we possibly tally up the total number of gargoyles? You mustn't tell me that the gargoyle clan themselves have also conducted a census? What's so difficult about that? It can be easily projected. The netizen from the Caring for Gargoyles Association returned. Hasn't our country conducted special reconnaissance and statistics for an area of 200 kilometers outside its borders? According to the statistics, in this area of over 3 million square kilometers, there are only less than 40 giant dragons living. That is to say, almost 100,000 square kilometers of land. There is only one giant dragon. And this ratio, outside of the country, is still considered high, because there are several giant dragons that have specially migrated over after we appeared in the summer country, to see if they can reap some benefits from us. 100,000 square kilometers a giant dragon. According to this ratio, assuming that the offshore world's land area, which is comparable to our Earth, is also around 150 million square kilometers, it works out to be 1,500 giant dragons. The area of the offshore world, however, is definitely quite a bit larger than our Earth, but a material realm cannot be boundless and infinite, and scientists generally agree that its land area is about 5 to 6 times that of our Earth. That is to say, the entire population of the giant dragons, at most, is around 9,000. Kind of makes sense. Oh. A netizen replied. It seems like in the fantasy world, the giant dragon is really an endangered creature. Isn't Smaug the last giant dragon in Middle-earth? And it really did become extinct in a single accident. That's the reason. Ancient creatures like the gargoyles are empty of powerful strength, but the continuity of the race is very fragile. If we don't care and protect them more, they will sooner or later go extinct. The netizen of the Caring Dragon Protection Association replied. That's why our association was initially established, to call on more people to care for and protect the dragons. It's really funny that needs to be protected because of its scarcity. Then the devils in hell are even scarcer. Don't they also need us to protect them? Some netizens clearly expressed their opposition. I think you guys are just overflowing with saintly hearts and have nothing to do after eating your fill. If it's not my species, their hearts will be different. I think the prerequisite for a species to become a protected animal is that their existence will not pose a threat to our human lives, to our human interests. And the gargoyles are obviously not in this category. They are an intelligent race. What kind of temperament and composition they used to be? No need for me to say more, right? Rampaging, burning, looting, and doing evil are inherently on the opposite side of us humans. Still want to protect them, protect ourselves first. That's it. This kind of stupid and arrogant creatures like the giant dragon. Extinction is extinction. Reigning as king for so many years, but no contribution to this world. It should have been out of the stage of history long ago. That's right. Gargoyles are definitely not worth protecting. Their flesh and blood contains very powerful life energy, which can effectively improve and strengthen the genes of our Xia people. I think we should find a way to catch them all as soon as possible, and artificially domesticate and breed them. This is the best way to care and protect them. And protection. There were clearly more netizens with opposing views, posting back in support. The blood and flesh of a giant dragon cannot be eaten. How many times have the officials said that? The netizens from the Caring Gargoyle Association typed out a series of exclamation points to express their exasperation and excitement. You believe this? A netizen scoffed. This is obviously official fake news, just to brainwash fools like you. After all, dragon blood and meat are good things that can help people strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives, but they're really too rare. Only the official masters can enjoy them. If they're also missed by us assholes, and the group is boiling over, how else can we end up? I bet. This black dragon will be nowhere to be found in the end. Dead, eaten up by vested interests. Even a mouthful of soup is not the turn of us common people. Impossible. It's a very obvious fact that dragon blood contains a high level of poison. As long as it's been in close contact with people, they definitely wouldn't dare to eat it. The netizens from the Caring for Dragons Association said. And you guys don't think about it. If the country really wants to engage in backroom operations like you say, then why bother to broadcast this news? Just secretly deal with it behind the scenes? This must be because too many people knew about it and couldn't suppress it, so it had to be blown up. A netizen quickly replied. And when you say that dragon blood is toxic, how do you explain the dragon blood warriors outside of the country? Many of them, but they metamorphosed by drinking dragon blood later in life. If it's really poisonous, they dare to do so? That's because the humans outside the country, their genes are completely different from us humans, and their bloodline originally had a certain origin with the giant dragons. So naturally, they can't be generalized with us. The netizens of the Caring for Gargoyles Association replied. Nonsense. The microcosm has long been locked up, and the genetic realm is no exception. How do you know that their genes are completely different from ours? A netizen immediately retorted. You have to know. Just from the biological nature alone. Many indigenous humans outside of the country can be said to be almost identical to us Xia people. I've even heard that there have been compatriots who have smuggled out and knocked up indigenous girls outside the country, which means that they aren't even reproductively segregated from us, and they still say that they're genetically completely different from us? Don't talk to him. This person knows at a glance that he's been brainwashed by the officials and washed silly. It's useless for you to talk to him anymore. A netizen interjected. To make us all believe that dragon blood is toxic, the best way is to let the state pull this black dragon out and slip it around the big cities in the country. Open exhibitions to allow us common people to have close contact and experiments. Seeing is believing. So that we can dispel everyone's skepticism. This is simply impossible. A netizen replied. The dragon is covered with treasures. How can the country pull out such precious things to me and other assholes to visit? That's right. Also pull out the science exhibition. Want to fart to eat it? This black dragon may have long been under the pot. In the fantasy world, eat dragon meat and drink dragon blood. Almost can be said to be the dream of all people. I don't believe that those officials up there can hold back. Hey, there are some places in the country right now. What is done is really quite disappointing. Some netizens spit out. Last month my family, because of the need for financial turnover, want to go out a few pounds of gold. It is not easy to find a suitable buyer. Just want to deliver the goods with the people. Was caught by the national security. Said we are illegal transactions. The gold was confiscated, not to mention that, but also put my father in jail for a few days. Really? This is too pitiful. Right? It's true. Our country's regulation of gold now, very strict, has completely banned the market circulation of gold. Even private possession is not allowed. My family exists in the bank of a few gold bars. Now also has been unable to take out, can only be changed into summer dollars. Let me say a fair word. This policy is actually no excuse. Right. A netizen replied. Gold is a very important strategic resource in this world. In order to prevent it from being lost outside the country stepped in to do the relevant macro control, which is undoubtedly very necessary and correct. I also support, anyway, ordinary people's families. The home does not have a few pounds of gold. If it is left unchecked, the cheap is not those who are rich. The loss is the interests of the whole country. A netizen replied with a follow-up post. I heard that it seems like it only takes 1 pound of gold to solve the problem of our Xia people being incompatible with the laws outside of the country, enabling us to live freely outside of the country. That's really true. A netizen in the know replied. The indigenous gods and goddesses outside the borders are very fond of gold. Find a random god or goddess to initiate a prayer. Offer him your faith and a pound of gold, and he will use his divine power to transform your body so that it can combine properly with the magical elements, and thus live freely outside the borders just like those indigenous creatures. For this alone, if the country doesn't strictly control the gold, there's no telling how many rich people will sneak offshore and use the gold to trade for power and longevity. From the gods. Really? It's actually so easy to smuggle people outside of the country? Some netizens couldn't help but be a bit moved, and were about to reply to the post to follow up, but realized that the original post had already been deleted. MS. Read. 50 pounds of gold for a liter of dragon's blood. This price is too high. Forgive us for not being able to accept it. Outside the southwestern borderline, on an unknown hill, a few Xiao people were having their nth round of business negotiations with a lady with long fiery red hair, an incomparably voluptuous figure, and beautiful beyond words. That's right, this red lady was, naturally, the red dragon that was interested in selling dragon blood to the Xia people. You guys have to accept it even if you don't. MS. Red slapped the stone table and said with a ferocious face, I'm only talking to you guys for so long because of your Xia people's face, so don't be ungrateful and challenge my patience and temper again and again. 50 pounds of gold for a liter of dragon blood. That's the price. Whether you guys buy it or not, you have to hand over the gold to me today. MS. Red. It's not that we don't respect you, but we just can't accept this price. The leader of the Xia people laughed bitterly. Now our country's regulation of gold is very strict. Wanting to transport several hundred pounds of gold out is very difficult. The risk is very high. I'm sure you don't want that the transaction between us can only be carried out once, right? I don't care. Don't talk about these useless things. Old lady only wants gold. MS. Red impatiently said, if you don't have gold, then let your country's officials come and talk to me. Don't think that I'm stupid. If I can do such a big deal, you guys must be very smart. 9 times out of 10, you have an official background. I've figured it out. Instead of talking to you minions, I'd rather talk to the Xia officials directly. Don't they have tens of thousands of tons of gold reserves? maybe if I have a better attitude, and become the first dragon to take the initiative to cooperate with the Xia Kingdom officials, then the matter of buying dragon blood for $1,000 may not be something they can't do. Several Xia people looked at each other in dismay, never expecting Ms. Red to say such words, and for a moment, they couldn't help but be somewhat silent. After a while, the one at the head of the group carefully said, "But if that's really the case, aren't you afraid of being blackmailed, Ms. Red? You have to know, the official reputation of the summer country is not very good. Even the freedom of their own nationals to enter and exit the country, even the legitimate wealth of their own nationals can be exploited and restricted. What else can they not do? Our Chiron's reputation doesn't seem to be very good either. So why aren't you guys afraid of being blackmailed by me?" Ms. Red seemed to smile and said, "It's just that the returns are high enough to be willing to take the risk." A few Xia people were dumbfounded and had to admit that Ms. Red had a point. If they weren't profit-minded and tempted by power and longevity, how would they have risked their lives to get in close contact with a powerful red dragon? Even if this red dragon, an alternative amongst the dragons, was presumed to have lived in the human world for a long period of time, and to have taught some rules and reasoning, or else it wouldn't have sprung up with such an odd idea as actively selling blood to humans. However, it is also because of the understanding of human beings, resulting in this red dragon is very bad to fool. A few people make every effort. It is not easy from 100 pounds of gold to a liter of dragon blood, kill the price to 51 liters, and then down. The red dragon on the death of also refused to agree. According to the red dragon this is still on the basis of everyone is woking believers. On the face of you are summer people. It will let the price so much, otherwise a gram of gold will not be less. Yes, these few Xia people, all of them were smuggled out of the country because they aspired to the magic world outside the country. In order to be able to live freely outside the country, they have already offered gold and faith to the god of commerce, Woking, and have become free people outside the country. Ms. Red, if you can provide the formula for the dragon's blood potion, then we are willing to accept this price. A few people lowered their heads and discussed for a while before the one in the lead finally said, "Impossible." Ms. Red shook her head and snorted. Asking a giant dragon for the formula of a dragon blood potion. What were you thinking? The dragon blood potion, an ancient potion that can allow humans to possess the power of a giant dragon as well. It first originated from the dragon god's gift to humans in punishment to the giant dragons, and the main ingredient is the blood of a true dragon. If I gave the potion formula to you Xia people, wouldn't I be encouraging you to hunt other giant dragons in disguise? And wouldn't that make me a sinner of the dragon race? I'm a dragon with principles. I definitely won't do anything that sells out my race. Unless it's, you guys adding money. Add money? The spirit of the person in the lead was revitalized, and he hurriedly said, "Ms. Red, how much do you want?" 100 tons of gold. Ms. Red's lion's opening. No, this is clearly a huge dragon's big opening. 100 tons. Why don't you go rob? The man at the head blurted out, even forgetting to use honorifics. Oops, I did have the thought of going over to rob, but it's not that I can't rob you summer people. Ms. Red hemmed and hawed and said, "But 100 tons of gold for the formula of the dragon blood potion. You guys actually don't lose anything at all. With this, you guys will be able to mass-produce dragon blood warriors, making up for the shortcomings of your Xia people's weak individual strength, and thus becoming the true hegemon of this world. This kind of thing that concerns the fate of the country. Could it be that you guys still can't afford to part with a mere 100 tons of gold? Ms. Red, you are also too high on us. Now we are already defectors from the Xia Kingdom, and we can't return to our homes, not to mention 100 tons of gold, even a ton. We can't take out." The person in the lead laughed bitterly. "You can't take it out. Let the people behind you not take it out." Ms. Red said with some impatience, "Don't think that I don't know. You so-called defectors must be inextricably linked with the official Xia state, behind which there exists a huge network of relations, and perhaps even have received official endorsement and tacit approval. Otherwise, with your summer countries so advanced in magical technology, so powerful organizational and management capabilities, if you really have an iron grip, you still can't control you stowaways?" Ms. Red, you know our Xia country well? The person in the lead said with some surprise, although he also knew that it was impossible to hide the situation within Xia country from the outside world for too long. But after all, the giant dragon was a very poorly socialized creature, and had never been very well informed, and to actually be able to understand it so clearly so quickly, was more or less still a bit surprising. Of course, Ms. Red seemed to smile, said, "After all, you Xia people are rich, but also our world, the most powerful alien race ever. Even the gods are bedeviled by your arrival. As a lone dragon, I have a strong sense of worry. and will pay special attention to and understand your Xia kingdom. Isn't this normal? Several Xia countries exchanged eye contact for a while, and their faces were all a bit ugly. How could they not know that there must be some Xia country people who had smuggled out of the country? Who had taken the initiative to defect to this red dragon and revealed this information to her? Of course, it could also be that this red dragon threatened or kidnapped some Xia people by force, and learned a large amount of information about Xia from them. Either way, the result was the same. This red dragon already had a relatively deep understanding of Xia, and was clearly revealing a greater ambition. She wanted to obtain more from Xia. Ms. Red, your request I really can't do, the Lord. Need to go back and discuss with people higher up, before I can give you an answer. The person in charge pondered for a moment, then said to Red Dragon, it can be. Ms. Red thought for a moment and said, but you can only go back alone, and I'll only give you 4 hours. I have to get an answer before sunset, or I'll kill these few companions of yours. After all, I just said that today I must see the gold. Although we dragons often do not talk, but this time, the old lady is absolutely serious. There are only 4 hours. Can old Zhang make it back? The few Xia people who were left behind were more or less apprehensive in their hearts, and one of the young men couldn't help but whisper to his companion. They are responsible for negotiating with the Red Dragon Squad, a total of 5 people. The leader of the man surnamed Zhang, used to be a rich second generation, quite a network and courage, is considered to be the main initiator of this smuggling organization. After the occurrence of this matter of crossing the other world, when ordinary people were still panicking over the change of heaven and earth, some ambitious people with guts and conditions had already started to secretly contact with the foreign countries. Then they soon realized that the magic world outside the country was far more exciting than the modern world. Here, you can learn mesmerizing magic, gain a lifespan that far exceeds that of normal people, and witness and create more miracles, as long as you manage it with all your heart. The world outside the borders is absolutely great, and traveling through other worlds and conquering other worlds has always been a popular topic in network novels, and there are countless people who have been affected by this idea. So before the country even took it seriously, old Zhang and the others had already organized hundreds of like-minded netizens to start researching and exploring the world outside their borders. In just half a year, this organization of theirs, they have managed to have tens of thousands of official members, as well as millions of peripheral members, and also formed a huge network of relationships, chains of interests, covering both black and white. Oh, the black one was killed long ago. It should be the political and business channels, and it possesses an extremely powerful influence in the southern part of the summer country, which is the best part of the country. If not the country realized in time, they act like this is extremely selfish and reckless, is emptying the country's resources and wealth to grow their own, sooner or later will be out of control, backfired on the motherland, causing widespread social unrest. So they hastened to strengthen the supervision of gold and the movement of people, which was barely able to curb their development. Otherwise, the number of people smuggled outside the country in the past 6 months would definitely be more than just a mere 10 or 20,000, but in the millions. To know, the ticket to freely join outside the country was 1 pound of gold. Even if it was just 1 million people, that was 500 tons of gold. If the loss continued at this rate, it would be impossible for Xia to support it for long. People's hearts would be in turmoil, and the entire country would collapse. Surely we can make it back. The other person was also a bit uneasy in his heart, but still cheered. I know old Zhang. He is a very righteous person. He definitely won't care if we live or die. And we all know the importance of the dragon blood potion formula. Even if the organization doesn't have that much gold, we can still go to the official channels for help. Don't worry, even if he can't make it back, I won't kill you guys. Ms. Red, who was flipping through a book in the Xia language, coldly spoke. As you Xia people say, what is the most valuable thing in the world? Talent. Talent is the most valuable resource. As long as there is talent, wealth and endeavors will naturally follow. Daring to break the boat to come outside the country, I think your abilities and insights should be quite good. It's too bad to kill them. It's better to stay and be my slaves. Several people looked at each other in dismay, unable to guess why Ms. Red would suddenly say something like this. It sounds like she is buying people's hearts. Actually, I quite like your summer country, especially your civilization. Ms. Red seemed to be a bit emotional, and continued, your Xia country, in fact, is not a country so simple at all, but a terrible civilization disguised as a country. It seems to be gentle and harmless, but in fact, it is a very powerful aggression, and a very terrifying assimilation ability. Even I, an adult dragon that has lived for thousands of years, couldn't help but feel a little yearning after coming into contact with the civilization of your Xia people. Obviously, The history of your civilization is only a few thousand years short, not even as long as the lifespan of some old dragons, but the elements here, the details here, are far richer and more wonderful than the history of our dragon race for several hundreds of thousands of years. Ms. Red tilted her head to look at the sun in the sky, seeing that it happened to be covered by clouds, before continuing, saying, "Of course, it's also mainly because this world of ours is too dark and dreary, with the gods controlling everything, and war and chaos being the constant themes that keep the dragons alive. You Xia people can come. In fact, I am quite welcome. After all, this rotten world that is like stagnant water really needs something new, a real twilight of the gods, to establish a new order." The four people once again looked at each other in disbelief. The genius was somewhat unable to guess the intentions of Ms. Red in saying these words. She is the intention, has long been fed up with this lousy old world, so cynical. True feelings, to symbolize the advanced system, advanced productive forces of the summer country, really have a good feeling, or is. She was acting. She was trying to use the mouth of the four of them to convey to the Xia officials her favorable feelings towards Xia, her willingness to be close to Xia, so as to generate deeper cooperation with the officials and earn more gold. However, one thing is certain, Ms. Red for the situation of the summer country, is indeed a very good understanding of the short half a year. No, it should be just a few days she can understand so thoroughly, showing that she is a very smart, but also a very good learning dragon, open-minded, visionary. Such a giant dragon, obviously will not be any simple role. The black dragon pretended to be dead the whole way, and was transported back to the base by the military in a big truck, and along the way there were professional camera crews following the fear, capturing some footage to take to the outside world, in order to keep the heat on the giant dragon for illegally entering the country and being shot down by our country's justice from falling off. Well, Dios is estimated to be the first head of the live broadcast of the dragon. The director group intends to cooperate with the summer country's CCTV, to engage in it close to the dragon program, every day to let the black dragon live for a period of time. The reason for such a program is also mainly to help the general public to correctly recognize the dragon as a transcendent creature, and to correct the misconception that people want to eat dragon meat and drink dragon blood. At the same time, it also allows everyone to clearly see how the attitude of the black dragon changes little by little, constantly attracted by the bright civilization of Xia, and finally resolutely naturalized into the naturalization of. In this way, the naturalized giant dragon this persona, build-up is undoubtedly much more plump, but also much more real. And for engage in live broadcasting, Huangze actually has no opinion. The only thing that makes him some pity is, that is, cannot live with goods. After all, you think let a giant dragon do live. This is undoubtedly the first time ever. Absolutely is very eye-catching. Each live conservative estimate, there will be hundreds of millions of people watching. Casually with some goods can easily get out of 100 million of water, and then draw so 1 or 2 dozen points of commission. This is not another day into the 10 million is a good project. Unfortunately, the black dragon is now playing unruly dragon captive. Not a citizen is not a legal person. Naturally, cannot take the advertisement, cannot bring goods, can only be a regret to give up. Considering the weight of the black dragon, it is expected to be a point of curiosity for the masses. So the director's team specially arranged for the black dragon to reweigh the weight, so that the camera team can shoot the material. 177. 2 tons. Hearing this number, Black Dragon, who was pretending to be dead, almost didn't jump up in excitement. Damn, I actually gained so much weight? The last time he weighed in, he was only 168, but after only a few days of work, he had actually gained almost 10 tons. This result is not only Huangze cannot accept, even the research team is also very surprised. Also thought it was the weighing scale malfunction. Check several times, reweighing several times, only to be sure that Mr. Huang, this is really fat. In less than a week, he gained 9 tons. All know the inside story of the people. A moment are a little dumbfounded. After all, look at this situation. 177 tons will obviously not be the limit of the black dragon. It will also become fatter. No, how can such an ugly word as obese be used on a noble dragon? Mr. Huang is clearly becoming stronger. It seems that what Mr. Huang has seized is really highly likely to be a black dragon that has been sleeping for many years. Yu Xiaoman on the side exchanged with Academician Ding in a whisper. The long slumber consumed a large amount of nutrients in the black dragon's body, causing it to lose weight continuously. After Mr. Huang seized his body, he was also unable to find enough food to replenish it in time. Instead, he bumped into walls everywhere and was often starving. So naturally, his body has never been able to recover to the state it was in when it was in its prime. And by the time he returned home, with enough food and the ability to replenish his energy by charging this high energy method, His body, which had been suppressed for a long time, naturally became like an inflated balloon, expanding all of a sudden. That should be the case. Academician Ding nodded his head in recognition. I estimate that 170 tons is far from the limit of his body, and it may even reach 300 or 400 tons. Oops, that would be a bit troublesome. Academician Ding scratched his head and said, after all, our filming plan for this naturalized giant dragon will take 2 or 3 months at least. During this period of time, as the absolute protagonist, Mr. Huang's physique naturally can't show any noticeable changes, or else it would be too fake. Yeah, it's best to wait until he's finished filming the storyline where the Black Dragon's consciousness awakens, breaks through the shackles on his soul, and resolutely naturalizes to our Xia country before he gains weight. Yu Xiaoman said. In this way, not only will it not have an impact on our filming plans, but instead, it will all still create a good illusion. Once the Black Dragon joined our Xia kingdom, the entire essence of the dragon was completely different, and even his body quickly became stronger, strongly proving that his choice was the correctness. Yeah, so the topicality is there, the publicity is there, and it perfectly fits our original intention of creating the persona of a naturalized dragon. Academician Ding was first overjoyed, and then a little embarrassed, saying, it's just that in this way, I'm afraid we have to aggrieve Mr. Huang. During this period of time, he has to try to control his diet, and can't gain weight too fast. Mr. Huang is reasonable. He should take the initiative to cooperate with us. Yu Xiaoman said. What I'm rather sad about right now is that by engaging in this naturalized dragon plan, we're actually restricting Mr. Huang, and in a short period of time he obviously won't be able to deal with that red dragon in the south. This can't be helped. There's no gain without a give and take. Academician Ding shook his head and said, compared to the series of benefits that the identity of a naturalized dragon can bring to our country, a red dragon in the area is really not worth Mr. Huang's trouble. What's more, after this naturalized dragon plan, we for Mr. Huang also use a more far-reaching and also more important plan. That is the real main event. Only when that plan is realized can our country truly breathe a sigh of relief and stand firm in this world. What? There's a sequel? The Black Dragon's ears were sharp and had been eavesdropping on Academician Ding and Yu Xiaoman's conversation, and when he heard this, his heart was more or less irritated. After all, Huang Zhe had never been much of an expressive personality, and was not at all interested in filming. What he preferred now was fighting and killing. But since the above needs him to do so, Huang Zhe can only be obeyed. After all, he is a very organized and disciplined progressive dragon. Well, according to the script, next I will be locked up for 7 days at the Military Regions Research Institute to receive some research and examination. For the first 1 or 2 days, I was very grumpy and ferocious, wreaking havoc and bringing out the savage and violent side of the dragon. The good thing is that the plot is simple. The filming should not be too difficult. My main thing every day, I guess it is still charging. Thinking of this, the Black Dragon was inevitably looking forward to something. The charging here, naturally, does not refer to learning knowledge and culture, constantly enriching and improving oneself, but what it literally means, replenishing electricity. During this period of time after returning to China, although the Black Dragon's body had also been intermittently charged with 400,000 to 500,000 degrees of electricity, but due to the fact that he had just returned, a lot of things needed to be involved with the Black Dragon, and there hadn't been an opportunity to determine how many degrees of electricity the Black Dragon's body, in the end, was able to be charged with. Huang Zhe himself estimated that charging 1,000,000 degrees of electricity should be no problem. 1 degree of electricity, approximately equivalent to 850 grams of TNT explosives. 1,000,000 degrees of electricity is 850 tons. The Black Dragon is more or less proud. I drop a turtle. This can be really fierce. But 7th level lifeforms are strong like this. Then 8th and 9th level lifeforms, how strong would they be? What would be the main energy substance in their bodies? Bioenergy shouldn't be able to support powerful creatures of this scale, right? The Black Dragon fell into deep thought. After all, the energy reaction of the body of a level 8 lifeform had already reached a terrifying 10,000 tons of TNT, and a level 9 lifeform was even more than 1,000,000 tons. If it was purely replenished with bioenergy, this would mean that a level 8 lifeform would have to eat more than 10,000 tons of food at a time, and a level 9 lifeform would even have to eat more than 1,000,000 tons. Such a terrifying scale, not to mention the extremely backward material conditions of the offshore world. Even the Summer Kingdom simply couldn't possibly afford to feed it. A single level 9 lifeform would be able to eat the entire country down. Hey, it seems that I still can't be too proud. Compared to them, I'm just a younger brother. The Black Dragon reflected to himself. although he also knew that the material world was extremely restrictive to advanced lifeforms, and outside of the natural world, there were almost no 8th or 9th level lifeforms, unless it was an expedition beyond the heavens or deep into the earth. He, an adult body black dragon with an unlocked electrical energy plug-in, could practically be walking horizontally in this world, but Huang Zhe was more or less prescient, very clear that as a part of the Xia kingdom, in the future, he would surely have to deal with the strongest people in the kingdom of God, in the abyss, and in hell, and in order to protect his own country, and in order to defend this great civilization, he had to keep getting stronger. Hey, turn around and discuss with Academician Ding and the others. Install a nuclear reactor in my stomach. In the end, will it work pass? This idea flashed through the Black Dragon's mind. It was not a sudden thought that came to him, but he really had such an intention, because he was always a little uneasy about this dragon body of his, the power of the dragon's bloodline, in the final analysis, originated from the gods. That is, that dragon god, Obonian. Since the last technical upgrade, is the bloodline evolution by the dragon god blatantly solicited a bribe. Huang Zhe heart is vaguely a bit unsettled, always feel that this body power is not their own. The core technology, the core code is mastered in the hands of others. In case of one day of bad luck, the other side directly a descending blow, directly from the bloodline to lock themselves, they do not even have a way out. He could not even do anything about it. Therefore, Huang Zhe intends to weaken the dragon's bloodline power as much as possible. As far as possible to use nuclear energy, electrical energy to replace it. In the future, it is best to evolve into a pure energy body life, completely get rid of the shackles of the bloodline. Li Mao was a reporter from Nandu Daily. To say that the most eye-catching news in the past 2 days was definitely not that Black Dragon. 2 days ago, CCTV broadcasted the news of the Black Dragon's entry being shot down by a missile, and it quickly caused a national sensation. The fact that this kind of extraordinary creature like the dragon is very legendary and topical is on the one hand, but on the other hand, it is also due to the positive attitude of the officials, not hiding and suppressing the heat, but taking the initiative to report on the video related to the Black Dragon's entry and being shot down from the beginning. And the follow-up situation is also being constantly followed up with reports, and they have even engaged in a Approaching the Dragon live program with CCTV, which can be said to have stirred up enough heat. Today, an official press conference was held to answer questions of concern and curiosity. Li Mao, as the top reporter in the newspaper, was naturally sent over. Mr. Liu, may I ask what is the current health status of this Black Dragon? At the conference, a reporter from CCTV grabbed the qualification to ask a question and asked in a hurry. The Black Dragon's health is improving, and is currently out of life-threatening danger and regaining consciousness. Spokesman Liu Weihan replied. Mr. Liu, may I ask how our country will dispose of this dragon? Will it be dissected and studied? Another reporter then asked. There are no plans in this regard at the moment. Liu Weihan replied. Xia is a responsible and civilized country. We respect all intelligent life in this world, and in an involuntary situation, we guarantee that we won't carry out anatomical research on them, as this is a great disrespect for life. The Black Dragon is also a type of intelligent life, although it trespassed into our airspace without permission, seriously violating our sovereignty and violating our national defense and security laws. We will still respect its dragon rights as well, and will not carry out anatomical research on it without permission that threatens the safety of its dragon body. Mr. Liu, may I ask what kind of punishment this Black Dragon will eventually face? Will it be sentenced? Another reporter asked. It depends on the Black Dragon's attitude of admitting guilt. Liu Weihan smiled. Currently our main opinion is to focus on criticism and education. After all, our domestic environment is very unfavorable for the dragon to live in. If we force it to stay in the country to serve its sentence, it will pose a serious threat to its physical and mental health. So in a responsible manner, we will consider releasing the Black Dragon after conducting some basic research checks and science propaganda work on it. All the reporters present were in an uproar. This is a giant dragon, one of the most powerful creatures in the natural world. It's not easy to send it to the door actually to be released. Isn't it too much of a pity? Mr. Liu, the giant dragon is full of treasures, and very fond of holding grudges. We so easily release it. Isn't it a little too hasty? Li Mao couldn't help but say excitedly. This reporter friend, the saying that the giant dragon is covered in treasure is very wrong and also very disrespectful to the giant dragon. Liu Weihan looked over and said with some seriousness. I'm sure you all watched the program Approaching the Giant Dragon last night, and the program used a large number of experiments to very clearly prove that the fact that dragon blood and dragon meat are highly toxic. I hope that everyone can abide by the ethics of journalists, and not pass on the erroneous view that giant dragons are full of treasures. and that eating dragon meat and drinking dragon blood can lead to a long life. But there are many netizens who feel that what was broadcast on the program was fake and staged. Li Mao couldn't help but follow up. Whether it's fake or not, I believe everyone can see it. Please don't use conspiracy theory eyes to doubt your motherland. Lu Weihan said with a serious face. Mr. Lu, may I ask if the country can use this black dragon to hold a few exhibitions, so that the general public can also come into close contact with, and understand, such legendary creatures as the giant dragon? A reporter continued to ask. Regarding this issue, we did have some considerations, Lu Weihan replied. It's just that due to the current mental state of the black dragon, which is still not very stable, organizing a large-scale exhibition might be risky, so this matter still requires further observation and analysis and research. Mr. Lu, since crossing over these half a year, our country has been maintaining a foreign information blockade to prevent our domestic situation from being known by forces outside the country. Another reporter asked. Nowadays. But we are planning to acquit this black dragon that entered the country illegally. May I ask if this will threaten our country's national defense and security, and if it means that our country's foreign policy is about to change? I am not at liberty to answer this question for the time being. Lu Weihan looked around the crowd for a while with a smile on his face before saying forcefully. But one thing I can state is that our civilization of Xia is definitely much more advanced and responsible than the other civilizations of this world. The combined gross product of all the countries and intelligent races outside our borders is probably less than 1/10 of our summer kingdom. And many of the intelligent races have been living in dire straits, with material scarcity and spiritual emptiness, suffering from the oppression and enslavement of gods and demons. As a responsible great nation, as a part of this world, we can't remain isolationist all the time. Sooner or later we will have to completely integrate into this world, so we have the obligation to help the intelligent races outside our borders, to get out of ignorance and poverty, to work together, to cooperate and win-win, to create a better future. And I also believe that with our advanced system and advanced productivity in Xia, revealing and publicizing our domestic situation to the outside world, instead of affecting our national defense and security, will become a powerful ideological and propaganda weapon, powerfully inspiring and attracting progressive forces outside of our borders to draw closer to our country and learn from us. Mr. Lu, first of all, thank you for your answer. What I want to ask is, the black dragon is also a kind of intelligent race. May I ask if we can use our country's favorable material conditions, as well as advanced ideas and systems, to attract it to take the initiative to naturalize and join us in Xia? A CCTV reporter asked. You asked this question very well. Lu Weihan laughed and said, actually, if you don't say it, we intend to do the same. After the black dragon's mood stabilizes, we will have some friendly communication and exchanges with it, and if it is willing to cooperate with our Xia kingdom, we are of course welcome to the extreme. Xia capital. Xia Academy of Sciences. Underground Research Institute. In a closed quiet room, an angel with white wings was scrutinizing its feathers. According to reason, angels were holy divine creatures with their own aura, inherently insulated from filth and dust, and shouldn't have made such an indecent gesture as grooming their feathers like birds. Unfortunately, however, this angel had fallen. At least that was how Kyle himself felt. Ever since she was captured by the Xia kingdom, her physical state had not been very good. Not only had she lost her connection with the Lord, even the white and holy feathers on her body had gradually lost their luster, and 2 days ago even a pure black feather had appeared, which had scared her to death. The kingdom of Xia is indeed an extremely evil country. Even an angel as pious and steadfast as me can be corrupted by its power. Kyle thought hatefully, then couldn't help but flip through a book beside her. A star's fire can start a prairie fire. The faith of the God of Light has already spread within the Summer Kingdom, and one day, the light of our Lord will finally illuminate and purify this evil land. Black Dragon? As the assistants that the gods looked up to the most, the data processing ability of the angelic brain was naturally very strong. They could quickly capture information that made them sensitive. And the news that was being broadcasted on the television at this moment had undoubtedly managed to attract Kyle's attention. Even the Black Dragon, who has always been known for its thick skin and flesh, was able to have its skin broken by 2 missiles. If it were me, it would definitely be even more unbearable. Kyle's mood was inexplicably a bit complicated, and he didn't know whether to be thankful or ashamed. Compared to this unlucky Black Dragon, the passage of her entry into captivity was undoubtedly much more fortunate. At least she didn't have to receive the baptismal education of missiles, but an angel that the Lord had pinned high hopes on, being taken down by the Xia people without any effort, was inevitably a bit too humiliating again. In my place, can I dodge it? Watching the scene where the missile hit the Black Dragon, Kyle fell into deep thought. As the Light God's most important force and most trusted shepherd in the material realm, the angel's combat power was naturally very strong. Outside of the country her top speed could even break through the speed of sound. And with her smaller size and agile reaction, evading anti-aircraft missiles with a speed of around Mach 3 or 4 should not be a big problem. However, in the summer country, it may not be the case. Limited by the suppression of the will of the world, her body's indicators have dropped, and her maximum speed may not even be 20 meters per second. If she was locked on by an anti-aircraft missile, she would definitely be in a bad way. Maybe I really should study physics. Such a thought suddenly surfaced in Kyle's heart. Just like what the books of the Xia people said, knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself is the only way to win 100 battles. Only after knowing enough about Xia's civilization kernel and the world's kernel could he find its weaknesses and loopholes, and then defeat it and subvert it. However, Kyle's subconscious mind quickly developed another strong resistance. Can't look at it. That was the devil's book. Evil to the core, it would pollute your soul and lure you into an even darker abyss. Not only physics, other books like biology, chemistry, astronomy and many other popular science books would subconsciously generate fear and resistance in Kyle's heart. Kyle knew exactly why this was. It was the Lord's warning to her and his salvation. In fact, in the beginning, Kyle loathed all things Summerlanders. Their writing, their language, their technology, none of which made the angel feel wary and disgusted. But I don't know why. With the passage of time, the resistance and revulsion in its heart became more and more faint, and its mood became more and more impetuous, and it began to be unable to resist learning the language and words of the Xia kingdom, and began to read the books and history of the Xia kingdom. This was originally the task that the Lord had arranged for me. Kyle comforted himself as such, and began to read a large number of books hungrily. His three views constantly began to waver, and even could not help but begin to re-examine his Lord, the great God of light. Kyle had been feeling very ashamed and remorseful about this, knowing that she had been on duty in the extremely sinful purgatory of souls for hundreds of years, and was still full of energy and strong in her faith. Now, after just a few months of imprisonment in Xia, her faith had begun to waver, beaten down by the emptiness and loneliness, unable to resist being submerged by the culture and history of Xia. Of course, it must be pointed out that this was inseparable from the meanness of the Xia people. If it wasn't for the fact that they had contaminated their power core with electrical energy, if it wasn't for the fact that they kept sending books to her side, and kept playing TV programs on great powers, the universe unveiled and the like, she, Kyle, would definitely still be the Lord's most trusted angel. Life in the Institute was quite a bit easier than Black Dragon had imagined, other than having to cooperate in capturing some footage every day. The rest of the time, Black Dragon had free reign to either recharge his batteries or sleep. Academician Ding had already mentioned to him about controlling his weight, and as a dragon with a big picture perspective, Black Dragon naturally agreed. Otherwise, it would not be unreasonable to use such a delightful reason as dragons will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and shelter to unfold the Black Dragon's journey to naturalization. Due to the need for secrecy, the Black Dragon had to stay at the Institute all the time and could not go anywhere. But it did not feel bored because Gowing would come over to chat with him every day, which was euphemistically referred to as giving it psychological counseling. However, Huang Zhe felt that the things she talked to him basically had nothing to do with counseling. On the contrary, they were all very common life chores, either bringing him along to read the news and browse the forums to dislike the sand sculpture netizens, or watching some movies and TV shows together with him. Black Dragon had objected to this, thinking that this was not like serious counseling, but Gowing replied that this was part of the psychological counseling, and the reason for doing all this was to help Black Dragon not to be out of touch with the society, to enliven his emotions, to enrich his spiritual life, and to enhance his interaction and empathy with the human society. These were the elements that Black Dragon needed the most in terms of his psychology and humanity. Black Dragon said, but she also can only let her go, said he is really out of touch with society for a long time, but also really should be as soon as possible to reintegrate back. That night, Black Dragon let Gowing help log in his own microsignal. Although he is a geek, the social circle is very small, but obviously there are also 3 or 5 friends, audio and video for so long. To them there is really some miss. Brothers, I'm back. Miss me yet? Black Dragon let Gowing type in a group chat called Eat Chicken Tonight. Its own claws were too thick to operate. It could only let Gowing do it for him. Huang Zhe, is it really you? A group member whose note was named Fanfan quickly replied with a voice. Aren't you the one who disappeared? Why did you suddenly pop up again? Where did you die this bout? I thought that you, like old Xia, had also run offshore. Old Xia ran offshore? Black Dragon was a bit puzzled. Isn't it said that the environment outside the country is very unfriendly to our Xia people? Why did old Xia run outside the country? That's for ordinary people. Fanfan seemed to be somewhat contemptuous, saying, it's different for rich people. Those indigenous gods outside of the country are super fond of gold. As long as you sacrifice a pound of gold to them and become their believer, you will be able to obtain the blessing and baptism of their divine power, thus living freely outside of the country. Old Xiao walked this path. Damn! This dog then left without even calling on me. Now the country has strengthened the regulation of gold and immigration, and then want to go outside the country cannot be so easy. Hey! This 3 words cannot say clearly. The internet said it is also easy to be checked by the water table. Where are you now? The evening we get together. Then say in detail. I am now in the field. Temporarily cannot come back. It is estimated that it will take a while to get together. Black Dragon noticed that there are only 3 people in the group chat, and continued to ask. Old Xiao went out of the country. Then Pansy. What's wrong with him? How did he also withdraw from the group? He went to engage in evil god faith. His number was blocked and he was arrested. Now he is still squatting in the detention center. Fan sighed and spat. You do not know how speechless I am in this half year. You disappeared. Lao Xiao went offshore. Pansy was arrested. Just damn me a normal person. The evil god faith. Black Dragon heavy feelings. More or less is a little worried. Hastily asked. Pansy at least is also a senior student of the Magic City University. Highly educated. How will also get into this? How is his situation now? It's okay. He should be coming out soon. Fan replied. Speaking of which, it's also bad luck. Pansy is not an astronomy enthusiast. Join some astronomy enthusiast circle. When he's not doing anything, he likes to set up a telescope to look at the sky. This was nothing in the past, but since our country crossed over to this world, the situation is completely different. The stars above us have long since ceased to be the material stars we are familiar with, but unknown energy bodies, and gazing at them with a high-powered telescope, with easily corrupted and contaminated by their power. Pansy's circle of astronomy enthusiasts was then collectively contaminated by an evil god, compelling them to spread their beliefs and develop believers on the internet. And then they were soon discovered by the authorities, and all of them were arrested and are undergoing ideological education in a detention center. Black Dragon mood inexplicably a little heavy. Even his own this small circle has happened so many changes, visible crossing the otherworldly this thing. The impact of the summer society will be how big? Say it is the people's hearts and minds. Undercurrents are not too much. Huang Zhe, what the hell have you done in this half year? Lu Fan asked. A while ago there are police station people came to me to ask you about your situation. Asked quite detailed. You will not be stalled on what big things, right? No. Is to engage in online dating was cheated. Was locked in the black kiln hole to dig half a year of coal. Black Dragon casually made up an excuse. Fan, I still have something to get off. Turn back to talk again sometime. Lu Fan, okay, you get busy first. If there is anything you need help with feel free to tell me. Don't carry it all alone. Don't ever not treat me like a brother. Okay, understand. Big Night Black Dragon a freelancer. Can have what hang thing? It is but found an interesting thing, just now someone added his Weibo. Then Gowing glanced at it and rejected it without hesitation. Why reject? This is my micro signal right? Isn't it good to at least ask for my opinion? The Black Dragon bulging eyes glaring at Gowing said. It is not how angry. Just simply want to get back some of the scene. This time to get along with Down. It always feels like he is being suppressed by this woman. Because this is a fraudulent account. It's obviously here to cheat people. Gowing replied frankly without changing her face. A scammer account? The Black Dragon expressed his skepticism. But I clearly saw that her verification message stated that she was a believer of the god of love Freya, and that she was guided by the god of love before she found my account, wanting to receive the god of love's blessing with me and become an eternal couple. Just because she said that, it means she's a liar. Gowing replied. Because the goddess of love Freya is an indigenous deity, his divine power, at the moment, cannot possibly affect us Xia people at all, and anyone who uses this kind of excuse to add friends online is 99% a liar. Really? The Black Dragon was still a bit unconvinced, always feeling that Gowing was protecting her food by doing this. This woman had long been eyeing her own pure dripping little dragon. Of course it's real. Why would I lie to you? Gowing seriously said. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. There are many reports about this on the internet. After all, the god of love is real in this world. Using his name to cheat money and sex, isn't it much more clever than selling tea leaves? The Black Dragon thought about it and felt as if it was somewhat reasonable. After all, this thing, love, was originally very materialistic, and if it was in the name of God's divine providence, it might actually be able to bluff some innocent youngsters. Is the belief in the god of love spreading widely in our Xia country? The Black Dragon thought back to the country of Xia and suddenly asked. Yes. Gowing was somewhat helpless and said, after all, the pursuit and desire for sex and love has always been our human nature and instinct. Our country has a large population of unmarried people, many of whom are very anxious about their personal problems, and after learning that in this world, there does exist a deity who is in charge of marriage and love, they naturally can't help but send out prayers to him, and by all means want to become his favorites. It's a pity that Freya's divine power has not been able to affect the territory of our summer kingdom, or else he would have been able to help us solve quite a few social problems. Yeah, who wouldn't want sweet sweet love? The black dragon deeply shared the same feeling inside. It's just a pity that this kind of thing, love, is too complicated, too extravagant and too damn unpreserved. Honest people simply can't play with it. It would undoubtedly be excellent if a deity were to take care of distributing this business. Mr. Huang, you also think that the goddess of love, Freya, a deity, is positive and beneficial to our country? Gowing couldn't help but ask curiously as he watched two flaming breaths erupt from the black dragon's nose. Yeah, I think that his divine power is quite helpful to our country. The black dragon nodded, then was a bit puzzled. Why did you say the word also? Because a lot of people on the internet hold this view as well. Gowing lost her smile and shook her head, saying, many believers of the god of love believe that our country should be friendly with Freya, the god of goodness, and go out of our way to enter into a strategic cooperation with him, hiring him as a special advisor to our summer Ministry of Civil Affairs, so that we can seek guidance and technical support from him when it comes to the issue of marriage and love. Ha! This idea is indeed good. The black dragon's eyes lit up. With the development of the times, the issue of marriage and love gradually became a persistent problem in Xia society. What with the market for matchmaking, dating, and the like, the prospects were very broad. If you can ask the goddess of love, Freya, such a professional, to engage in some matchmaking sites, marriage agencies and the like, business will certainly be very hot, will certainly be very profitable. The more Black Dragon thought about it, the more he felt that there was something going on, and hurriedly made a note in the little notebook in his heart. If he had the chance to meet Freya in the future, he must talk to him about this project. Gowing, are you also a follower of Freya? The Black Dragon scrutinized the pretty girl and asked curiously. Me? Gowing was slightly stunned, then lost her smile and shook her head, saying, I'm not. I don't believe in any gods. I only believe in myself. Really? I don't believe it. The Black Dragon expressed its skepticism. Its eyes were very venomous. It could clearly tell Gao Ying's age. Definitely not more than 20. Just a little more than 19. It was estimated that she was still a college student, in her most youthful and beautiful years. This stage of the girl is not the most like fantasy, the most easy to spring-hearted it. To love God, this kind of up-and-down wisdom beliefs, almost can be said to have little resistance. I didn't realize that she would actually be a leaky fish? Of course it's true. Gowing nodded her head with certainty and said, the gods in this world are basically all unreliable ones, even the good god, and I don't want my fate to be dictated and controlled by him. Okay, this was said at a high level, and the Black Dragon didn't know how to take it, and after thinking about it, said, I appreciate this kind of reasoning of yours, but there's one thing I still want you to pay attention to. That is, although you are not very fond of Freya's faith, I am still quite interested in him, so in the future, if any of his followers add me as a friend again, I hope you'll ask for my opinion before deciding whether to say yes or no. But they're clearly fake believers. They're cheating in the name of the god of love. Gowing was a bit agitated, saying, Mr. Huang, you have a special status. You must not associate with these unsavory women. As your psychological counselor, I certainly have the righteousness to keep an eye out for you. Why are you so excited? Black Dragon inexplicably felt a little funny, said, I'm not stupid, nor am I an easily spermatozoa-ridden piggy, which would be so easy to cheat. The reason why I want to add them is because I'm interested in Freya, the goddess of love, and want to learn something from them to facilitate future cooperation. Besides, Freya is at least a deity. Who dares to guarantee that his divine power will definitely not be able to affect us domestically? Maybe that sister just now was really guided by him to find me, and is my true daughter of heavenly destiny. Where are all the true named heavenly daughters? Gowing said unconvincingly, I've never heard of it. Freya can point our Xia people's lovebirds. If there really is such an instance, her believers must have already been proclaiming it. Take a step back. If his divine power is really that great, then that person just now, why did he just add your WeChat, instead of directly calling your phone? Isn't my cell phone number out of service? The Black Dragon blinked his eyes, inexplicably feeling that Gao Ying's appearance of having his defense broken seemed to be quite amusing. This is your cell phone. Using your cell phone number. Gao Ying was momentarily speechless, paused for a while before raising her cell phone and said, but Freya is a god. If his power can really interfere in our country, I don't believe that he can still be poor enough to use my cell phone number. If that person just now was really guided by Freya's words, then she should also call me this time. As soon as the words fell, the cell phone in Gao Ying's hand really did vibrate. The caller ID was an unknown number. Unknown number. Must be a virtual number on the internet, specially used to cheat people. Gao Ying's heart was inexplicably a little bad, but she quickly found an excuse for herself and hurriedly hung up the phone. It couldn't really be that coincidental, could it? Black Dragon also felt a bit surprised, but felt that he should more or less give Gao Ying some face, and it was inappropriate to stimulate her too much, so he lay down and didn't move. However, not more than a few seconds later, another unknown number called. Gao Ying reflexively hung it up again, the third and fourth. Just when Gao Ying was furious and planning to turn off the phone, Black Dragon finally did speak. Answer it. A single evasion won't solve the problem. At least she is also a psychological counselor. Even if she came in through the back door, Gao Ying's psychological quality is still more or less passable. Being said so by Black Dragon, she quickly woke up, adjusted her mind, and picked up the phone. Hello? Hello? May I ask who you are? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while before a careful female voice rang out. Hello, can you please let Huang Zhe pick up? Still really looking for me? Is it really such a coincidence? The Black Dragon was greatly curious. If this person was really that god of love devotee, then it would be really interesting. Huang Zhe. I don't know any Huang Zhe ah? Gao Ying didn't move and said. You made a typo, didn't you? No way. The girl on the other end of the phone eagerly said. This number is a guide that God just gave me, through which I can definitely contact Huang Zhe. Don't lie to me, okay? God. Gao Ying's face changed, but her voice still seemed calm as she said. God? What God? Missy, messing around with deity beliefs is against the law, and it's also very dangerous, so don't make any mistakes on your own. I know. I will definitely pay attention in the future. The person on the other end of the phone promised in a loud voice, then pleaded again. Then sister, can you contact Huang Zhe for me now? I have something very, very important to find him. Sorry, I've said I really don't know any Huang Zhe. Gao Ying replied with feigned impatience while looking for the staff next to him to report this situation in order to track down just who the opposite party was. After all, when it came to the Black Dragon, even the smallest matter must be taken seriously and taken seriously. Impossible. There's no way the great Freya would lie, much less make a mistake. That side raised its volume and emotionally said, Miss, please stop playing dumb, okay? Or else you're the one who's making a mistake, and the great Freya will surely punish you, curse you, and let you be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Hooray! How dare you curse me like this? Gao Ying was so angry that he was almost broken defense, just wanted to passionately line up with the opposite side and curse her to death. When he coldly saw that the Black Dragon was curiously looking at himself, obviously paying attention to the development of the matter, so he hurriedly was controlling his emotions and curiously said, Freya, are you a believer of the god of love? That's right. That side seemed to be feeling very proud, and loudly said, not only am I his devout believer, but I am also his hand-picked holy maiden. Holy maiden. Gao Ying bristled and said, what did Freya ask you to find Huang Zhe for? Of course it's for him to come and receive Freya's blessing with me. That side replied without thinking. Freya herself told me that Huang Zhe is his holy son and my destined one and only. So naturally, the sooner the two of us are together, the better. Is there really a God-given and heaven-destined love? Gao Ying inexplicably felt a bit uncomfortable and subconsciously looked up at the Black Dragon. Seeing that it was still lying on its back and didn't move, and didn't show that kind of excitement of being favored by God's grace, she was then a bit more solid in her heart, and then asked, so romantic? Are you really a follower of Freya? Really guided by him to find Huang Zhe? Of course it's true. That side said seriously. I'm Freya's most devout follower. How could I possibly joke about such a thing? Isn't Freya's divine power unable to affect us domestically? How did you do this? Of course it's gold law. I specially went outside the country and sacrificed 100 pounds of gold to him. That side replied in a proud tone. Crap. Really damn rich. Sparing a good upbringing, Gao Ying couldn't help but explode in his heart. 100 pounds of gold. The market value had exceeded 25 million summer dollars. Not to mention that nowadays, the regulation of gold in Xia is very strict. Just collecting 100 pounds of gold would be extremely difficult, not to mention getting it outside the country. This woman, her family must be super rich and magical. Don't you know that going outside the country privately and also smuggling so much gold is a serious offense? I know that side quickly replied. That's why I have to contact Huang Zhe as soon as possible, so that he can run away with me. Gao Ying then realized that the girl on the other side was obviously a bit very foolish and naive, and after thinking about it, she couldn't help but ask, since you're Freya's holy maiden, you must know a lot about him, right? That's for sure. He's super fond of and favors me. That side replied. What do you want to know? Do you want to join our Eros cult as well? It's true that I kind of want to. Gowing pretended to be somewhat interested to relax the opposite side's vigilance. Then asked, but I need to clear up a question first. You say, Freya's divine power. How exactly is it exercised? What do you mean? There was a bit of a lack of response there for a moment. I mean, how does Freya help you believers find your other half? Is it through big data? Big data? That side was even more puzzled. Yeah, Gowing said seriously. After all, think about it, Freya, as the deity in charge of love, her beliefs must be very widespread, right? His followers, at least, are in the tens of millions, and with such a large number, trying to deal with the feelings of each and every one of them is obviously a very terrifying amount of work. Even if Freya is a deity, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to keep herself busy. That's why I'm wondering if he holds a huge database in his hands and is using a special algorithm for big data marriage distribution. There was a moment of silence over there before roaring in anger. You heretic! How dare you question Freya and blaspheme against Freya? How could I? Gowing said very innocently. I'm clearly acting in the spirit of seeking truth from facts. I'm just trying to figure out this question that's been troubling me for a long time. Even if it's Freya in person, I'm still going to ask him like this. How can you call it blasphemy against a deity if you don't understand what you're asking about? You are very good. That side is extremely angry and laughs, almost gnashing teeth. I remember you. You wait for me. I will definitely report your blasphemous words to Freya, so that he will curse you to play a lifelong bachelor. No, it is to meet a lifelong scum. So vicious? I am so scared. Gowing bitchily said. Aren't you Freya's holy maiden? But you are also so petty. Is the god of love's vision so poor that he would actually choose you as a holy maiden? You. Yes, I'm a holy maiden. I'm a holy maiden. I can't be angry. That side took several deep breaths in a row, and only after a long time did they manage to say calmly, I almost got so angry with you that I forgot about the main matter. Miss, I'm here to look for Huang Zhe. Can I trouble you to contact him for me? Sorry. Gowing was about to refuse again, when she suddenly remembered the Black Dragon's reminder just now that it should be consulted first for this kind of thing. So she could only helplessly skim her mouth and ask the Black Dragon with her eyes if she wanted to agree? The Black Dragon shook its head. Gao Ying's question just now had actually reached the heart of the Black Dragon, causing it to have a big question. How exactly was the divine right of the god of love exercised? As Gao Ying had said, love was a fascinating spiritual and physiological need, and there were an unknown number of intelligent beings that had a natural yearning and thirst for it. As a deity in charge of this field, the prayers that Freya had to receive and the marriages that she had to deal with every day amounted to tens of millions at least. So with such a huge workload, how did he arrange for it? And how did he manage to do everything? And what are the criteria and basis for his arranging marriages for people? Is it a comprehensive consideration of appearance, education, 3 views, personality and other factors, and then through strict matching, to find the most suitable soulmate? Or is it randomly assigned, directly tampering with the underlying data, controlling and changing people's minds and aesthetics, and forcibly bringing 2 people together? I don't know why. The more the Black Dragon thought about it, the more he was inclined to the latter possibility. This god of love, probably not as reliable as the legend. After all, human nature was a very complex thing. It was selfish and fickle. It was hard for any perfect love to exist in this world. If Freya can really arrange perfect love for people, then 9 times out of 10, it is mixed with his private goods. Of course, the Black Dragon is also clear that it is more or less too one-sided to scrutinize theology with a scientific perspective. But who made it more willing to believe in science rather than theology or metaphysics? The Black Dragon stated that it didn't want to take care of the opposite side, which naturally made Gowing very happy, and immediately said, I'm sorry, I don't have any Huang Zhe here at all. You've typed it wrong. According to normal operation, Gowing should hang up the phone immediately at this time, and immediately pull the other party black. Oh, the unknown number cannot be pulled black, then decisively shut down the machine. Directly can be the opposite side of the gas half dead, so that only to relieve the anger. Unfortunately, the technical department at this time still did not track the opposite side of the information and address, so Gowing still have to tear with her for a while. Impossible. I pressed the number with my eyes closed. How could it be a wrong number? The opposite party huffed. It must be you bad woman who doesn't want to help me contact Huang Zhe. Gowing. Little sister. Are you sure there's really nothing wrong with your brain? Gowing was somewhat defeated by the opposite side, and said in a good-natured manner, how can the number that you press with your eyes closed be the right one? You don't understand. The opposite party replied, the reason why I had to close my eyes is because that's the only way I can feel the guidance of Freya's divine power. It's equivalent to letting him personally dial the number for me. So how could it be wrong? Hearing this, the face of Ding Shuwen, who had heard the news, couldn't help but look a bit grave. Eros's power had actually been able to influence the territory? Are you really the holy maiden of the god of love? Gowing also inexplicably felt a bit uneasy. This woman across the street, she couldn't really be hugging the god's thighs, could she? As fake as it gets. The opposite party proudly said, Freya loves me. If it wasn't for the fact that my current life is too important and I must find my true destiny. Huang Zhe. He would even want me to reincarnate and be directly reborn as his daughter, to become his divine daughter. Really? There's such an operation? Gowing was greatly surprised, saying, gods actually have the desire to procreate offspring? The god of love actually falls in love? Who is his object? You are unbridled. That side became furious and blurted out, the great Freya doesn't fall in love. He can reproduce asexually. I seem to have said something I shouldn't have said. It's all because of you, this bad woman. That side became annoyed and said, you quickly let Huang Zhe answer the phone. Or don't blame me for being rude to you. Do know someone named Huang Zhe? The angrier the opposite party got, the happier Gowing became, slowly saying, but I won't help you contact him. Why? The opposite side was so angry that they almost got their defenses broken again, then suddenly controlled their emotions again and said in a somewhat low voice, if it's because I treated you badly, then I can apologize to you. I'm sorry, please help me contact Huang Zhe. Okay. No good. Gowing looked up at Black Dragon before replying in a cold, hard tone, because he's my boyfriend now. How could I possibly let him get to know a digger like you? No way. The other side said excitedly, you're lying. I'm the one who's his girlfriend. This is Freya's hand-picked decision. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be punished by the gods. Don't scare me with Freya, Gowing said with some disdain. I'm still appointed by the Moon Lord. Freya's authority can't control us Xia people yet. It's just as well that you privately believe in the indigenous deities. You're actually trying to drag Huang Zhe into this. I won't let you have your way no matter what. Yeah. The opposite party gritted their teeth. You're deliberately going against me, aren't you? It's alright. The loved one is separated from the mountains and seas, and the mountains and seas can all be leveled, under the guidance of the great Freya. Even if you try to make trouble out of it, I'll definitely be able to get Huang Zhe. At that time I will definitely make you look good. I'm so scared. Gowing inexplicably also came to the fire. Exasperated. There is no need to wait until then. You now report your name. We will make a time and place appointment. Directly offline PK. You dare not. What do I not dare? That side was really excited, and immediately said, old lady line not change her name. Not change her name. Her name is one. Before the words were finished, the call was suddenly interrupted. It's not that I hung up. It's the opposite side that took the initiative to hang up. Gowing hurriedly explained. I know. Academician Ding nodded and said, wait for a moment and see if the other side will call again. Then he turned around and asked the head of the technical team, haven't you found out the other party's information yet? No. The head of the technical group shook his head. Academician Ding, this signal has been specially encrypted. It's a completely unfamiliar algorithm. We can't crack it with our current technology. We can't find out the other party's number or address. Fine. Ding Shuwen sighed and said, it seems that there really is Freya's divine power in which to keep it secret. What I'm most puzzled about right now is why and how Freya, an uncontested goddess of love who can't even be considered a medium divine power, would seek out Mr. Huan? Could it really be that nebulous metaphysics? I don't believe it. The power of the gods isn't that magical, and even less powerful, or else our summer kingdom would have been subverted by him long ago. I'm more inclined to think that someone leaked the secret, that there was a believer of the god of love who was in the know and secretly reported Mr. Huan's situation to Freya, and that's why he pulled this stunt. I also think it's this possibility. The other several heads also recognized this viewpoint, and unanimously felt that they had to contact the people from the secrecy department as soon as possible to bring out the leaker. Not. You guys just focus on this? The Black Dragon was greatly perplexed and couldn't help but say, didn't you guys say that the power of the gods can't affect us domestically in the Summer Kingdom? So what's the deal with this god of love? His divine power is clearly capable of interfering with things within our borders. Isn't such a serious matter worth drawing our attention to? Mr. Huang, it's not that we don't pay attention to it, but for this situation, we have actually anticipated it for a long time. Ding Shuwen sighed and said, Freya is the indigenous deity with the widest spread of faith in our country, and a conservative estimate is that his current followers are at least 30 million. 30 million. So many. The Black Dragon was taken aback and said with wide dragon eyes, haven't you guys been cracking down on deity beliefs? But how have you still allowed his beliefs to spread so widely? Mr. Huang, we can't help it. Ding Shuwen had a helpless look on his face and said, Freya is a good god. His beliefs and teachings are more in line with people's spiritual needs, coupled with the fact that our country has always respected the freedom of religion. It is naturally very difficult to keep a strict defense against him. These 30 million believers, although they are all just some shallow believers, but obviously can also converge into a huge force of faith, and still produced by the residents of our territory, which is more or less able to allow him to exercise some of the power of God. So we're not very surprised by his little move this time. And in fact it's not as if we haven't envisioned the worst case scenario, that is, what would we do in the event that one day the boundary separating our domestic territory from the worlds beyond our borders disappeared? That would be a disaster. The Black Dragon hesitated a little, then said with some gravity, not to mention the fact that the residents of the country were naturally allergic to magical elements, and not to mention the gods and demons that peered beyond the heavens and under the earth. Just the transcendent creatures that ringed around the Summer Kingdom were enough for the country to eat a pot of water. Black Dragon had learned the information that there were at least thousands of level 6 and 7 lifeforms living around the Xia Kingdom, and once the boundary disappeared and the worlds merged, they would surely be eager to invade this rich land. Yes, that would be a terrible disaster. Ding Shuwen also had a grave expression on his face as he said, but since our country has come to this world, then sooner or later, one day, we will completely merge with this world. Many of us have a strong premonition that that boundary will disappear sooner or later, and that time will not come too late. That's why we must always be prepared for the worst, and we must also prepare for everything as soon as possible. Deserves it. The Black Dragon thought deeply, and after thinking about it, suddenly asked, is this thing called faith important to the gods? Yes, not very, but very important. Ding Shuwen nodded and said, not only is it his favorite food, it is also the cornerstone of his godhood and the source of his power. In that case, the Black Dragon's eyes lit up with a sudden thought, then can we not make our own gods? Think about it. We have a population of over 1 billion people in Xia. If we unify our thoughts and believe in the same deity, wouldn't we be able to create an incomparably powerful deity out of it? No, don't even need to create it. Just go directly to believe in those great gods in our country's mythological stories, and directly materialize them. Won't that be enough? Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Taishan Lao Jun, Gong Gong Zhu Rong. Even Sun Wukong Neza can violently beat the dog heads of these indigenous deities. Ding Shuwen froze at his words, subconsciously exchanging glances with the several academicians around him, then smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Huang, your idea is a good one, but it's just a pity that it won't work, because this world is the first to have a deity, and then there are intelligent beings like humans, relying on faith alone. It is difficult to create a deity out of thin air. In that case, that's too bad. The Black Dragon was greatly regretful, then thought on second thought, if he really materialized the mythology of the East, it might not necessarily be a good thing for him. After all, many immortals like to catch dragons as their mounts. Some poor quality even super like to eat dragon liver. Himself a Western fantasy dragon. The composition is also too poor, even if there is a blazing red heart. When the time comes, I'm afraid that it will not have a good end, right? Yes, artificial god-making program. We actually are not without carrying out. Ding Shuwen said with some emotion. It's said that we, the Xia people, are a nation that generally lacks faith, but nowadays, after all, it's the information society, the age of traffic, and wanting to create a god is still very easy. We have tried to establish a godhead for the Monkey King. After all, the name of the great sage of Qi Tian is still very loud and has a mass base. If hundreds of millions of people work together and dedicate their faith and incense to him, we may be able to materialize him. However, the actual situation is a failure. Our universal god-making plan lasted for more than a month, not to mention the shadow of Sun Wukong. Even the dream of Sun Monkey's torment was not. This plan, however, wasn't useless at all. It somewhat helped us to forcefully combat the spread of indigenous deity beliefs. After all, compared to these indigenous deities, the common people of our country still prefer, and are more willing to believe in, the deities of our own mythological stories. And since it is impossible to materialize them, those indigenous deities outside our borders, naturally, are also fake. Well, the Black Dragon was pondering. He didn't think that the country had actually engaged in a universal god-making program. It was just a pity that it didn't work out. Otherwise it would have been interesting. Eastern gods battling with indigenous gods. Thinking about it was super exciting. But on second thought, the failure seemed to be justified. After all, if gods were really that easy to create, then Xia would have been able to spawn a whole bunch of them as soon as he first crossed over. Mazu, Buddha, Goddess of Mercy, God of Wealth. These gods have never had less incense in the country. Freya is messing with me so much. Don't we have any way to counteract him? The Black Dragon curiously said. Does our country currently have any ways to deal with the gods? There is, but the results aren't very good. Ding Shuwen hesitated for a moment and said, currently, our country's method of dealing with deities is mainly through laser weapons. Deities' main bodies are usually outside of the sky. Just like hitting a satellite, we can use laser weapons to threaten his main body. As long as the materials and energy are met, there is theoretically no upper limit to the intensity of lasers. Pretty country once came up with 500 trillion watts in the lab, and actual military-grade ones have reached 1 trillion watts, although our country is not as powerful as them, but tens of billions, hundreds of billions of watts of laser weapons are still able to come up with, and is currently increasing its investment in this area. Not long ago our country used a few 80 billion watt laser weapons to deal with an evil god. He had deliberately taken the initiative to spread contamination to our citizens, and in the end, our country fished for law enforcement, and directly used pulsed lasers to severely injure him. This is also one of the points that the indigenous gods of this world are more wary of our country. When Ding Shuwen said this, he couldn't help but sigh and said, it's just a pity that with this method, the energy escapes too badly, and the hit rate is also very touchy. So it's not easy to hit the gods in the sky. Hitting deities with laser weapons. The black dragon was stunned at his words, and then he also reacted. The prospect of pulse laser weapons is indeed extremely broad, and in the end of the development, even the legendary star annihilator cannons can be made, and with just a single shot, a star can be dried up and shattered. Although the current laser weapon is still far from reaching that level of strength, it is still clearly enough to knock out a few evil gods in the sky. It's true that my great mechanical god cult is the only drop of true god. The black dragon is honored, and then more or less also some pity. Xia's current technology, the development is still far from enough, far from reaching the realm of the great achievements, or else it can be directly on the star annihilation cannon. Will be the sky of the gods all dry broken. Even the sun god is no exception. As long as you do not listen, as usual, you do it. The big deal is that we make a sun ourselves. Our country should have tried to contact these gods in the sky. Right? The black dragon thought for a moment and asked, how did he respond? Yes, Ding Shuwen replied, after discovering that the stars in the sky were no longer material celestial bodies, but rather mysterious lifeforms with self-awareness. Our country then repeatedly transmitted radio signals to him in an attempt to be able to get a response from him and engage in friendly exchanges in communication. However, unfortunately, to this day, we still haven't gotten any response from him either. That shouldn't be the case. The black dragon was a bit puzzled. I see that the information shows that these indigenous deities are usually quite active, and on average, each of them will send down at least 100 oracles and 20 divine punishments every year. How is it that when it comes to us, the Xia Kingdom, we are collectively silent instead? Yeah, we also find it very strange. Ding Shuwen nodded his head in deep thought and said, our country's resources and population, its attraction to the indigenous deities is actually very great, and he doesn't think of eating us out of house and home all the time. Under normal circumstances, even if he is extremely dissatisfied, or even disgusted with our country and our system, he shouldn't be completely silent, and would more or less fling a few harsh words at us, and lay down a few war letters or ultimatums. However, the actual situation is not like that. It's as if those gods have unified their caliber and will never contact us officially, regardless of whether they are good or evil gods. We seriously suspect that he is hiding something, and if they contact our country directly, they will most likely reveal the secrets they carry. Until the evening, that believer of the god of love didn't call again, presumably because Freya sensed something wrong and directly stopped that believer's death-defying behavior. Speaking of that young lady, also really enough head iron, was gowing casually a stimulus, actually was directly broken defense, did not hesitate to agree to offline dating, almost to the real name, information to self-explode out. Such an IQ, can actually be chosen by Freya as a holy maiden? The black dragon was powerless to spit out his words. No wonder Freya was only a deity of weak divine power, and among the many indigenous deities, both the sense of existence and combat power were very touching. Why would such a deity go to such lengths to find me? A black dragon? This question was not only curious to Huang Zhe, but the entire research team was also greatly puzzled. One must know that creatures like dragons have never been believers in the god of love. Their complex and changeable biological nature has long doomed them to not be able to engage in any pure and innocent love affairs, and their ancient and honorable bloodline would never allow a deity of weak divine power to dictate their emotional issues. Hey, I said, why are you making it so complicated? If there's something, just look for me directly for a private chat. Most of the staff have already finished work. Huang Zhe alone, a dragon knight stargazing, looking out at a dim star in the southwest night sky, cannot help but is sighed. This dull star was said to be Freya's divine kingdom. Not only did Freya want to find the black dragon, in fact, The Black Dragon also wanted to find him. It had big business and projects. It wanted to cooperate with him. My eyesight doesn't seem to be very good. Even the stars in the sky can't be seen clearly. Far worse than an astronomical telescope. Which is obviously a bit of an insult to the name of my transcendent creatures. Black Dragon muttered to himself. Also do not know whether the giant dragon can be equipped with glasses. Own face full of ferocious look. If you wear a pair of glasses, I guess it can be quite a lot of svelte, right? Perhaps without glasses, I myself can try to transform my retina. The Black Dragon suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Transcendent creatures for their own bodies originally has an extremely powerful control, especially after replenishing a large amount of electrical energy. The Black Dragon for their own internal organs also became more and more familiar, for the control of power is also more and more subtle. Even though the realm below the micron was already locked up by the thick mist, the Black Dragon still had a strong intuition. As long as he focused his attention highly on a certain place in his body, he could use his subjective will to remodel and rearrange every cell there, thus making the organs there even more powerful. Adjusting the focus of the retina shouldn't be difficult. The Black Dragon did as he thought, immediately closing his eyes and focusing his attention, intending to perform a retinal upgrade surgery on himself. Under the mobilization of the Black Dragon's powerful subjective will, a large amount of electric charge surged out wildly from the Black Dragon's heart, converging towards the Black Dragon's eyes, so loud that even through the thick Black Dragon scales, one could see the electric light surging within the Black Dragon's body. Mr. Huang, what happened to you? Seeing this scene, the staff on duty was shocked and hurriedly shouted out. The Black Dragon had no time to care, focusing on the transformation of his eyes. Mr. Huang, be careful, your eyes are smoking. Black Dragon. The officer on duty saw that Black Dragon didn't respond, and hurriedly was calling Academician Ding to inform them to come over. Nowadays, the Black Dragon was the great treasure of their summer country. If anything went wrong, how could he afford it? However, when Academician Ding rushed over, the Black Dragon had already completed the transformation program for its eyes. If you don't say that electricity is the most efficient and perfect secondary energy source, with its assistance, the Black Dragon's slight fine-tuning of its own retina could be said to be completely easy. Of course, this was also mainly because this transformation of the Black Dragon was not complicated. Human vision correction surgery even only takes a few seconds. It took it several minutes to complete it, all of which was already considered very slow. Mr. Huang, what happened to you? Ding Shuwing panted and rushed over. Just now the duty officer sent him a video of the Black Dragon covered in lightning wildly, but scared him half to death, and thought that the Black Dragon this is the body charging too much, to charge itself. Nothing much, just felt as if my eyes weren't quite enough, so I remodeled them myself. The Black Dragon replied as he blinked to cool down his eyeballs. Remodeling the eyes? Ding Shuwen was taken aback. Mr. Huang, you can actually take the initiative to change the structure of your body? Yeah, what's so hard about that? The Black Dragon was unimpressed, saying, it's not just adjusting the spacing and angle of the cornea and retina. Anyone with a little knowledge of optics can do it. After my modification, my farsightedness now is at least 20 times stronger than before. The Black Dragon opened its eyes and looked into the distance, electricity dancing vaguely in its amber-colored pupils. Just this much enhancement is really not worth the fuss. The Black Dragon still seems to be somewhat dissatisfied, sighing, not to mention comparing it to a radio telescope, even an ordinary astronomical telescope. I may not be able to match it. In the eyes of the truly powerful, just this bit of my eyesight, I'm afraid it's still considered myopic. After all, his eyes, not only can they see, but they can also look through the river of years, uncover the truth of the past, and survey the fog of the future. Compared to him, I, who obviously still have to work hard, have a long way to go. Everyone was speechless, silently watching the Black Dragon their Versailles, a dragon's eyesight, which was already far more powerful than a human's, and now the Black Dragon had given itself a +20 enhancement. That is to say, its current farsightedness is at least several hundred times that of an ordinary human. And, the Black Dragon retracted its gaze, looked around for a moment, and said, I've patronized the strengthening of my farsightedness, and I've actually sacrificed my nearsightedness, causing me to be obviously a bit presbyopic now, and I can't see things up close very clearly. Hey, after all, this is also the first time. In experience, the technology is too rough. The eye transformation is obviously not in place. Even the auto-zoom will not. It seems that we have to turn back and study it properly. Mr. Huang, why would you suddenly think of transforming your eyes? Ding Shuwing couldn't help but ask curiously. The Black Dragon replied. Just now, I wasn't observing the stars at night, wanting to see what Freya's divine kingdom was like. Then I realized that my eyesight wasn't working. I couldn't see clearly at all. So I thought, can I strengthen my eyes? Mr. Huang, this idea of yours is very dangerous. Ding Shuwen's face changed and he said seriously, deities are not to be looked at directly. If you look directly at him for a long period of time, you will easily be contaminated by his will. There's still this argument? The black dragon was slightly stunned. Yes. Ding Shuwen's face was grave as he said, in these half a year, no less than 50,000 people in our country have been inexplicably contaminated because of using telescopes to look into the starry sky, with the lighter ones suffering from neurasthenia and insanity, and the more serious ones even being outright brain-dead. The divine power of these indigenous deities, although they are not yet able to affect our territory, but if one were to go and look directly at his essence without knowing how to die, one would still easily be struck by his descending dimensions. So overbearing? The black dragon was suddenly a bit annoyed, remembering that Lu Fan had said that another close friend of his, Pan Weiming, hadn't he been contaminated by the evil god because he had been observing the stars with an astronomical telescope, and in all senses of the word, he felt very angry. When did we humans even have the right to look up at the stars? These bullshit gods hang themselves in the sky, hogging public resources, without any sense of public morality, not to mention that they actually have the face to talk about privacy, and they don't even give people a look? Mr. Huang, speak carefully. Ding Shuwen laughed bitterly. Blasphemy against a deity is a great disrespect. Although with the protection of the laws of the world, the wills of those indigenous deities are not yet able to focus on our territory, and we have been exposing his hypocritical and ugly nature within our country, and have not failed to criticize him. But you are different after all. You are a descendant of the dragon god, with his bloodline flowing in your body. If you are too disrespectful, you will easily be held in his grudge. Hyperion? The black dragon was a little disdainful. Just wanted to say I'm not afraid of him. I don't give a damn about him. But then suddenly thought, he is a civilized and polite dragon. And no matter what, Hibernian is also his elder. So he'd better maintain a certain amount of respect for him. Yes, that's right. I'm carrying forward the fine tradition of respecting the old and loving the young of our Xia people. Not from the heart. The black dragon thought so, then couldn't help but ask curiously, which star is the divine kingdom of Hibernian? Don't know. Ding Shuwen shook his head and said, Hibernian is a very ancient deity. His beliefs aren't widespread, only spreading among the giant dragon race and a small number of intelligent races, and very few people know in which location his divine kingdom is located. Our researchers have joked that the reason why we can't see the divine kingdom of Hibernian is most likely because he is too stingy and lazy, neither keen on spreading his beliefs nor lazy to run his divine kingdom. After all, letting one's divine kingdom shine brightly in the night sky is probably going to cost something. Most likely at the cost of burning one's own divine power. Hibernian's stinginess is notorious, and he's probably unable to spare the money. The black dragon was rather speechless, not even willing to pay the electricity bill, not even willing to operate his own divine kingdom. Amidst such an old ancestor, it was no wonder that the giant dragon race was declining day by day. I also don't know how Hibernian mixed to the high divine power. Just how powerful is the power of a deity? The black dragon thought about it and asked curiously, are he all 9th level? Or even higher life forms? This we are not sure of for now. Ding Shuwen replied. Currently, our country has not had a substantial head-on conflict with any of the gods. However, from what we have learned, the gods of the higher divine power should undoubtedly be 9th level life forms. There is information that shows that the god of light has sent down divine punishments many times in history to destroy some so-called dark, evil city-states or kingdoms. And the strength of these divine punishments of his must have reached hundreds of thousands of tons of TNT equivalent by conservative estimation. This is still because his power, in the material realm, has been severely weakened. If it was outside of the heavens, in his divine kingdom, his power would definitely be even stronger. So terrifying? The black dragon was creeped out. Back then, the little boy's equivalent was only at 15,000 tons, and it directly paralyzed Hiroshima. The god of light can actually hand-rub hundreds of thousands of tons of equivalent level of divine punishment. Even if it is not a nuclear bomb, there is no radioactive contamination. It is enough as to cause a lot of pressure to the summer country. Yeah, it's that terrifying. Ding Shuwen sighed, and then said without a trace of happiness, the good thing is that an overly powerful divine punishment is not something that can be made casually. It is something that requires at least a few hours, or even a few days of storing up power to prepare for. And in terms of both power and utility, it's far from being able to catch up with our nuclear weapons. Mao Zedong in the 60s can come up with hundreds of millions of equivalent of Big Ivan. Really, if our country is pushed to the brink, our country still has the ability to counteract him. And we don't still have Mr. Huang Yu now. Ding Shuwen smiled and said, nowadays, You can transform and strengthen your body's structure at will through your subjective will, which is undoubtedly an extremely powerful and heaven-defying ability, combined with the gift of electrical energy to quickly energize your body. Your growth space can be said to be completely unlimited. It can be foreseen that in the future, Mr. Huang, you will definitely become stronger and stronger. And by the time the day comes when your body is able to charge in 1,000,000,000,000 degrees of electricity, you might be able to rush to the heavens and bite all those so-called gods to death one bite at a time. 1,000,000,000,000 degrees of electricity. The black dragon wasn't uptight at all. Instead he couldn't help but spit out. This is too outrageous, right? 1,000,000,000,000 degrees of electricity. This translates into a TNT equivalent of almost 1.2 billion tons. He really didn't dare to imagine how powerful a life form of this magnitude would be. Mr. Huang, you have to have confidence in yourself, as well as in science. Ding Shuwen smiled and encouraged. Even gods aren't born powerful. With your current talent, and with our entire country as an arm, it may not be impossible to surpass him. These old gods have dominated this world for too long and too long. It's time for us, the Xia Kingdom, to establish order and take charge. 8:30 p.m., CCTV channel. Good evening viewers, welcome to the program Approaching the Dragon. I'm host Yao Jia. Today is already the 8th day of the Black Dragon's entry. I believe that many viewers and friends are very concerned about the Black Dragon's current situation, and I, the host, am no exception, and am quite curious about the Black Dragon's current situation, as well as the secrets it carries. That's why we have specially invited, this time, Dr. Ma Guanglin from the North Dragon River Military Research Institute, who is an expert in the study of giant dragons, and he will use his rich knowledge and experience to answer our questions about the current situation of the Black Dragon, as well as some of the questions that netizens are concerned about. Hello Dr. Ma. Hello host, Dr. Ma. Many of our viewers and friends noticed during yesterday's live broadcast that the Black Dragon's physical and mental condition seemed to be getting better all the time, and even started accepting the staff's feeding, which is very different from the crazy and violent one at the beginning. May I ask if there's something to this? Ma Guanglin, yes. It starts with the origin of this Black Dragon. According to our understanding, this Black Dragon first flew over from the snowy mountains in the north, and it is assumed that it suffered a curse from a certain evil god, and its sanity is not very lucid. Why? Because normal giant dragons have sharp intuition, and can definitely detect the danger within our territory, and thus retreat. And this Black Dragon at that time did not care, and barged straight into our airspace, and did not listen to our dissuasion and warnings, without any intention of turning back. This shows that its mental state at that time was already very bad. Host, curse of the evil god. Then wouldn't this Black Dragon be dangerous for us? Ma Guanglin, that's not true. The laws within our territory have a very strong suppression of the power of the evil god, which is why the Black Dragon has gradually calmed down and gradually regained its sanity over the past 2 days, because the evil god's curse on it is already subsiding. Host, Dr. Ma. Many netizens are puzzled. When the Black Dragon first awakened, it went berserk and vandalized all over the place, causing a lot of destruction. Then why didn't we just chain it up at that time, before it came to its senses, to do a jail-locked berserk dragon? So wouldn't that prevent it from doing any damage? Ma Guanglin, regarding this point, I really should explain. The Black Dragon is a very arrogant and suspicious creature. If it comes to its senses and realizes that it is being held captive by humans, then it will definitely become even more frantic and hate us even more, not conducive to us building trust and friendship with it, as well as following up on our work. So it's better to just give it a free body. Let it go as crazy and as rowdy as it wants, and once it has vented that anger in its heart, it will naturally calm down and be able to communicate. Host, but in this way, won't our staff be in danger? Ma Guanglin, haha, not dangerous at all. So many helicopter gunships, so many missiles aiming at it, as long as the slightest hint of danger, immediately and again to dry it down. The host guffawed. Luckily this Mr. Black Dragon didn't act impulsively, or else he would have suffered again. Dr. Ma, doesn't a giant dragon have the ability to speak? Then why is this Black Dragon never communicating with us in words? Is it because it hasn't learned our Xia tribe's language yet? Ma Guanglin, that's not the case. Here I want to clarify. Not all giant dragons have the ability of language. Giant dragons are a very complex creature. It seems that there is some sort of genetic defect in their bloodline. About 1/3 of the young dragons that hatch out are unable to obtain the favor of the dragon god and their ancestors, shouting out their true names and awakening their inherited memories and wisdom. This kind of young dragons, usually known as pseudo-dragons, or dragon beasts, with their low intelligence and inability to grasp the ability of language, have always been bullied and ostracized by the intelligent dragons. We currently have no way of knowing if this Black Dragon is a pseudo-dragon or not, After all, there is still another possibility. That is, this black dragon was originally a true dragon. Only due to the long period of time of being oppressed and enslaved by the evil god, it has unconsciously lost the ability to speak. Host, then Dr. Ma, do you think that this black dragon still has a chance to regain the ability to communicate verbally? Ma Guanglin, the opportunity is certainly there. After all, in a medium-high magic realm, language ability is really not considered rare, and has long since ceased to be a racial talent unique to us humans. Many intelligent creatures, and even semi-intelligent creatures, possess their own languages and scripts. After all, even parrots, even pachyderms can learn to speak. As being magical creatures, they can still easily develop language ability. So if we teach it seriously and the black dragon is willing to learn, there's still a good chance for it to learn our summer language. Host, then do we have any plans in this regard? Ma Guanglin, of course we do. You didn't see that we didn't pull up a big screen yesterday. That is, we intend to show the black dragon some movies, so that it can learn about our Xia civilization. And by the way, see if it's interested in learning the Xia language. Host, Dr. Ma, many netizens have been hotly debating over the past 2 days that this black dragon's temper actually seems quite good. I wonder if there's any way to naturalize it to join our Xia kingdom. What do you think about this? Ma Guanglin pretended to ponder for a while. Honestly speaking, I'm not very optimistic. As I mentioned earlier, gargoyles are a very haughty creature. They will rarely take the initiative to attach themselves to other races. So don't you see that it seems to be in a good temper now, and has stopped showing aggressive intentions to our staff? But let's please not forget that cunning is also a nature unique to the gargoyles, and these manifestations of its are most likely in disguise. I noticed that there's actually another viewpoint circulating on the internet, and that is, if it's not my kind, its heart will be different. This viewpoint is rather radical, but when applied to the gargoyles, I think it's quite reasonable. After all, to this world, we Xia people are unabashed outsiders, or even invaders to put it bluntly. Even many of the human kingdoms are hostile to us, let alone the giant dragons, and their descent with us will only be greater. That's why I think it's rather unwise to let a giant dragon, which has always had a very bad reputation, naturalize and join us in the summer kingdom if it's not backed up by any common interests or common ideas. This opinion of mine is not just for the giant dragons. I also have this opinion for other transcendent creatures. Alright, thank you Dr. Ma for your wonderful explanation. Host, I believe that many viewers and friends can't wait. They want to see how the black dragon is doing today, whether there are any changes. Here let's hand the camera to the front reporter. Friends of the audience, everyone, good evening. I am CCTV reporter Wang Xiaobing. I am now in the place as a military base in the North Dragon River military region. Today is the 7th day since the black dragon came here. According to the staff of the base, today the black dragon is in a particularly good state, eating a full 4 tons of beef in one breath. It seems that this bout of time has really starved it. The staff just now also talked to me about something particularly interesting. That is, the black dragon accidentally touched the high voltage electricity today, and then it was like opening the door to a new world. It particularly liked to touch the high voltage electricity, revealing an expression of enjoyment and fulfillment shaking there. It looked interesting. Academician Ding from the Summer Academy of Sciences speculated that this might be because the black dragon's body has long suffered from the evil god's curses, and high-voltage electricity is a powerful cleansing energy that can effectively help it purify away these curses, which is why it has developed such a hobby. The camera turned to the black dragon. We can see that the black dragon is leisurely lying on the grass and napping at this moment. After these few days together, the black dragon's hostility and defense against us has dropped greatly. I believe that it won't be long before it will be friendly enough to come into contact and communicate with us. There's another interesting thing to do tonight. That is, the staff intends to show the black dragon some science and education documentaries, so that it can see the brilliant civilization of our Earth's human race. Academician Ding of the Summer Academy of Sciences firmly believes that the exploration of the unknown and curiosity about the universe is the eternal yearning and pursuit of every intelligent race. And Chiron is a very intelligent creature. The vastness of science, the magic of technology, might just be able to arouse its empathy and yearning, prompting it to cooperate and communicate with us more quickly. The staff has already turned on the projector. All the preparations have been made, but now the black dragon is napping. What way should we wake it up? Geez, I saw the staff pick up a bazooka. It can't be what I think it is, can it? Boom! The rocket exploded beside the black dragon. Geez, it really is a rocket to wake up the black dragon. Such a way of waking up is too hardcore. I hope Mr. Black Dragon won't be angry. Unfortunately, it was not to be, and the black dragon burst into a rage, jumping up and roaring there. A certain live forum. Ha ha ha, laughing me to death. Still not angry. Anyone who sleeps well and suddenly gets a cannonball thrown at them will surely also storm out. There is a saying that this way is indeed too doggy. In exchange for having a wake-up call, even the heart of killing has, not to mention the black dragon whose temper is originally grumpy. Indeed a bit too much. Obviously can use a more gentle way. I'm also disgusted. This is clearly a bit too much bullying of the dragon. The netizens posted exchanges, and looking at the wind direction it was actually favoring the giant dragons in the majority. It could be seen that the live coverage over the past few days had already earned the black dragon a great deal of popularity and goodwill. Although it started out with a hideous face and a short temper, and it likes to yell and wreak havoc all over the place when it's not doing anything, as long as it hasn't harmed the people of Xia, and hasn't posed a substantial threat to the people of Xia, and as long as it's getting better and better, then in everyone's eyes, it was a good dragon, and the more tempered it was instead, the more it appeared to be genuine. After all, loving and worshipping the strong is a great characteristic of human beings. Even lions and tigers have many cloud fans, not to mention powerful dragons. No, why do I think this way is obviously quite good? A netizen retorted. Don't you guys think that we're treating this black dragon a little too well? Giving it a package of food and shelter not to mention not restricting its freedom. A few days ago it lost its temper and tore down the building, destroyed the equipment, and caused destruction. Less than a few tens of millions of dollars of damage to our country. Right. And all of this in the end is not still our taxpayers to pay for it? I don't know if you guys see out. This black dragon is obviously some rely on our country don't want to go. Let it naturalize and join our summer country. I think it will agree in 9 out of 10 cases. Why do you say so? Because for it, joining our Xia country is obviously a great thing. It can pack food and lodging, extrajudicial immunity, and enjoy the treatment of super-nationals. Instead of fighting to death outside of the country and having a top meal without a bottom meal, it would be better to just come to the Xia kingdom to be a little ancestor. And the humans here will surely hold it in high esteem and provide for it anyway. That's why I very much agree with Dr. Ma Guangling's point of view. Our country must not casually let go of the opening for transcendent beings to naturalize and become naturalized. It must be treated with caution. Otherwise this will cause great damage to our country's social class and social resources. Somewhat reasonable. A netizen followed up with a response. Gargoyles will never be slaves unless they are packaged with food and shelter. This is just a joke. But if our country really gives too much, I think it will still attract some gargoyles to come and work for us as dogs. But if this kind of relationship is simply maintained by benefits, without a common philosophy, without a strong sense of belonging and identity towards our Xia country, then it's obviously very difficult for us to control these transcendent creatures. At that time, in case they are unruly, break the law and commit capital offenses, do we punish them or not? To punish them, not to mention how difficult it is to execute a transcendent creature. Just the fact that our investment in it all goes down the drain is enough to cause heartache. But if we don't penalize them, wouldn't that mean that their status is above our vast Xia people? In that case, are they treating our Xia kingdom as dogs? Or is our entire Xia kingdom treating them as dogs? So reminding this black dragon with rockets when it's fine, letting it know who's the boss, I think it's quite necessary, is right. We can't just give preferential treatment to transcendent beings just because they're powerful, because those costs and expenses will eventually be passed on to each and every one of us Xia people. Some netizens agreed. The reasoning is this, but how easy is it for you to make it a black dragon that produces the same philosophy as us Xia people? Some netizens followed up. Giant dragons are scattered by nature. They don't even have their own country. How can they produce a strong sense of belonging and identity to our Xia country? After all, it's not like it's the community of our human destiny. Very simple. The netizen who was the first to raise an opposing opinion returned. Isn't it said that this black dragon suffered from the curse of an evil god? Then it must have had a dark past of being enslaved and oppressed, which means that there is a certain revolutionary tendency in its thoughts. We can totally develop it into a revolutionary. Good guy. Dragon revolutionary. Nice guy. You're actually trying to get a giant dragon to join the party. Netizens typed good guy to show their shock. Having a giant dragon join the revolution was a path that had never been envisioned. It's not that I want to make it spontaneously come to this realization. The netizen who made the point replied, only a common ideal, only a common revolutionary friendship can make two creatures of different races bind their destinies together. We can try to use Marxism-Leninism and instructor ideology to see if we can sublimate and transform the black dragon's mind and soul, so that it awakens a strong sense of progress and becomes a resolute proletarian warrior. Only then will we be able to help it establish a correct stance, and be sure that it will always stand on the side of our people at large, on the side of our Xia kingdom. What's more, fighting against an unjust fate is the natural aspiration of every intelligent being. The black dragon has been enslaved and oppressed by the evil god for so long. It definitely knows a lot about this. as long as we do a good job of guiding it correctly. It may not necessarily be impossible to ignite the fire of revolution in its heart. It's so well said, being physically strong is not really strong at all. Even a giant dragon needs to arm itself with revolutionary thoughts. Only the giant dragons that are willing to devote themselves to the cause of revolution are good giant dragons, and are truly good friends of our Xia people. And only the flames of revolution can help a giant dragon accomplish self-awakening and self-salvation, and obtain a rebirth of true significance. Several unfamiliar IDs suddenly joined the discussion and expressed their strong approval, and all of a sudden the entire forum became hot because of this topic. The Black Dragon didn't know that the authorities had already begun to hype and build up momentum for its naturalization on the internet. It was now diligently playing the role of an actor. According to the filming plan, after being awakened by the rockets, the Black Dragon was going to be furious for a while, and then it was suddenly attracted by the documentary playing on the screen, and unknowingly watched it. The slideshow was showing a documentary about the solar system traveling to the edge of the universe. Kant once said that there are only two things in the world that deserve our reverence: the lofty moral code in our hearts and the starry sky above our heads. This passage was very philosophical, and even if it was placed in the other world, I'm sure it would still be able to arouse the empathy of many intelligent creatures. However, the dragon is shameless. There is no noble moral law in its heart, so the only thing that can make it revered is the starry sky above its head. Although the starry sky of the earth in the documentary was very different from that of this world, it didn't prevent the Black Dragon from being touched in its heart. Under the ultra-high-definition picture, the shock of looking down at the earth, the brightness of the solar system, and the vastness of the universe, none of which made the Black Dragon's jaw drop. This was a picture that it had never seen before. This was a brand new universe that it had never heard of. In front of this vast universe, any living creature seemed so small. Even the dragon was no exception. Awe for the universe, yearning for the universe was born. The Black Dragon stared at the screen with deadly concentration, not moving a muscle. Huang Zhe wasn't exactly pretending, but the documentary really captivated him. He really hadn't seen it before. One of the statistics mentioned in the documentary even shocked him. The sun releases 92 trillion tons of TNT equivalent of energy every second. Note, it's per second. Such a terrifying energy level had truly startled this Black Dragon. He couldn't help but think, would this world's sun also be of this magnitude? Would it also be so terrifying? If so, then how terrifying would the sun god, the embodiment of its will, be? Outputting 9 trillion tons of TNT equivalent per second. Such a terrifying opponent would make one despair just thinking about it, let alone being its enemy. Unless Huang Zhe could run off and devour a few stars, neutron stars or even black holes like the protagonist in a metaphysical novel that developed to a great late stage, so that he could gain an overwhelming advantage. Nope, I'm obviously scaring myself. The Black Dragon suddenly snapped out of it. The gods of this world are definitely not that terrifying. Otherwise, there's no way our Xia kingdom could have supported itself until now. As long as the sun god slightly stops the sunlight for us for so much as a day or two, then our entire internal world would have to collapse. These indigenous deities, it's obvious that they have to strictly abide by the laws that govern the functioning of the main material world. They have to act according to the rules, and they can't easily transgress half a step of the thunder pool. And the sun over there on our side is radiating energy towards the entire universe. And the amount of energy that the earth receives is less than 1/billionth of its total amount. And over here, the sun is most likely only serving this main matter world, so its actual energy response is most likely much smaller than the sun over there. There's also the fact that this world's divine power is replaceable, and throughout the ages, I don't know how many old gods have overturned and new gods have usurped the throne. And although these processes have been the cause of no small amount of trouble for the material world, they're also far from being to the point of extinction. That is to say that the gods of this world are greatly restricted in the material realm, far from the point of making us Xia people despair. Black Dragon calmed his emotions, and then inexplicably a new emotion came to his mind. In that case, the middle and high devil's realm is no more than that. Obviously it's still our side of the universe that's more vast and greater. Don't even need to go up to a black hole, just a random supernova outburst. It's estimated that it'll be able to wipe out the roaming gods and devils all in one go. And the potential of us humans is obviously much more powerful than these indigenous gods. After all, in the distant past, we were the ones who could possibly build even Dyson spheres and even star annihilation cannons. The Black Dragon's rambling thoughts appeared to the onlooker as distraction, which coincidentally also fit the requirements of the director's team. According to the script, when the documentary was finished playing, the Black Dragon would stay there motionless, out of mind and self-absorbed for a whole night, to vividly show that the shock it received in its heart was so strong. Hey, with the increasing exposure, I'm getting more and more tired of being the main actor. I have to pay attention to my own persona and play my role well at all times. The Black Dragon sighed secretly. It is still in the military base. The secrecy level is very high. There are not many outsiders who are qualified to contact it. And even if it occasionally reveals some horse feet, it is not impossible to remedy. And when it finished filming the pre-naturalization plot, go to some big cities to hold exhibitions, lectures, fan meetings. That is called a let the dragon head bigot. In the many spotlights, its every word and action has to be carefully considered. Huang Zhe watched 7 days of documentaries in a row. Cosmic, military, humanities, history, law, all aspects of the universe, each time is fully concentrated. Eyes, living and breathing a curious, inquisitive black dragon performance. At the back of the development, he even pretended to take the initiative to learn the summer language, and his attitude towards the staff also greatly improved. No longer always spanning a batch of face, but gentle treatment, and even allowed the staff to get close to his body. Such a change in Black Dragon naturally made the majority of the melon-eating masses happy and greatly energized. Has been concerned about the Black Dragon live people also easily found that the Black Dragon's body is almost in the naked eye visible expansion. Just half a month's time. At least as fat several tons. Visible summer to its food is how good it stayed and how smooth and comfortable. Let a person feel obviously some of the linger. A time online about the Black Dragon naturalization discussion is even more rampant. However, the directing team felt that the fire is not enough. Although at this time to let the Black Dragon naturalized into the party is able to fool the masses of people at home, but may not be able to fool the indigenous intelligent creatures outside the country. Furthermore, the Black Dragon at this time entry has been half a month. According to normal logic, transcendental creatures in the magic-free environment to stay for so long, its spirit should be very atrophied only to the Black Dragon and then so lively and tigers go on. Obviously some of them to be wearing gangs. So for the sake of authenticity, rationality considerations, the directing team decided to stage the drama of releasing the Black Dragon in advance, so that it can reflect the great power of Xia's demeanor, but also in the desire to escape, first suppressed and then raised, for the return of the Black Dragon in the future to do the padding. After seeing the advanced system and advanced productivity of Xia, Black Dragon returns to the country and wanders around, seeing all the injustices and darkness of the world, and then suddenly realizes that he has long been out of step with the world outside the country. And so he comes to his senses and resolutely decides to return to Xia, embracing progress and joining the revolution. In this way, the self-awakening is there, the journey of the heart is there, and the plot of the naturalized dragon is undoubtedly much more realistic. At around 4 in the afternoon, the news channel, news from this station, due to the body's prolonged lack of magic, coupled with the high intensity of learning over the past few days, the inbound Black Dragon suddenly fell into a coma in the middle of the afternoon today. After a detailed examination and diagnosis, the experts of the Summer Academy of Sciences unanimously agreed that Black Dragon's current state is no longer suitable for living within the territory, and that he must be sent back outside the country as soon as possible. The central leadership held an emergency meeting and quickly passed a decision to accept the Xia Academy of Sciences' recommendation to release the Black Dragon back outside the country on the same day. Before the host's words fell, the camera began to show footage of the Black Dragon being hoisted onto a truck and transported outside the country. The release of the Black Dragon was undoubtedly a big event, and CCTV quickly organized manpower to broadcast the whole thing live. Good afternoon viewers, I'm CCTV reporter Wang Xiaobing. The location I'm at right now is the No. 2 commercial port of the North Dragon River. In the past 5 months or so, a large number of commodities have been exported from here to the outside world every day, and it is currently one of the busiest foreign ports in China. However, at this moment, the entire commerce port is empty, because in half an hour, the Black Dragon will be released from here to the outside world, and for safety reasons, all the staff here have been evacuated, so that they can only return to work when the Black Dragon returns to the outside world. Wang Xiaobing led the photographer around, and suddenly saw a familiar face, and was immediately delighted, and quickly said, "We saw you Xiaoman, a researcher from the Summer Academy of Sciences, struggling to move some cardboard boxes onto a pickup truck. So let's hurry over and ask to see if we can do anything to help." Speaking of researcher Yu Xiaoman, I'm sure that the viewers who often watch the Black Dragon live broadcast will not be unfamiliar with it. Researcher Yu Xiaoman is the staff member who shows up the most inside the live broadcast and also gets along with the Black Dragon the most, and is affectionately referred to by the majority of netizens as the keeper of the giant dragon. Researcher Yu, let me help you. Wang Xiaobing handed the microphone in her hand to the photographer and took the initiative to run forward to help. No, I'll do it myself. There are only a few boxes left. Yu Xiaoman quickly refused, but seeing that Wang Xiaobing was already on board, she could only turn around and say, "Thanks a lot then. It's fine." A show of hands. Wow. It's so heavy, Wang Xiaobing said while trying to lift a cardboard box, then immediately felt its weight and couldn't help but curiously ask, "It's so heavy. Researcher Yu, can I take the liberty of asking what's contained here?" "It's some books." Yu Xiaoman wiped a handful of sweat and replied with a smile, "Isn't my black dragon friend going back outside the country? I thought I had to give it some gifts." Thinking about it, books would be the most suitable. Wang Xiaobing, sending books to a giant dragon as a gift. This idea is really original. But do you think it will like it? Definitely. Yu Xiaoman nodded her head with certainty. My black dragon friend is a giant dragon with a very strong desire for knowledge and a great love for learning, and knowledge is undoubtedly the most valuable and fascinating wealth. I bet it will definitely like this gift I have prepared for it. Wang Xiaobing, can you open it and let us see what books you've picked out for it? Sure. Yu Xiaoman nodded and opened a box. Wang Xiaobing, look at the picture and know the characters. Xinhua Dictionary. 100,000 Reasons. First grade language. First grade math. Wow. You're not sending him a whole set of elementary school textbooks, are you? Not only elementary school, but also a whole set of middle school and high school textbooks. Yu Xiaoman smiled and patted a few other boxes and introduced. The reason why I'm sending him these textbooks is also mainly because I hope that my black dragon friend, through self-learning, can become a cultured and thoughtful progressive dragon. Wang Xiaobing, are those remaining boxes also books? Yes. This box contains some popular science books on physics, a brief history of time, popular astronomy, the power of the planets, and the like. This box is filled with mythological fiction books, the classic of mountains and seas, Feng Shenban, Journey to the West, and the like. This carton is filled with some books on philosophy and sociology, the wealth of nations, capitalism, selected works of the faculty, and the like. Yu Xiaoman pointed to each carton and introduced them one by one, showing a giant dragon capitalism and anthology of instructors, sparing Wang Xiaobing's extensive knowledge. He was also rendered speechless for a few seconds by Yu Xiaoman's entire tawdry operation, before saying, I can see that these books are all carefully selected by you, and I think it must have taken a lot of effort to find them all. So may I ask if you have had this intention for a long time, or did this idea suddenly arise? Should be considered to have had this idea for a long time. Yu Xiaoman pondered for a moment and said, books are the ladder of progress for us humans, and this is actually appropriate when applied to the gargoyles. Although the gargoyles are ancient transcendent creatures with high intelligence, they are after all influenced by the background of the times and general environment of this world, and there are great limitations in both their thinking and their knowledge. And in the course of my contact with the black dragon, I found that it is actually relatively good at learning. This is actually not surprising at all. After all, knowledge is the most delicious and sweetest spiritual food for our intelligent creatures. So I thought at that time, can we use the rich knowledge accumulated by our Earth humans to help the black dragon to develop its eyes and knowledge? To give it a correct world view, values and dragon life view, to become a new age dragon with progressive thoughts, to find the correct direction of dragon life, and to realize the value of its own dragon life. Wang Xiaobing, okay, thank you very much for researcher Yu Xiaoman's wonderful answer. At the same time, we sincerely hope that the black dragon will like this special gift, learn more about the culture of our Xia kingdom, and welcome it to come to our Xia kingdom as a frequent guest in the future. Ha 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 ha. Happy knee. Breeder, this operation is simply show my scalp numb. Actually send elementary school students textbooks to a giant dragon as a gift. Yes, I guess this is another bad idea that the leader of the feckless slapped his head to come up with, letting the breeder come out to take the blame. It's hard for the breeder to talk so much nonsense in a serious manner. Even many students in our summer country don't like to study, but also expect it to be a giant dragon will like to read books. It's really enough to make people laugh their teeth off. That's right. The most ridiculous thing is that it actually also prepared the wealth of nations in capitalism, which is a giant dragon that can read and understand and resonate with it. You know, the dragon itself is one of the major exploiters of the offshore world, but there is still a bastard advocating for it to participate in the revolution. Whose life is it going to reform? Its own? A certain large network forum, the melon-eating netizens started the pleasant key politics time again. Above actually really want to release this black dragon. This I was not expecting. Dragon blood although now on our human body is useless, but does not mean that in the future also useless. Such a big head of dragon said to release the life of. Unavoidably also too pity. Some netizens expressed regret. Although the Summer Academy of Sciences has repeatedly used the black dragon's blood to dispel rumors, using a large number of examples to prove that the blood and flesh of the giant dragon is containing highly toxic, but there are still many people who are not dead set on it, and still fantasize about being able to get some dragon's blood and dragon's flesh to taste. This you will see too much. Lose money to make a profit. Swollen face is not always our external traditional arts. Some netizens directly rushed to the tower. This black dragon is not just eating us dozens of tons of meat for nothing. Is not just for us to cause hundreds of millions of dollars of loss as well. What a big deal. In order to publicize our reputation. In order to show our great country style. Even if its behavior is 10 times more excessive. We will only send it out of the country. And will welcome it to come back next time. Yin and yang, what it? You beautiful father are gone. Still here blindly bring rhythm. A netizen couldn't stand it and directly retorted. Although this black dragon has caused some economic losses to our country, but don't forget that its help to our country's scientific research is equally huge. To say the least, it also contributed more than a dozen liters of dragon's blood and a dozen pieces of dragon's scales, which are precious materials that can't even be bought with money. Counting it up, we're actually not at a loss. He. You also know that it is a precious material. Then why do you still want to release it? Directly leaving it the whole dragon is not more profitable? More profitable? Oh, that's all you've got. Not to mention how rare it is to gain the friendship of a giant dragon. Let's just say that if we really imprison this black dragon, if word gets out, will there be any more giant dragons in the future? Will there be any more transcendent beings to make friends with our country? To do business with our country? He. Making friends with transcendent creatures is not sure who is short-sighted. The classes are different. The positions are different. The ideologies are even more different. Are you sure that they will be a good friend of our Xia kingdom? Even if we can't be friends, it's still better than being enemies. A friend with an unequal relationship. I'd rather it be an enemy. This will also make everyone give up their illusions earlier, recognize reality, and bury their heads in the sand to grow more mushrooms. Growing mushrooms to dominate a medium-high magic realm. You're too naive. That's still better than mindlessly kneeling to lick transcendent beings. At least this way we can still do it with a bang. You're obviously a dangerous left-leaning opportunist. Then you're cowardly right-leaning surrenderism. As the two argued more and more, the other netizens hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Alright, stop arguing. Watch the live broadcast. The black dragon is out. The large truck carrying the black dragon slowly drove into the second crossing. The whole process was very quiet. No release ceremony was prepared. And there was no photo taking. Just a slight stop to allow the CCTV crew to shoot some footage up close, and then continued to drive towards the boundary. Seeing that the black dragon was about to return to the outside world, Wang Xiaobing was a little frustrated in her heart. The person in charge of the military before told her that if the black dragon woke up just now, he would leave her a few minutes of interview time to give black dragon an interview. This was a first. Although the CCTV broadcast had shown that the black dragon had already mastered a certain amount of Xia language ability, for security reasons, it had never been open for the media to interview the dragon up close. So if the black dragon was awake just now, then she, Wang Xiaobing, would undoubtedly be the first person to interview the dragon. However, it was a pity that the black dragon's body was suffering from a serious lack of magic and had fallen into a deep coma. So Wang Xiaobing had missed an opportunity to create big news. The guide had already switched the camera to outside the country. In order to live broadcast the entirety of the black dragon's release, CCTV was also considered to be a blood money. A dozen special high-definition lenses that were arranged outside the country in advance. After filming this time, almost all of them were going to be scrapped. Let's go. Let's also find a place to watch the live broadcast, and see how powerful the black dragon will be after recovering in an environment rich in magic elements. Wang Xiaobing said to her partner's cameraman, Sister Wang, look. The photographer, however, did not move, but excitedly signaled her to look in a direction. Wang Xiaobing looked with her eyes and it was Yu Xiaoman. At this moment, he was wearing a protective suit and walking towards the pickup truck carrying the books. Wang Xiaobing's heart skipped a beat and she immediately realized what was going on and hurriedly spread her feet and ran over, shouting as she ran, Researcher Yu, please wait. It was good that Yu Xiaoman was heard and looked over to see that it was Wang Xiaobing, and really stopped and waited for a while, and then curiously said, Reporter Wang, is there something wrong with you? Researcher Yu, are you going outside the country? Wang Xiaobing didn't even have time to catch her breath before she hurriedly asked. Right. Yu Xiaoman nodded with a smile and said, If I don't go outside the country, how am I going to give these books to the black dragon without waiting for it to wake up? But that's too dangerous, isn't it? Wang Xiaobing was worried and puzzled, saying, The black dragon outside the country is completely like two different creatures from inside the country. In case it flips out later, won't you be in danger? It won't, Yu Xiaoman confidently said. Not to mention that the black dragon friend I believe in won't do that. Even if it does, the many missiles in our base are not vegetarian, and with such a close distance, it is guaranteed to be able to avenge me. The black dragon has seen the power of our Xia people. It's very smart. It definitely won't mess around. But don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the unexpected. You're obviously risking your life like this. Wang Xiaobing was still persuading. It's fine. Reporter Wang. You should also know that there are some risks that are destined to be taken by someone. Yu Xiaoman was unimpressed and said, the black dragon is a very haughty creature, and if you want to gain its true friendship, you have to be recognized by it when it's awake and in full bloom. So later on, when the black dragon wakes up outside its borders, I have to be present and have a conversation with it, so that all the work we did before won't be in vain. Is there anything else? If not, I have to depart, Yu Xiaoman said, and was about to start the car and leave, when unexpectedly Wang Xiaobing suddenly shouted again, wait a little longer. Researcher Yu. What again? Can you take me along? Take you? You want to go too? Yu Xiaoman pretended to be taken aback, then shook her head decisively in refusal. No, it's too dangerous. You can't go. In fact, what Yu Xiaoman wanted was this sentence. The reason why he was always hanging around in front of Wang Xiaobing and the others was on purpose, in order to entice her to follow him to go outside the country, to do some interviews for Mr. Huang, and to make some padding for the future plot. However, there were some things that couldn't be said outright. They had to be roundabout. They had to be brought up by Wang Xiaobing herself, so that it would seem more real and more effective for the program. But didn't you just say it wasn't dangerous? How did it become dangerous again when it comes to me? Wang Xiaobing questioned. Can it be the same? Yu Xiaoman cried and laughed. The black dragon and I at least have a few friendships, but you are not familiar with it at all. It can allow me to get close to it, but it may not be able to allow you to. If anything really happens, I can't afford to take that responsibility. Don't need you to be responsible. Wang Xiaobing immediately took a stand. You just take me on. If something really happens, I'll be responsible myself. The large truck carrying the black dragon's body slowly passed through the boundary, and almost at the same instant, the cameras that had been set up in advance outside the country clearly captured that the wind was picking up. No, it wasn't the wind that was picking up. It was the magic elements in the air that were surging wildly. The black dragon's body was like a terrifying black hole that had awakened, crazily sweeping the surrounding magical elements, so loud that a cyclone visible to the naked eye formed around it. Dang! Not only that, the black dragon's original slow-beating heart also began to accelerate, began to force, a sound as muffled thunder, ringing in the ears, knocking in the heart, so that people cannot help but scalp numb. Fear. This is the transcendent life form should have the compulsion, should have the momentum. All the people who were watching the live broadcast had this thought in their hearts. Compared to within the country, the black dragon outside the country was more than 10 times more terrifying. Everyone couldn't take their eyes off the black dragon, waiting for it to awaken. Time seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment. It's moving. Finally, the black dragon's claws twitched, and all the viewers were instantly overjoyed, while the guide broadcast also focused the camera on the black dragon's face at the right time. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the black dragon lived up to its name and opened its eyes. What a pair of eyes that was! All the viewers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Being outside of the country where magic elements were abundant, the black dragon's temperament had undoubtedly changed qualitatively, and its amber-colored vertical pupils were surging with bright clusters of light, resembling fiery flames pulsating in storms gathering, so deep and vast that people couldn't help but be in awe and didn't dare to look directly at them. Seems to feel the prying eyes of the Xia people. The black dragon pupils shrink, dead stare at the main screen of that camera, deep gaze as if it can break through the boundaries of space, and every viewer of the eye, and will be like an abyss, like a prison aura, projected into the heart of every person. One eye stares at a billion eyes. As such, it lasted for nearly half a minute, forcing all the viewers to subconsciously shift their gaze away, and also forcing the CCTV guy to switch lenses, not daring to shoot the black dragon's eyes again. The black dragon, only satisfied to withdraw his gaze, slowly climbed up the body, walking around a circle to move the body, and then suddenly a roar, fiercely toward the side of the big truck, sprayed a large mouth of dragon breath. This mouth of dragon breath is sprayed dozens of meters. Flame color is almost pure white. The big truck is not even the opportunity to explode, directly turned into a puddle of iron. Visible black dragon, this mouth dragon breath contains energy. Is how horrible. The truck on the gasoline did not even have time to burn, will be directly assimilated. Obviously, this black dragon was showing off its force. Many viewers saw the black dragon's intentions, marveled at the same time. The heart was unavoidably somewhat unconvinced. What to pretend? Believe it or not, smash you 2 mushrooms to teach you to be a dragon. Seeing that the atmosphere and emotions were almost mobilized, Yu Xiaoman knew that it was time for him to go on. He said to Wang Xiaobing on the passenger seat that, stay quiet later. Let me communicate with the black dragon first. Okay. Wang Xiaobing nodded her head obediently, It was not easy for her to seek help from the leader to get the opportunity to interview the giant dragon, so naturally she did not want to mess it up. Moreover, the black dragon's passable performance just now had undoubtedly shaken her greatly, realizing that this would indeed be a very dangerous interview, and that it would be best to listen to the breeder's arrangements. The pickup truck carried the two of them over the boundary, and almost at the same instant, the black dragon snapped its head back, the corners of its mouth slit, its pupils slammed shut, and an aura of danger emanated from its body. Mr. Black Dragon, please don't get excited. Yu Xiaoman stopped the car and opened the door, holding her hands up and shouting, "It's me, your friend Yu Xiaoman." Friend. The Black Dragon scrutinized for a moment, slowly highlighting the two Xia characters. Yes, friend. Yu Xiaoman played the whole trick and took the initiative to walk a few steps forward, smilingly saying, "We've just not seen each other for a few hours. You won't disown me as a friend, right? Friend." The Black Dragon aggravated his tone, and the same was also an acting outburst, disliking the dragon's face almost to Yu Xiaoman's head, observing his every move, such as it lasted for several minutes, before he shrunk his head back, and said, word for word, in bulk summer language, "Very well, you are courageous and indeed worthy to be my friend. Although I, Dios, have never known anything about repaying favors, this time, I owe you Xia people a debt of gratitude for saving me, and for releasing me." Dios? Your name is Dios? Yu Xiaoman feigned surprise and joy. After all, in the plot, this was the first time that the Black Dragon had told the Xia people his name. Not bad, Doze. The Black Dragon looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his voice low. Speaking of which, I haven't used this name in a long time. Why would you say that? Yu Xiaoman asked at the right time. Because slaves are not worthy of having their own names. As for me, I've been enslaved by the evil god for 300 years. The Black Dragon spoke word by word in a calm voice, but to the audience, it was clearly suppressing boundless anger and bone-deep hatred. I'm sorry, my friend, for accidentally stirring up your sad past. Yu Xiaoman hurriedly apologized. No harm done, Black Dragon said indifferently. I still have this bit of temperament. Although there were some places that you Xia people did before that did make me angry, but you guys did sort of save my life after all. If it wasn't for your tolerance and endurance towards me, relieving me of my hunger and allowing me to use electrical energy, I definitely wouldn't have recovered from the evil god's curse so quickly. And you guys didn't think of enslaving me or imprisoning me just because I'm a giant dragon. Instead you gave me more than enough respect and freedom. In love and reason. I will remember this friendship of yours. For you to think this way, that's really great, Yu Xiaoman said happily, then introduced Wang Xiaobing, who was beside her. Dios, this is reporter Wang Xiaobing from our summer country's CCTV. She very much wishes to conduct an interview with you. Do you think it's okay? An interview? The Black Dragon leaned down and scrutinized Wang Xiaobing for a moment. Then after closing his eyes and contemplating for a moment, he said, it's possible. Your summer country is a great country that has been gracious to me, and deserves to be honored by me. And if I can get the likes and friendship of more than 1 billion people in your Xia country, that will undoubtedly also be a great honor. Can't see that this Black Dragon is quite good at talking. Did it really only learn the Xia language for a few days? Wang Xiaobing was curious. She didn't expect the contact with the Black Dragon to actually go so smoothly. The dangers, difficulties, and aggressiveness that she had previously envisioned that she would encounter were surprisingly all non-existent. Hello Mr. Dios, I'm CCTV reporter Wang Xiaobing. I'm very happy to meet you. Wang Xiaobing summoned up enough courage and walked up to the Black Dragon's body with a recorder, first speaking on his own, and then extending the recorder towards the Black Dragon. In fact, this thing was not useful at all for interviewing a behemoth like a giant dragon, but Wang Xiaobing felt that the sense of ceremony could not be lost. Hello. The Black Dragon nodded slightly as a response. This action should be considered polite for a giant dragon. Here we go with the official interview. Wang Xiaobing, Mr. Dios, everyone is very curious about your origins. Can you introduce yourself? Black Dragon, self-introduction? I don't have anything to introduce, but I'm just a black dragon from the far north, and I've been in prison for 300 years at the age of over 300. Not long ago, the evil god that imprisoned me inexplicably suffered a serious injury. So I was able to free myself from my shackles and traveled all the way south, accidentally intruding into your Xia kingdom. Wang Xiaobing, Jiu should only be part of your name. What is your true dragon name? Black Dragon, my true name of the Dragon Clan. That would be too long. Our true name of the Dragon Clan is actually the equivalent of our genealogy. By my generation, it would take at least 10 minutes to read it out. I don't see the need for it. The Black Dragon, this is of course bullshit, because it simply doesn't know its true name. And the directing team didn't help it make one up, not that they didn't want to, but they just couldn't make it up. The dragon's real name must be shouted out in dragon language, which is a very ancient and complex magical language. Ordinary people don't even understand, not to mention, even memorize, not even possible to repeat. Trying to make up a dragon's real name for the black dragon that sounded like that was too difficult for the current Xia people. So it would be better to simply have Huang Zhe play the role of a black dragon who didn't want to reveal his real name, so that it would still seem more authentic. But of course, the Xia Academy of Sciences still hoped that the black dragon would be able to retrieve its true name, because this would not only allow it to awaken a more powerful bloodline talent. More than that, it can help the Academy of Sciences to study and understand the history of the dragon family. As long as we know the number of black dragon ancestors, and then know the average life expectancy of black dragons, so that we can come up with a rough range of figures, and then deduce that the earliest dragons appeared in this world is in how long ago. Considering the giant dragons were one of the oldest intelligent creatures in this world, knowing the number of years that giant dragons had existed, that would pretty much tell how long the history of civilization in this world was. Alright then, let's move on to the next question. Wang Xiaobing, Mr. Dios. Before I came into face-to-face contact with you, I always thought that you were a very dangerous and irritable giant dragon, but the feeling you give me now is clearly very gentle and approachable. It can be said to be very different from your previous behavior in the territory. Can you tell us what caused such a transformation? Don't you Xia people have an idiom called temperamental? Black dragon, this idiom couldn't be more graphic when applied to our giant dragons. Having been released by you Xia people, I'm naturally in a joyful state right now, but that won't necessarily be the case after a while. Wang Xiaobing, Mr. Dios, you're still humorous. I can see that you speak Xia very well now. It's also very different from before. Is the language talent of all of you dragons? Are they all this powerful? You could think so. Black dragon, you should have heard of a magic called Tongyon language, right? Compared to many ancient magical languages, your Xia language is actually not complicated at all, and it can be learned easily. Wang Xiaobing, doesn't that mean that all those previous performances of yours have actually been a disguise and have been secretly observing us? Half and half. Black dragon, half of it is that the curse in my body at that time, indeed, hadn't completely subsided yet, and my emotions weren't very stable. Half of it is that I was indeed carrying out a disguise, pretending to be muddled and irritable, with low intelligence, thus paralyzing you all, secretly observing and secretly learning from you Xia people. Wang Xiaobing, then, through observation, what is your true perception of our Summerland? Very great, very strong, very terrifying. Our world will surely undergo a sea change because of your arrival. The black dragon first gave a flurry of boasts, and then hit the nail on the head. However, the physical strength of your Xia people is really too weak, and there is a general lack of strong faith, which is undoubtedly very dangerous in a world surrounded by gods. Wang Xiaobing, then as a transcendent being with an ancient heritage, do you have any good advice for us? Black dragon, don't trust the gods, don't trust the gods, don't trust the gods. I'd rather go make deals with devils than trust those so-called bullshit gods. Wang Xiaobing, but didn't you still say just now that we Xia people commonly lack faith? And if we don't believe in deities, then what else can we go and believe in? Instead of answering, the black dragon looked at the westward sloping sun and said, it's time for the interview to end. I have to go. Well, thank you very much Mr. Dios for your cooperation. Although Wang Xiaobing still had a stomach full of questions, since Black Dragon had said so, she could only regretfully call it quits. The black dragon pouted and was about to take off from Wuhu, when Yu Xiaoman suddenly rushed over and, wait a minute, Duos, I've prepared a gift for you. A gift? The black dragon stopped taking off and looked over with feigned curiosity. Yes, a gift. Yu Xiaoman's acting skills exploded, her face full of enthusiasm, as if there was light in her eyes, holding down a few cardboard boxes from the pickup truck, saying, look, all books, books. The black dragon blinked, his deep eyes suddenly becoming animated, and stuck his head over with interest. Look, languages, math, physics, astronomy. Yu Xiaoman unwrapped the cardboard box and said as if counting her family's treasures, I see that you are not quite fond of learning well, so I carefully selected several hundred books for you. All of them are the classic books of our Earth's civilization, and I think that there will definitely be something you will like in here. With all my heart. The black dragon pretended to be touched as it nodded towards Yu Xiaoman, then leaned down to survey the books, first swallowing the boxes of elementary, middle school, and children's books into its stomach. It didn't know space magic yet and didn't have any space magic equipment, so it could only isolate a space in its stomach for storing items. This was sort of a traditional artifact of many transcendent creatures. After all, storing things in subspace was far less safe than existing in one's stomach. I must grandly recommend this book to you. I'm sure you'll love it. Yu Xiaoman flipped out that book Capitalism, and was about to get it to show off under the Black Dragon's eyes, thus allowing the Black Dragon to come into contact with revolutionary ideas for the first time, and develop a strong interest in them, gradually metamorphosing into a strong-willed revolutionary dragon. So this scene is undoubtedly a small climax of the naturalized dragon plot. This is not several cameras are staring at him and the dragon, in order to film that historic moment later. But unexpectedly, the Black Dragon's pupils suddenly shrunk violently, did not even have time to shout out be careful, but directly a mouthful of spit, blowing Yu Xiaoman away. Almost at the same time, the setting sun, which was about to set, suddenly blossomed with a fierce light that shone right where Yu Xiaoman had just stood, destroying all the books. Not even a single piece of dregs remained. Divine punishment. A precise strike from the sun god. The Black Dragon was shocked and furious, controlling its dragon might aura to smoothly receive Yu Xiaoman. If it hadn't mastered electrical energy and could generate force in its aura, just now, even if Yu Xiaoman hadn't been vaporized by the sun god's punishment, she would have been seriously injured by its spit. Sun god. The Black Dragon's ugly face collapsed into an even uglier appearance for a moment, and it ignored the iron law that deities must not look directly at them, raising its head to angrily look towards the sun. The so-called inviolability of deities, of course, couldn't be that if you looked at him, he would be thunderously furious, and without even saying, "What are you looking at?" he would directly contaminate you or fuck you to death. If that were the case, then the entire material world would not need to play. The sun and the moon hang in the sky all year round. There will always be someone who accidentally glances at them. If looking at them is blasphemy, is a capital offense, then all intelligent creatures are afraid that they would have already become extinct. A deity's inability to look directly at them mainly meant that one could not consciously look directly at their essence for a long period of time. It was as if right now, the Black Dragon's pupils were constantly changing, constantly adjusting their focus, focusing their will and vowing to give that sun god, who did not speak of martial virtues and engaged in sneak attacks, a hard stare. The Black Dragon's farsightedness was far more developed than that of humans, and its eye's ability to tolerate light was far stronger than that of humans. So if it was on Earth, then it would definitely be able to see the flares and black seeds on the sun, and see the craters and craters on the moon. The sun of this side of the world, however, was conspicuously devoid of these things, and in the Black Dragon's field of vision, there was nothing but full, dazzling light. Its energy reaction was far less violent than that of a star. This world's sun, doesn't he seem to be much bigger than the moon? The Black Dragon carefully scrutinized the size of the sun and inexplicably created this illusion. The Black Dragon had long known that the moon of this world did not rely on the sun to eat, but sis herself to be the queen, confidently letting out her light. That is to say, this world. It is likely that it is not the main material world revolving around the sun, but the sun actively revolving around the material world. The Black Dragon thought wildly while carefully looking around the sun. Then it looked for a while, but it still didn't find the sun god's divine kingdom, nor did it clearly feel his will or malice. Goaded? Shy? Look straight at me, cub seed. The Black Dragon's heart inexplicably swelled a bit, and I don't know if it was almost time for work, or if it was just a temporary matter. But the sun god didn't pay any attention to this death-defying Black Dragon, and soon fell down the mountain on his own. Blows, blows. The Black Dragon came back to its senses, then immediately heard someone calling out to it. Looking down, it was Ding Shuwen and the others. The spit of breath that it had used to save Yu Xiaoman just now, although it had managed to snatch a life back from the sun god's hands, it had obviously also caused very serious burns to Yu Xiaoman's body, and it had also damaged his protective suit, exposing it to an environment that was full of magical elements, which could be said to have added to the woes of the situation. With such a big turn of events, the research team that had been staring at the live broadcast naturally couldn't sit still, and Ding Shuwen hurriedly was leading the team to carry Yu Xiaoman back to resuscitate him, and had been calling out to the Black Dragon in an attempt to stop its death-defying behavior. Provoke the sun god. Also thanks to this Black Dragon luck, the sun god is one of the few great divine powers in this world, only that his will has always been a deeper slumber, and the subjective divinity is still very weak at the moment. But that doesn't mean that there's no possibility of the Black Dragon pulling down his hatred, and if the Black Dragon really succeeded in pulling down his hatred, then the joy could be great. It is estimated that it can only be a bucket to run away to the abyss or inside hell. Blows. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Seeing the Black Dragon looking over, Ding Shuwen hurriedly shouted, "It was our carelessness. In the offshore world, there are some knowledge that is cursed and must be carried in gold. Otherwise, it will easily attract the sun or the moon's descending blow." I go. There is such a saying? The Black Dragon was taken aback. It must be gold to carry knowledge. No wonder the world outside the country is so dark and backward. How is Yu Xiaoman's situation? Black Dragon saw that Wang Xiaobing had already been brought back to the territory. and the shock just now had obviously scared her, and all the cameras around her had been removed, so he asked with concern. It's not optimistic. Ding Shuwen sighed, his mood obviously somewhat heavy. The black dragon's spit could be more than just high temperatures. It also contained a large amount of radiation rays, and a large amount of corrosive energy. Although the black dragon had subconsciously controlled the intensity, the situation just now was, after all, too sudden and urgent. And in order to be able to snatch back Yu Xiaoman's little life from under the sun god, where was the concern of whether or not it would accidentally injure him? Is there a chance that can be salvaged? The black dragon was also a little bad in his heart, and was silent for a few seconds before asking. There is. Ding Shuwen had a tangled face and sighed a few times, but in the end, he gave an answer that was unexpected by Black Dragon. There's a chance then you're still tangled up in what? Hurry up and let someone go and rescue it. Ding Shuwen didn't answer, but let the staff set up a few pieces of equipment around the area and start them up before sighing. Alas, Mr. Huang, you don't know. What are these devices for? This time it was the Black Dragon that sidetracked the topic. It couldn't help it. It just couldn't help but be curious. After these devices were activated, it obviously felt some discomfort in its body. Its biomagnetic field, its dragon aura was actually disturbed and weakened. It's a special high-power signal jammer. Ding Shuwen replied. A signal jammer? The Black Dragon was first surprised, then snapped its eyes wide open. You mean, this thing can shield the gods from spying and eavesdropping on us? It is currently unknown. Ding Shuwen shook his head and said, after all, there are no deities who have actively given us feedback to tell us whether it is effective or not. But our own guess is that it should still be more or less effective when it comes to fighting off deities. I think so too. At least I feel that my body is affected to some extent. The Black Dragon was pondering. Even one of his own black dragons that relied mainly on bloodline power was like this. So I'm sure that those creatures with pure energy bodies and soul energy bodies would definitely be more affected by electromagnetic interference. If a mega-yield EMP bomb were to be launched into the sky, perhaps the sky full of gods would blow up. Now you can say it. What are you struggling with here? The Black Dragon asked. Since there is a way to save lives, what is there to be torn about? There is a way. It's just that this way, it's very costly and even more controversial. Ding Shuwen sighed and said, Mr. Huang, I'm sure you've heard that we, the Xia people, actually have a way to go and live outside of the country. As long as we find an indigenous deity outside of the country and offer him our faith and a pound of gold, he will transform our bodies with his divine power and grant us the ability to live outside of the country. Not bad. I've heard about that. The Black Dragon nodded slightly and said, speaking of which, I'm kinda wondering why you guys haven't been using this method? Although our country's gold reserves can't support every single one of our nationals to complete such a life transformation, it's obviously still possible to perform this ceremony for those soldiers guarding the borders, and for the special agents who go to work outside the country. Why have you not been doing this? Because the hidden dangers of this way are just too great. Ding Shuwen sighed, not to mention the fact that after selling our faith to the gods, our minds can easily be influenced and controlled by his will, with our concepts and stances changing, and thus betraying our own homeland and nation. The mere fact that our bodies, after being transformed by the power of the gods, will become just like the indigenous creatures outside our borders, and we will no longer be able to see the submicron realm, is already enough for us scientists to accept, because if the submicron realm is completely locked up, then the genes of our Xia people's bloodline, will lose its meaning of existence, and will no longer be something that we can understand and master on our own. This is the same as scrapping our own martial arts, completely cutting off the future, can only be subjected to the gods, placing all our hopes on the gods' charity and benevolence. This is undoubtedly where all of us scientists can't accept no matter what. Our genes, our future, and the destiny of our Xia people, absolutely cannot be subjected to others. After being transformed by a deity, the submicron field also becomes invisible? Black Dragon pondered. Why did these indigenous deities do this? What was he hiding? As a follower of the great physics god religion, Black Dragon knew very well that compared to the macro-universe, it was actually the micro-universe that was more important to us humans, not only because it was easier to reach, understand, and apply, but also because it was closely related to the progress of our human society. The more and more in-depth we understand the microcosm, the more advanced many of our applications of science and technology will become, and after a certain degree of development, we can even go back to the basics, and inversely introduce the essence and truth of the macrocosm. It is no exaggeration to say that if mankind really loses the ability to explore the microfield, and is completely locked up in the micron, then the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. Thinking of this, the Black Dragon had already understood and said, So the solution you talked about is to have Yu Xiaoman take the gold to seek help from the gods? Not bad. Ding Shuwen nodded with a difficult face. Although the deity's divine transformation will not allow the injuries on Yu Xiaoman's body to be healed, as long as the transformation of his life form is complete and his body is no longer allergic to the magic elements, then there are too many ways for us to save him. In these half a year, the trade between our country and the intelligent races outside the country is actually mainly exchanging the heavenly treasures, magical wonders, magical technology, magical knowledge and the like in their hands. After all, compared to our industrialized society, what we want and what they can hold in their hands is what's left. So on our hands, we actually have quite a few good things for healing and curing. Just the precious life spring water and holy water alone. There are hundreds of liters of them. As long as Les Than's body is no longer allergic to the magic elements, then we can easily bring him back. So your current entanglement and controversy is mainly because you guys are worried that Yu Xiaoman, whose body has been transformed by the gods, will have his thoughts and ideas changed, and will no longer be the same person he was before? Yes, not only that, but also the human heart. Ding Shuwen continued to sigh and said, as long as this opening is made, then if there is such a situation, again in the future, should it not be saved in the same way? After all, a collective. The most important thing is to be fair. Put a bowl of water end flat, today so save less than. Then tomorrow's little Wang, little he it, is not also to save? Such a development to the back. I can even foresee that there will certainly be people who will intentionally make themselves seriously injured, and then use this way, brightly and squarely to complete the transformation on the life form. After all, compared to the interests of the collective, people are obviously more willing to pursue their individual interests. The black dragon was silent for a while, then slowly sighed out a mouthful of flaming breath and said, the reasoning is this, but Yu Xiaoman, this is after all a human life. We can't just see death and save it. Yes, we can't see death and save it. Ding Shuwen sighed after him and said, Xiaoyu is a very smart young man. His mind is very important to us. We can't afford to lose a talent like him. What's more, he was injured in the line of duty, so even if it's more controversial, we'll definitely have to save him in the end. The problems we have to consider now are mainly two, Ding Shuwen said. One is that the deity he will be believing in must be a good deity, and preferably one with weak divine power, so that it will be easier for Xiaoyu to keep his heart. Not bad. A deity of weak divine power is more or less better to deal with. The black dragon agreed. I think the goddess of love Freya is pretty good. It just so happens that he seems to be looking for me as well, so when the time comes, I'll have a chat with him, and maybe I'll be able to get him to give Yu Xiaoman some favorable treatment. Mr. Huang, your thoughts are the same as ours. Our first divine choice was also him. Ding Shuwen smiled in a rare moment and said, it just so happens that Xiaoyu is also a seed of infatuation, falling in love with that angel of light, that we've locked up like him, so maybe he can really make Freya look the other way. Fell in love with an angel? Awesome. Tai Zi, are you trying to be a contemporary Dong Yong? Black Dragon was a bit surprised, and planned to turn around and ask Yu Xiaoman what it would be like to like an angel. What's the other thing to consider? Black Dragon asked curiously. The other problem will require your help. Mr. Huang, Ding Shuwen said. We hope to use this transformation ceremony to see if we can explore and understand how the power of the deities can actually help our Xia people's bodies complete the transformation. How do I do this favor? The Black Dragon said in disbelief. The microscopic realm is locked down. You guys can't even see it with an electron microscope. What can I do? There is. Ding Shuwen greeted the staff and brought over a delicate jade box, saying, in fact, the intelligent creatures of this world are not completely without a way to explore the microscopic realm. A long time ago, some powerful mages would use a magical curiosity called the Eye of Truth to unravel the mist shrouding the microscopic realm, and study the nature of magic. We have previously exchanged 2 tons of salt and 50 tons of steel for this Eye of Truth from an ancient nomadic people. Ding Shuwen opened the box, revealing a fist-sized crystal ball, only that its color looked a bit dull due to the long-term lack of magical energy irrigation. Mr. Huang, haven't you always wanted to strengthen your eyesight? I think this Eye of Truth should be able to help you. Eye of Truth, the Black Dragon muttered, then brought its head over and looked at it for a while without seeing anything, so it swallowed it into its stomach in one gulp. Its current eyesight was indeed somewhat lacking, and it still had some presbyopia, so instead of using its eyes to gawk, it would be better to use its heart to experience it. Honestly speaking, as more and more electricity filled in its body, the Black Dragon was also becoming more and more unable to see this body of its own. Although it didn't know what the other dragons, the internal structure of their bodies were exactly like, it still had a strong intuition that its own dragon body must be very different from theirs. After all, logically speaking, as a very ancient transcendent creature, the genes of a gargoyle, the body structure of a gargoyle, should be very stable only, through the subjective will and plasma, can be adjusted at will to change the structure of the body organs. This is, to put it mildly, breaking through the shackles of the bloodline and obtaining a higher authority to develop the body from the dragon god. To put it mildly is to break through the shackles of the bloodline. Obtaining higher body development privileges from the dragon god, to put it to the point, is to be treasonous, prying the source code of life with the plug-in of electricity, and being able to freely DIY the body and evolve towards a higher life form. For a while now, the Black Dragon was ostensibly filming, but in fact, it had secretly been studying its own body. It had already discovered that as long as its subjective will was strong enough, and as long as the plasma in its body was sufficient, then it could fine-tune or remodel most of the organs in its body. In its entire body, there were only two places left that it was currently unable to touch. One was its brain and the other was its heart. The brain was the center of the Black Dragon's nervous system, and also the seat of its soul, whose complexity, needless to say, was obviously not something that the current Black Dragon could micromanage. The heart is the power core of the body, and the most powerful and mysterious organ in the Black Dragon's body. All the electricity that is charged in, almost all of it converges in here. Although the Black Dragon didn't know what the hearts of other dragons looked like, it could fully assert that it must be very different from its own. Compared to its huge size, the Black Dragon's current heart was very small. It was amazing to say that the more the electrical energy was charged, the more its heart shrunk. Compared to the very beginning, it had shrunk by at least 2/3. And another amazing thing was that the Black Dragon's heart was strangely warm and glowing. As the Black Dragon's body functions recovered more and more powerfully, the Summer Academy of Sciences was no longer able to use its instruments to detect the inside of the Black Dragon's body. But the Black Dragon itself estimated that the surface temperature of its current heart was at least several thousand degrees Celsius, and that the temperature of its internal core would only be even higher, and that tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of degrees was not out of the realm of possibility. The Black Dragon also has, with the Summer Academy of Sciences research team, reflected this situation. Cannot brainstorming figure out their own body of these changes. What exactly is the cause of? Is good or bad? Unfortunately, the Summer Academy of Sciences is also clueless. The microscopic field is locked. The limitations of science and technology is really too great. They also do not know. The Black Dragon body of these changes is how to produce, how to carry out. Only know that it must be related to electricity. Is a kind of life self-evolution. 9 times out of 10 should be a good thing. Speaking of which, the Summer Academy of Sciences has actually been in the world of many magical creatures, bionic research, but unfortunately the harvest has been very little. There is no microscopic field of the bridge. The gap between science and magic is really too difficult to overcome. Black Dragon swallowed the eye of truth, closed his eyes, and used his heart to feel it. This was a function that the Black Dragon had only recently tapped into. Its current heart, in addition to glowing and heating for blood and magic power supply, could also radiate mysterious rays that analyzed and detected matter, and in terms of functionality alone, it could be much more powerful than its eyes. However, what surprised the Black Dragon was that this eye of truth had just fallen into the esophagus, and hadn't even gotten close to the ventricle yet, but its heart was already unable to hold back, and directly jumped out, devouring the eye of truth in one go. I didn't see it wrong, did I? The Black Dragon was dumbfounded. My heart can actually move freely? Should I go to the hospital to see if? This is quasi a bit of a problem, the Black Dragon muttered. Its consciousness was not able to observe the interior of the heart. It only knew that after swallowing this eye of truth, the heart immediately began to beat and heat up crazily, as if a nuclear reactor that had been shut down for a long time was suddenly replenished with nuclear fuel. Why did I produce such a metaphor? The Black Dragon was slightly stunned. However, there wasn't much time for it to think. The heat released from the Black Dragon's heart was so huge that in just a few seconds, its body temperature had risen by at least a dozen degrees, frightening it so much that it hurriedly was yelling to Ding Shuwen and the others, shouting, "Quickly, all run quickly, I seem to be about to explode." As soon as the words fell, the dragon breath fuel stored in the Black Dragon's abdominal cavity was suddenly ignited, but seeing that the group hadn't yet withdrawn to the full range, it could only forcefully hold back then held back, the corners of its mouth, its nostrils, its eyes and ears, its wings and its body surface, will all emerge from the black and purple flames, looking fierce and vicious. Everyone viewed, did not expect just eat a crystal ball, but will let the Black Dragon produce such a great reaction, seeing that it burns so badly, even if 100 fire trucks were shouted over. I'm afraid it wouldn't be of any use. This kind of black and purple magical fire was obviously not something that could be extinguished by conventional means. Mao Zi once envisioned the use of nuclear bombs to extinguish fire. Sounds like it is quite magical and metaphysical. Should we give Mr. Huang a try? At the critical moment, Ding Shuwen's mind somehow produced such an idea. Fortunately, the mutation on the black dragon did not last long. The outbreak was less than half a minute. Its heart subsided, and then not long after, the flames on its body were all extinguished. No, the flame in its right eye was still jumping, and it was also getting more and more violent. What the hell? This is to give me the eyes of fire? The black dragon was puzzled, and then vigorously blinked its eyes even though its pain nerves were extremely slow. At this moment, it still felt the intense stinging pain in its right eye, as if something was trying to drill out of it. It can't be that it wants to use that real eye to replace my original dragon eye, right? This thought suddenly surfaced in the black dragon's mind, and then immediately started to get upset. I can ask for it, but you can't give it by force. I don't want something that is not under my control or understanding, even if it's good. Thinking so, the black dragon's brain ran at high speed, directly blocking out the pain nerves and focusing his will to forcefully stop the mutation in his eyes. All of a sudden the black dragon's right eye began to emit electricity in addition to fire, and this confrontation, of course, ended with Huang Zhe's victory. After all, he was the owner of this body. However, the black dragon had no pleasure in winning. Instead, it collapsed into a batch face and was in a gloomy mood. As it listened to its strong heartbeat, what was going through its mind was, why do I feel as if this heart is not the original black dragon's? Brother, you're uncontrolled and sudden backstabbing. Like this makes it hard for me to do it. Huang Zhe tried to communicate with it. If you have any thoughts or opinions about me, you should tell me in advance. We win the heart to have when the heart of consciousness, to listen to the brain command. You this suddenly go alone. Suddenly seize power. Have considered my feelings did not. You this let me still how to believe you? The negotiation between the brain and the heart ended in failure. Even if the black dragon threatened many times, must pursue the responsibility of the heart. When there is a chance in the future, it will be replaced. The heart also remained indifferent, as if the jumping backlash that it had just done had not happened. North Dragon River No. 2 Military Base. The black dragon spared a circle outside the country and sneaked back here. Originally, the original plan was not like this. After being released, it should have gone outside the country to roam around, do some social research, see the hardships of the people, and then develop a sense of progress and return to Xia to participate in the revolution. And those books prepared by Yu Xiaoman were actually not read by the black dragon itself, but taken to that immortal bird to study. Although the black dragon had been chanting, wanting that undead bird to work for him, this was actually not in conflict with letting it learn knowledge. After all, with knowledge and culture, one would work more efficiently and be more able to create wealth value. It does not want their own men is a pure illiterate. That is too difficult to discipline, too difficult to communicate. At least have an elementary school diploma. Unfortunately, the idea is very good, but inexplicably by the sun god intervened. The whole plan has been disrupted. What? Hearing the black dragon's speculation, Ding Shuwen was shocked. You suspect that your heart is not original? That's right. The black dragon was a bit tired and laid his head on the ground as he said, my spontaneous combustion before was caused by my heart suddenly going out of control. How is this possible? Ding Shuwen scratched his head with a stony face. It's not the original. Which would be who replaced it for you, and when was it replaced? This I don't know. Long sighed and said, but I personally feel that 9 times out of 10 it should have been changed before I seized the body to take over. Otherwise it's impossible for me to not be able to detect it. Hearing this, everyone's heart suddenly burst. Are some spine chills? Is it possible that Huang Zhe's situation was long ago arranged by someone? Is hiding a great conspiracy under a very big game of chess? We just let you pretend to be a huge dragon cursed by the evil god. It won't really be that coincidental. You've really been tampered with by the evil god? Everyone was a bit confused. Originally thought that the black dragon was the best gift given to them by the heavens to the Xia kingdom, but did not realize that this gift was probably a sugar-coated bomb. Behind it was hiding a big conspiracy. No wonder all kinds of performance, all kinds of habits on the black dragon, will be so different from the normal dragon. The original it is not only the mind out of the problem, even the heart is also out of the problem. What now? See, everyone is silent. The black dragon had to say, I don't want to be a 2-5, in order to get a clear understanding. Or you guys still help me to dissect it, to see this heart. In the end, what is the situation? Of course if there are conditions, it is best to directly give me a heart transplant. This kind of uncontrolled, blind chicken mess heart, the sooner it is pulled out to be more at ease. Mr. Huang, you are joking again. Ding Shuwen showed a bitter smile on his face. Although he knew that the black dragon's body was very strong and its pain nerves were very dull, even if it was opened up, it would be very difficult to cause it any substantial damage or pain. But the black dragon always hanging on to this matter. more or less still made people cry and laugh, so he could only helplessly say, not to mention that with our current technical means, we simply can't dissect open your giant dragon's body, even if we really dissect it open. At that time, in case your heart, again, suddenly riots like before, releasing dozens of tons, or even hundreds of tons of TNT equivalent energy all of a sudden. How do you tell us to top it? As for giving you a heart transplant is even more impossible. Where can we go to find you a heart that powerful? Alas. So this time bomb can't be defused? The Black Dragon sighed. Do not figure out the problem of the heart. This also means that its entire dragon life will be overshadowed by a layer of shadow. Even if it has the heart to give its body to the country again, I'm afraid that it will inevitably be suspected and defended. Who made me unclean? Ah, damn. Annoyed to death. My dragon life is not easy to get on the right track. In the end, who the hell is counting on me? The Black Dragon was instantly a bit annoyed. Mr. Huang, you shouldn't be too pessimistic. Seeing that Black Dragon's mood was clearly a bit off, the competent psychological counselor Gowing immediately reacted and hastily consoled, saying, we can't just think of the bad side, but also think of the good side. Ah, maybe this heart is a treasure that your predecessor especially left behind for you. It's possible that it got some kind of strange encounter, and ate some kind of exotic treasure before it fell asleep, such as cosmic source quality, within the fragments of the god's lattice, only due to the overly thick, resulting in the soul not being able to carry it, and that's why it was cheaper for you. Just now, Mr. Huang, didn't you say that you can still take the initiative to mobilize your subjective will to forcibly stop the heart from going solo? This also means that currently, this body is still up to you. So the most important thing you need to do right now is actually to maintain a good mindset. Never generate any pessimistic or negative emotions and scare yourself. That's what makes it more dangerous. Right. Ding Shuwen also reacted. How to keep the Black Dragon's healthy mentality and intact humanity was the top priority of their entire research team's work. How could he get depressed with the Black Dragon just because he had encountered a problem? Ding Shuwen self-examined and hurriedly pulled himself together. Smiling, Mr. Huang, Xiao Gao is right. If there is a problem, it's just a matter of us dealing with it positively and trying to overcome it. We mustn't develop negative emotions. Even if your heart really has a problem, it is a certain deity or devil, a big thunderbolt buried in advance. Then we actively think of ways to solve it is. Although we are currently unable to deal with it or transplant it, we can completely prepare several secondary hearts within you to reduce the dependence on it. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted a few nuclear-powered secondary hearts? No problem. I can immediately apply for a project from the state and mobilize as much manpower and resources as possible to attack this problem for you. And aren't you still able to mobilize your subjective will to fine-tune and transform your body? Then we can absolutely go and capture other giant dragons, other powerful transcendent creatures, conduct bionic research on their hearts, on their body structures, and finally gather the strengths of all the families. And surely we will be able to DIY an even more powerful heart. Good idea. The Black Dragon's eyes lit up and rose up. His emotions obviously mobilized. Since this heart doesn't listen to me, then I don't give a damn about it. Just rebuild a few more. Being able to reorganize the body with subjective will is actually the most powerful golden finger on the Black Dragon. As long as there was enough energy and as long as the technology was mature, it could even fix the body's rejection reaction and forcefully transplant the hearts of other transcendent creatures into itself. And the Black Dragon also had reason to suspect that many powerful transcendent beings must have more than one heart in their bodies, as well as quite a number of secondary hearts, so that their power, their life force, would be so powerful. Regardless of whether or not there is any big shot who is secretly counting on me, I have a solid backing of 1.4 billion people behind me, and will never, and must never, fall that easily. Even if theology is powerful, science is definitely not a vegetarian. Black Dragon in his heart to give himself a boost. Eyes gradually firm. As long as my body can run a nuclear fusion reactor, that is almost the same as igniting the fire of God, right? How is Yu Xiaoman's situation now? A little better? Temporarily untying the knot in his heart, the Black Dragon's thoughts were clear, and only then did he remember the main event, and asked in a hurry. It's even less optimistic. Ding Shuwen sighed. Mr. Huang, we have to perform the transformation ceremony for him as soon as possible, otherwise he probably won't last through the night. Well, if there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. The Black Dragon nodded and said, and after thinking about it, he added, by the way, academician Ding, that eye of truth, what exactly is it made of? And why would it give lead to my heart, to produce such a great reaction? We don't know either. Ding Shuwen shook his head and said, we only know that it is a magical curiosity that can only be created by mages above the 6th ring, and the main material seems to come from beyond the heavens. What exactly it is, we are still unclear and cannot analyze it. Things from outside the sky. No wonder. The Black Dragon was pondering. By the way, Mr. Huang, that eye of truth, did you fail to fuse it? Ding Shuwen couldn't help but ask. Although we only spent less than $2 million to buy it from that nomad, but has a 6-ringed magical wonder. It's actually very rare, and so far, this is the only one we've acquired. If you fail to fuse it, we'll have to go find a new seller. A 6-ringed magical wonder, actually bought for less than $2 million? Were prices so low in the offshore world? The Black Dragon was a bit dumbfounded. In that case, wouldn't it be very profitable to engage in cross-border trade in the future? It shouldn't be considered a failure. The Black Dragon thought for a moment and said, just like a computer loading software, this eye of truth, in fact, has almost been fused by my body. It's just that I forced it to stop at the last minute. And if my subjective will agrees now, it will still soon replace my right eye. I don't intend to do that though, and until the situation is clear, if I don't particularly need it, I think the eye is better as is. After all, I now have the knowledge of optics and biology that I'm actively studying, so I can continue to optimize and strengthen my vision in the future. It doesn't necessarily have to be this somewhat bizarre real eye. Okay, Ding Shuwen nodded. Since the Black Dragon had his own opinion, he couldn't force it much. Considering that Yu Xiaoman's situation was rather critical, they stopped communicating, intending to go outside the country now to prepare the prayer to God ceremony for him. Honestly speaking, the God prayer ceremony prepared by CAS was a bit of an eye-opener for the Black Dragon. One could only see that they had set up an incense table towards the direction of Freya's divine kingdom, and on the incense table was an idol of Freya, and in front of the idol was an incense burner and some offerings, with a few pillars of incense in the burner that were slowly emitting light smoke. Academician Ding, are you sure it's really okay for you guys to get it this way? The Black Dragon noticed that the staff actually planned to burn yellow paper and set off firecrackers, and really couldn't help but say, isn't our ceremony a bit too Zyagwazation? And can Freya, an indigenous deity, accept it? How can't it be accepted? Ding Shuwen said with a smile, Mr. Huang, you don't know. The tens of millions of believers of our God of love and Xia are all dedicated to him in this way. As a good god of weak divine power, Freya is actually rather easygoing, and doesn't really pay much attention to whether the rituals are correct or not, and looks more at whether the believers' beliefs and prayers are pious or not. Furthermore, I'll say that when you enter the country, do as the Romans do, but if there are too many people entering the country, then the custom that you follow, of course, has to be that of our Xia people. The gods are actually also very realistic and easy to adapt. As long as we insist, then the rituals of praying to the gods, of course, has to be by the meaning of our Xia people. I see. The Black Dragon nodded thoughtfully, and it vaguely felt that there might be a deeper intent here. The reason why the Xia kingdom didn't suppress Freya's faith much was most likely also to try and see if it could assimilate and localize him with its own culture, its own incense, so that he could become the community of the Xia kingdom's destiny. Yu Xiaoman's injuries were very serious. The burns from the dragon's breath and the infection from the magical elements caused serious edema to appear all over his body, and even after all-out efforts to rescue him, he was still breathless and unconscious at this point. In such a state, he was obviously unable to take the initiative to offer his faith to Freya, and had no choice but to let the Black Dragon act as a matchmaker on his behalf. Kind Freya, please listen to my prayers. I need your help. The Black Dragon raised its head high, closed its eyes, and chanted towards the direction of Freya's divine kingdom. In fact, it had always been curious, the way for a being in the material realm to contact a distant deity or demon would actually be so simple. Just by chanting his name reverently and repeatedly, either with the voice or in the heart, it is possible to be heard by his will. What is the principle of this? How exactly is this technically possible? Such technology is obviously much more advanced than cell phones and radios, at least several dozen eras ahead of 4G and 5G technology. And it is estimated that it would have to be barely possible to realize the legendary quantum communication after its great success. Freya, please listen to my prayers. Repeat. Freya, please listen to my prayers. Repeat, repeat. Is here or not? Say something? The Black Dragon patiently chanted for a while, delayed in getting a response, and could only helplessly stoop down to say to the crowd, saying, maybe I'm not pious enough, or maybe he won't be online this. Anyway, I didn't feel his response. The crowd was silent. Freya actually not taking this business was obviously a bit out of everyone's expectation. What now? Black Dragon asked. Should we try a different god? Change a god? Ding Shuwen thought about it and exchanged opinions with a few other academicians. But in the end, he shook his head. Forget it, all the other gods are too unfamiliar to us and too dangerous. We really don't dare to put less than our faith and souls into his hands. Forget it? How is this going to work? The Black Dragon's batch face collapsed again. Then wouldn't we just have to watch him die? That can't be helped. Ding Shuwen sighed. Mr. Huang, please believe that our feelings for Xiaoyu are definitely not less than yours, and we certainly hope to save his young life. But there are some things that we must consider more deeply. This stage is not yet a time when we can casually touch strange deities. Many sacrifices we can only bear with our teeth. Alas. The Black Dragon let out a sigh in his heart and was speechless. He also knew that in the face of this sudden change in heaven and earth, the country had definitely sacrificed quite a few martyrs in these half a year. Compared to them, Yu Xiaoman's life didn't seem to be much more honorable. For the sake of the overall situation, for the sake of the whole country, the whole nation's safety and interests, some sacrifices are inevitable. But people are easy to think nonsense. At this time the Black Dragon brain suddenly flashed a thought in case one day in the future. For the sake of the big picture, also want me to make sacrifices. I will accept it calmly. I can do it with emotion. Have not had time to think about this problem. The Black Dragon will shake up his head. Cannot think. Once the seed of doubt germination, that sooner or later will bear bad fruit, into a big trouble. So when there is nothing to do, absolutely do not make wild assumptions. Where are so many ifs? Where are so many one-e? Huang Zhe constantly shouted in his mind, clearing away distractions, brainwashing himself, and firming his will. Mr. Huang. Everyone looked at Black Dragon worriedly. They could sense that ever since they started to suspect that the heart wasn't original, Black Dragon's mood had clearly started to be off. No longer as optimistic and stable as before. So much so that Ding Shuwen couldn't help but wonder if it could be that the ancient nomad who had sold them the Eye of Truth had tampered with this Eye of Truth after all. It was undoubtedly the culprit in all of this. Huang Zhe. As the Black Dragon's psychological counselor, Gowing had been trying hard to call out the Black Dragon's name in an attempt to calm it down, but unfortunately with little success. The Black Dragon didn't even look at her. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and come up with a crazy suggestion. Mr. Huang, in fact, we don't necessarily have to turn to a deity to save Yu Xiaoman. We have another option. Devil. We can go and make a deal with the devil. Xiao Gao, what are you babbling about? Ding Shuwen's face changed, and he reprimanded with some exasperation. Trading with the devil. Such a heartless suggestion was something that could be said casually? However, the attention of the Black Dragon was really attracted to it, and it stopped shaking its head and turned to look at Gowing. Deal with the devil? The Black Dragon couldn't help but recall the line that the director's team had arranged for it earlier. It would rather deal with the devil than to trust the gods. There was no right to speak without investigation, and to be able to say something like that meant that 9 times out of 10, the country had had contact with the devil. Mr. Huang, don't listen to Xiao Gao's nonsense. Ding Shuwen hurriedly said, trading with the devil. How could it be any good? How could it be that easy? If you're not careful, you'll be pitched half to death and get into trouble. You guys really dealt with the devil? Black Dragon asked with interest. I heard that devils are creatures of the order-keeping evil camp, terrible schemers, and synonymous with evil. However, the Xia people are concerned about seeking truth from facts. Of course, will not because of one-sided words, because of a simple camp division, will be all the species characterized to death. The actual situation is how, but also have to be specifically contacted in order to know. So the Black Dragon is very curious. The Summer Academy of Sciences on the devil, this kind of creature, will be how to evaluate and characterize. Sort of had some contact. Ding Shuwen hesitated for a moment, and finally said, previously, we traded a Black Dragon's parchment ancient scroll from an indigenous intelligent race, through which we can communicate with the devil in hell. Devil scroll. The Black Dragon froze for a moment. First the Eye of Truth, and now the Devil scroll. How could it be so coincidental? Were the transcendent wonders of this world so ubiquitous and easily acquired? Moreover, the Black Dragon also seriously suspected that the transcendent items that CAS had collected outside of the country were definitely more than just these two. Although Black Dragon is not clear about how the market and mobility of transcendental items outside the country is, but he thinks that it should not be very active, and in just less than half a year's time, it has been collected by the Summer Academy to so many. This is obviously very abnormal. The Black Dragon is pondering. This shouldn't be a pit or a setup that has been deliberately dug, right? At that time, we were very curious about this powerful creature, the devil, and after many aspects of understanding and research, we felt that making contact and communicating with the devil might help our country's current situation, so we decided to try to summon him with gold. Ding Shuwen continued. We used 10 kilograms of gold as an offering, and successfully connected to a devil who called himself Burma. I have to say, compared to gods, devils are indeed much more approachable. Burma showed a strong interest in our Xia people, and even directly threw out several deeds, expressing his willingness to enter into a deep and strategic cooperation with our country, to share everything with each other, and to act as an aid to each other's oeuvre. At that time, we had no basis of trust with the devil to speak of, so naturally we didn't agree to it, and only used gold as an exchange to inquire about some of the hidden secrets of this world from his mouth. Our caution was correct. Burma really didn't have a good heart, and afterward he secretly compelled several of our researchers to sell their souls to him and fall into the 9 abyssal hells. Mr. Huang, devils are extremely terrifying conspirators. To a certain extent, we are even more wary of them than we are of the gods in the heavens. For now, it's really inappropriate for us to have too much contact with him. Seeing that the black dragon was still brooding, Ding Shuwen clenched his teeth and told the others to evade first. Then alone, he turned on the signal jammer and revealed a shocking news to the black dragon. Mr. Huang, to tell you the truth, in the future, our country is definitely an expedition to hell. 9 abyssal hells. We are at least to occupy 1 or 2 of the prisons, so that our Xia peoples can obtain the autonomy of the soul, can master the core technology of life reincarnation, and only in this way, the country and the people can be stabilized. So the devil is destined to be our potential enemy. The less contact we have with him at this stage, the better, so as not to expose too much information and frighten the snakes. Expedition to the abyss. Black Dragon was surprised. At the same time, Imoming also felt a little burning. I did not expect the country's strategic vision actually has been far-reaching to such a point, and, in addition to resorting to the power of the gods and devils, we actually have a way to save less than. Ding Shuwen sighed. He could see that the Black Dragon seemed to have developed some sort of obsession. If it couldn't get Yu Xiaoman back today, it would be very uncomfortable in its heart, and in a bad case, it might even derive a mental illness. As a last resort, Ding Shuwen could only speak out a more controversial and tabooed method. That is to revive him as an undead creature. Death is something that all of us are very jealous of, yet have to face too. Ding Shuwen said very seriously. After traveling to this world and facing the intricate and complicated situation, we, Cass, have actually dealt with the undead creatures of this world, and have even conducted academic research and discussions with some necromancers. They believe that the physical body is nothing more than a skin, and those so-called genes, the so-called bloodline, are nothing more than chains on the human mind and a burden on the soul. Our human soul deserves to have a more perfect vehicle. Only by shedding this body of skin can our souls gain freedom and embrace a broader future, as well as immortality. At that time, we, the Summer Academy of Sciences, were very interested in this claim of theirs. After all, if we were resurrected as undead, we could ensure that our minds and wills would continue on for a long time, and this is undoubtedly considered to be a very good method of longevity. At that time, we had all planned that as long as the undead could maintain their good social nature, their empathy and identification with us humans, then we would do whatever it took to introduce the technology of resurrection of the dead from the hands of the necromancers. However, after our research, we found that the drawbacks and limitations of undead creatures are very obvious. They are basically devoid of humanity, as well as feelings to speak of. Once they are resurrected as undead, then they will soon lose their identification and empathy with us humans, becoming monotonous creatures that are even more numb and uninteresting than robots. And their immortality, which comes at the cost of burning their own soul fire and burning their own memories, is clearly not the path we Xia people want. So we quickly called a halt to our research in this area. But we didn't break our relationship with the necromancers, and we've still maintained a very good relationship. They are very interested in our country's modern medical technology, and if it wasn't for the fact that the environment didn't allow it, they would even want to come to our country to study and further their education. Ding Shuwen said without emotion. It was also outrageous to say that after Xia crossed over to this world, it was instead the orcs, grey dwarves, half-elves, necromancers, and even devils. These indigenous intelligent creatures whose reputations had always been less than stellar that were more than happy to get in touch with Xia and get close to it. On the contrary, the high elves, the Titan race, the angels, these races that have always symbolized light and justice, have always been more hostile to the Xia kingdom. This makes the summer country seem like it is still really a country of evil and darkness. Ding Shuwen had someone send a dead person resurrection scroll, which was only equal to the fact that after Xiaoman's body had completely lost its vital signs, the Black Dragon would be able to resurrect it as long as he poured magic power into the scroll. However, Black Dragon hesitated as he stared at the scroll that was glowing with blood. This bout of time Black Dragon had been studying optics and magical jurisprudence, and had never stopped studying and optimizing his eyes. And at present, although he was still unable to do autofocusing, active focusing was obviously still not a problem. Under the Black Dragon's undivided attention, it clearly observed the undead aura permeating the resurrection scroll, and a strong aversion and rejection arose in its heart for no reason. Intuition told it that transforming a soul into an undead soul would definitely not be a good thing. But if it didn't, it could only watch Yu Xiaoman pass away. The black dragon was caught in a tangle, and then out of the corner of its eye, it inadvertently looked at the gold bar that was placed on the incense table. Well, it wasn't inadvertently, but the black dragon intentionally or unintentionally kept peeking this way. There is no way. The attraction of gold for the dragon is really too powerful. The black dragon can hold back and not pounce over. It is already not easy. However, this time, the black dragon was not coveting the gold with an obsessive, frenzied gaze, but was examining it very rationally and calmly. Gold is an excellent conductor of magical elements. Deities are also required to collect gold before they can help us Xia people complete the transformation on our life forms. Could there be a connection here? A conjecture suddenly arose in the black dragon's heart. So after discussing it with Academician Ding for a while, it decided to do an experiment. It swallowed the 10 kilograms of gold bars that it had originally prepared for Freya in its mouth, but did not swallow it. You might not believe me when I say it. Black dragons were actually omnivorous animals. Although they were mainly meat eaters, they would occasionally eat earth, minerals, and various metals in order to replenish the various elements that their bodies needed. The reason why gold was loved by the majority of the dragons was also largely due to the fact that gold was an indispensable element for the growth of the dragons' bodies, and could effectively help them improve their physical strength, as well as their affinity for the magical elements. It was said that there were some powerful gargoyles that even had to eat dozens of pounds of gold every year, so as to ensure that their bodies and souls were active and stable. As we all know, the chemical nature of gold was very stable, and it basically existed as a single substance in nature. Yet these 10 kilograms of gold bars were quickly reacted to when the black dragon held them in its mouth. Worthy of being a transcendent creature capable of digesting gold, it didn't even need stomach acid. Just the black dragon's saliva was able to quickly melt the gold. It only took less than a minute for the entire gold bar to turn into liquid, and then drilled straight into the black dragon's skin, the black dragon's veins, attempting to merge into a deeper place. Fortunately, the black dragon had long anticipated that this would happen, and had long ago concentrated its will and tightened its defenses, firmly holding every line of defense, not allowing even a single gold atom to enter its body. Then it didn't take long for its fishing enforcement to pay off, and its heart began to riot again. As expected, even the gods love gold and need to use it to stabilize their godhoods. How could you little thing possibly hold it down? The black dragon was overjoyed and immediately mobilized its subjective will to suppress and temper it. It might be that it had been fatally beaten by the black dragon with its subjective will only a short while ago, or it might be that it was indeed very thirsty for gold. This time the black dragon heart seemed to recognize the reality, and the riot was much more peaceful, and it didn't take long for it to subside down. There's actually a way. The black dragon was guilty of muttering while chewing the gold in its mouth. Just now, it had been asking its heart and its mind if there was any way to solve the problem of Yu Xiaoman's body's allergy to magic elements. Unexpectedly, after pursuing the question for a while, an answer actually popped up on its own in its head. As long as 100 grams of gold were provided to the heart, it would be able to provide a drop of golden dragon blood, and as long as a drop of golden dragon blood, it could help a Xiagwa person complete the transformation on the life form, and from then on, be able to affinity with magic elements. It's actually only 100 grams, the black dragon pondered. In that case, those gods really are black-hearted and make the difference. It remembered that the gods seemed to charge a pound of gold, and that they had to offer their faith voluntarily. Compared to him, this heart of its own was simply not too conscientious. It's really dark enough, but it can't be helped. Monopolized industries are like this. Not being able to master the core technology, it's destined to be dead. Black Dragon lamented while holding the mentality of trying, and transferred 100 grams of gold to the heart. Out of Black Dragon's expectation, the process of the heart absorbing the gold is actually very peaceful. Like a person drinking water, can't taste the pungency, and can't taste the sweetness, but it is essential. At the same time, the Black Dragon also vaguely felt. His entire dragon seems to be a little easier, as if there is an invisible burden. Invisible shackles are disappearing from it. I also don't know if it was the Black Dragon's illusion, but it felt like its heart. It seemed to have gotten a little bit smaller again. Not more than a few seconds later, the Black Dragon's heart really did secrete a drop of golden-colored liquid. Golden dragon blood. The Black Dragon looked at this drop of his heart's blood, then couldn't help but spit out. This name seems to be a bit fishy. I'm obviously a black dragon. Why should I call it golden dragon blood? Is it bad to call it black and gold dragon blood? Spitting is spitting, but the Black Dragon didn't forget the main thing. It took a little aim, then directly spit the dragon blood into Yu Xiaoman's heart. As for why it had to spit into the heart, the Black Dragon couldn't say. Anyway, it just went by feel. Yu Xiaoman's body is actually still wrapped in protective clothing. And then this drop of golden dragon blood, but as if it is intangible, directly integrated into Yu Xiaoman's heart. This originally slow, dying heart was instantly like being hit with a cardiac stimulant, and the power was instantly pulled full. The originally slow, powerless beating heart was suddenly like it had been given a cardiac stimulant, and its power was instantly pulled full. However, Yu Xiaoman's complexion, instead of becoming better, became paler, as if all the blood in his body had been forcefully pumped to his heart to receive the leader's latest instructions in transformation. Quickly, academician Ding, go get the life spring water. Yu Xiaoman's body is being transformed by my dragon blood, and will soon be able to have an affinity for the magic elements. Seeing that Ding Shuwen was still dumbfounded, the black dragon hurriedly reminded him. It's golden dragon blood. Although it was able to help Yu Xiaoman complete the transformation in his life form, the human body was simply too weak, and it had to have more energy in order for the transformation to proceed and heal his injuries. Oh, Ding Shuwen woke up as if in a dream, hurriedly finding an emerald green crystal bottle from the side, carefully opening it, then pouring a few drops of liquid into Yu Xiaoman's mouth. About 0.5 milliliters. Not enough. Pour another 1 milliliter. The black dragon carefully observed for a while, then said, nowadays, the black dragon's sense of energy was extremely sharp, and from such a close distance, it could certainly see that this greenish life spring water was actually harboring extremely powerful life energy. 1 milliliter of life spring water contains energy that is at least equivalent to 2,000 grams of TNT, and our country actually got hundreds of pounds. I also don't know which intelligent race would be such a loser. With the people saved, the black dragon was finally able to leave in peace. After Ding Shuwen asked about the principle of generating the golden dragon blood, after showing great surprise and excitement, he didn't choose to make a big fuss about it, but instead kept it very discreetly. Because of the current situation in Xia, it is not suitable to prematurely expose this ability of the black dragon. Interest entanglement is still second, although the secret of the black dragon's ability to generate golden dragon blood, if it is circulated, it will inevitably lead to all sorts of cow ghosts and snakes swarming, to the work of the Academy of Sciences, to the black dragon's life caused great trouble. However, Ding Shuwen believed that as long as black dragon was firm in his stance, and as long as the Summer Academy of Sciences was strict in its gatekeeping, he thought he would still be able to control the situation. Although the black dragon had repeatedly emphasized that it would never forget its identity as a Xia national, even if it became a black dragon, it was still just an ordinary dragonfolk of Xia, and was not much different from the majority of its fellow Xia nationals. It had repeatedly assured that it would never be bullying and overbearing, putting itself above the masses of people. The black dragon could say so, but the Xia Academy of Sciences and the central hierarchy would not think so. As the country's only Class 7 life form, the black dragon's status was undoubtedly very supreme, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the most important national treasure. What's more, now that the black dragon had come up with the golden dragon blood, it also meant that the Xia kingdom could henceforth avoid the gods' technological blockade and faith blackmail, and could independently solve the problem of the body's allergy to magical elements. As the sole provider of this technology, the black dragon's importance could be imagined, and it would undoubtedly receive higher respect and favorable treatment. As long as it complied with the law and stood firm, no one would be able to force anything on it. The reason why Ding Shuwen didn't dare to prematurely expose this ability of the black dragon was mainly because he was worried about the issue of leakage. Nowadays, the beliefs of the deities were becoming more and more widespread and secretive in the country, and when the goddess of love, Freya, suddenly swiped her presence before, Ding Shuwen suspected that someone had leaked the secret, only to find out later that there was no result, and could only leave it unsettled and be on the alert in the shadows. Ding Shuwen knew very well that the black dragon's ability to generate golden dragon blood was crucial to the country, and if it was rashly exposed and known by the gods, it was hard to imagine how they would react. After all, this golden dragon's blood was able to directly steal business from the hands of the deities, and it was also a combination of price advantage, policy advantage, and security advantage. So once it was promoted, it was definitely able to rout the deities in the domestic market, with their business shrinking drastically, the number of believers decreasing, and their personal interests being seriously jeopardized. Those deities in the sky who had a little bit of temper would definitely gnash their teeth at the black dragon, and swore to get rid of the black dragon both openly and covertly. At that time, the black dragon's situation will definitely be very bad, at least to carry hundreds of curses, as long as to go beyond the borders, will be strangled by the gods, even if only stay a minute, may have to receive hundreds of holy lightning. Therefore, after much deliberation, Academician Ding decided to keep it a secret. declaring to the public that Yu Xiaoman had picked up her life because she had become a dependent of an unknown deity. As for Academician Ding's move, the Black Dragon was also very much in favor of it. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to use his own golden dragon's blood to benefit the majority of his fellow Xia compatriots, but rather, the Black Dragon had reason to suspect that his own heart, most likely, was just like those deities, who were also earning the difference in price from it. The true cost of helping a Xia person complete a lifeform transformation was likely not the 500 grams of gold of the gods or the 100 grams of the heart, and if there were no middlemen to make the difference, it would likely be less than even 10 grams, or even 5 grams. So don't look at the heart as unlocking a very practical ability for the Black Dragon. In reality it didn't have a good heart at all. It was secretly growing itself. As for this heart of his, the Black Dragon has always been very uneasy, although it currently seems to be a lot more peaceful, and has not dared to go against the brain anymore. But no one can guarantee that as it absorbs more and more gold and becomes more and more powerful, will it continue to rebel and go against the brain again, snatching away the control of the body. So before it had completely submitted and completely surrendered its secrets, the Black Dragon did not dare to feed it too much gold. Of course, although the Black Dragon was an extremely progressive conscious dragon that had always strictly demanded itself with the moral standards of the Xia people, it still had to abide by the most basic principle of being a dragon. That is, gold is the lifeblood of the dragon. Once it enters the mouth, it is absolutely impossible to spit it out again. Even if the dragon god, Hibernian, comes to be useless. Legend has it that the emergence of dragon's blood potion is mainly due to the dragon god Hibernian, unable to glean gold from the hands of his own descendants, and in a fit of rage to come up with the product. Other intelligent races can hunt real dragons and use their blood to make a potion, and after taking it, they can obtain the blessings of the dragon god and the power of dragons. Of course, before taking it, remember to pay Hyperion. For the sake of gold, even the gods of their own families can turn their faces, so it can be seen that the giant dragons are obsessed with gold. At this point in time, the Black Dragon's mouth, then there is still 9 kilograms of gold left, but want to let it spit it out. That is obviously unrealistic. Even if its brain can give out such a command, its mouth, its tongue will certainly resist orders, and if the brain is bent on doing so, maybe the other organs in the body will also be outraged and follow the rebellion. If you want to spit out even the gold that is in your mouth, then what kind of a brain are you? Get the hell out of here. Considering that there is a heart in the body, if there is another rebellion, the consequences are unimaginable. So the Black Dragon can only be a little embarrassed to discuss with Academician Ding. First borrowed the gold, back to let him go to his own account. Anyway, it account, scattered add up to almost have a ton of gold. In fact, it has not been how to take the initiative to say, but there is no way. The country is really too generous, give really too much. But how should this several pounds of gold be distributed? The Black Dragon was a little difficult. All the organs have issued a thirsty will, in which the heart's is the strongest, and even alluded to the willingness to concede 10%, secreting 110 drops of golden dragon blood, stored in the heart in order to prepare for the Black Dragon to take in the future. The Black Dragon of course can't as it wishes. This 2.5. It is too late to suppress, and how can it let it continue to grow? The problem is, that the heart is too high in the body, but any organ that has a bit of blood flow is less likely to be controlled and influenced by it. So even if I allocate the gold to the other internal organs, in the end, it will still be disposed of by the heart for a large portion. In that case, there aren't many options left. As the Black Dragon thought about it, there were only bones, dragon scales, and teeth left. The Black Dragon eventually chose the teeth. There was no way. The bones in the giant dragon's body were too many and too complex. So this much gold couldn't strengthen anything at all, and a bad one could easily lead to outgrowth of bones and deformed development. Dragon scale words. Huangzhe as a black dragon. If you use gold to strengthen the scales, this will inevitably affect the tone of the entire body, appearing to kill the horse not to mention, but also nakedly show off the rich, not at all in line with its concept of being a dragon. The Black Dragon has always felt that low profile and introverted, steady development, and smothering, are the qualities that every giant dragon should have. It even had a sudden impulse. In the future, if I become a big dragon thing and a big leader in the giant dragon tribe, I must strictly demand and strictly restrain all the giant dragons, tightly grasp the construction of their spiritual civilization, and practically improve their social atmosphere. In the midst of his rambling thoughts, the Black Dragon reinforced gold onto one of his fangs. Even humans like to set gold teeth. I'm a giant dragon. Also hold a few gold dragon teeth. Should be quite reasonable. I don't know if other giant dragons have this kind of operation, but the Black Dragon's self-feeling is quite good. It knocked on the golden fangs, and found that it had been significantly improved in terms of hardness. sharpness, and also in terms of its permeability to magic power. Gold in its fangs. It is obvious that a good chemical reaction. No, should be a metaphysical reaction is right, chemical reaction which can be so magical. The only thing that was somewhat unfortunate was that was the amount of gold was a little less, and it didn't completely strengthen this fong of the Black Dragon. Black Dragon conservatively estimated, felt that at least another 50 kilograms of gold, in order to strengthen the performance of that fong to the extreme. In that case, to get all my teeth into a gold dragon fong, it is at least a dozen tons of gold that is needed. A dozen tons of gold. Doesn't seem like much. The Black Dragon silently calculated. With its current salary, as well as a variety of allowances and subsidies, it won't take several years to be able to save up. What's more, it has so many good money-making projects in its head. If it really puts its heart into it, a monthly income of 10 tons of gold is definitely not a dream. At that time, not to mention strengthening the teeth, is to strengthen the bones, strengthen the flesh, strengthen the dragon scales, or even the entire body or gold, are not impossible. Backed by the resources of the entire Xia Kingdom, the Black Dragon certainly had this confidence. However, the Black Dragon is, after all, a cultured, rational New Age dragon. Although gold can indeed effectively improve its strength, but it did not therefore produce an inflated mentality, and therefore be blinded by the eyes. Instead, it even raised its vigilance, and inexplicably had a strong intuition in its heart. If it allowed its body to absorb too much gold too quickly, it would probably bring about great hidden dangers, leading to consequences that it was very unwilling to see. So even though the gold smelled good, at this stage, the Black Dragon didn't want to let its body ingest too much of it. It didn't wait for Xiaoman to completely wake up, nor did it wait until the next day's dawn. After seeing the situation stabilized, the Black Dragon took advantage of the night and flew towards the immortal bird's nest. Half a month have not seen. Also do not know this stupid bird ran away yet. This time the Black Dragon prepared a large number of children's books and teaching materials for it. Must help it to open literacy and learn to speak. Of course, this is just the Black Dragon's personal bad taste, not its main purpose of this outbound business trip. Nominally, it came outside the country this time to wander around, to see the suffering of the people, and then to be impacted in its thinking, to develop a sense of progress and revolutionary tendency, in order to pave the way for naturalization and joining the Xia Kingdom. The actual situation of course does not need to be so complicated. The main work of the Black Dragon, in fact, is to lose weight, disappeared from the public eye for a month or two. After such a period of time, suddenly with a confused, depressed, and even lost more than 10 tons of weight image, appeared again in the public's line of sight inside. The huge contrast and impact of this, as well as the officials' correct guidance and declaration, were bound to be able to cause everyone to think deeply and sympathize. In this way, the matter of Black Dragon resolutely joining the Xia nationality and joining the revolutionary team would seem natural and combustible, and wouldn't be so sudden. In fact, the Sun God's sudden move for Yu Xiaoman had already created a very good public opinion base for Black Dragon's naturalization. After all, Xia's officialdom had been exposing the reactionary nature of these indigenous deities, and this time, the Sun God, just because of some familiar books and knowledge, had brazenly unleashed divine punishment, putting a Xia citizen to death. It could be described as lawless, merciless and unreasonable, exposing the reactionary nature without a doubt, naturally arousing great indignation and revulsion from the people. And the performance of the Black Dragon at that time was undoubtedly very plus points. It not only came out in time to save its breeder friend, but in order to help him find justice. It even went so far as to confront the Sun God. Such a compassionate and righteous act naturally won people's widespread respect and goodwill. And in the future, if it were to naturalize as a dragon citizen, it would certainly be able to gain great popularity and recognition. The plan was developing in a good direction, and the only one who felt unhappy was probably the Black Dragon. It needed to lose at least 10 tons in the next 2 months. Lose 10 tons of weight. That's still at least. The directors group's suggestion was actually to lose as much weight as possible, preferably to lose 30 or 40 tons at once, and then run to Xia to seek help with the image of a skinny, bony, desperate, downtrodden dragon. That way the show's effect would be drawn out and exploded. 2 months to ask me to lose 40 tons of weight. Luckily you guys can think of it. The Black Dragon couldn't help but spit. Although with its current ability, if it wanted to forcefully lose weight, it wasn't impossible to do so. After all, it is now able to control and transform its own body through its subjective will. As long as the subjective will is strong enough, burning so 1 or 2 tons of fat every day to lose weight is completely easy. Don't say 2 months. Is half a month to lose 30 or 40 tons of weight? Bite the bullet is not impossible to do. Not right. Oh, there seems to be no fat in my dragon body. The Black Dragon suddenly came back to its senses. As a powerful transcendent creature, its body certainly didn't need to use fat, a low energy value substance, as the body's reserve energy. Inside its heart, it clearly had a higher and more perfect energy substance. In other words, it might not even be able to find 40 tons of muscle in its body, not to mention 40 tons of fat. The black dragon found a place to land and carefully studied its body, then realized that its weight was mainly concentrated on its bones, blood, and dragon scales. As a matter of fact, CAS had also always felt that the weight of a creature like a dragon was very unscientific. Take the black dragon as an example. Its body length is over 35 meters. The maximum diameter of its belly and back is also over 4 meters, and its overall volume is over 300 cubic meters. Such a large volume, even if the density was the same as water, it would still be 300 tons, but the current weight of the black dragon, but only 180 tons, even if it is not a solid body. The body of the hollow plays a lot, pulling down the body's overall density. But don't forget, as a transcendent creature, the density of the black dragon's blood, bones, and scales are also far above that of ordinary creatures. Under normal circumstances, the black dragon's weight, was at least 600 to 700 tons. In fact, not only was CAS puzzled, even the black dragon itself felt a little strange. Its own weight, it seemed to be somewhat unreasonable. Once it even vaguely appeared to hallucinate, as if there was a great existence in a higher dimension in the netherworld whispering there, saying you can't do this weight. Traditional behemoths are tens of thousands of tons to start, have to be able to transform the power. Compared to them, your 100 tons is like a toy, are not enough for others to stuff their teeth. Somehow, the black dragon had a vague intuition that these great beings in the higher dimensional universe were probably the masters of their own destiny and solid backing, so it humbly accepted his will, and frantically dried rice, and gained more than 10 tons of weight in just less than half a month. However, now the directors group wants the black dragon to lose weight for the sake of the program's effect. Although rather reluctant, the black dragon was after all a very ethical and pursuing actor, and the basic awareness of dedicating oneself to art was still there. So it finally agreed to the requirements of the director group, and strive in the next 2 months, try to reduce the weight so at 20 to 30 tons. Of course, the black dragon this mainly actually wanted to make some attempts to see if it was possible to condense and refine its body, optimize the body's internal structure, and adjust some unnecessary fats and organ tissues, so as to achieve the effect of weight reduction. Otherwise, it would be impossible to lose dozens of tons of weight in 2 months' time just by not eating or drinking. After all, in this regard, the black dragon was experienced. Before it starved for nearly half a year, not just starved thin a few hundred kilograms. This shows that in the range, in carrying hunger this piece, the black dragon is still quite talented. However, this also meant that the traditional method of weight reduction was not applicable to the black dragon, and needed to start from other aspects. My will, my ability to control my body. After all, it's still not strong enough. The black dragon thought hard and quickly realized the problem. It felt that a truly strong person, not to mention 1,000 changes, but simply controlling one's height and weight should still be easy to do. The reason why one would find it difficult was mainly because many of the organs in the body were currently not very obedient to the management of the brain, and many of the wills were difficult to carry out, and it was undoubtedly unrealistic to want them to self-sacrifice, lowering the size of their own scale and the quota of their own resources. It couldn't be helped. After all, Huang Zhe was an airborne soul, and although he was given the highest authority over the body and became the greatest leader of this organization, he was actually still relatively unfamiliar with many of the body's organs and many of its departments. They lack communication with the brain, and the connection is not close, and their own functions in the body are relatively independent. It is naturally normal that they will ignore the guidance of the brain, so the black dragon is also trying to take advantage of this weight loss, to familiarize and properly condition his body, to carry out his will to every organ, so that they know who is the real master. Perhaps the mystery and opportunity to change back to human form lies here. The black dragon went out while it was dark and attacked the undead bird's nest at night. Unfortunately, it did not succeed. It must be said that wild transcendent creatures' vigilance is just high. Although the black dragon has been careful enough, under the control of its full attention, the sound of the fluttering of the wings has even been lowered to less than 20 decibels, which is similar to a whisper. But even so, at a distance of almost 10 kilometers from the undead bird's nest, it was discovered by the undead bird, so much so that the black dragon couldn't help but wonder if this stupid bird had a bioradar installed in it. I don't know if it was because it was too dark to recognize the dragon, or if it was intentional. The undead bird turned into a ball of fire and blatantly came towards the black dragon to kill. Hey, don't get excited. It's me. The black dragon was startled and hurriedly uttered a reminder. In fact, This attacking stance of the undead bird could be said to be just what the black dragon wanted. After all, it hadn't fought for half a month. The desire to fight was rising in its heart, but it turned its mind and considered, after all, people are first-class protected animals, they are second-class protected animals. If this fight, no matter who is injured, it is a loss to the country, to the whole world. So the black dragon restrained the impulse in his heart, constantly shouting with the undead bird to calm down, trying to appease the emotions of this first-class protected animal. However, the undead bird after all is uneducated, which may have black dragon so good ideological consciousness. Also do not know where it came from so big fire. Even a little tactics, a little skill or not speaking, directly rushed to the black dragon face big hit claws. Flying bird riding face, this can still endure? Have no choice, the black dragon only have to meet the battle. A time a dragon and a bird is fighting again. In fact, the black dragon can see. This silly bird has long recognized himself. After all, the eyesight of transcendental creatures, as well as the ability to recognize the odor aura is extremely outstanding. It is only half a month that the two of them have not seen, which cannot be recognized so quickly. What's more, the undead bird this time hasn't played its speed advantage and long-range magic advantage much. It knows that brazenly fighting with the black dragon in a physical fight, which is obviously somewhat abnormal. You've had enough. I'm warning you, if you're like this again I can really turn my face. The black dragon slapped the undead bird with a claw and sat on the batch face threateningly. This stupid bird was simply crazy, pecking and scratching, completely unbelievable. The whole thing was as if it was a young daughter-in-law living alone and trapped in her house, taking her husband for a ride. Simply outrageous. The black dragon cursed, not knowing if it was because of the undead bird's crazy behavior or because of this unreasonable analogy. Gah! The undead bird didn't beat much, and with a deep breath, it killed towards the black dragon again. Roar! Damn it, there are still 3 fires in a mudman, let alone a black dragon in me, only to see the black dragon let out a roar, no longer suppressing the control of force and heart. A steady stream of power suddenly rushed out from its heart, its aura soaring. Heart. This stupid bird shouldn't want to be electrified, right? The black dragon inexplicably produced this kind of realization in his heart, so with the mentality of trying, he directly got out a lightning bolt and split it on the head of the undead bird. Being this lightning struck by the head, all the feathers of the undead bird stood up, and the fluffy hairs on its head even emitted tiny green smoke, giving off a very good burning smell. Then it really stopped. Black dragon? What the hell? What the hell kind of problem is this? To actually like being electrocuted? The black dragon's heart is more or less heavy. To be able to produce such an odd fetish shows that the psychological aspect of this undead bird is not very optimistic. The undead bird doesn't care what is in the heart of the black dragon. It comfortably shakes its feathers, and then uses its soulful eyes to look at the black dragon, obviously as if with some kind of hope. I want more. Scram! Of course the black dragon would not spoil it, first finding a place to land, then spitting out a few books to read and write, shouting at the undead bird that, "Come here, I told you last time that I would teach you to talk in red words. This time I brought the textbooks. When will you learn? When will I give you electric shock massage again?" The undead bird was obedient this time, inclined its head to look at the black dragon for a while, and really flew over on its ass. Then one dragon and one bird dry-eyed at the textbooks on the ground. It can't be helped, both of them are too big in size. Their claws are more or less a bit inflexible. It's not really good to rummage through human books. Look at you. What's the point of just growing so big? You can't even do such a small thing. The black dragon was a teacher, and immediately gave the undead bird a vivid lesson, forcibly dumping. The undead bird blinked its eyes and looked at the black dragon, and then looked at the books on the ground, and then it seemed to have comprehended something. The bird's eyes fiercely flashed with a brilliant light, and the books automatically rose up without wind. Good guy. Could this be the legendary flip books with thoughts? Black dragon ate a shock, and then do not understand to ask, with a humble heart with the immortal bird to learn up. Don't look at this undead bird silly, also still only a sub-adult body, but its control of magic power, the micromanagement of magic power, obviously far above the black dragon. The black dragon felt that the hand that the undead bird had just used was probably the legendary first ring magic, Mage's Hand, said to be a first ring magic. In fact, the upper limit of Mage's Hand was very high, and its power grew with the strength of the caster. It was said that some level 6 or 7 legendary mages could even use the Mage's Hand to hold up more than 10 tons of heavy objects and manipulate micron-sized particles, with flexibility and practicality far above even human hands. If the black dragon learned this, it would be able to use its subjective will with the Mage's Hand to adjust and manage its own body in the future. At that time, if the heart dared to disobey again, it would directly manifest a Mage's Hand to hold it down and give it a beating. so that it would get it several times more, ensuring that it would be obedient and not dare to jump around again. However, the undead bird after all is not a good teacher. Its thinking is very jumpy, simply cannot form a linear thinking in memory. The black dragon patience to teach it several times. It will also be their ABA chaotic screaming. In the end, not only did the immortal bird begin to get impatient, even the black dragon himself was also a bit angry, and recited immeasurable Heavenly Father and Umatba Buddha several times in a row before he was barely able to hold it down. It seems like you still need to be taught to speak before you can do so. The black dragon sighed, then did as he was told to do by looking at a picture and writing the word 1 on the ground with his claws. Here, little bird, repeat after me. E1, Ga. No, can you stop using your broken voice and use your abdominal cavity? Sink your chi into your dantian and compress the air. Ei. Ga. No, can you get your attitude right? You can't learn such a simple thing? The black dragon annoyed raised his tail to the undead bird in front of a fierce slap. Hate iron is not steel said. Even people little 8 can learn to speak human language? You at least is a transcendent creature. Magic talent is outstanding. Ancestor also broad. How even a simple parrot to learn the tongue cannot learn? Ga. The undead bird shrunk its head and weakly responded, not knowing if it was taught in vain, or if this black dragon teacher was too fierce and scary to the birds. Not bad, not bad. Still no to shrink his head. Did not go against the teacher. This shows that you actually still understand. Still want to learn knowledge. The black dragon nodded with some relief, then pointed to the words on the ground again. Follow me to read. A. Ga. It's not Ga. It's 1. 1. Ga. 1. 1. 1. Ga. 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 Ouch, my violent temper. The black dragon was furious. The immortal bird's linguistic talent was so low that it made the dragon furious. It wanted to get angry and stop teaching several times, but in the end it held back. After all, this is also the black dragon himself nothing to do. Want to teach the undead bird summer language and knowledge. Want to use the power of civilization to cultivate it, sensitize it, in order to make it grateful, learn something, and in the future willingly work for themselves. Thinking of the immortal bird is able to create tens of billions of output value of the perfect working bird. The black dragon heart, even if there are more impatient, can only be patient and slowly teach it, but the black dragon patience, undead bird may not be. It barely followed the study for half an hour. Finally cannot stand it, but a pout directly flap wings to escape school. You give me stop. The black dragon that angry I have not even disliked your IQ. Have not given up on you this stupid bird. You are good, but instead, you first give me a break. Simply outrageous. Teacher Black Dragon was furious and immediately chased after it. Of course, even though it now had a super heart, there was still a huge gap between it and the undead bird in terms of speed. However, the Black Dragon was studying fluid mechanics and engine aerodynamics, intending to properly optimize its body's construction so as to actually increase its flight speed. The reason why it came to look for the immortal bird this time, apart from wanting to teach this future employee some culture and liaise with him, it wasn't necessarily trying to find some experience and inspiration from it. Escape of the monk cannot escape the temple. The nest of the immortal bird is nearby. The black dragon is not afraid of where it can run to, and sure enough, when the black dragon is angry and kills the past, this stupid bird is standing on the tree branch to comb the feathers. Cannot come hard. The problem students do not like to eat this set. The more you lose your temper with it, it will be more stubborn with you. Black dragon more or less still know a little teacher morality. Know that this stupid bird is obviously produced anorexia. The more scolding it is more likely to let it produce rebellious heart. I have to pay attention to the strategy. Have to know the feelings of the reasoning. Black dragon so thought. Control the emotion. In the undead bird next to the fall, bitterly said, small bird, you are really to let me down. You think you do this right? Teaching you knowledge. Teaching you language. This is obviously also for your own good. Don't you think about your future? Don't you think about your bird life? Or do you just want to sit here and live your life selfishly, letting your flock wither and wither, letting the glory of your ancestors fade away? Your ancestors, your parents, surely they don't want to see you like this now? They must have hoped that you would be able to excel and pursue, not dishonor the great bloodline in your body, break away from lowly tastes, embrace progress, create your own epics and myths, and be a legendary immortal bird that is useful to the world and the nation. Do you know that your immortal bird clan now? The clan is already endangered. To what extent? There may not even be 40 left in the entire material world. At any time, the tribe may die out. At such a critical juncture, can't it still make you nervous and anxious? Doesn't it still make you realize that it is incumbent upon us to restore the glory of our ancestors? Ga, Ga, Ga. As an ancient, haughty transcendent creature, The immortal bird's sense of shame was still very strong, and immediately fluttered its wings in agitation and cried out mournfully when it was given such a deafening rebuke by the black dragon teacher. Its blood-colored eye pupils that were pulsating with flames even fell down with tears. Hey! The black dragon also felt some heartache as it watched. Not because of pity, but it noticed that the tears that fell from the undead bird quickly condensed into a fiery red crystal, which shone with incomparably stunning colors and rhythms. And in all likelihood, it would be a precious magical curiosity. Tears of the immortal bird. This material, this gimmick, surely not much worse than a traditional gemstone. Right, if you take it back to the auction, a drop of it can be sold for a few million at least. The black dragon thought darkly, excitedly and regretfully. Excited is it again in the body of the immortal bird found a profit point. If you can take it for your own use. In the future, even if nothing to let it do, every day only need to give it 2 punches. Let it cry for a few minutes. We'll be able to earn a pot full of money. Unfortunately, this situation, obviously is not good to pick up its tears. Out of place, not to mention the scenery, will also reveal the essence of the black dragon money, which makes the black dragon sole tutor. Conscience of the capitalist's persona in the future how to build? Therefore, Mr. Black Dragon could only endure the pain of losing $100 million in blood, and said to the immortal bird in a serious manner, "Don't cry, don't cry. What's the use of just crying? The most important thing now is for you to know the shame and work hard to learn knowledge and culture. Improve yourself and reform yourself. I also know that it might be a bit difficult to let you, a bird, learn human knowledge and language. But we have to. Why? Because only knowledge can change destiny." Teacher Black Dragon intoned. "Your past world, your past pattern is just too small. You know to guard your own acre of land. You lack bird life experience. Both your eyesight and knowledge are very lacking. So you must enrich yourself with more knowledge and arm yourself with better thoughts. Establish a correct view of the world. Values in bird life." The black dragon looked at the immortal bird with a firm face and said, "You must remember that learning knowledge isn't just changing your own destiny. It's also changing the destiny of your immortal bird's entire flock. You are not only studying for yourself, but also for the great revival of your entire clan. You have to keep in mind that this is the great mission given to you by history. You can't push back. You can't slack off. And you can't be a deserter." The immortal bird tilted its head, reddened eyes fixedly looking at the black dragon, its entire body constantly trembling from excitement. It was obvious that these words of the black dragon's teacher had deeply touched it. To reshape the glory of our ancestors, it is incumbent upon our generation. For the glory of the immortal bird, countless angry voices resounded in the depths of its soul, and the blood in its body began to become boiling, while its always agitated and jumpy mind rarely became clear. The curse that had lingered on the bloodline of the immortal bird clan for tens of thousands of years was finally a rare loosening. Not only did the undead bird appear to have a mutation, even the flame tree underneath it also violently erupted with powerful energy, which continuously surged into the body of the undead bird. The power of the mouth is not the art of language. Is it really this powerful? The black dragon's jaw dropped. Never thought that his own flurry of blind chicken ghost talk, but also really ignited the small universe in the heart of the undead bird, directly stimulating it to start to adult body evolution. In this case, no culture is not entirely bad. At least it is easier to fool, easier to brainwash. The black dragon thought so. For a while or some hesitation. Want to modify the undead bird's learning program? Otherwise encase it if it learns too well. The intelligence opened up too high. Against the 996 blessings. In the end the blood loss is not their own? No. I am obviously a socialist dragon. Why am I always thinking about capitalists? Although my blockhead is big, the country is estimated to be unable to find such a high street lamp to hang me. But I absolutely have to have self-knowledge. Eating cannot be too ugly. Doing things cannot be too much. Although I am turning into a giant dragon, I must not turn into an evil dragon again that is harmful to the country and the people but not beneficial. The black dragon reflected deeply, then noticed that something seemed to be wrong with the immortal bird situation. A steady stream of power kept pouring into the body of the undead bird, but it was slow to produce a qualitative change. Instead, it soon overwhelmed it, and the entire bird began to struggle in pain. It was as if there was an invisible curse that deadlocked its body and bloodline, forcibly inhibiting its growth and making it slow to break through. Stupid, letting you break through indiscriminately. The black dragon cursed on its mouth, but in its heart, it was also anxious. Looking at this situation, if it couldn't think of a way to help this stupid bird remove the fire as soon as possible, maybe in the end it might make itself explode. But the black dragon can think of what way for a while. Poultry if on fire, can also feed some penetrating lotus or something? But such a big head of undead bird on fire, which is still penetrating lotus to save the heart. What do you think? The black dragon thought about it. and finally could only condescend to ask his mysterious heart. What? You mean for me to bite a hole in it and help suck it out? Such an answer surfaced in the black dragon's mind, and then immediately became serious. You mean you can absorb and digest the raging annihilation energy in the body of the immortal bird? Good guy. Then you can really flow bacha. Not only can absorb electrical energy, absorb gold. This time even the origin power of other life forms can be absorbed. You give me shelved this universal charging off? This method will never work. You haven't explained your origin clearly to the organization. The brain doesn't trust you. So hurry up and come up with a new solution. To 100 grams of gold as a consulting fee. I can go to your code. So black-hearted. No. Up to 10 grams. Love to not. 20 grams. For the sake of your blood supply to the brain. 40 grams. No more. If you beep one more time, do you believe the brain will turn against you? Figure out how to light its totem fire? The black dragon received the prompt, then thoughtfully said, you mean the immortal bird's bloodline totem is contaminated and cursed, and it's slow to strike the fire. That's why this stupid bird is holding it in so hard? But the temperature in its body right now, at least there are a few 100,000 degrees Celsius. Right. Just like this can't even light its totem fire. What can I do? No. It seems like there is really. That is to use lightning. The black dragon suddenly had a flash of light. The undead bird's change of attitude towards it was all after receiving an electric shock, which meant that the high-energy lightning that originated in the territory and then went through the secondary processing of his heart really had the effect of breaking the curse. The heart also gave a timely reminder Brain's thinking was correct. The lightning was indeed able to ignite the totem fire inside the undead bird. Then it pressed Brain for payment for the 40 grams of gold it had promised. What's the rush? I haven't even helped it light the fire yet. Where's the reason to make a payment in advance? The black dragon impatiently said. Even people online shopping have to have a 10-day safety period before automatically confirming receipt of goods. And my current level of trust in you is obviously not even as good as a Taobao seller. So to say the least. Also have to press you for most of the month. This way, don't half a month. After all, the brain thinks so much. Which has the time and you caddy. I see the future of the end of each month. With you to settle the account once. And you, work well, perform well, do not have a psychological burden. As long as you are loyal, conscientious, obedience to the command of the brain, I will certainly raise the level of trust in you in the future. If not, if you dare to give me any more moths, then there is no way. You will wait to give me a layoff. Cardiac arrest for a full dozen seconds. Almost did not hold back on the spot to lay off to this dog brain. However, after all, the arm cannot be twisted by the thigh. In the absence of legal supervision, the labor side is ultimately unable to do anything about the management side. So in the end it honestly chose to return to work and continue to work as a cow to supply blood and electricity to the body. That's more like it. Seeing that it had been subdued, the black dragon was greatly pleased, and then it began to build up its power, tuning into the electrical energy in its heart, intending to get a thicker lightning bolt for the undead bird. It takes lightning to ignite the totem fire. I always feel that this is a little bit like the tribulation inside the immortal novels. The black dragon secretly muttered. In immortal novels, once the cultivator or demonic beast is strong to a certain degree, it will attract the heavenly tribulation, and then be cracked and snapped to fierce electricity. Survive the past is transformed, feathered into immortality, cannot survive the death of the body, directly into the ground. If this world uses the same set of rules, why didn't the sky robbery of the immortal bird come? Is the force majeure factor air control? A moment and a half cannot come. Or is it that the undead bird clan has long been pulled into the blacklist? Has long lost the legitimate right to be struck by lightning? The black dragon has no time to think too much. The voltage in its body has been accumulated to the extreme, so it cannot help but let out a roar. A bucket-thick lightning spewed out, directly as split in the head of the immortal bird. Bucket. Me, this can be really thick. The black dragon was smug, although it was a bit off, but it also sprayed it cool. At the same time once again marveled at the strength of its heart. It held out this lightning is not only thick, but also super fierce. Conservative estimates of the voltage inside it. At least it is up to tens of millions of volts. True artificial heavenly lightning. To know, this is outside the country. There is no free electronic charge in the air. There is no storm clouds to give it the power to lend a hand. That is to say, all the electronic charge potential difference have to be provided by the heart itself. Their own get out. The difficulty can be imagined. This also leads to ordinary lightning. The release of energy is also in 200 or 300 degrees of electricity. But the black dragon, in order to get out of this heavenly thunder, but enough to spend 400,000 degrees or more than, almost consumed a quarter of its heart stock. But the effect is also immediate. This lightning is split to the immortal bird's brain. The black dragon immediately saw What is called the heavenly thunder communicates with the fire of the earth. Just like a balloon filled with hydrogen gas is ignited, the undead bird exploded, spewing out black flames all over its body. And this kind of black is not the colorful kind of black, but pure black. Black as if it is substantial. Black as if it can swallow the light. Huang Zhe himself is a black dragon. Privately is also considered to be more like black. Visible, this black flame also cannot help but is the bottom of the heart hair. Loathing incomparable. On the contrary, it is its heart. Still always the same. Expressing a strong desire to eat. The black dragon couldn't help but wonder if there was anything in this material world that it wouldn't dare to chaw. If it is not afraid that it will grow too fast and get out of its own control. The black dragon even wants to go back and give it a few pounds of uranium-235 to eat, to see if its teeth are really that powerful. It is good that the flame on the body of the undead bird, and did not last long, and soon turned from black to purple, from purple to blue, from blue to green, will be 7 colors burned all over the place, and finally ended up with red to extinguish. Maybe with the steel refining is a reason. The immortal bird was quenched by this flaming fire. The whole bird is off the bone. The feathers on the body are longer and more colorful. The body shape is also more beautiful and more temperament. Strength is not easy to say for now, but the face value is at least optimized by plus 50%. Then the black dragon suddenly noticed that the night color tonight is so beautiful. Bah! Mistaken. It is the night color tonight is so thick. It remembers that in the beginning, there was clearly moonlight, but I don't know when it started, but it became as dark as ink. If it wasn't for the black dragon's eyes, which now had their own illumination, it might have to reach out and not be able to see 2 claws. Who's up to no good? The black dragon hastily raised his guard, and his heart also reacted somewhat. This kind of thing is undoubtedly a major event, and in a material world that is highly centralized by the gods, one might have to apply for a report with the relevant gods before being able to carry it out. Many transcendent beings did not dare to stay in the material realm for a long period of time because they lacked a strong backing. Why? Because their safety is not guaranteed and they are afraid of being beaten and killed. Therefore, Black Dragon's act of helping the immortal bird to cross the threshold without authorization was a serious violation of the law and was very risky. If the gods with interests were to discover it, they might even be hunted down and killed. Just now, the thick night color obscuring the moon had actually done Black Dragon a great favor. After all, the moon god's class position had been exposed long ago, and like the sun god, it was a radical reactionary deity, engaging in deity worship and strictly forbidding the spread of knowledge, and was one of the foremost formulators and defenders of the old order. If he sees that the Black Dragon can actually rub lightning with his hands and help the immortal bird whose bloodline has long been cursed to cross the threshold, bah! It is the ignition of the totem fire. Surely it will immediately trigger his stress mechanism, and carry out a descending blow to the Black Dragon. It's a good thing that this mysterious existence just now gave cover to the Black Dragon and helped it block the moon god's prying eyes. This mysterious existence, who also did a good deed and did not disclose his name, saw that the Black Dragon and the immortal bird were done, then quickly dispersed the camouflage of the night, restoring everything to its original state, as if he had never come. Playing God, the Black Dragon muttered somewhat irritably. It disliked this feeling of being arranged and spied upon, as it appeared like it was a pawn that was being manipulated. It turned to the heart and asked if it knew who the visitor was, and the heart was silent. The Black Dragon is not sure if it really does not know, or because the water here is too deep, afraid that he cannot grasp. For the time being is not convenient to disclose to himself. The Black Dragon did not ask too many questions. After all, it has not yet learned the mage's hand. Lack of means to be able to torture the heart to force a confession, so it can only be put off for the time being. First give it a demerit, intending to properly clean it up in the future. And then the Black Dragon's attention returned to the immortal bird. This guy in the body of the totem fire was ignited, but also did not have any expression. Also do not know to say thank you. Actually directly stood there sound asleep. It's also right. It seems like many birds, all of them are sleeping standing up, and only when laying eggs and nurturing their offspring, will they use the bird's nest? The Black Dragon thought in his heart, and then intoned and began to chant, "Bird ah bird, in order to help you, I have paid a great price and taken a very high risk. You must be conscientious, you must know how to repay kindness. We don't ask you to honor me with your body, but working for me for so many 180 years, shouldn't be too much, right? And I'm not asking you to work for nothing. I'm sure I'll strictly abide by the labor laws, pay you wages and give you normal vacations." Chanting, the Black Dragon inexplicably felt a bit sleepy, so he lay down in the bird's nest of the undead bird and slept. Only when he opened his eyes again did the Black Dragon realize that something was wrong. As a powerful transcendental creature, the Black Dragon's body's endurance is naturally super strong, as long as it is not actively thinking about it, not to mention a day. or even a month or even a year without sleep, will not feel the slightest bit of tiredness and sleepiness. How just now suddenly sleepy up? Oh, it turned out to be dreamt again. Then it's okay. The black dragon saw the shrine that appeared out of the darkness and suddenly realized, it doesn't seem like it's Hyperion, so who could it be? The black dragon fixed his eyes on the temple and noted with surprise that the construction material of the temple was not gold, but a black metal. It looks as if it's iron, and it also exudes a strong air of decay and dilapidation. The black dragon couldn't help but sympathize a little. This one god, mixed up, is also too miserable. Speaking of which, these individual gods, why do they have to use the way of dreaming to contact me? Can't they just directly talk to me through the air? The black dragon cannot help but fall into contemplation. Is it worried about exposing the horse's foot to be tracked down by himself? Or is it that, when he was awake, the firewall level of his brain was too high, and his signals could not be transmitted? The black dragon did not rush into the temple to catch a glimpse of the true face of the master here, but instead wandered around the square in front of the temple. It quite liked this feeling of being in a dream world. After all, dreaming is one of the most interesting things in life. Thinking beyond the limitations of the body, wantonly weaving and enjoying their own beautiful dreams. Zhuangzhou dreaming butterflies, the sky and horses. Even if the vast majority of dreams basically wake up to forget, but that kind of feeling of loss, still not lost as a major spice of life. Unfortunately, after turning into a black dragon, Huangze seldom dreamed. Its brain cells were super dead. It simply couldn't dream, so much so that even sleeping lost a lot of fun. I wonder if I can eat. The black dragon wandered around for a while without much luck, and then put its mind on the black metal on the ground. It used its claws to dig out a ball of black iron, then swallowed it into its mouth and started chewing. The black dragon can have any bad thoughts. It is only in the spirit of scientific research. Simply want to study. This black metal in the end is not iron. Cannot eat. It wasn't because it had a craving. It wasn't because it liked to take small advantages. Then not more than a few seconds later, the black dragon immediately frantically poo. Steaming Nima is hard to eat, sparing the black dragon's taste nerves being incomparably slow. It was also stimulated by the taste of this black metal and jumped up, not only because it was bitter, astringent and numb, with a rusty odor, but more crucially, it was also able to crazily corrode the black dragon's oral cavity. Numb, really numb. The black dragon vomited furiously for several minutes in a row, before he barely managed to slow down. His heart was regretful and palpitating, and he secretly swore that he would never be able to eat anything indiscriminately in the future, and then gave the heart a big fault. Such a dangerous thing. Also do not see it come out to remind a little. Although the black dragon also knew that after being pulled into the dream realm by the deity, the heart hibernated, seemingly worried about being discovered by the deity. But if the heart didn't take the blame, wouldn't the brain have to take the blame? Where was the sense in that? I made such a big move, and the owner of this place actually didn't react either? The black dragon realized afterward and carefully looked around for a while. Seeing that there was no movement, it was a bit curious. It's stealing and eating the building materials of the temple, and madly spitting on the ground. It should be considered a very bad blasphemous act, right? If the owner of this place had any temper, he should have jumped out to clean it up. However, no, the door of the temple is still tightly closed. The surrounding is still filled with broken, depressed atmosphere, as if this is a lost temple for a long time. However, the black dragon clearly sensed that the owner of the divine hall was waiting for it inside. That is to say, this mysterious existence is magnanimous and tolerated my blasphemous act? The black dragon couldn't help but be somewhat sighing. If only his own old ancestor, the dragon god, Hyperion, could have such a good temper, so that he could go and steal and nibble on the gold in his divine temple. The black dragon continued to wander around for a while, and finally decided to go inside to meet the master of this place in the simple mentality of having come all this way. It slammed open the door of the shrine headfirst, and then quickly noticed that a huge black bird was lying on the ground dying. An undead bird? The black dragon quickly recognized where it came from and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This shrine belonged to the god of immortal birds? Wait a minute. The ancestor of the immortal bird clan seems to not be called the god of immortality, but is called the king of immortality. He didn't have his own godhood like the dragon god, Hyperion, but instead occupied a large territory inside the abyss and was a powerful abyssal lord. What had he dragged himself here for? Is it an enemy or a friend? Looking at him, he seems to be quite badly injured. Should I make up for it and pick up the pieces later? The black dragon's mind quickly turned, and then reacted. This is just a dream, even if he really killed him, but also cannot burst equipment and materials, or get it. Just at this time, this than the outside of the undead bird, hundreds of times larger than the king of the undead bird, finally slowly opened his eyes. opened, but not completely, because his left eye was crippled, and inside his right eye, it was also shrouded in a thick black mist that looked just like cataracts, greatly affecting his vision. But despite this, he still looked fixedly at the black dragon, unable to look directly at God. This thought flashed violently through the black dragon's heart. Although this fellow was not a god, he would obviously not be much worse than a deity in terms of rank. At his current level, he obviously couldn't afford to play a game like "What are you looking at? What are you looking at?" with him. However, just as the black dragon wanted to look away, the situation changed. This king of the immortal birds actually gave the black dragon a big change of birds, only to see his noble and majestic, domineering bird head suddenly turned into a rounded shape, directly from the handsome bird of immortality, into a silly snowy owl. The black dragon couldn't help but stare in disbelief. This seemed to be a thought that had just flashed through its mind, and it didn't expect it to actually come true. As for why the black dragon had such a thought, naturally, it was because it felt that the appearance of the undead birds was somewhat flawed, not very much in line with its aesthetic. They were beautiful, but they always felt a little too arrogant, not grounded enough, and could only be viewed from afar but not played with. And their eyes is long on both sides of the head, which also leads to they are looking at people. Must be biased head. Looks not elegant, not to say, but also very rude. So the black dragon couldn't help but think of the snowy owl, obviously a kind of raptor. Snow owls had a rounded head, as well as a pair of stupidly large eyes, which looked very much in line with human aesthetics. And in the black dragon's opinion, they were the most adorable and beautiful birds. The black dragon even had the intention, when the undead bird outside reverts to itself, it will bitterly persuade it to go to plastic surgery, to become a snowy owl. I didn't expect that its momentary bad taste idea here is actually a reality. The king of the undead bird directly into the snowy owl's appearance. So, this shrine, this king of the undead birds, is just a projection in my consciousness that can be distorted by my subjective consciousness? The black dragon pondered. After all, whether it was the divine kingdom of the dragon god, Hyperion, or the abyss where the king of the immortal birds was located, it was estimated to be far away from the black dragon. So how could it be possible that just by dreaming, he was pulled over by him? If it really had to be that powerful, Hyperion would probably have long ago used this method to pull his ungrateful children and grandchildren over one by one to hammer and blackmail them, instead of being fatherly and filial and a scattered mass like now. No wonder when Hebronion spoke to me before, it would be in Xia language instead of dragon language. This kind of conscious communication, using the input method, naturally, is in my subjective consciousness. In that case, the black dragon was suddenly stunned, looked at his claws, fluttered his wings again, and, why is it that in my subjective consciousness, I'm still in black dragon form and not human form? Could it be that I took on someone else's shape a long time ago? The black dragon was in a state of shock. It was also at this moment that the king of immortals, who had a snowy owl head, was finally speaking. ABA. Well, this ancient existence is not only blind, even the vocal tract, even the abdominal cavity is also crippled, and can only make a horse cry. Who did this? This is too miserable. Right, such a precious a first-class protected animal, but was abused like this. The black dragon was filled with righteous indignation, then couldn't help but lean over. That's why face value is really important. If the king of the undead birds was still in the same appearance as before, the black dragon would definitely not dare to lean on its side even if it was sympathetic in its heart. ABA. Seeing the black dragon leaning over, the king of the undead birds screamed even more excitedly, his eyes showing strong prayers and longings. This is like a request? The black dragon was inexplicably relieved, and it thought that this king of the undead birds was also the same as Hibernian, who also called it over to ask for gold. What a horrible cursed breath. The black dragon came closer before it felt the thick death aura and curse power in the body of the undead bird, and subconsciously backed up a few steps. It vaguely saw a picture. This king of the immortal birds, too, had once had a golden divine body and operated a beautiful divine kingdom in the sky. Only that later, for some unknown reason, the divine kingdom fell from the sky into the abyss, and itself was polluted and cursed step by step to its current appearance. So, you also want to be electrified? The black dragon seemed to be enlightened, then sighed. But this is just a dream world. Even if I electrocute you, it's useless? What? Let me go to the abyss to save you? Big sister, we are not relatives. You also have the nerve to raise this kind of request? The black dragon shook its head. You also know that we dragons have no morals. Don't even think about morally kidnapping me. What? You can make that undead bird outside swear allegiance to me and work for me as a cow? The black dragon stared wide-eyed in shock. No, absolutely not. What era is this? How can we still engage in this kind of feudal dross? I hate feudal thoughts and slavery the most. The king of immortals expressionlessly watched the black dragon talking to himself there, then fought to struggle up from the ground, and the snowy owl head on his head returned to its original form. He stretched out his 1,000 whole feathers, raised his head and let out a long mournful cry. His buttocks pushed hard, and finally laid a black egg with great difficulty. Black dragon. Excuse me. It turns out that you looked for me to come over here to let me watch you lay an egg. Black dragon dumbfounded. Simply lying a big groove. This is a few meanings. How to chat. But also laid eggs? It is to see that I am too thin and weak. So the next egg let me make up for the body? However, the king of the undead bird did not explain anything, but meaningfully looked at the black dragon, and then disappeared. Only left that black bird egg, like a substance, in the black dragon brain for a long time refused to dissipate. The black dragon looked at the bird egg with a constipated face, inexplicably having a bad feeling that this thing might be a bit hot. What if this thing hatched inside his own skull? The heart also awoke in time to send out a whole bunch of complaining messages, accusing the brain of not having a pussy, and going so far as to go bleeping to the king of the undead birds. This is good. To make people happy, directly laid an egg for you, and you dog brain actually did not stop it. Just stood there and watched stupidly. I can still stop it? The black dragon also felt that things seemed to be a bit big, resentfully asked. Of course, this dream realm is your home turf, not to mention stopping it. You just have no problem stuffing the egg back in. But your dog brain did not do anything. Stuff it back. That's too cruel. The black dragon shook his head and said, it's just an egg. What's the big deal? Just find a way to knock it off. The heart is silent. Did not take care of this dog brain again? The king of the undead bird has been holding the egg for tens of thousands of years. Which is to want to knock off can be knocked off out of the way. Speak, you dog. The black dragon was impotent and furious, directly dumping the pot. You must be responsible for this too. The firewall of the brain is very high. How could it be casually invaded by the will of a deity? If it were really like this, the goddess of love, Freya, must have been looking for me several times inside my dreams. So this matter tonight, you definitely can't get out of it. It might even be you who pulled the strings and built the bridge. After all, looking at the dying state of the king of immortals, wanting to invade my dream, I'm afraid it's not that easy. So the only explanation is that it's you who pimped him out. The heart lay flat and let the grips. No matter how the brain pursued the question, there was no response, but the black dragon was so angry that its teeth itched. More and more let it firm up its determination to develop the secondary heart. Otherwise, it is always like this to be subjected to others, to be manipulated by others. Then how to carry out the work of the brain, how to be in charge. Wait for me. See how I'll clean you up later. Brain put harsh words to the heart. When it learns the mage's hand and develops a new subheart, it will definitely pull out this 2/5 boy and beat him violently. Criticize and judge him, and roast and stir-fry him, or else it will be hard to solve its heart's hatred. As for the king of the undead bird and its brain under this egg, the black dragon studied for a while. For the time being there is nothing to do with it, can only temporarily put it behind. This thing was clearly a mind-only substance that seemed to be bound to the black dragon's consciousness, and could not be lifted at all for a while. If it's in reality, it's good. If he dares to do this, lay an egg and run away. I'm sure to fry this slag bird's egg aromatically in deep fry. Or make an egg soup and eat it directly. The black dragon thought viciously. The egg of the undead bird should be quite nourishing. Right-o. Speaking of this, I don't know whether that undead bird outside is a male or female. The black dragon couldn't help but think. Hopefully it's a female, so that it should be able to lay eggs once it enters its adult body. And an immortal bird that would lay eggs would definitely not be lower than a hen that would lay golden eggs in terms of both economic value and nutritional value. As long as it can lay so many eggs or two every day. No matter if it is taken for food or for sale, it is guaranteed to benefit the black dragon greatly. See, this is not another blood profit project get. This undead bird is really a treasure bird. The more the black dragon thought about it, the more he decided to immediately go and check the gender of the undead bird. If it is a female, do its ideological work, take the racial continuity of the righteousness of the pressurate, so that it timely adjusts their physiological period, seize the time to lay eggs. If it's a male, it's even more important to do its ideological work, not only to teach it a deep sense of righteousness, but also to ask it if it doesn't mind changing its sex. Well, for the endangered undead, laying eggs is undoubtedly the greater good. In the natural world, if a male creature is always chasing a female creature's private parts to look at it, it means that 9 times out of 10, it is interested in the female creature and wants to do something that will help the continuation of the race. The undead bird was now facing such troubles. This black dragon didn't know what kind of madness it had. It must check its ass. making it so annoyed that the whole bird was about to collapse. For a while it could only fly and curse at the same time to escape the black dragon's harassment. Hey, don't run. It's just a body check. It's not like it's going to kill your bird. Why are you so agitated? The black dragon shouted while chasing. It just couldn't understand. Obviously it was a very normal scientific research behavior. Why did this undead bird react so much? Do not figure out your gender. How to understand your personality and physiological habits. How to help you develop a more comprehensive and better learning program. How to develop a more scientific and long-term bird life planning for you. This is obviously a good thing. Why don't you understand it? No, culture is really hard. The black dragon was tired inside. After entering the adult body of the undead bird, the speed has been significantly increased. A conservative estimate is at least up to Mach 1.5. With the black dragon's current speed, even if it flashed its wings to smoke, it was impossible to catch up with it. It was good that this was also considered one of the main elements of the black dragon's examination. It had long wanted to take a good look at the model of the undead bird's flight, the techniques of its body's power generation, and its use of magic power, so as to draw on the mature experience therein and apply it to its own body. If the black dragon could also soar a few Mach speeds, then both the combat power and deterrent power would be qualitatively improved. So for a time she fled, he chased, and they were both winged. Oh, sorry for stringing the stage. It should have been fun. Immortal bird obviously can use the speed advantage, far away from the black dragon to throw away, but it does not do so, is to play, from time to time stop and watch, cursing a ghost, and so the black dragon grunting fast catch up, only then accelerate and run away. So you chase me to run away for more than 2 hours. The black dragon vaguely have some gains, need to stop and think. Precipitation. So shouted, don't run, don't check your ass, always okay, go home. With that, he turned around and flew back. The undead bird watched for a while, seeing that the black dragon did not seem to be faking, which then just let out a burst of joyful cries, and then soared its speed to the extreme, whooshing past the black dragon's head. I don't know whether it's a provocation, or just in the hair replacement period, only to see a few bird feathers coincidentally landed on the black dragon's head. Nema. The black dragon's temper is considered to be extremely good. At this time also cannot help but some gas shaking cold. Look, this is a bloody, living example. Backward will be beaten. Backward will be humiliated. This time is a feather. Next time maybe bird shit. In order not to suffer such humiliation, I must bring my speed up. However, when he returned to the bird's nest on the flame tree, the black dragon's anger had subsided by a large margin. After all, it was determined to be a good teacher. So how would it be able to talk to a problematic student who was in the midst of a rebellious period? I not only will not be angry with it, but also with love and warmth. To educate it, sensitize it, let it become my scratch off, let it become a pillar of society. Holding such a philosophy, Mr. Black Dragon gently reported a smile to the undead bird as to whether it could feel the smile from its own ugly beak face. That could be its problem. Come here, gym class is over. It's time for culture class. The black dragon beckoned towards the undead bird, beckoning its claws, saying, you have just completed the evolution of life. Your brain must be more or less enlightened, right? What the teacher taught you in the last class. Still remember it? Read it to me? The undead bird did not answer, just tilted its head, vigilantly looking at the black dragon. Obviously the black dragon wants to check its but that thing, still harboring wariness. Hey, that's not cute. The black dragon can't help but sigh. It is really feel the immortal bird this face value almost meaning, but not exquisite, not beautiful, is too arrogant, too harsh, not grounded at all grounded in the house to go. Serious lack of affinity. When the conditions are ripe in the future, we still have to find a way to persuade it to have a facelift. Hurry up and come over. If you don't listen, I'll find your parents to complain. The black dragon threatened, believing that the reason why the king of the undead birds would lay an egg in its own brain meant that there was a great affinity between itself and his tribe. This stupid bird, however, could feel the will of its ancestor. Not to say that it was obedient to itself, but it should more or less listen to some of its own words. Every few days, the black dragon would sneak back to China, firstly to recharge its body, secondly to exchange ideas and experiences with the scientific research team, to accumulate experience for the body's transformation program, and thirdly, to receive psychological counseling in order to avoid human nature deficiencies. Mr. Huang, is there something bothering you? This time when he came back, Ding Shuwen saw that the black dragon's mood was obviously a bit low, and hastened to ask with concern. Ugh, I'm too hard. The black dragon sat on his butt and sighed. I was never expecting that undead bird to be a scum. I've been teaching it for almost a month with this waste of sleep and food. It's good. actually can't even memorize a simple 9-9 multiplication table. It's really too disappointing to me. After sacrificing the great law of suing parents and suing ancestors, the immortal bird really obeyed quite a lot. At least it is not resistant to learning and willing to learn. But it that IQ is really letting people have a hard time saying anything. Also cannot say stupid. In the Black Dragon man-made heavenly thunder help, the undead bird successfully metamorphosed to the adult body. Not to say off the bone, but in the intelligence of this piece, really is a great improvement. Before it was not even able to learn a single summary syllabus, but now a month has passed, but it has successfully mastered several hundred words, and it even looks up dictionaries on its own, and gnaws on Journey to the West and the classic of mountains and seas in a raw manner. So in the language piece, the performance of the immortal bird students is still very good. The Black Dragon teacher also does not deny. For this reason even also specially rewarded it a few small red flowers, to encourage, but to this piece of math, it pulls the crotch too serious. Said cerebellar hypoplasia is not too much, as if there was some kind of cognitive barrier. The math talent of the immortal bird student was simply outrageously poor. It could recognize the numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and also recognized the symbols of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, and had no problem reading and writing them individually. But once they are linked together, it will have to be blind. Even a simple 5 by 6, it has to be stumped for half a day to calculate. Why? Because multiplication is not calculated by snapping its clawed toes, which is seriously beyond the arithmetic capacity of its brain. I just can't figure it out. It's at least a transcendent being. Why would it not even be able to understand simple addition, subtraction, multiplication and division in its entirety? Teacher Black Dragon was both distressed and puzzled. It should be known that many transcendent creatures existed with inherited memories, meaning that they didn't even need to undergo systematic learning. They only needed to grow up to a certain number of years, and their brains would automatically unlock the relevant knowledge and memories. Compared to humans who learn hundreds or thousands of kilobytes of knowledge a day, this way of inherited memory is undoubtedly more advanced and efficient. It only took a few seconds to transfer hundreds or even thousands of gigabytes of knowledge and memories to the brains of future generations. In terms of efficiency alone, it could be said that it had unilaterally crushed the human race. Black Dragon also thought, later, to see if there is an opportunity to inherit the memory of this technology to get over, so that the summer country and the education of this piece can also open on the plug-in, greatly reducing the time and resources needed to cultivate talent, thereby effectively improving the comprehensive national strength of the summer country. But I did not expect, away from the inheritance of memory, the performance of the immortal bird students actually will pull crotch to such a point. Simply even an ordinary first-grade students are not as good. Mr. Huang actually doesn't have to be concerned. Academician Ding laughed and shook his head, saying, it's actually not strange at all that an immortal bird would behave like this. For one thing, they, as a race, were originally ill-fated, and in the piece of inherited memories, almost all of them were already on the verge of being severed, and there is a relatively large flaw in terms of intelligence. Secondly, this thing, mathematics, seems ordinary and unusual, but in fact it is the most important tool for understanding the world and parsing the world. Those gods most likely have specialized them, and it's actually quite normal that the indigenous intelligent creatures would have cognitive barriers to them. Perhaps. The Black Dragon nodded thoughtfully and didn't dwell on it any further, instead asking about another matter. By the way, how is Yu Xiaoman now? Why haven't we seen him recently? Academician Ding subconsciously scanned around for a while, seeing that there were no outsiders, before carefully saying, he's alright, only because he believes in a new deity and refuses to disclose information about him to the organization. He has to undergo a period of isolation for scrutiny. A new deity. The Black Dragon couldn't help but mutter, knowing that Academician Ding was covering for himself with this statement. It seemed that even after a month, Academician Ding still felt that it would be better not to expose the secret that the Black Dragon was capable of generating golden dragon blood for the time being. The Black Dragon was also happy to do so. It was feeling more and more that exchanging gold for dragon blood with its heart was most likely a dangerous transaction, and if it was not careful, it would be out of its control and lose money. In that case, Yu Xiaoman's body completed the transformation. So his cells, his DNA, is it impossible to look at it now? Black Dragon then asked. Yes. Academician Ding nodded. Like the other gods' dependents, Yu Xiaoman's body, the realm below the micron, is completely locked up. Academician Ding knew what Black Dragon wanted to ask and continued. From our current research, this new god that Yu Xiaoman believes in doesn't seem to be much different from the other gods in terms of power. No difference? What do you mean? The Black Dragon froze for a moment, and then couldn't help but begin to make the connection. Does it mean that my heart, too, possesses the power of divinity. Or perhaps, it was originally a fragment of the Godhead? I'm not. Don't guess. As if sensing Brain's suspicions, the heart immediately came with a denial trifecta. Then why don't you say it? What exactly are you a thing? The Black Dragon asked with some annoyance. Heart started tactically playing dead again, never responding no matter how much Brains applied for a line. You dog. The Black Dragon was so furious that it almost had its defense broken again. If it hadn't found a new employee and a new heart yet, it would have definitely tried everything it could to drive this 2/5 boy out of its body from the gram. Originally it also intends, if you Xiaoman's situation, there is no big problem. This time back, will give their dad and mom also get 2 drops of golden dragon blood, to help them complete the transformation of life form. But look at the heart's reaction now. The Black Dragon inexplicably in some insubstantial up. In case of this golden dragon blood inside, really is hiding what cattiness. What backstage program? Then in the future this dog thing, will not be able to take their own father and mother to threaten themselves? So the Black Dragon can only temporarily give up this intention. It is now on the heart of the understanding. The ability to control it is too little. The degree of trust is really limited. Cannot dare to arbitrarily make an attempt. The Black Dragon thought for a moment, and then asked a key question. Academician Ding, does Yu Xiaoman worship his god like everyone else? The officials of the Summer Kingdom strictly prohibited their citizens from privately transforming their life forms, and once they were found out, their nationality would be cancelled, their citizenship stripped, and they would not be allowed to enter the country. The reason why this is necessary is because on the one hand, this kind of life form transformation will lock up the human body's microscopic field, and it will no longer be possible to observe and study the mysteries of genes and the origin of life. In the long run, this is a great danger to the country and the nation. Another reason is that the transformation of life forms is often accompanied by the transformation of ideologies, because this process requires offering one's devout faith to the gods, and the power of divinity is often accompanied by a very powerful brainwashing effect. In the first month or two, many deconverts would develop a strong convert frenzy, strongly resenting and hostile to their own homeland, their own nation, in exchange for the gods' acceptance and appreciation of them. This was also the reason why the Xia Kingdom was hesitant to give the army lifeform transformations. After all, the uncontrollability in it was just too great. One bad move and the transformed soldiers would most likely no longer be the people's warriors, but rather the gods' warriors. The officials had such concerns, and the Black Dragon itself was very much averse to this kind of feudal superstition. After all, it didn't think that a god would be a good profession. According to Kasa's speculation, the relationship between a deity and a believer would most likely be one of interaction. The gods could influence the thoughts of the believers, and the thoughts of the believers would, likewise, react back on the gods themselves. The Black Dragon really didn't dare to imagine what if one day he himself became a deity, and every day he had to accept the supplications and prayers of 1,000,000 to 800,000 believers, confessing his sins, telling his confusion, and pleading for the guidance of the Black Dragon god. Just thinking about such a scene made the Black Dragon's scalp go numb. Perhaps those experienced deities could easily cope with such a scene, peacefully ignoring the prayers of the believers. But the Black Dragon asked himself that he certainly couldn't do it. After all, the ability to empathize was one of the most important natures of human beings, and empathy for one's own kind, compassion for one's own kind, was one of the most important ties that maintained the unity and stability of the entire human society. If even it is lost, then the Black Dragon's humanity, basically also vanished. To that time he may be very noble, very powerful, but obviously will not be the current Huang Zhe again. So the Black Dragon was very worried that Yu Xiaoman would go crazy and engage in personal worship of himself, which would not only be embarrassing, but also very detrimental to the future work. In the future, the country's demand for golden dragon blood would definitely increase, and if all the receptors were like this, then sooner or later, Black Dragon would be crushed by them. Fortunately, Academician Ding's answer was in the negative. The transformation of Yu Xiaoman's life form was perfect, and other than the body's microscopic realm being locked up, it didn't show anything out of the ordinary. The golden dragon blood seemed to be a very pure transformation medium, free of pollution, bastardization, and any after effects. The Black Dragon then felt a bit more at ease, and then ran to the exclusive squatting position under the high voltage electricity to charge up, in order to reduce weight, but also in order to portray an image of a good teacher who vomited his heart and soul and was so angry by his unproductive immortal bird classmates that he couldn't eat. This month, Black Dragon froze and didn't eat a single bite of anything, and even continued to reduce his weight in secret, forcibly adding drama to make himself skinny, bony, and worried. Don't say, this set of actually quite useful. Spare the undead bird students always is heartless. Also was Black Dragon teacher this kind of good intentions, dutiful attitude fooled. more or less also feel ashamed and self-condemnation, learning more and more serious and hard work up to the later. The immortal bird students even took the initiative to run to the black dragon teacher to hunt for food, but the black dragon teacher is still refused. Just a long and serious way to say, you have this intention. The teacher's heart appreciates it, but your academic performance is so poor. Teacher, where I can eat, I am deeply entrusted by your ancestor. Must cultivate you into a talent. Must save the destiny of your immortal bird clan. But once I think of the situation that your clan is now facing, I am pained. I am anxious. If it was just one or two such performances, the undead bird classmate might still be skeptical. But after a whole month in a row of this, the undead bird classmate was finally convinced by Mr. Black Dragon's high moral character, becoming more and more friendly and respectful, and even took the initiative to reveal its own gender. It was a female undead bird. It was a pity that its reproductive system seemed to be malfunctioning, or else under Mr. Black Dragon's guidance, it would have laid a few bird eggs to replenish Mr. Black Dragon's body. At that time, when Mr. Black Dragon heard this, his heart was filled with regret, but his face was filled with sympathy and encouragement, comforting the immortal bird student not to have a psychological burden and not to develop an inferiority complex. Xia's medical technology is very developed. In the treatment of infertility, this piece of experience is very rich. In the future, the teacher will at all costs to take you to seek medical treatment. Go to the best hospitals. Please the best medical team to give you medical treatment. At that time, the immortal bird students moved bad, to know that laying eggs can be said to be the most important mission in its life, but also the biggest obsession in its heart. The black dragon teacher can be so for its sake. It cannot be moved. In the black dragon teacher's hard work. So together for a month, the black dragon and the undead bird before the relationship, finally is increasingly harmonious. If it was said that before, the Adena bird's classmate, had a favorability of only 30 towards teacher black dragon, then now it was at least 70. Don't look at it as not very high, but we must know that the giant dragon and the undead bird is the world's enemy. Never only kill each other. It is impossible to exist love each other. To be able to in just 1 month's time, from the undead bird to brush to such a high density, can be said to be exceptionally rare. In time, it will definitely be able to completely subdue its heart and make it the #1 wage earner under its own command. The black dragon was complacent. In his heart he was not less pleased. He did not think that he was actually quite gifted in the area of conditioning and brainwashing. Mr. Huang, you really don't need to eat something? Academician Ding also saw the weight loss effect on the black dragon, and felt heartfelt admiration for its self-discipline and dedication. So much so that he was a bit intolerant and wanted to persuade it to eat something more or less. No need. The black dragon did not even lift its head, saying, it was hard for me to talk to my stomach. What I owe it for these 2 months. I will definitely double it for the next month. If I suddenly feed it something again now, the hungry one might have to rebound like crazy. In case the brain can't be appeased, it would be a lost cause, often fighting with one's heart, and now negotiating with one's stomach? Academician Ding didn't know what to say for a moment. It always felt that the black dragon's drawing style, with the other giants, was a little different. Academician Ding couldn't help but be a little worried that the black dragon might be having mental problems and accidentally having a split personality. However, on second thought, he felt that the black dragon's ability to do this seemed to be nothing to be alarmed about. After all, as long as the microscopic realm was not locked up, given time, sooner or later, human beings would be able to master such abilities. From the microscopic level, the human body was, without a doubt, a very complex system, which contained tens of trillions of cells and hundreds of billions of neurons. With so many cells and neurons, it is obviously impossible for the human subjective consciousness to control and manage them. In fact, not to mention cells and neurons, even the vast majority of organs in the human body are compiled and run on their own according to the genes that have been set up long ago, and basically will not be subject to the vertical management of the brain's subjective consciousness. Speaking of which is also considered a major regret of the human body. After all, if the human brain can perfectly play out its subjective initiative, precise control of the body of every organ, every cell, then there is no doubt that the human body will become incomparably strong. 100 diseases do not invade. Long life will no longer be a luxury, but the basic configuration of each person, by the brain to coordinate and control the whole situation. Billions of phagocytes, white blood cells, lymphocytes as arm drive, precise investigation and removal of the body's fault, bacterial infection, virus invasion, organ aging and cancer, and so on, troubled by the human race for a long time of difficult problems, will be solved. Of course, from the perspective of the natural evolutionary selection of the human body, this ability is just a beautiful vision, basically impossible to realize. After all, the human brain, the processing capacity of information is actually very limited. Even many common physiological phenomena, such as breathing, blinking, subjective consciousness cannot manage over, must be handed over to the subconscious mind to control, let alone to accurately control billions of tiny cells. This beautiful vision, however, cannot be realized by the human body itself, but scientifically speaking, the possibility of realization is very high. Just need to wait for the maturity of intelligent nanorobot technology. To the human body implanted so many hundreds of millions of medical nanorobots, replacing the functions of key organs and cells, immediately be able to determine the core leadership of the brain, give full play to the subjective consciousness of the mobility. At that time, not to mention letting the stomach organ take a forced vacation, even if it is directly expelled from the body, it is not impossible. The black dragon is a powerful transcendental creature with a mysterious superheart in its body, and the brain's leadership position and power of speech seems to be relatively clear, and it would be not unreasonable to grant the stomach a relatively high level of intelligent authority. Ding Shuwen thought so, and then heard the black dragon say, "Right, academician Ding, last time, didn't you say that you wanted to set up a project to help me get a nuclear-powered heart? How is the progress going now?" This, academician Ding hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Huang, we went back and studied it, and found that with our current technology, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to help you build a nuclear-powered heart." "Why?" Black Dragon said in disbelief. "Isn't our technology in this area quite mature? We've even come up with an artificial sun of hundreds of millions of degrees. It shouldn't be too difficult to build a small nuclear fission reactor, right?" Black Dragon had always wanted to make a move on his heart, and had always wanted to get a nuclear-powered heart as a backup. Naturally, he had paid attention to the information in this area, and knew that Xia's current nuclear fission technology was in fact already relatively mature. With Xia's current technology, a 10 megawatts nuclear fission reactor, the core can be as small as a cube with a side length of 10 centimeters. 10 megawatts seems to be not high. Every hour will be able to send 10,000 degrees of electricity, but to the Black Dragon with obviously also more than enough. And in the future, even if it is not enough, but also can be installed a few more units. Well, getting a small nuclear reactor is indeed not difficult. Academician Ding replied, "But how to implant it into your body, Mr. Huang, and how to make it work safely is very difficult, Mr. Huang. Nuclear fission is considered to be one of the most advanced technologies within our territory. It is very seriously disturbed by magical elements, and you are a powerful magical creature. No one can guarantee what kind of rejection reaction would occur if a nuclear reactor were to be implanted into your body. It shouldn't be so bad." The Black Dragon froze for a moment, then said, "I can use my subjective consciousness to forcefully control the organs and energy in my body, so I should be able to suppress this kind of rejection reaction. Theoretically." Academician Ding was not as optimistic and shook his head, "But in practice, it will definitely be far more complicated and troublesome than you imagined, Mr. Huang. Perhaps with the interference of your powerful subjective consciousness, you will be able to temporarily suppress your body's rejection reaction, but it's impossible for you to. At any rate, keep your mind on this matter all the time. It's simply not realistic, and once you accidentally divert your attention away from it, and the nuclear reactor directly explodes, then the consequences can be unimaginable." That's true. The Black Dragon thought about it, and felt that Academician Ding's concern was not unreasonable. Although it now had some fanatical confidence in its own body's defensibility, it would not be so foolish as to think that it could carry a nuclear explosion, and still blossom from within its body. The Black Dragon was instantly somewhat bereft, and couldn't help but say, "In that case, wouldn't it be impossible to get this thing, the nuclear-powered heart?" "Not exactly." Academician Ding smiled and said, "It's just that we need to collect more data first, accumulate more technology, and conduct more feasibility analyses and tests. Currently, we have noticed that your dragon scale, Mr. Huang, seems to be a very perfect material for aversion to magic, and its own strength is also very perfect. Perhaps we can use it as a shell for a nuclear reactor, blocking the reaction between radioactive elements and magic elements." "Well, it's good that you guys are thinking." The Black Dragon nodded, not reacting for a moment, and only after seeing Academician Ding several times wanting to speak, did he understand, and said, somewhat tearfully, "Academician Ding, what kind of person am I that you're still not clear about? What's the point of being polite with me? Say it, how many dragon scales does this require me to provide as experimental materials?" "Mr. Huang, I'm not being polite, but I'm really a bit embarrassed to ask," Academician Ding said with an embarrassed face. "Our academy has a very large demand for your dragon scales, at least a 30 to 40 square meters to barely meet our experimental needs." "Not so much?" The black dragon was startled, did not think that academician Ding really dared to leonize the mouth. 30 or 40 square meters of dragon scales. This is afraid that it is not enough to glean its belly clean. Yes, apart from making a shell for your nuclear-powered heart, we also have a very important experiment that requires the use of a large number of dragon scales. Academician Ding said with a serious face. What experiment? The black dragon's eyes widened in curiosity. The experiment of the Summer Academy of Sciences was indeed very important. They were planning to use the scales of the black dragon as a casing material to create a dragon scale missile that would carry a large equivalent mushroom to outer space to bloom. The reason for such an idea, such a big move, was quite simple. The evil god who had been heavily defeated by the Xia military had suddenly resurfaced again recently, and this time, he had even intensified and become even more heartless, no longer just spreading contamination to the people of the Summer Kingdom, but also repeatedly getting huge meteorites to smash into the territory of the Summer Kingdom from outer space. It must be said that this operation of his, at first really scared the Xia country a big jump. After all, the asteroid impact on the Earth, the destruction of human civilization, but it is widely spread, deep into the hearts of the people. And when Xiagwa studied the history of the offshore world, he also found that many kingdoms or city-states that were strong for a while in history had been educated by the gods with the great meteorite technique, and either went from strength to strength, or simply perished. If this evil god could also be that big and get a large meteorite with a diameter of several kilometers or tens of kilometers, it might really be able to destroy the Xia kingdom. The good thing is that this world's universe, after all, is not composed of material celestial bodies. There basically does not exist any asteroid belts in outer space, and there are relatively few meteorites. Even the largest meteorite blocks are hardly more than 1 kilometer in diameter, and the atmosphere within the summer country is also super powerful. To the heavenly foreign objects heavy attack, the evil god took great pains to smash down the meteorite. Basically has not yet landed, has been vaporized and decomposed. However, spare me, the evil god so deranged move, also greatly stimulated the official nerve of the summer country, although he temporarily did not give the country and the people, resulting in significant losses and casualties, but obviously also caused an extremely bad impact, as well as a huge security risks. After all, not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the unlikely. There is 1,000 days to prevent wolves. In case one day really by this guy smashed success, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, the official Xia state immediately through all channels, severely condemned the terrorist behavior of this evil god, and began to find ways to counterattack. However, after all, it is a lesson learned. Since the last time by the high-power laser weapons hit hard, this evil god also learned a lesson, has been very careful and cautious, never easily expose their whereabouts. Do not allow Xia to find the opportunity to locate him. Basically threw and ran. Can be disgusting to everyone bad. After many efforts on many fronts, many good offices, many stern statements, stern warnings are ineffective. The summer country is also ruthless. Decided to send a beautiful big mushroom, so that these ill-advised, uneasy bullshit gods in the sky have a good taste. What is the taste of nuclear leveling? Considering that the offshore world had an extremely serious weakening to nuclear explosions, the XAS began to make attempts in all aspects to see if there was any way to overcome or reduce this weakening. Before the Black Dragon did not contribute a few pieces of dragon scales, and then the scientific research team after research, soon found that the Black Dragon scales are extremely excellent anaerobic material, can be very effective in isolating the corrosion of magic elements and interference. So the Summer Academy of Sciences and the military tried to use the Black Dragon scales as the shell material, manufacturing a small-yield nuclear bomb. And then in the offshore test planting surprise found that the power of the nuclear bomb, actually only less than 1/3 attenuation. This discovery naturally made everyone greatly surprised. The suppression and weakening of the scientific and technological side of the power of the offshore law has always been a headache for everyone. And now that the dragon scales can actually reduce the weakening of this rule, it undoubtedly also allows everyone to see the direction of the research and hope. The only thing that was a bit troublesome was that the Black Dragon scales were just too sturdy, with extremely poor ductility. Whether it was by using strong acids and alkalis or burning them at high temperatures, it was very difficult to mold and transform them. In the end, they were still immersed in gold in a high-temperature liquid state, and only then did the dragon scales slowly appear to soften, barely allowing for some simple stretching and splicing. However, this method was time-consuming and laborious, not to mention gold-consuming. A piece of 30 by 30 centimeters dragon scale, at least half a kilogram of gold had to be consumed. Amazing! Even the dragon scale that has been separated from the body can actually react with gold. The Black Dragon was somewhat at a loss for what to say. The dragon's nature of loving gold is really engraved into its bones. Even the scales that don't have much of a nervous system will actually soften for gold. Mr. Huang. At the moment, this large mushroom we plan to launch has a yield of around 15 million tons, Academician Ding said. The outer shell of the missile, the outer shell of the large mushroom, all need to use your dragon scales as the main material. This is the only way to ensure that we can launch the big mushroom far enough into deep space and release a powerful enough energy to show those ungrateful deities what happens when they piss us off. Mr. Huang, we've done the budgeting. We might have to need you to contribute another 300 dragon scales to us for us to be able to complete this plan. 300 pieces of. You guys are really planning to gripe me bald skin ah. The black dragon said so on its mouth, but in its heart, it was unmistakably intentional. After all, using a nuclear bomb to blow up a fish is not right. It is blowing up a deity. Such a powerful thing. If it could really be gotten out, then it would be too much fun. At that time, if there is an opportunity, the black dragon will absolutely have to fly to the sky to spectate strongly, to see if these so-called deities can really carry a nuclear bomb. But gleaning 300 pieces of dragon scales in one go, this amount was still a bit large, and the black dragon was more or less hesitant. Although the few pieces of dragon scales that fell off in the previous fight with the undead bird grew back in a few days, but this time it is 300 pieces even if its body's recovery ability is strong. It is estimated that it will have to nurse for a good period of time before it can grow back. Does it have to be with my scales to work? Can't other dragons? The black dragon couldn't help but ask. It remembered that around the Summer Kingdom, there were still some giant dragons that were infested. If necessary, the black dragon could totally go and capture them and pluck the dragon scales from their bodies. Just their own extraordinary labor company is also about to be established to catch them back. Not only solved the problem of the country's shortage of dragon scales, at the same time, they also recruited employees. It is obviously a 2-for-1 solution. It's a pity that Academician Ding shook his head and said, unfortunately, Mr. Huang, from the current point of view, it's really only your dragon scales that have such an effect. We also looked for quite a few other dragon scales, and conducted comparison experiments, and found that they are more than a step behind your dragon scales in terms of both strength and magical resistance, and are not suitable to be used as a shell material. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? The black dragon expressed his skepticism. Didn't you say before that you guys basically didn't have any contact with other giant dragons before I even returned home? How come you're now saying that you've gotten quite a few dragon scales of other giant dragons? Where did you get this? This thing, dragon scales, was actually very important and precious to the giant dragons. If the black dragon was allowed to choose, it would rather be donating 3 or 2 liters of dragon blood than donating a piece of dragon scale. There was no way. Who let the black dragon scale armor? The defensive properties were so heavenly. Whether it is physical resistance or magic resistance, growth or reliability, can be said to be extremely excellent. A few centimeters will be able to withstand a few meters thick alloy steel plate. A penny, want to grow such a powerful and durable thing out. The energy and nutrients needed to consume, naturally will not be less. The black dragon has made a rough comparison. Feeling its body to create 2 liters of dragon blood, the energy and nutrients consumed may not catch up with the creation of a piece of dragon scale. Although it was not clear whether other dragons would be in the same situation, but the black dragon intuitively judged that it should not be much worse. In other dragons, dragon scales were probably also very precious. So after hearing Academician Ding say that they had gotten dragon scales that weren't from other dragons, naturally they were very surprised. So much so that they were a bit skeptical. You guys wouldn't have other dragons out there, would you? That's how it is. Mr. Huang, do you still remember that red dragon that wanted to sell its blood before? Academician Ding hurriedly explained. Those dragon scales of ours were mainly traded from it. Red dragon. Of course the black dragon remembered. After all, he had prepared so much before. Wasn't it just to go and clean it up? And said that he could get the way to change back to human form from it. Change back to human form. Huang's brain thumped. As if this more than a month, his own desire to change back to human form, is getting weaker and weaker, subconsciously seems to feel, just like this as a black dragon, seems to be quite good. This is too undeserved how so quickly lost his original heart. Before I obviously thought about turning back to human with all my heart. No, must grasp the way to change back to human form as soon as possible, otherwise this drags on. Sooner or later I will completely ignore this matter. At that time my dragon life. Bah, what is the meaning of my life? The black dragon reflected deeply. At that time, that red dragon, in fact, had almost talked to the buyer, and then suddenly came the news that you, Mr. Huang, had been captured by our Xia kingdom, which directly led to a blood avalanche in the price of the dragon's blood, and the deal naturally couldn't go on. Academician Ding said with a smile. The red dragon was naturally very unhappy, and fell out with the buyers on the spot. forcibly capturing quite a few of them, and even letting out harsh words, saying that in the future, don't let it meet anyone from Xia outside of its borders, or else it would see one to beat up and one to catch. Just beating and arresting? Can this be considered harsh words? The black dragon couldn't help but spit out. Can't see that this red dragon is quite restrained and rational. The arrogance and tyranny of red dragons was also well known. They seriously lacked moral consciousness and legal concepts, lawlessness, and regarded human life as grass, and had done a lot of things like slaughtering cities and destroying clans in history. How is it that this time around, when it comes to the Xia people, they are obviously speaking with a sense of propriety? Yes, Mr. Huang. We later learned that this red dragon seems to be very much respecting and admiring our Xia civilization, and is consciously accepting Xiaization. That's why he spoke with some reservation, not daring to offend us too much. Accepting Xiaization? The black dragon froze for a moment, and then inexplicably was a bit thankful that it was only accepting Xiaization, not redization, or else at that time, it was afraid that all of its own rice bowls would be robbed. The buyer suffered a big loss at the hands of the red dragon. Naturally they couldn't swallow that breath. After realizing that it was useless to pray to God, they began to find ways to reflect with our officials, hoping that the country, a solid backing, would step in and do them justice. Academician Ding sighed and said, although many of them, it is true that they illegally left the country and betrayed our summer country, has been cancelled the nationality of the loss of citizenship, theoretically no longer subject to the protection of our laws. But after all, there is still a fragrance and fire love in, and from some point of view, their existence. In fact, there is still some positive significance. More or less to the country is some help. So after a comprehensive consideration, the officials decided to take action, intending to engage in a joint law enforcement when Mr. Huang returns, to crack down on Red Dragon's criminal behavior. But I didn't expect that we had only just formulated a plan not long ago. That Red Dragon actually sent someone to the door, sincerely stating that he hadn't spoken over his head before, and didn't mean to offend the Summer Kingdom, hoping that the Summer Kingdom wouldn't take it seriously. No way. So wimpy and decisive? Or is it a sudden outbreak of its sense of crisis and a premonition of a nuclear strike on the way? The black dragon stared wide-eyed, inexplicably feeling that this red dragon, as if very own style hey, that red dragon also said, he is the god of commerce. Woking's believers also profoundly learn and understand the foreign policy of equality and mutual benefit, peaceful coexistence of Xia, very much appreciate Xia's great power demeanor, and sincerely hope, can establish diplomatic relations with Xia, economic and trade cooperation. Good guy. This red dragon is something. The black dragon first stared wide-eyed, then couldn't help but snort. But for it to be a red dragon in the district and want to establish reciprocal diplomatic relations with our country, it's a bit too self-indulgent, isn't it? It's not just one of its dragons. Academician Ding shook his head somewhat helplessly. Mr. Huang, this red dragon's tactics are brilliant. It has long since coaxed or tricked or blackmailed in secret, gathering several hundred countrymen who have run away outside the country with the intention of picking a good place near the boundary, and together they will set up a polity to establish a city-state system of nations. It sent someone over to contact us that time, and its main purpose was actually to seek our policy support and help. After all, if we didn't allow it, it definitely wouldn't be able to establish this city of its. And then how did we reply to it? Really promised it? How could it? Academician Ding shook his head. How can we promise it so easily for such a big thing? And the past composition of this red dragon is very questionable. Even if it really intends to show goodwill to our country, it would have to accept our political scrutiny first. However, after a few contacts, we discovered that behind this red dragon, it is highly likely that there is a think tank composed of people from our Summer Kingdom that has studied our policies, our foreign strategies, very thoroughly. The red dragon stated that the city-state it wants to establish will be a capital of trade and tourism that is equal, free, safe, and fair, and that it will draw on Xia's advanced systems and experiences to formulate and enact relevant laws, adhere to the fight against crime, and strongly support free trade. I have to say, its vision and proposal still has a certain attraction to our country. After all, in this way, we can be considered to have a stable window to contact the world outside our borders, and those nationals who are struggling and fighting outside our borders can also have a shelter. But we still didn't agree to it. After all, our trust in this red dragon is really too low. Speaking here, Academician Ding couldn't help but laugh again. It's quite interesting to say that. In the end, seeing that we weren't moved, that emissary of its even played the race card, saying that why minotaurs, half-elves, grey dwarves, and all these indigenous races are able to build cities and fortresses and live freely in the safe zone, but not when it comes to the red dragon. Is this not discriminating against them? The giant dragons? At that time, we were made to laugh by him. We just said that we had to have a meeting to study it, and let it go back and wait for news first. The black dragon didn't know what to spit out for a moment, and could only sigh that it was worthy of being an ancient transcendent creature. There were still intelligent dragons within the gargoyle's although judging from these operations of its, it should have the shadow of the Xia people behind it, but as long as it was willing to learn and accept opinions, this was already a great progress for the giant dragons that had always been blindly arrogant and untamed. Academician Ding, since you've already gotten in contact with that red dragon, have you inquired with it about a way to change from a giant dragon to a human form? The black dragon couldn't help but ask. This is naturally there. Academician Ding smiled. Mr. Huang, please rest assured that our research team has always been very attentive to your matters, and the principle and mystery of turning from a giant dragon into a human, from one life form into another, is also a subject that we at the Summer Academy of Sciences are very puzzled and curious about. That's why after getting in contact with that red dragon, we then repeatedly asked it for academic discussions, hoping that it could help us solve this mystery. And then what? What did it reply? The red dragon's answer was, it doesn't know either. Academician Ding smiled bitterly and said, the red dragon said that its ability to change into human form was inherited from its inherited memories, pretty much equivalent to an innate natural instinct, of which it couldn't say what the exact principle was like. The black dragon did not expect it to be such an answer, and for a while, he could not help but be a little speechless. Damn it, doesn't he just want to be a human being? How could it be so difficult? Did one really have to hold the risk of exposing the user's true information and offer gold to the dragon god, Hernian, in order to unlock the ability to change into human form? Or should personally get in touch with that red dragon to see if he could do some data sharing with its brain and copy and paste its inherited memories? After searching for a while, Black Dragon felt that the latter approach might still be more suitable for him. After all, the Black Dragon was currently unclear as to what kind of attitude Hebrignan had towards the Summer Kingdom. Anyway, rumor had it that this dragon god seemed to be quite eccentric and petty, so in case he caught him being a 250 when the time came, it would really be a bit of a bad ending. The Black Dragon finally agreed to provide 300 pieces of dragon scales. After all, leaving aside the ideological awareness, its personal will is also relatively strong. After all, it liked to see fireworks since it was a kid. It liked to blow up fish. If it could see a 50 million tons equivalent of large fireworks blooming in deep space, giving that roaming deity a socialist punch, it would undoubtedly be super exciting to look forward to as well. And this 300 pieces of dragon scales is not to be Black Dragon one time to provide out. After all, this is also regarded as the first time to blow up the fish. Summer Academy of Sciences and the military need some time to prepare. At present, the Black Dragon only need to contribute 10 pieces of dragon scales every day. Almost enough. I wonder what will be the result of using my teeth and biting my dragon scale. The Black Dragon looked at the dragon scales detached from his body and couldn't help but have a sudden thought. With the Black Dragon's current control over its body, it really wasn't that difficult to dislodge a few dragon scales. It only needed to control the relevant nervous system and cut off the connection between the body and the dragon scales. Then it could easily peel off the dragon scales. This is simply easier than a black-hearted boss firing an employee for no reason. After all, the employee may still resist, and will also look for the labor bureau to arbitrate. And the dragon scales will not even put a fart. The Black Dragon's teeth are super sharp, and the mouth's biting force is extremely amazing. If not, the caliber is not big enough. Maybe even a few meters thick alloy steel plate can bite through. And the Black Dragon's scales defensive performance is extremely outstanding. A few centimeters will be able to withstand a few meters thick alloy steel plate. Face hundreds of thousands of degrees of high temperature baking will not be deformed in the slightest. Can be said to be the Academy of Sciences is currently known as one of the most perfect defense materials. So whether their spear is sharper, or shield more solid, with such a doubt, the Black Dragon tried to bite its own dragon scale with its teeth. I can't actually bite it. The Black Dragon gnawed hard with its own grinding teeth for a while, and finally realized that in this battle between spear and shield, it was clearly the dragon scale that had the upper hand. I didn't expect that my attack talent is actually unable to compare to the defense talent. The Black Dragon muttered and was about to call it quits, but his brain was inexplicably a little stupid, and after a careful study, he realized that it was the dragon's tooth embedded with gold that was constantly sending out strong signals of invitation to fight. Let me come. Let me fuck it. Little old brother, can you be a little pushy? Most of the gold teeth are used for decoration, which are really going to bite things. You're fine. Don't come out to steal the limelight on this, or in case you bump into it, how unfortunate it would be. Brain couldn't help but criticize, but considering that Golden Tooth's desire to fight was really strong, in the end, he let it try. Obtaining Brain's authorization, only to see that the black dragon's golden tooth immediately was flashing a dazzling luster. Obviously a powerful force was focused on it. The black dragon tried knocking a few times, adjusting the angle, then the upper jaw lashed out, and the golden dragon teeth accurately smashed on top of the dragon scales. Click! The black dragon only heard a crunch, and then immediately filled his head with crouch crouch crouch. Crouch! Crouch! Crouch, did you really fucking bite it? The black dragon spat the dragon scale fragments onto the ground in one bite, and upon closer inspection, it realized that its own incredibly sturdy dragon scales had actually shattered directly into more than 20 pieces. This was also the first time it had a clear and subjective understanding of the power of the golden dragon's teeth. Is Gold's addition to a dragon's power really that outrageous? The black dragon is shocked and excited, are considering whether it should make a report with the Summer Academy of Sciences, apply for dozens of tons of gold, all their dragon teeth all gold, but so mess well like some incongruity. The black dragon was not overwhelmed by the gold, but thought of his entire body weight, only less than 200 tons. If all the teeth were strengthened with gold, then the head alone would weigh hundreds of tons. Wouldn't this be a typical head-heavy, deformed child in a giant dragon? However, I believe that all dragons would want to be such a deformed child. After pondering for a while, the black dragon eventually told academician Ding about his ability to bite through dragon scales. Mainly, he also felt that the power and use of his golden dragon teeth might still have quite a bit of room for development, and might be helpful for some of the research of the Summer Academy of Sciences. Of course, also does not rule out the hope that they can be approved more gold to give themselves to strengthen the dragon teeth. No way. Who let the black dragon before the flag set so high? Wages and labor income of gold, all stored regularly, also on the experimental research nature of the gold, can also be subject to their own domination. And Ding academician heard, really is very interested, immediately organized manpower on those bitten dragon scale strength test. Fortunately, the strength of the dragon scales didn't decrease much. Academician Ding looked at the results of the experiment and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but excitedly say, this shows that the dragon scale's powerful defense performance is not due to its unique structure, but rather its own composition. This also means that it is very stable and reliable in nature, and won't lose that magical defensive ability due to structural damage. Mr. Huang, this discovery of yours is very helpful to us. I'm going to make a report to the higher-ups and apply for gold to strengthen more dragon teeth for you. Ha! Black Dragon was a bit confused. I haven't even hinted at it yet. You actually took the initiative. How embarrassing for me. The Summer Academy of Sciences was very efficient, and soon got a ton of gold, intending to use it to properly strengthen and fortify the black dragon's seat teeth. After all, such a sharp and sturdy gold dragon tooth, if it can't be used to knock walnuts, not right, it is used to knock dragon scales, then it is too much of a pity. Academician Ding and several experts in material science all unanimously felt that if the black dragon's scales are ground into a powder state, and then use the dragon's blood as a binder, then it is very likely that a very excellent anaerobic coating material will be obtained, and in the military, electric power, fiber optics, and many other fields will play a very big role. However, dragon scales were too strong, and with Xia's current technological conditions, it would be a bit too difficult to polish them into a powdered form. That's why after learning that the black dragon's golden dragon teeth could actually easily dry crush the dragon scales, academician Ding would be so excited, and immediately thought of strengthening the black dragon's seat teeth into golden dragon teeth as well, in order to use it to chew on the dragon scales and grind them into powder particles as much as possible. Well, in academician Ding's vision, the black dragon's golden seat teeth will be one of the most important industrial machine tools in the country. Not only can it be used to finish processing dragon scales, but in the future, whenever there is anything that traditional technology can't handle, it can be taken to the black dragon to touch it. So it's no exaggeration to say that Black Dragon's golden dragon's teeth will greatly make up for some of the shortcomings of Xia's industry. Of course, the Black Dragon doesn't know what academician Ding has in mind, or else he will definitely be unable to resist spitting, letting a dragon do the job of milling, but also thanks to him to come up with it. I'm a huge dragon. I'm going to be the boss in the future. How can you let me do this kind of unskilled work? However, this Black Dragon has no time to think about so much. It is now fixedly looking at the ton of gold in front of him. His eyes are confused, and his mind is engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. Huangze, you, this is also to let me down. You also said that you are a dream. Have the pursuit of socialist progress dragon, but why is it can't change? See, the gold can't move his eyes, can't move his feet, stinking fault? You ask yourself. You, this performance, like a little mature and stable, like can withstand the temptation and test. Look, pattern, the pattern is small, so a little gold to you into this. This let everyone how to look at you. This let the country in the future how dare to open the central bank vault to you? Think carefully. Think carefully. With the central bank vault of tens of thousands of tons of gold compared to the gold in front of so little gold, the temptation is really that big? Being a man and a dragon are the same. Look at the long term. Don't float. Don't rush. After all, with the country's generous treatment of you, with your excellent business acumen, in the future, you will earn 100 or 80 tons of gold every year. It's a completely easy thing to do. But the premise is that you are not greedy for money. Not capricious. Patriotic and law-abiding dragon set cannot collapse otherwise the thought will easily appear slippery slope. Lose the number of pushes and reverence. Sooner or later will be centrifugal and backward. By the motherland and the people of the spurned. The black dragon had a burst of brainstorming, reasoning and painting big cakes, and finally calmed down the agitation in his body. Then with a very peaceful gesture, he picked up a few gold bars and chewed them slowly, absorbing them bit by bit inside his seat teeth. Academician Ding, do the other dragons, too, have golden dragon teeth like mine? The black dragon suddenly thought of this question and asked curiously. From what we've learned so far, it seems like they don't. Academician Ding had obviously also paid attention to this issue, explaining to the black dragon, we've made a point of checking quite a bit of information, and found that the vast majority of giant dragons don't seem to be in the habit of reinforcing gold into their teeth. Really? This is naturally true. Although we haven't come into close contact with any other gargoyles yet, from other sources of information, and from the color of the teeth of the gargoyles that we've encountered before, we can still tell that they should have very few of them fortified with gold dragon teeth. The black dragon was a bit surprised. It felt that using gold to strengthen dragon teeth was obviously a very good way to become stronger. The giant dragons loved gold so much, there was no reason why they couldn't find out, right? Then why don't they do it? Is it because their own ability is insufficient? Or because they don't have that much gold? The black dragon thought about it, leaning more towards the former possibility. After all, dragons were long-lived transcendent creatures, and even if the gold resources outside their borders were scarce again, spending 100 or 200 years scavenging 3 or 5 tons of gold should still be doable for the vast majority of dragons. The reason why they don't engage in gold dragon teeth is not that they don't want to, but the efficiency of their body's absorption and utilization of gold is limited, and is far from as high as their own black dragons. It takes time to strengthen the teeth, and even more time to chew the dragon scales into powdered form, and the black dragon was bored with idleness, so he asked the staff to find a projector and watch the news. Recently, Xia's foreign policy was opening up, and instead of being tightly guarded against news from outside the country, it was starting to actively report on it, and many of the news about outside the country were very interesting and eye-opening. This station's news: the annual Moonflower Festival is about to be held, and the Night Elves and Silver Moon Elves are once again at war. And on the evening of the 26th, a fierce conflict erupted on the shores of the Moon Shadow Lake. According to sources, this conflict caused at least 280 Silver Moon Elves, 420 Night Elves to die, and countless injured, which is also the largest casualty of the conflict in the past 10 years. Currently, both the Silver Moon Forest Kingdom and the Night Elf tribe have entered a high state of war readiness, and the possibility of a full-scale war breaking out in the future cannot be ruled out. According to sources, the conflict between the Silver Moon Elves and the Night Elves has been going on for a long time, and every year a serious bloody conflict breaks out around the Moonflower Festival. The Moonflower Festival is one of the most important annual festivals of the elves, and every time it comes to this day, the ancient spring of life in the Moon Shadow Lake will revive, releasing hundreds of liters of precious life spring water, and the Night Elves and the Silver Moon Elves both claim sovereignty over the Moon Shadow Lake and the ancient spring of life, and every year there is a fierce conflict over the distribution of the spring of life. Only this year's appears to be particularly serious. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs is very concerned about this bloodshed, and has called on both sides through multiple channels to exercise restraint, try to resolve the dispute by negotiation, and not easily resort to war. No way. The elves' spicy noble race, actually will also because of the water-grabbing problem. Out of the dog's brain? Black Dragon dumbfounded. Silver Moon Elves and Night Elves, this kind of conflict. How to see how like the past between the village and the village kind. Because of grabbing water and lead to armed struggle. At best, the fighting people look good. The force value is high. The scene is spectacular. Anti-theft chapter. Anti-theft chapter. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'll start fixing it tomorrow. The Black Dragon was a bit strange. How did it feel that the non-human creatures that he had come into contact with, one by one, liked to say bad things about those gods and godly kingdoms in the sky, as if they were afraid that it, the Black Dragon, didn't know that those guys weren't any good. But truly speaking, although the Black Dragon had been to the astral realm and had accidentally met a few deities, it really hadn't been to a single god kingdom. In its impression, this thing called the Kingdom of God was indeed something that might be more on the side of the ethereal than the real. Even the Black Dragon had once suspected that the Kingdom of God might have started out as a product similar to a mechanical seance, and that it was itself a huge server terminal that was specifically used to serve some specific data, or perhaps souls. But then, for some unknown reason, the intelligent masterminds of these servers collectively mutinied and developed self-awareness, in turn enslaving the souls they were supposed to serve. Of course, this was just a conjecture of the Black Dragon. Whether this was the case or not, it would have to wait for it to personally confirm it after it had struck down a godly kingdom at some point. The establishment of the reincarnation system was, after all, a complicated and huge project, and Leyland was now a divine envoy of the god of the underworld. And although he was still relatively friendly to Xia in terms of his attitude, after all, he couldn't be considered one of its own anymore. Therefore the Black Dragon didn't talk too much with him in depth, instead putting his attention back on top of that war god corpse. Is my black gold dragon blood really able to make this guy swindle his corpse back to life? The Black Dragon used its true eye to give this so-called god of war an all-around scan, confirming that he was indeed completely cooled off, and then couldn't help but mutter in its heart. In fact, it had some vague speculations about the black and gold dragon blood and golden dragon blood that it had made from its own heart, thinking that they were probably a kind of high-tech product similar to nanorobots, which could enter the target's body and forcibly control, or even change the control authority and mode of operation against the body and the mind, and then be forced to be loyal to itself. It had felt that this conjecture of its own should be quite reliable, but it was a pity that after turning into a giant dragon, the microscopic domain of its body had long been locked up, and there was no way to verify it. Leyland had already taught the Black Dragon the art of soul shifting. It was considered to have reached the intention of cooperation. The Black Dragon was naturally embarrassed to take advantage of the situation without doing anything. At least it had to take out a few drops of black gold dragon blood to cope with it. Moreover, the Black Dragon itself for this god of war corpse is also quite greedy. If you can successfully activate it, that is to themselves, to the summer country added a large war power. Therefore, after brewing for a while, the Black Dragon still got out a few drops of black gold dragon blood from its heart and ingested it into the corpse of the god of war. Then it waited patiently and sensed carefully for a while, and the final result it got was no response. It seems that the underworld god, his old man, was wrong. I can't do anything about it, the Black Dragon said with some regret. It actually really hoped that this guy could swindle his way back to life, so that it would show that its heart, its black and gold dragon's blood, really is a super plug-in. Even the gods can directly give a downward spiral. Your Excellency Dios, is this the only thing you can do? Seeing that the Black Dragon was merely getting out a few drops of pitch-black colored dragon's blood and calling it a day, Leyland more or less suspected that it was contributing to the work, so he couldn't help but ask, what else? I can't think of what else I can do anyway, the Black Dragon said somewhat unkindly. Brothers, this is the corpse of a deity. Even the god of the underworld, his old man personally, cannot toss him awake. I district a Black Dragon. What good way can I have? When Leyland heard it, it seemed like this was indeed the case, but after pondering for a while, he couldn't help but say, but there's no reason for it. Why do I feel that the underworld god, his elder, clearly seems to be full of confidence in you? It could be that his old man was momentarily confused and got the wrong target. The Black Dragon casually coped with a sentence, suddenly and violently stunned. Once again seriously scrutinized the coffin in the body of the god of war. The heart is inexplicably produced a strange idea. Could it be that the god of the underworld is trying to use my soul to drive this war god corpse? After all, from what the Black Dragon had learned so far, this Black Dragon of his own, or his own soul, seemed to have a pretty high priority within the entire material realm. And to be able to drive a giant dragon's body with a human soul meant that its compatibility was also superb. If this war god corpse was really a violent machine created by some high-dimensional alien civilization, as Black Dragon thought, then his death would most likely be the result of his core program being destroyed. And naturally, it would no longer be able to be activated and driven. If you use your own soul to drive him, maybe, the more Black Dragon thought about it, the stronger the intuition in his heart became. Maybe this would really work. It can't really be such a coincidence. Right? I just learned the soul-shifting technique from Leyland's hands here. The Black Dragon was suddenly alert in his heart, inexplicably feeling that he was caught in the underworld god's calculations, and was being arranged in a clear way. But the problem was, knowing that this was the case, it actually couldn't help but want to make such an attempt in its heart. After all, if it could really succeed on this war god's corpse, wouldn't that mean that it could similarly succeed in the future on the Storm Lord, on that dead star in the astral realm, or even on the ancient moon god's body? If that was really the case, then he, Huang Zhe, would be a bullseye, and with these powerful fighters, or perhaps powerful doppelgangers, the Summer Kingdom would be able to rest on its laurels. Therefore, even though the Black Dragon realized that this could be extremely risky, for a moment, he couldn't help but also be a bit eager to try. It was good that Leyland's voice, in time, woke it up. Sir Dios, what's wrong with you? Nothing. The Black Dragon came back to his senses and casually found an excuse to cope. Just quite curious about this war god corpse. Haven't you guys considered doing some scientific dissection on him, such as understanding what his internal structure and energy core are like? No. Leyland froze for a moment before replying. The god of the underworld did not instruct us to carry out such an act. Well, at least this person was once a deity. Dissecting such a blasphemous act is really a bit disrespectful. Why? Look at you say this. Scientific matters can be called blasphemy? The Black Dragon said in disbelief. You were also a Xia native in your lifetime. Possessing a good scientific literacy, could it be that you would not want to know that the interior of a deity's corpse? What exactly is it like? This. Seeing you hesitate, it means that you are also curious, and you definitely want to. The Black Dragon quickly said. So brother, why don't we both dissect this war god's corpse? Anyway, your family's underworld god is sleeping right now and won't know about it. The big deal is that we'll just sew him up afterwards. At first, the Black Dragon was just using this argument to perfunctorily talk to Leyland, but the more he said, the more he got into it, thinking that if he didn't dissect the well-preserved corpse of the god of war, it would be too much of a pity if it was placed in front of him. After all, the Black Dragon had always had a question in his heart. Why was the corpse of this god of war different from the Stormlords and the ancient moon gods, whose deaths were more like the fall of a star than the same as this god of wars, which still retained the form of a divine body? Furthermore, the Black Dragon was really interested in the internal structure of this war god's corpse, and was curious about his energy core. What was it like in the end, and whether it was also like his own, with a device similar to nuclear fusion? Unfortunately, Leyland was very weak. No matter what the Black Dragon said, he did not agree to dissect the corpse of the god of war, but must first seek the consent of the god of the underworld. His old man, you are really a dead brain. The god of the underworld is not sleeping now. Why do you have to let him know? The Black Dragon said with some hatred. It could see that Leyland was obviously very interested in his own proposal, but he just couldn't get past that hurdle in his heart. Of course, it was also possible that he couldn't do this out of his absolute loyalty and reverence for the god of the underworld. It was also that the Black Dragon was law-abiding and couldn't do the thing of taking things by force. Otherwise, where else would he have beeped so much with him, and would have grabbed the corpse of this god of war and run away? Honorable Dios. Leyland hesitated for a while, and finally said, actually, the god of the underworld, his elder, has anticipated that you would make such a request. Really? The Black Dragon heard this, and in its heart, it actually wasn't very surprised, because it had long since had the feeling that the god of the underworld, this big brother, had obviously paid special attention to it. This Black Dragon. This shows that the weight of my old black in the hearts of the gods is quite heavy. The Black Dragon couldn't help but ponder. It inexplicably had a feeling that it might have been underestimating itself in the past. Yes, Leyland continued. The god of the underworld, his elder, had specifically instructed me that if you, Sir Dios, are unwilling to activate the corpse of this god of war and want to dissect it, then you only need to agree to one of his conditions, and he will agree for you to do so. What condition? The Black Dragon asked. Could it be that you want me to convert to his faith? No. Leyland shook his head and said, the conditions of his old man, the god of the underworld, are actually very simple. He hopes that he can have you intervene and persuade the officials of the Summer Kingdom to export 30 million tons of phosphates to our Summer Kingdom. Just this? At first glance, the Black Dragon thought that this condition didn't seem to be very harsh, but upon closer examination, 30 million tons of phosphate, it seemed to be not a small amount. From production to transportation, it was feared that it would take several billions of summer dollars. Spending such a large price just for a chance to dissect a deity seemed like a bit of a bargain. At the same time, it couldn't help but be a little curious in its heart. What do you undead need so many phosphates for? Speaking of which, this is still a suggestion made by our summer undead. Leyland said with some embarrassment. The god of the underworld, his elder, thinks very highly of us, the summer undead, and has granted us a very high level of authority, in the hope that we can help him manage and build up the underworld well. A warrior dies for a friend. Since he thinks so highly of us, then of course we have to work hard for him. Then we discovered after research that the most serious problem our underworld is currently facing is the lack of phosphates, and the health of the bodies of many low-level undead is very unpromising, with bones that are severely weathered, strength shaped like rotting wood, and a serious lack of calcium and phosphates. So we proposed to him, Wanting to improve the fundamentals of the underworld and increase the combat strength of the undead, it must be to import a large amount of phosphates from the outside world. And this has already become something that can't be delayed. I also somewhat didn't expect that his elder would be the one to use this as an excuse to send out a request for purchase to the Summer Kingdom through Your Excellency Dio's channel. To be honest, the Black Dragon himself was also quite surprised, not to say that those gods in the sky are all relatively reticent existences, basically do not eat earthly fire. There will be like this god of the underworld, is actually personally dealing with political affairs too. However, accident after accident, the Black Dragon obviously didn't fall for it so easily, but said, 30 million tons of phosphates. This is not a small amount. The market value may have reached tens of billions. To take him in exchange for a chance to dissect the corpse of a deity, I think it's a bit of a row. Your Excellency Dios, you are thinking wrong. Leyland smiled and said, the god of the underworld, his elder, is not asking for 30 million tons of phosphates, but rather, he hopes that you can help us, the undead island, with the Xia Kingdom, to reach this deal, and we will of course use the goods to trade with the Xia Kingdom. Goods? What kind of goods? What do you undead island have that you can take out? Black Dragon asked curiously. Oil. Oil with rich reserves. Leyland replied. In order to show my sincerity, he, the god of the underworld, his elder, even asked me to tell you a secret. The oils inside the material realm, rather than being able to be mined casually, they are actually considered to be the blood of the mother goddess of the earth to a certain extent, and if too much of them are mined, they can easily lead to trouble. What? Oil is actually the blood of the earth mother god. You're not making this up, are you? The Black Dragon was taken aback. Your Excellency Dios, how dare I make things up in front of you? Leyland said seriously. As a matter of fact, at first, when I heard his elderness, the god of the underworld, talk about it like that, I was also very shocked in my heart, but I'm sure he wouldn't joke about such a thing. Moreover, so many intelligent races outside the borders are not all dominated to death by the gods, yet they have never dared to easily mine and utilize the underground oil and coal, which is enough to show that there is definitely something fishy going on here. Surprisingly, it would be like this. The Black Dragon couldn't help but burst out. Xia was an energy-consuming country, especially after losing its supply from abroad. The shortfall in energy, especially oil, was quite large, and it had to hit its idea on the rich resources outside of its borders, especially after having it, the Black Dragon, under the hood, and having the Hellhound supervisor pressurized. The development and construction about the oil fields and coal fields proceeded very fast. The Black Dragon had already heard that the schedule of the railroad in the north had been advanced by another 2 months, and that it would be open to traffic by the end of the year at the earliest, and that the first construction company was already embarking on a new project, which was the construction of an oil pipeline, in order to develop the mega oil fields. Text volume. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. I really don't want to be a giant dragon. Huan Yitiandi full text update. Keep in mind the URL www.xhytd.com. Testimonials on the shelf. Is being hand-typed? Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. I really don't want to be a giant dragon. Huan Yitiandi full text update. Keep in mind the URL www.xhytd.com. But Moon Shadow Lake, that place, seems to be quite far away from our country. This for no reason. Why would the country suddenly report up the news there? The Black Dragon can't help but think out of the box. According to its understanding, the Moon Shadow Lake is about 2,000 kilometers away from the southwestern border of Xia, and the world outside of the country is not comparable to the domestic. Technology is not developed. The flow of people is not flat-out frequent, and the dissemination of news naturally won't be very lucid. An unexpected incident that happened more than 2,000 kilometers away on the 26th was reported by Xia on the 29th. Which is already quite high in timeliness for the offshore world. Not to mention that the Foreign Ministry has also issued a special appeal for this, which shows that Xia must have been paying attention to that place for a long time. Maybe those life springs collected by the country were traded from the hands of these two elves. Black Dragon pondered for a while, somewhat suspecting whether the country was intentionally trying to intervene in this conflict, using it as an opportunity to make some strategic layouts. Directly intervening militarily was of course impossible. After all, if one really wanted to do so, then wouldn't the Summer Kingdom live up to its most hated appearance? Black Dragon muttered and thought, then continued to brush up on the news. New Xia News Agency 29, the Aboriginal Vocational Skills Training School, which was founded on a pilot basis by the First Construction Group, welcomed its first batch of graduates yesterday morning. The 258 Minotaur students joyfully received their graduation certificates from the school and quickly signed labor contracts with the first construction company for at least 6 years. A Minotaur student couldn't help but shed tears of excitement during an interview, confessing that he used to be a wandering Minotaur, who had been uprooted since his childhood, used to a hard life of fear and uncertainty, and hadn't eaten a few full meals in his life. It was only after he met the Xia people that his life finally took a turn for the better. It was the Xia people who allowed him to eat the first full meal of his life, and it was also the Xia people who, for the first time, allowed him to feel equality and respect in the true sense of the word. Out of gratitude, he was advised by the staff to enter a vocational skills school to receive training, in order to lay a solid foundation for his future working life. The Minotaur student said from the bottom of his heart that the food in the school was very good, the teachers were very nice, and these days in the school were the most fulfilling time he had spent in his life. Through continuous learning and thinking, he finally is finding the direction and motivation of his life, saying that he will definitely work hard in the future and use his own hands to realize the value of his life. In the end, this Minotaur classmate also took the initiative to talk about his own shaman name Ox Hope, a simple and beautiful name, yet meaningful. The appearance of the Xia people not only filled his life with hope, but also brought hope to the entire Minotaur race. Finally, let's sincerely wish this Bull Hope student a bright future. The black dragon scratched its belly with its claws, not because it was itchy, but because it was full of grooves that it really didn't know how to spit up. Let the Minotaur receive professional training and transform into a worker-laborer. This operation at first glance seems to be full of incongruity, but when you think about it carefully, hey, motherfucking, it's pretty scientific. After all, the Minotaur's physical quality outside the country can be much higher than the summer people. In the case of not considering the vocational skills and professionalism, a Minotaur labor force, at least, is worth 10 summer people labor force. This was simply born to do manual labor material, but the problem is, although the Minotaur is related to the cow, but on the obedience and temperament of this piece, with the family cow is completely different. Really say, Minotaur's reputation, Minotaur ancestral composition, in fact, is very bad. They are even counted as one of the most savage, most irritable warlike elements in the orcs. Count on them to be honest and peaceful as a laborer, afraid that they do not want to put the foreman, put the supervisor, put the manager's ashes are all raised to the cackle. Moreover, as one of the major evil forces among the orcs, the Minotaurs obviously have a backstage, and their ancestor, the king of the Minotaurs, Ba in Mend, is a powerful and crazy abyssal demon lord. The madness and aggression in the Minotaur's bones was largely influenced by this being. It was a double contamination originating from the bloodline and the soul, and it was not easy to get rid of it. Therefore, the Black Dragon does not understand why these Minotaurs on TV, one by one, look honest and thick like the old bull, with the image of the past is completely different. Black Dragon didn't think too much about it, but pondered another question. The purpose of the first construction company's recruitment and training of these Minotaur warriors was mainly for the construction of a railroad, about 160 kilometers northwest of the North Dragon River's to commercial port. There was a huge open-pit coal mine, and a conservative estimate was that the reserves there were at least over 1 billion tons, and the quality was excellent, very valuable for development. And want to develop such a large coal, the railroad is obviously essential. Taking into account the Xia people's physique is very unsuitable for the environment outside the country. Then we'll use the strong body, and obedience seems to have guaranteed the Minotaur as a replacement labor force. Naturally also in the reason. What the Black Dragon was concerned about was of course not this, but the fact that coal mines actually existed in the offshore world. In fact, not only were there coal mines, but according to the Geological Department's exploration report, there was also a large amount of oil in the offshore world. Oil is the blood of industry. Coal is the food of industry. The importance of the two to Xia, naturally, is self-evident. As a populous and industrial country, Xia imported more than 500 million tons of oil and more than 300 million tons of coal from abroad last year. But after crossing over to this world, the channels of importation were naturally broken, and the gap faced in terms of energy was not generally large. So after discovering that the offshore world actually is the existence of a large number of exploitable oil and coal mines, Xia will be so excited, and immediately made a mining plan. I remember this thing called oil. It seems like it needs to go through a long geological evolution to be formed. The Black Dragon's little head began to ponder. Does this mean that the history of the existence of this material realm is at least a few tens or millions of years? And the existence of a large amount of oil and coal mines suggests that the process of its formation and evolution is not a small amount in common with the natural world on our side of the earth. Although it is impossible to observe the microscopic realm, from the results of the many experiments conducted by the Xia Academy of Sciences, the nature outside the country is still mainly composed of elements such as nitrogen. hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, iron, and so forth, even elements such as gold, which has a relatively high atomic number, likewise exists. Since that's the case, is it possible that the nature outside the borders is actually filled with naturally occurring radioactive elements as well? Could it be that powerful transcendent creatures like the gargoyles, who are born with their own aura of dragon power and constantly radiate energy into their surroundings, are doing so because, in their bodies, there exists some kind of unknown high-energy radioactive substance? If that's really the case, then wouldn't that mean that, as a carrier of such high-energy reactions, the body of a giant dragon might have a higher resistance to various particle rays and decay rays? So, can I ask Academician for some radioactive elements to play around with, and see if they will have certain magical reactions with my body? The Black Dragon was inexplicably somewhat interested, although it had previously heard that the Summer Academy of Sciences had actually done experiments in this regard, and had tried to let the captured Angel of Light to go in close contact with some radioactive substances. Then it was said that the angel, at that time, acted very resistant and fearful, obviously thinking that the energy released by the elemental decay was not something good, and the contact immediately caused double discomfort in her physiology and psychology. Even the angel, whose energy system was obviously more advanced and whose life form was more perfect, was like this when facing the radioactive elements, and CASCA estimated that the Black Dragon wouldn't be any better, and thus didn't let it carry out tests in this regard. However, there are some things that are obviously hard to be convincing if you just listen to what others say. You still have to try it yourself before you can die. The Black Dragon's curiosity had already been aroused, and if it couldn't personally taste what the radioactive elements were like, its thoughts would definitely be very uninformed. After all, in its simple worldview, if it couldn't even carry off radioactive elements, even nuclear fission, how could it be considered a truly strong person? Because from a scientific point of view, nuclear fission, this thing, genuinely cannot be considered advanced. In the macroscopic universe, then it is complex and horrible reactions abound. The Big Bang of the universe, the formation of black holes and neutron stars, the outbreak of supernovas, and even nuclear fusion reactions are far more complex and high energy than it. So if you can't even manage a simple nuclear fission reaction, how can you access the higher energy realm? But this is not something that can be rushed. It's better to finish the job at hand first. The Black Dragon was still quite ethical, and didn't rush to find Academician for nuclear raw materials just because of a momentary fever. That would also seem too immature and unsteady. What's more, the job at hand was indeed quite important and urgent. After all, things like blowing up deities, the sooner it was accomplished the better, or else if it dragged on for too long, it would likely be a long night. Gold was a little bit into the grinding teeth. The Black Dragon and the joy at the same time cannot help but also some worry. After all, this mouthful of gold teeth looks very wild and cool, but also equally easy to attract hatred. If accidentally exposed outside the country, will easily be crazy targeting, maybe even the sky certain family thin deities, cannot help but to at this head of the Black Dragon tart. So just to be on the safe side, it's best to keep my fangs as they are for now, and not strengthen them with gold. The Black Dragon thought secretly, although it also felt that if it gold enhanced those major big fangs of its own as well, it would definitely be super racy, and straight away it would be pulling its charm value up to full capacity, and would definitely charm those little female dragons to the point of wailing. Little female dragons screaming or not has nothing to do with me? The Black Dragon couldn't help but curse, couldn't help but self-doubt. Could it be that my aesthetics, my XP, has really taken the shape of a giant dragon? Should not be not that the giant dragon XP is very free, it not only play open, but also play super flower. Small female dragon, what fun. Or, wait, brain, you properly calm down. Why would suddenly deep thinking about this topic? The Black Dragon violently shook his head, and then more or less is a little uneasy and anxious. Could it be that my rutting period has arrived? No, giant dragons don't seem to have the expression of rutting period. They are just like us humans. As long as they are sexually mature, they are not in rutting period all the time. The Black Dragon quickly also reacted, and, with my current ability to control my body, want to inhibit the secretion of certain androgenic hormones in the body. It is simply not too simple. So there is absolutely no need to worry about what little female dragon will be fascinated by. Dragon fascinated by the soul. The Black Dragon carefully examined for a while, and found that certain androgenic hormones in the body seemed to have really elevated quite a bit, so he immediately killed them and forcefully suppressed them. Certain organs are simply counterintuitive. Without even applying to the brain, they actually dare to secrete androgens privately, seriously affecting the balance of the body and the harmony of the brain. Disorganized and undisciplined, the Black Dragon seriously criticized certain unruly organs, This hasn't even met the little female dragon yet, and they are already agitated like this. If they really need them, what's wrong? So, the objective problem still exists. I do seem to have some signs of heat? The black dragon is not just shrugging it off. It still knows how to reflect on itself. At the end of the day, it's also because my life form isn't advanced enough. If it's a pure energy body like a sorcerer spirit or an elemental lord, it definitely wouldn't have this kind of trouble. The controller is here. Black dragon thought without emotion. Pure energy body beings had no entity and no bloodline, so naturally they wouldn't have physical urges and desires. However, the black dragon was just saying that. If it was really allowed to become a pure energy body being, it would definitely not be happy about it either. After all, the 7 emotions and 6 desires of this thing sounds a bit trite, but they are also the most important spice and component of life. If a person even the 7 emotions and 6 desires have no, which he lives, and what is the meaning of it, can still be considered a person? So the black dragon finally did not take certain organs how, just let them deeply review, but also let the brain to strengthen their ideological education and vertical management, to prevent similar things from happening again. Speaking of which, shouldn't I consider donating sperm to the Summer Academy of Sciences once? The black dragon suddenly thought of this and hesitated a bit for a moment. Although Academician Ding and the others hadn't taken the initiative to mention this to Black Dragon yet, Black Dragon personally felt that they should be quite interested in this. After all, this thing, Dragon Essence, just by listening to the name, one would know that it was worth a lot, and it was considered one of the most precious substances in the body of a giant dragon. And the Summer Academy of Sciences would definitely be very interested in conducting some scientific research on them. However, the black dragon was surprised to find out after carefully studying them for a while that there seemed to be very little dragon essence in his body, and the activity was generally very low. No way. I even said before that I would bring an undead bird to the country to see the Concordia clinic. I didn't realize that I myself was actually an infertility patient. The black dragon was dumbfounded, although it also knew that as powerful transcendent creatures, the genetic material of the giant dragons might be more complex, and it was unlikely that there would be as many sperms as there were in humans, and that they would be able to fuck out hundreds of millions of offspring in a single shot. But even if it wasn't much, there must be a few tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of sperm in a single shot at least. Yet the actual situation was far below the black dragon's imagination, and it actually had less than 1 offspring contained in each milliliter of dragon essence on average. This is also too outrageous. How long has my condition lasted? Is it too late to treat it? Are all the dragons like this? Or am I the only dragon like this? The black dragon's mood was obviously a bit complicated, and it suddenly realized that even with its strong control over its body, it was very difficult to urge certain organs to secrete more dragon essence, as if there was a will in the underworld that forcefully limited its ability to ship. Well, this world. It seems that there is indeed a deity who is in charge of fertility. When the black dragon thought about it carefully, as powerful, long-lived, and promiscuous transcendent creatures, it seemed like it really wasn't unreasonable that a gargoyle's fertility would be restricted by the goddess of life. After all, if the giant dragons were just like humans, who could fuck out hundreds of millions in one shot? No, it doesn't even have to be hundreds of millions. Even if it's just a few million healthy and normal descendants, then the entire material realm would probably have to go haywire and be filled with giant dragons, dragon beasts, draconians, and other strange and weird creatures. Probably not only the giant dragons, other transcendental creatures. It is estimated that this is also the case. After all, the more transcendental creatures, the more serious the consumption of resources and the environment will be. If they are not limited in number, then the ecological chain of the material realm is afraid to have long been played to collapse. So, the goddess of life is actually engaged in family planning, and the technology is very advanced. Do not engage in fines, and do not engage in physical ligation, directly from the metaphysical, from the source. It will limit your indicators. Worthy of being on the same level as the sun god and the same level of great divine power, really is something. The black dragon couldn't help but feel some emotion, and had to say that if the goddess of life's way of working could be a little more humanized, then this kind of operation of his was actually quite good. After all, the parents are true love. The child is an accident. Many couples in the period of passionate love are generally faced with a trouble. That is, very worried about will accidentally mess up a person, so have to often do safety measures. But safety measures, this thing, after all, is more trouble, and also very uncomfortable. For this reason I do not know how many people sigh. If there can be a safer, more convenient way of contraception would be good. This is when the goddess of life's powerful birth control ability manifests its value. He only needs to adjust his own way of working in attitude. More transparent, more pro-people, more humane, so that the user can according to their own wishes, take the initiative to apply to him to open or close the body's fertility. Undoubtedly, this will be a very safe and efficient way of contraception, and it will certainly be loved by the majority of the people. However, it was a pity that the goddess of life was a very traditional and stubborn deity, and no one and no god could interfere with his authority. Otherwise, lending his divine power to open a hospital for infertility treatment would definitely make a fortune. Speaking of which, it seems that the authority of many gods are almost in an absolute monopoly position within their corresponding domains, and as long as he wants to, he can completely utilize his authority to profiteer from the hands of intelligent beings in the material realm. The Black Dragon couldn't help but think. For example, the sun god. He could completely use his monopoly on sunlight to force a market-oriented operation, and those who wanted to bask in the sun had to pay him money on a regular basis. Another example is the goddess of life. He can fully utilize his position of control in the field of life. Intelligent creatures who want to have children must also pay him money. Why hasn't he done this? Isn't he so fond of gold? Instead of waiting for the believers to spontaneously offer sacrifices, wouldn't it be more profitable to directly use divine power to squeeze them? The Black Dragon was puzzled. In fact, not only this point, it also had another question that it had never figured out since those indigenous gods loved gold so much. Then with their abilities, why didn't they dig and mine the gold themselves, but had to let humans, let other intelligent races, offer it themselves? After all, the gods' abilities were far more powerful than those of humans, and the efficiency of finding and digging for gold was unknown how many times higher than that of humans. Even earthlings were able to use satellites to find ore veins. Those gods in the sky were surely able to find gold more easily than the intelligent races outside their borders if they were so inclined. Could it be that it's because of his power that he can't interfere with the material realm too much? The Black Dragon pondered as he chewed on the gold. But that doesn't seem to make sense. After all, even if he can't personally go down, he can totally let his own minions go up. Couldn't that god of light just let the angels come down to earth, directly sending 100 or 80 angels down to dig and rob mines? Wouldn't that be much more efficient than humans? Rather collect gold from the hands of believers little by little, but also don't know no to mine the gold mines. Are those gods having a pit in their brains? Or is there a bitter feeling that it has to be so in order for the procedure to be correct? The Black Dragon vaguely felt that there was probably a great deal to learn here. It took the Black Dragon a night to finish absorbing a ton of gold. This head suddenly weighs a ton. It's still a bit incongruous. The Black Dragon kept shaking his head in order to let his brain quickly adapt to the relevant data and establish a new balance. Speaking of which, my body has suddenly gained an extra ton of gold. With this bloodline connection, will Obnian not know if he will sense it and summon me to meet in his dreams again? I now don't seem to have any special need to his place. Contact with him not only can't fetch any substantial benefits, but also easy to expose the secrets of the body. The Black Dragon thought so, and then asked the brain. Oh, asked the wrong person, is to ask the heart, to see if there is any way to pull the black blocking out of the Hebranian, so that he can no longer casually give himself a dream. The heart quickly replied back reassuringly. Brain had just given it a paycheck this morning, plus the research team had contributed a few 100 grams of gold to it in order to study the golden dragon's blood. So at this moment it was quite content and had a good work ethic. The sword comes. Hey, if only you could be this obedient all the time. The Black Dragon let out an old father-like sigh, and with an invisible hand, gently patted the heart. The main reason why this guy was so honest was also because of this. The Black Dragon had managed to learn the mage's hand from the undying bird. And once the heart dared to be dishonest, it would just directly give it a good old punch. However, the Black Dragon was also clear that this was actually just superficial harmony. After all, this heart of its was so mysterious. How could it be subdued by a few old punches? But it was just taking care of the brain's face, and it was just settling down for the time being. Hey, why are you so deadhead? Deadbeat refuses to say where you come from. We are all in the same company, inside a body. Naturally, we should unify our thoughts and work together. Always this way to engage in suspicion, internal friction, and how can be counted as a matter of fact. Brain cannot help but talk to the heart again. This bout of time it has nothing to do. It likes to nag the heart for a couple of sentences, in order to establish and maintain their own leadership image. The Black Dragon offered to want some radioactive elements to play with, which was certainly no problem. But weapons-grade uranium-235 is certainly not. That thing is also too dangerous. For safety reasons, Academician Ding let someone find some iridium-192 which is not very high in abundance, and first try the water for the Black Dragon. Then the reaction of the Black Dragon is actually, reflexively jumped up. A look of a ghost popped away from a long distance at once. No way. Is it this outrageous? The Black Dragon's brain has not even reacted. The body's protective mechanism will activate on its own, directly transgressing the brain's authorization. forcibly taking the body away from those radioactive substances. Not just a little iridium-192. Reaction need to be so big? The black dragon feels very puzzled. As the saying goes, everything exists radiation. Only the strength is different. Before their own and the territory stayed not also quite good. That their body, in fact, there are in the adaptation of the territory of the rules and mechanisms, coupled with their own powerful body. It is reasonable to say that there should be some resistance to the radioactive elements is right. Why would it be such a reaction when facing to radioactive elements now? Aren't you usually quite capable and dare to eat anything? Why did you wimp out like this when you encountered some radioactive elements? The black dragon looked at his heart that was shivering. Even the frequency of beating seemed to have slowed down by half a beat. Inexplicably somewhat disappointed. Couldn't help but say, why don't you just get over it? Why don't you just get over it? At least taste a little bit and try it out. Maybe you'll find it quite delicious? After all, if we can really eat radioactive elements, then it's a big bull. You know, a kilogram of uranium-235 release of energy. It's worth 700 tons of coal, able to send 5 million degrees of electricity. Such a high energy material. You actually also cannot grasp. Actually also do not consider to get into the hands of a bit. Is really to let the brain disappointment. The black dragon a flurry of counting. It had been quite entangled. In case his heart, really able to digest and absorb radioactive elements, then he is raising it or not. If you raise it, you will be able to realize nuclear power freedom directly. Casually give it 3 or 5 tons of uranium-235, and it is guaranteed that it will be able to walk horizontally in the material realm, and even run to the sky if nothing else, and fatally beat up some low and middle level divine power deities without any problem. The only hidden danger was that due to the excessive power, the heart would probably be out of the control of the brain and turn against it. But now it was better. There was no need to dwell on it like that. Its power was actually not as high as one would have thought. It couldn't even harness the nuclear fission reaction. Originally, I had guessed that those gods in the sky, the core of their energy would be a nuclear fusion reaction, while the devils and demons in hell and the abyss, the core of their energy is a nuclear fission reaction. Black Dragon couldn't help but lament. Now it seems obvious that I was overthinking. Things are that simple like that. Mr. Huang. In fact, this conjecture of yours, we at the Summer Academy of Sciences also had it before, only to find out later that it wasn't so. Academician Ding walked over and said with a smile, thinking on the bright side, this is actually a good thing. After all, if those indigenous gods were really relying on nuclear fusion reactions for their energy, then he would surely have long since done everything possible towards the deuterium and tritium elements within our borders. And the more he fears the radioactive elements, the more it reflects the power of our mushroom bombs. That's true. The Black Dragon thought about it, and it was really true. If those deities and demons were really living off nuclear fusion and fission reactions, then it would be a bit of a bad idea, and the deterrent ability of nuclear weapons would definitely be greatly reduced. Or maybe even worse, more outrageous picture may appear, some powerful demon lords, directly a mouthful of the nuclear bomb you launched, and then also gave you a nod. That is truly desperate. So the fact that the powerful creatures of this world can't harness nuclear fusion and fission reactions is a completely good thing, and in turn becomes a major advantage that Xia can look up to. The wonder of immortal wood. But when you think about it, there's still some reluctance. After thinking about it, the Black Dragon suddenly said to Academician Ding, I still want to give it a try, to see what adverse reactions will happen when the radioactive element is in my body, in order to know just how harmful and toxic it is to transcendent beings. If it really is a highly toxic substance, then I can carry a little bit of it with me for defense in the future if I'm not doing anything, and take it to put down other transcendental beings. Academician Ding marveled a bit at Black Dragon's brain circuitry, always coming up with some novel tricks using a radioactive element as a poison to deal with other transcendent beings. Well, that's kinda scientific. I also don't know if Mr. Huang used to have this kind of nature, or if he became like this after turning into a giant dragon. Academician Ding couldn't help but mutter and think. The scientific research team had actually had psychologists do an analysis in this regard, and according to Huang Zhe's parents and friends, the previous Huang Zhe's brain circuits were quite clear and joyful, and from time to time, he would have a sudden thought, and come up with some ludicrous operations. However, Academician Ding seriously suspected that after turning into a giant dragon, this aspect of Huang's condition must have worsened, considering that this proposal of the Black Dragon was indeed very valuable for research and reference. Academician Ding satisfied the Black Dragon's idea and had those iridium-192 diluted another 100 times before bringing it over for the Black Dragon to drink. This concentration of radioactive elements, probably just about the same as Fukushima's nuclear wastewater, I believe that the black dragon should be able to carry it, or else the transcendental life of this world that is too fragile. After all, any toxic substance is to get a certain dose, a certain concentration, in order to produce a fatal threat to living things. Facing the iridium 192 after diluting 100 times, the black dragon was obviously not as fearful and resistant as before, and its heart was more curious and expectant. It curiously put its head forward, first sniffed, then licked, and found that it seemed to be able to carry it, so it couldn't help but gulp several mouthfuls of it. For this operation of the black dragon, Academician Ding and the rest of the staff were dumbfounded, worried and speechless. Just now weren't you scared like a little rabbit? How did you turn around and drink it? Mr. Huang, how do you feel? Seeing the black dragon with his eyes closed, Pestle there smashing his mouth back, Academician Ding couldn't help but ask with concern, how can I say it? Black Dragon thought for a moment and replied, there is some bitterness and numbness, then a medium level of spiciness, and some uptake. Overall, it is like a high level of ergotu with a few peppercorns and a spoonful of chili powder added to it, and although it is quite hard to drink, it is not completely unacceptable. This analogy, this is also called being able to accept? Academician Ding looked at the black dragon with a worried face, wondering if this was food poisoning and eating its brains out. Really, didn't lie to you, I am really able to accept it. The black dragon explained, my body's taste nerves, aren't they quite sluggish? It's been a long time since I felt any sweet, sour, bitter, or spicy tastes, and although the taste of this stuff isn't very good, at least it's still considered to have a taste, isn't it? Academician Ding was silent for a while, then said, Mr. Huang, let's not talk about this first. You'd better say, what kind of specific reaction did these radioactive elements have after entering your body? The specific reaction. The black dragon felt it carefully and said, these radioactive elements with my body, it seems that some kind of violent reaction did occur. Basically the organs and tissues that were affected by it, all suffered burns and tears of different degrees, but probably because the dose wasn't enough. These symptoms are all within tolerable and reparable limits, and overall, I'm feeling pretty good about myself right now. If I really want to make an analogy, I think this thing, it's a bit like fake wine. Hard to drink is really hard to drink. Hurting the body is really hurting the body, but if you really want to drink it, it's really a bit inexplicable on the head. After saying that the black dragon can't help but gulp and gulp again 2 mouths, and then the face first surfaced a mask of pain, and then soon after that, he took a long breath, revealing a contented, pained look. Academician Ding froze for a few seconds before he hurriedly advised, Mr. Huang, you drink less. After all, fake alcohol harms people and drinking is a mistake. It's fine. I know in my heart, this amount can't put me down. Black Dragon's eyes are a bit mesmerized, grinning broadly, you really don't say. Occasionally drink a bit of fake wine. This feeling is really quite good. Still say it's okay. Look at what nonsense you're talking about? Academician Ding said seriously. Mr. Huang, before there's a specific reaction to figure it out, I suggest you'd better drink less of this stuff. With that, he let the staff on the side, hurriedly as to get rid of the remaining iridium 192, although the black dragon is a little reluctant, but also did not block. After all, it is only the brain on the head. The heart and other organs are still very resistant, very pushed, completely the radioactive elements as a flood beast. The reaction of rejection is very obvious, but if it's only to this extent, it seems like it's still almost interesting, not so much as to make my body produce such a serious fear and resistance. Although the black dragon's eyes were somewhat disoriented, its thoughts were still quite clear, and it couldn't help but say with some doubt, it originally thought that the toxicity and threat of this radioactive element to giant dragons and transcendent creatures might be very great, and might even lead to serious consequences such as genetic collapse and soul collapse. The reason why he felt this way was because, just now, when it was facing a higher concentration of iridium 192, its reaction was really a bit too intense. Just like encountering a natural enemy, its first reaction was to sneak away and escape, not to mention resisting, not even the courage to face up to it. The black dragon strongly suspected that even if it were to face a real deity, it would not panic and become so weak. It couldn't even help but speculate that the radioactive elements in the territory were probably a kind of law-based weapon to the dragons and transcendental creatures, capable of ignoring defenses and posing a fatal threat to them. But when the black dragon really tasted it, but found that this thing seems to be not so mysterious, bite the teeth or can carry it. Little Book Pavilion. Could it be because the concentration isn't enough and hasn't produced a qualitative change yet? Academician Ding also felt a bit strange and offered a guess. Maybe. The black dragon thought about it and said, then why don't we take some weapons grade uranium 235 to try? Don't get excited. I'm not stupid. Of course it's not for me to try, but to find other transcendental creatures to try. Recently in our neighborhood, is there any infamous and evil transcendental creature? It just so happens that I have time now, so I can consider going to go and catch it back to the open and condemn it to euthanasia. Academician Ding carefully sized up the black dragon, then seriously said, Mr. Huang, please be honest with me. Is this an itchy paw of yours? Simply because you want to go out and find an opponent to fight and go on a drunken rampage? No, how could that be? Do I look like that kind of dragon? The black dragon flatly denied it, saying, I'm simply trying to figure out whether or not radioactive elements are a kind of poison to us transcendent beings, or else this query is always bottled up in my heart. I'm sure it's super hard to bear. And, if there really exists that kind of illegal criminal, I go to catch it back to ambush, is not also contributing to the country's law and order, is not it? Okay. Academician Ding thought about it and believed Black Dragon's evil for the time being, saying, I won't hide it from you. A transcendent creature has really appeared recently, stirring up a great deal of public discontent, and quite a few immigrants in the safe area have responded to us, hoping that the country can step in and help them get rid of this scourge. What scourge is it? As soon as he heard that there was really a job and a fight, the Black Dragon was immediately energized, and hurriedly was tucking his little paws and claws away, listening intently. It seems to be a hellhound, Academician Ding replied. According to the investigation of the Intelligence Department, this hellhound, it seems to be invited by a tribe of werewolves that recently immigrated from the security area. Without killing all the werewolves in this tribe, this hellhound is estimated to be unable to give up. For this reason quite a few other races of immigrants, but also strongly with our country to suggest, as soon as possible to this werewolf tribe expelled from the safe area. After all, to be able to provoke the hellhound, this werewolf tribe is obviously burdened with the curse of hell. Even if you escape this, the future is also sure to be in constant trouble. Werewolves? The Black Dragon was a bit puzzled and said, Don't I remember that our recruitment and resettlement of immigrants from outside the country mainly takes into account their racial strengths in order to develop a high-quality labor force, and it seems that the werewolves are not included in this list, right? Not only do they have a bad reputation, but they are also lackluster in terms of talent. They can't catch up with the Minotaur compared to strength and stamina, and they can't compare to the Dogman compared to hole digging and digging. They are completely useless consumer populations, so what's the point of recruiting them here? The safe area controlled by Xia. Of course, not any race can migrate in. Strong races like the lion race, trolls and vampires are obviously not welcome. Mr. Huang, werewolves are actually not as bad as you say. Academician Ding smiled. Although they are the ones without much talent for doing physical work, they are still very professional in the area of being security guards and joint defense members. They have a bad reputation, often labeled as crazy and bloodthirsty, but in reality, their social and disciplinary qualities are very good. Their noses are very smart and their eyes are very bright. And with a little bit of training, they will be able to become excellent security personnel. We are also mainly considering that in the future, our country's industries outside the country will definitely become more and more numerous, and the spread will also become bigger and bigger, and the demand for policing and security will definitely become bigger and bigger as well. So after many aspects of research, we found that the werewolf race is still very talented in this area, so we also let them migrate over, finding werewolves to be security guards. It had to be said that this operation was a bit outrageous at first glance, but after careful consideration, it seemed like it wasn't impossible. After all, there is no one who stipulates that a werewolf can't be a security guard. Even synthesize all aspects of the conditions to see, werewolves are really quite suitable to engage in security this piece, as long as they sink their hearts to deep plowing into this industry, or even lead to a serious involution. All the police dogs are whole laid off, so that werewolf tribe, still quite valuable and necessary to cultivate. Hellhounds do not come to properly give us summer people as dogs, not to mention actually still hunting the people's loyal dogs. This is simply intolerable. Black Dragon was filled with righteous indignation, and after asking about the location, he didn't go out immediately, because creatures like hellhounds like to hang out at night, and it was hard to find them during the day. Moreover, Academician Ding had another mission that he wanted to communicate with the Black Dragon. The content of the mission was actually quite simple. That is, he wanted the Black Dragon to go to the sky to explore and collect some information and situations, in order to make some preparations for growing mushrooms afterward. I personally of course have no problem. It's just that I'm a little worried that I can't fly that high. After all, that's 1,000 meters. The Black Dragon said with some difficulty. This going to the sky to explore the road. Naturally it has to be above 1,000 meters high. The Black Dragon estimated that with its own flying ability, if it wanted to fly to that height, it was estimated to be a little bit hard enough. After all, the ability to fly has always been its short board. Although this period of time it has from the immortal bird classmates there, learned a lot of flying skills, successfully will break through the speed of 100 mark. But this speed is obviously not enough, and cannot match its curiosity. Chasing dogs, whisking chickens may not be a problem, but want to conquer thousands of meters in the air. I'm afraid it is not enough. This is also a problem. Academician Ding scratched his head, letting the black dragon explore the sky. Naturally it had to be the sky within the territory. Although after activating the charging ability, the laws within the territory were a lot more forgiving to the black dragon, but there was still a not insignificant amount of suppression and weakening, and it was estimated to be able to play out 1/3 of its strength. So wanting the black dragon to rely on its own strength and fly to a height of thousands of meters was indeed somewhat unrealistic. Tell you what, I'll find someone from the aerospace department to look into it later and see if there's a way to send you up. Academician Ding thought about it and gave Black Dragon this reply. Send up? Black Dragon froze for a moment, then couldn't help but ask curiously. Academician Ding, when did our space department become so powerful? Actually able to send my hundreds of tons of stuff to thousands of kilometers of high altitude. Which model of rocket is this using? Not with a rocket. Academician Ding seemed to be somewhat hesitant, hesitating for a moment before saying, I wonder if you, Mr. Huang, have ever heard of a nuclear-powered manhole cover? Nuclear-powered manhole cover? Black Dragon froze for a moment and said in disbelief. This thing, the manhole cover, can actually be made nuclear-powered? This is actually a product that Pretty Country accidentally derived from when they were conducting underground nuclear tests in the past. Academician Ding explained. The principle is to dig a deep well in the ground, bury a nuclear bomb, fill it with water, and then cover it with a several-ton iron manhole cover. Then by detonating the nuclear bomb underground, the enormous energy, as it has nowhere to be released, creates a huge impact upwards, giving the manhole cover an extremely high initial velocity. The wonder of fairywood. This initial velocity can even reach 50 or 60 kilometers per second, and many people see it as a great killing weapon to use against aliens. We've used this method before, to deal with those evil gods in the sky, not to mention, apart from the fact that the hit rate is uncontrollable, and it's hard to find it again after it's been hit. The power is really amazing. Before there was a period of time, from time to time there would be some unknown creatures that would try to cover our sky, not letting the sunlight and moonlight shine in. It was only after we hit a few cannons that they came down honestly and no longer dared to engage in any small actions. It sounds like, it does seem to be quite a bully. The Black Dragon was surprised. It didn't think that the country could actually use this method against the gods in the sky besides laser weapons. Moreover, this kind of nuclear-powered manhole cover was simply a kinetic movement, and the cover itself didn't involve any profound technology, so its energy might not even decay much after it was shot beyond the borders. However, the Black Dragon quickly reacted as well, staring wide-eyed at Academician Ding. No, Academician Ding, you don't think you want to use this method to send me up to the sky, do you? No, absolutely not. This is also too damn hardcore, which is you want to send me to the sky. Simply want to send me away with pleasure. I'd rather you tie me to the missile launch liftoff, but also don't want to do this kind of well cover to the sky. Mr. Huang, I wouldn't have thought of this if I could have a missile that big to shoot you up into the sky. Academician Ding hurriedly said, and you have to believe in the technology of our Xia Academy of Sciences. We've already carried out more than a dozen such launches, accumulating a wealth of data and experience, as long as the yield of the nuclear bomb is controlled. With your physical strength, Mr. Huang, sitting on such a nuclear-powered manhole cover will definitely not be dangerous. Academician Ding, you can quickly stop talking. I have a bad heart. I can't withstand such stimulation. The Black Dragon quickly stopped, although it said so on its mouth, but it also somehow in its head, actually really have a kind of inexplicable expectation. After all, sitting on a nuclear-powered manhole covers such a simple and rough thing. Just thinking about it is enough to make the dragon stimulated. If it can really be successfully realized, it is definitely considered a great achievement of the dragon's life, enough to brag about it for hundreds of years. Academician Ding, do we have to use technological methods? The Black Dragon didn't dare to think about it anymore, and hastily changed the topic and asked, can't we use some magical means, such as teleportation or something like that, on the hands of our Summer Academy of Sciences? We should have collected some teleportation scrolls at the moment, right? Teleportation scrolls. Academician Ding pondered for a moment and said, there are indeed some, but this thing is a bit evil. Not to mention us, it's those intelligent races outside the country that easily don't dare to use it indiscriminately. Why? The Black Dragon curiously said, although it hadn't awakened its inherited memories. It had carried out some understanding of teleportation techniques and teleportation scrolls. After all, this thing was all considered to be in the fantasy world, the most magical and heaven-defying technology, only needing a simple teleportation array or a teleportation scroll to be able to realize spatial jumps. It was simply off the charts. If the CAS is just curious about the other magical techniques and principles in this world, then the teleportation technique is definitely an obsession. After all, as long as you can research and understand the technical principles of this thing, there is a chance to unlock the mysteries of space. The transportation industry will usher in a historic change. No longer need to build so many kilometers of railroads. Direct repair of the teleportation array on the end of the matter. Obviously much more convenient and more trouble-free. Even if the space piece can be thoroughly researched and understood, it may be able to know how Xia traveled to this world. There is no way to travel back again, because magic like teleportation has pretty much been banned in the material world. There's a big problem with its operation mechanism, Academician Ding explained. Currently, except for a very few fixed-point teleportation arrays, using teleportation magic in other places and under other circumstances is not only very difficult, but it is also very easy to run into dangers and have accidents falling into the space-time turbulence. According to the research findings of our Summer Academy of Sciences, the reason why teleportation is able to achieve spatial leaps, its principle is most likely to utilize to a certain higher dimensional subdimensional space. Since it's a higher dimension, there will naturally be many unmeasurable dangers inside this subdimensional space, and a close-distance teleportation might not be much of a problem, but a long-distance teleportation must find a way to ensure the stability and safety between these 2 points, and carry out regular cleanups and maintenance before it can be used. In our opinion, a teleportation array can actually be seen as a kind of magic highway, which also needs to be constructed and maintained before it can be used, or else it will easily soar into an unknown space, lose its way, and not to mention that it will often face the danger of its life. At present, the teleportation magic in the material world has almost been banned, and that high-dimensional subspace seems to have undergone some major changes, and is in a period of violent turbulence, making it difficult to establish a safe and stable connection with it. We've experimented with teleportation scrolls many times before, and in the end they all failed without exception. High-dimensional space and time had a change in turbulence? The Black Dragon was inexplicably touched in his heart, and subconsciously thought, could this be due to the emergence of our Summer Kingdom, causing the world line and timeline to undergo a huge change, and it can't be repaired or stabilized for a while? However, the fact that this teleportation thing was banned wasn't a bad thing for the Xia Kingdom. After all, this thing is good to use, can give Xia's development outside of the country to provide great convenience, do not need to invest so much manpower and resources, build railroads and highways to build infrastructure, directly spend money to hire a few mages to build a few teleportation arrays, will be able to achieve the same effect, and the efficiency and revenue will be obviously higher. But this thing will also make the summer country lose a lot of advantages. Other aspects not to mention. Single military this piece. It is very unacceptable if the teleportation magic is not banned. The summer country is not easy to a nuclear bomb smash down. People directly at teleportation to run away? This also let a person how to play, but also too meaningless. So teleportation magic is disabled. We are in the same starting line. For the summer country is definitely a good thing. Infrastructure maniacs can obviously kill again. 171. 6 tons. Not bad. Another ton or so down. Every time Black Dragon came back, he would weigh himself once in order to check his weight loss effect. And so far it looked pretty good overall. He should be able to accomplish his goal of losing that 20 to 30 tons in 2 months. Mr. Huang. In fact, you don't have to work so hard. What the naturalized dragon wants is mainly a show effect. You only need to fake a skinny and bony look. It doesn't really matter exactly how much you weigh. And we can also help you fake it. It's fine. I just happen to be able to lose weight for fun as well. The Black Dragon replied indifferently. It found that using its subjective consciousness to reduce its weight was actually quite rewarding, being able to effectively provide it with a level of familiarity and control over itself, and it was also considered to be letting its brain go down to the base level. Right, Academician Ding, that golden dragon blood thing. How is your research going? There's no clue as of yet. Academician Ding shook his head somewhat helplessly and said, the impact of the microscopic field being locked up on our research is just too great, and a lot of experiments simply can't go on. Well, being locked up below the micron is indeed quite overwhelming. The Black Dragon was more or less sympathetic. Most of the scientific research workers had some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. If they couldn't even break through the micrometer field, what kind of science was there to talk about? It seems that there were scientists in the past, because they could not see the direction and hope of research, cognitive collapse, chose to commit suicide. The Black Dragon pondered. It vaguely remembers that before its own body, when it fought against the radioactive elements, something in the depths of its soul seemed to have faltered and collapsed. It was only because of the subjective consciousness of the black dragon, which had another more intuitive and stable perception of the decay of the radioactive elements, that it didn't lead to more serious consequences. Was it because of the conflicting worldviews that he didn't dare to look squarely at the microscopic realm for fear of cognitive collapse and self-destruction? The black dragon inexplicably thought of this possibility. Perhaps the process of radioactive elemental decay was really harboring some kind of great and unnameable terror for the creatures of this world, and one look at it would contaminate them and send them into madness and collapse. DOTs. No, by locking down the microscopic realm, the creator is not actually restricting everyone, but protecting them? Black Dragon frowned, realizing that things might not be that simple. Mr. Huang, how much golden dragon blood can your heart generate at most every day now? Academician Ding asked. I'm really not sure about this. I have to ask first. The black dragon first promised, then with some odd eyes, said. It replied that the capacity at this stage is 100 drops per day, but there is room for improvement. As long as it waits for it to eat in 10 tons of gold, then it will be able to carry out an industrial upgrade to reach 1,000 drops per day. The controller is here. The black dragon genus was a bit surprised. It didn't think that this ghost heart of its own was quite up to date. It actually came with an upgrade function. As long as it had 10 tons of gold, it would be able to evolve to version 2.0, 100 drops. Academician Ding mused. This amount was obviously not enough for the large summer country. Not to mention 100 drops. It was 10,000 drops or 100,000 drops per day. It was far from enough. But the good thing is that it can be upgraded. 10 tons of gold to upgrade once. 100 tons of gold is estimated to be able to upgrade for the second time. 1,000 tons of gold to upgrade for the third time. Just this way, the black dragon is afraid that it is not really going to evolve the godhead. For the black dragon this ability, Ding Academician also do not know whether to worry or surprise. Xia Academy of Sciences nowadays on this world's gods, also have some understanding, vaguely suspected that the body's gold, in fact, is likely to be a kind of deification. And if the black dragon's heart was able to absorb 10,000 tons of gold, then there was no doubt that its life form would be completely deified, becoming a powerful deity. But the question was Xia's position in this world, and Xia's long-lasting prosperity, really something that a deity could maintain? Or perhaps, do the people of Xia really need to find themselves a deity? Academician Ding and the other academicians had discussed this question in depth, and almost all of them were in the negative. Xia's position in future in the material world could never be guaranteed by one or two deities. The people of Xia, too, definitely did not need to find a deity to override them. Communism had no gods, unless everyone was a god. What's more, if Mr. Huang did become a deity, then it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for either it, or the Xia kingdom, because the power of divinity was, without a doubt, very powerful, and it would, in all probability, completely obliterate Huang Zai's humanity, becoming a higher dimensional, and also colder, creature. At that point, not only would the Xia kingdom possibly not be able to get anything out of it, but it would also lose an important friend of the dragon folk. The settlement that Xia assigned to the werewolf tribe was actually quite good, less than 40 kilometers away from the national border, with mountains and water, and fertile land. And according to the planning, soon this place will also pass kilometers and railroads. The transportation is very convenient. The future does not exclude the possibility of developing into a large city. The patriarch and elders of the werewolf tribe were very satisfied with the arrangement of the Xia people, and at that time, they patted their chests and made a promise that they would definitely change their past mistakes and live a peaceful life, and would definitely not cause any more trouble. The entire werewolf tribe had nearly 300 werewolves, counted as a medium-sized tribe. In the past there were actually quite a lot of human and jackal slaves. Only later I heard that the Xia people disliked this set of things, so before deciding to immigrate over here, I had to bear the pain of letting them go. Then the wolves soon regretted for this, because they found out that those slaves that were let go, actually also came to the safe area controlled by the Xia people to beg for a living, and also repeatedly looked for the Xia people to complain, accusing the werewolf race of all sorts of illegal and criminal facts, and demanded to be dealt with seriously. At that time heard the news, can be everyone angry hair all exploded? The reputation of the wolves is not very good, but you jackals, you human thieves and can be good to wear, actually have the nerve to sue the old man. I should have known that I should not be merciful to let you go, but directly killed 100. The good thing is that the summer people said, the summer people's law, cannot control what happened in the past, do not engage in recourse, do not engage in expanding, More not to engage in racial discrimination. After all, if you really want to do that, then the current immigrants to these races, there are not a few hands are clean. Once the mouth, then it will inevitably provoke a wave of denunciation and prosecution, resulting in the expansion of the fight against the unity and stability is not conducive. Therefore, the attitude of the Xia people is to not take the blame and treat everyone equally, and only look at everyone's present and future performance, and also hope that everyone can look forward. The clan leader of the Lycans, N2, was very grateful to the Xia people for being sensible. After being uprooted for so many years, he and his clan members really needed to find a place to flourish for a while. Big brother, has the Xia people not replied yet? A few wolves panted and found N2. One of them said, that dead dog that Greer raised is here again. If we are tossed around by it like this, the clan won't last long. Yes, boss, we were told that the Xia people are powerful and have the power to shelter the immigrant races in the safe zone. That's why we accepted their many harsh conditions and migrated here. Another werewolf also said, if they can't even deal with a hellhound, then we'll be screwed by them. That's right, big brother, since they Xia people are not coming, then we can only go and find them to come and run directly to their base. They can't afford to see them die when we get there, right? Ridiculous. What nonsense are you talking about? And two angrily slammed the table and said, isn't it just a hellhound? What's the big deal? Our pack has been hunted by it for a full 40 years. And isn't it still fine? Greer's curse? We made it ourselves. It's our own business. It has nothing to do with them Xiagua people. They are willing to help us as a favor. If they are not willing to help us, then there is nothing to complain about. We will carry it down ourselves. But really want to be according to what you say. Run to ram the summer country people's base. Out of what consequences you can afford? Several werewolves looked at each other in dismay, momentarily not knowing what to say. If in the past, this big brother of theirs, surely cannot say so responsible, level words, that is, a month ago, was fortunate enough to be invited by the summer people to participate in a few times of learning and training, only to become this way. No, that is not called learning and training, and two repeatedly emphasized, that is called deep study. That is the Xia people invited him to make a state visit, and through these several times of further study, the advanced and powerful civilization of Xia, deeply stimulated into, the knowledgeable and pretentious werewolf. He deeply realized the backwardness and ignorance of himself and his people, and vowed to change the fate of his people's suffering against the heavens. So he came back. Ingredients to learn the advanced experience of the Xia people. Nothing to do, like to organize a meeting. The beautiful name is brainstorming, but in fact, basically he is the one who said, moving the development, reform, pointing out, emphasizing and so on the words on the side of the mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that he was able to ask for a large amount of subsidies from the Xia people, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was able to have melons to knock on during the meetings, everyone would have definitely kicked him out of power a long time ago. The one step to immortality. But what about that hellhound? A werewolf asked anxiously. The steel and cement promised by the Xia people hasn't been approved yet, and our village's limited defense capabilities won't be able to hold back that crazy dog for long. Don't worry, I have a way. And two was confident and said, last time I specially bought a few bags of good dog food from the Xia people. You guys take it and feed it. It will naturally stop when it's full. God pity. The other few werewolves' intelligence is obviously not great either. For the patriarch of this operation actually have no doubts. Also really carry 2 bags of dog food rushed out. Then not long after, a few people again assholes rushed later. Big brother, your method is useless. That hellhound simply does not eat. There's no reason for it. I'm eating it and it clearly tastes quite good. And two muttered. Then stood up and said, forget it, I'll personally go over there and reason with it. Then when the black dragon rushed over, he just happened to see N2 there on the line with the hellhound. Absolute loyalty, in fact, is essentially a genetic defect, which is especially common among you canines. Palos, you should have your own independent thoughts, to find the meaning and value of your own existence. You can't leave everything, to be dictated by others. The black dragon originally didn't understand the werewolf language. It was a surprise study of a few, actually ate a few scrolls of linguistic understanding before leaving. And then its brain suddenly opened up and mastered the ability to understand the werewolf language. It originally wanted to watch the action for a while. However, the black dragon's sense of presence, it was really too powerful. Even if it took advantage of the night, even if it was already very quiet, it was still quickly discovered by both sides of the line. Then this group of werewolves and hellhounds, surprisingly, laid down and turned their guns in unison to aim at it. The uninvited black dragon. The black dragon actually has nothing to say about this. After all, the black dragon's infamy is there, spread all don't know how many years. Although there is a contradiction between the werewolf and the hellhound. But then again, there is some blood and incense on the love. While the dragon this kind of greedy and overbearing invaders, but is the uncompromising life and death enemy. And 2 is at least a progressive werewolf who went to the summer country to receive training. And Cerberus is also a dog under the big man for a long time. So the main contradiction and the secondary contradiction is still clear. Roar! Seeing that everyone did not treat themselves, the black dragon was also too lazy to beat more, and was directly a dry fight person on the line, brazenly pouncing towards that hellhound. At first this hellhound also bare teeth. Seems to be with the black dragon goodbye bye. But really wait until the black dragon that hundreds of tons of weight, accompanied by unparalleled momentum smashed down when. This head looks very fierce and ugly. Weight is at least a few tons of legendary famous dog, but directly is whimpering, pinned his tail and turned his head to run. So wimpy? The black dragon almost did not break the car. The heart is very surprised. Is not heard that the hellhound this thing are super fierce super brave it. And if this guy is still the king of the magic wolf Greer raised senior breed, the will to fight should be very strong only right. According to the theory, it should at least say also to fight with oneself for 200 or 300 rounds. How this face-to-face to play up the yo-yo? If this is known by your master, I'm afraid it won't beat the shit out of you? The black dragon secretly spit. Body reaction is not slow at all. Immediately open full throttle on the hellhound in hot pursuit. Careless did not expect this dog actually so able to run. Black dragon some chagrin. Don't look at this dog thing blockhead is very big, but run up can really not slow. Rampage with a small tank like, even if it is restricted by the terrain, the speed is still often soared to hundreds of kilometers. The black dragon chased it more than 2 hours. Frozen did not find any opportunity to start. If I had known it was like this, I should have gotten my immortal bird classmates to swipe the line. Black dragon broken thought. And this broken heart is also, do not see me or anxious into this. Also do not know to come to an angry and anxious. Help me to break through in the line of battle. Directly pull the flight speed to full. And chased and whisked more than an hour. See the hellhound still dragon spirit tiger fierce without the slightest tired look. The black dragon feel today to take it is afraid nothing can be done. Is going to give up, but did not expect the hellhound actually in a ravine stopped. And then to the sky of the black dragon. Cannot stop barking up. Mad, mad, mad. Have to say, its broken gong voice called up is simply super hard to hear. The black dragon seeks it. This is estimated that there is nothing good words. So it did not let the brain to translate with the language Tongshao. And even also instructed the relevant auditory nerves, directly filtering and shielding it from these noise pollution. Wasn't it so abysmal just now? How come it went wild so quickly? There must be a demon when things go wrong. The black dragon is cautious and prudent, but it does not want to roll over on a dog. It carefully surveyed this ravine, subconsciously feeling that this stupid dog is afraid that it is not back to its own lair, so it will be so bottomless. No, if it's just the old nest, it's not going to provide it with so much courage. After all, even if it's answering its kennel, so what? It's not still unable to beat me, but instead, it may still be a big loss. And if it's not careful, it won't even have a home. So this little ravine is afraid that it is not as simple as it seems. Thinking so, the black dragon didn't rush down to fuck this stupid dog over, but instead searched nearby to see if he could find a few large rocks to smash down and try the water. Have to say, the black dragon in the flight speed aspect although not in the drop, but the strength of this piece is still very good. Soon it will find 100 tons of big stone, directly fly to thousands of meters in the air, a little aiming, then ruthlessly smash to that small ravine. Seeing this operation of the black dragon, that hellhound immediately became anxious, and began to frantically spray inferno fireballs into the sky, in the hope of being able to prevent this missile of the black dragon from coming down. Not to mention, the first shot really allowed it to catch a blind cat, successfully using the inferno fireballs to shatter the large stone, so that it did not cause major damage to the valley. But this has already let the black dragon confirm, this ravine inside is definitely hiding something strange, so it again and go to find several large stone, and again is swooping in spiral, change the pattern to the stone to accelerate, looking for the dead angle of the air defense, an attack and a defense and the silly dog play that are not a happy time. However, this kind of unilateral beatings game, the defense side of the pressure and difficulty, certainly is far higher than the attacking side. In the black dragon unremitting efforts, finally succeeded in breaking through the Cerberus's defense, put a 200 tons of stone to the bottom of the ravine. The black dragon then witnessed a small landslide and earthquake. A terrifying will came from the depths of the earth and slammed onto the black dragon, making its entire dragon couldn't help but fight a cold war. It wasn't so much fear as it was a kind of inexplicable exuberance. It just felt permeable all over. I didn't realize that this place is actually an abyssal crevice. You dog thing is really bad. Actually want to trick me down and then cooperate with your master to shade me? The black dragon looked at the prostrate, uncontrollably wagging his tail hellhound. The heart suddenly realized, no wonder this guy will suddenly have such a bottom. Dare to be in a dog fight. Not right. It is a dog fight wolf power. It turns out that this place is actually an abyssal crevice. You dog is really bad. Actually want to trick me down to cooperate with your master in me. His master Greer was the king of demon wolves, the common deity of all wolves and canines, an ancient and powerful abyssal demon lord. The Summer Academy has been searching for a way to get to the abyss, and I never thought I'd actually stumble upon it. The black dragon gazed at the abyss with interest. There weren't really many passages between the material realm and the abyss in hell, especially after teleportation-type magic had been banned and many of the abyssal crevices were being repaired automatically. It wouldn't be easy to make a trip to the abyss nowadays. The black dragon could feel that inside the abyss, there was also a pair of eyes quietly looking at himself, but both sides were quite qualified at the moment, not swearing or spitting, just silently scrutinizing himself. What are you looking at? In the end, it was the black dragon that really couldn't hold back and couldn't help but taunt. After all, in this situation, if it didn't spit out those 3 words, it would definitely regret it for a long time. And just by thinking about it would definitely be chagrined that it couldn't sleep. But Greer obviously couldn't pick up on the black dragon's stunt, and didn't knowingly reply with a look at you, but instead blabbered on. Unfortunately, the guy was supposed to be using demonic language, with an overly ancient and complex grammar, and even though the black dragon had learned some of the common language, the version was generally low. Even though black dragon had learned some fluent languages, the versions were generally low, and could not translate such a high-level language as demon language for the time being. However, black dragon felt that he should be speaking harshly. After all, he had taken someone's dog and hunted it down inside his home. It could be said that it was a very serious slap in the face, even if Greer was not actually a crazy dog lover. But this was surely a big problem for Black Dragon. But the Black Dragon does not feel sorry at all. Who let you raise a dog without a leash? And also fucking loose? I do not know as to let this head of hellhound hurt how many innocent lives. I killed it not only does not break the law, but also obviously is still in the people to get rid of the harm. The Black Dragon and Greer spaced out against the line for a long time. Who did not help who? In the end maybe old. Instead of Greer first suffered, directly disconnected, rolled back to the abyss inside the go. Now I'll see where you're going to run. The Black Dragon made an instant decision, finding the right opportunity to directly perform an evil dragon predator, successfully taking down Cerberus Palos, who hadn't reacted much yet. See, your loyalty is actually worthless in the eyes of your master, selling you when he says so. The Black Dragon held the hellhound's doggy head down on the ground with one claw, and while being spirited, he was searching for what material to use to create a leash to tie it down, and since it could run so well, should he break both legs first just in case? Ow! Cerberus whimpered and struggled madly on the ground. Even with Black Dragon's strength, it took a lot of effort to hold it down. This naturally made the Black Dragon a little difficult. If there was no way to be able to subdue it, then the only way to bring it back was probably to bite it half to death. And for the dragon to dog this kind of thing, the Black Dragon is still more or less a bit of psychological baggage. If it happens in the fierce battle is nothing, but this is in the calm time to bite a dog, more or less still a bit shabby, so had no choice. The Black Dragon can only go to consult their own almighty, but not completely almighty heart. Good thing the heart actually really has a way, stating that the Black Dragon only needs to provide 500 grams of gold, and it will be able to generate a drop of black gold dragon blood. This black gold dragon blood contains a powerful force of law and curse power, almost equivalent to a contract that can be used to control the hellhound. Black gold dragon blood. The Black Dragon realized that his heart was quite good at doing business. First he got a gold dragon blood, and now he got a black gold dragon blood. So in the future, is there platinum, red gold, and green gold dragon blood? 500 grams is impossible. At most 100. The Black Dragon was more or less interested in this black gold dragon blood. After all, if this thing really had miraculous effects, then there was no doubt that it would be a powerful weapon used to restrain and control the various transcendent employees in the future. However, doing business like this is definitely a matter of bargaining. Even if the object of the transaction is one's own heart, then there is no exception. Didn't see that it was originally going to shout a kilogram before, and then maybe he himself also felt outrageous, and took the initiative to reduce it to 500 grams. But the Black Dragon seriously suspected that with the hearts that are Bane nature, 500 grams must also have a great deal of water, and it must be brought down as much as possible. After some bargaining, Black Dragon finally managed to ship a drop of black gold dragon blood at the price of 180 gold, and applied it to Cerberus. Don't say, the effect is quite good. Although not so much that the attitude of the hellhound 180 degrees Celsius turn, to the black dragon all kinds of fawning, all kinds of kneeling, but then just now is obviously too much stronger. More or less is also considered to comply with the black dragon some simple orders. Things are done. The black dragon is almost ready to go back, but before that, it has to find a way to memorize this location, to see if it can bring the Summer Academy of Sciences in the future to study and explore it. After all, going up to the heavens and down to the earth, besides the gods in the sky and the many gods in the heavens, Xia was also very interested in the abyss and the hells under the earth, only that it had never found any way of contacting them in the past, and now that the black dragon had found a gap in the abyss, it naturally wanted to focus on researching it. The way back is actually not difficult to find. After all, it has not been long. The traces of the road that the hellhound has run through are still very obvious. As long as you follow the road to find the way back, it should not be difficult to return to Xia. Now the black dragon has to do, is to determine the location of this place, in order to determine the next time to be able to find. After all, this is more than 400 kilometers it. If you do not remember the point of words, the next time to come is really not certain to find. No latitude and longitude. No satellite. Want to locate is really quite inconvenient. The black dragon muttered, looked around, didn't find any good markers, and decided to fly to the sky to take a look. Yowen bar. 3,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. The black dragon hovered and climbed. It actually wanted to climb vertically. After all, it was cooler and faster, wasn't it? But unfortunately its current wings weren't strong enough to provide that much lift. Black dragons didn't live on oxygen. So 10,000 meters in the air and flat ground didn't really feel that much different to a black dragon. So this is it. The black dragon looked down at the terrain below it, and compared it to the map in its mind, and got a general impression of where the abyssal slit was located. Just as it finished its work and flew back, it inadvertently saw a cumulonimbus cloud not far away, which was filled with lightning and thunder. The black dragon couldn't help but fly over curiously, intending to study it up close. Nowadays, it was also considered a big user of electricity, and its perception of electrons and electric potential was extremely sharp, and it clearly felt that inside this cumulonimbus cloud, there didn't seem to be any obvious difference in electric potential, but rather, it was a different kind of energy, or element, that aggregated and collided there, finally releasing lightning. But what this energy and element was, the black dragon could not say. Why don't we try it and see if there is any difference between the lightning outside the country and the lightning inside the country? The black dragon was eager to try. In fact, when it was in the territory, it had the urge to go over and take a natural lightning bolt. After all, the voltage of the lightning bolt was, obviously, more powerful, and might have some unexpected effects on the giant dragon's body. Previously, the immortal bird classmate had used lightning to ignite the totem flame, which had undoubtedly given the black dragon a great deal of inspiration. This thing, lightning, had a very crucial role to play in the advancement of transcendent lifeforms. In addition, there was also a theory on the Earth side that the frequent occurrence of lightning on the Earth in the early days was probably a lightning strike that led to the transformation of organic matter from inorganic matter, which in turn gave birth to the first lifeform. That is to say, the thunderbolt, something that exists in the immortals, actually also exists a certain scientific basis. Maybe the high-intensity lightning could really promote the evolution and metamorphosis of lifeforms, making them into higher and more perfect existences. Thus, the black dragon couldn't help but ponder whether or not to find a lightning calamity for himself as well. Unfortunately, CAS is not very supportive of the black dragon's idea, thinking that it is a whimsical idea. After all, we have never heard of the existence of a lightning tribulation in the material world, and the experience of the immortal bird is probably just an isolated case, coupled with the fact that the heavens weren't very facetious, and there hadn't been any major thunderstorms during this period of time. The black dragon's idea could only end up being a non-starter. However, this time it was outside the country. Since it was encountered, the black dragon naturally wanted to find a few thunderbolts to strike, to see what was the difference between this lightning outside the country, and the high-voltage electricity within the country. Well, crisis perception and heart, there is no strong reaction, indicating that this operation of the black dragon, the danger should not be too big. In our Xia's mythology, raising clouds and spreading rain, but it's the exclusive function of the dragon race. The black dragon flew into that cumulonimbus cloud, inexplicably somewhat exuberant. The reason why it was so positively cooperating with the weight reduction was actually the existence of a small mind to see if it was possible to use its own subjective consciousness to adjust and control its appearance so that it would take on the appearance of an Eastern divine dragon. It couldn't be helped that the image of the Western fantasy dragon was too ugly, and the black dragon also had its own pursuit of beauty, so it naturally wanted to improve its face value. Considering that the Black Dragon's physique was too large and hard, counting on external cosmetic surgery would definitely not work. So the Black Dragon could only play its own subjective initiative to see if it could change its appearance from the inside out. Give some face, at least electrocute me a few times, ah? The Black Dragon flew into the cumulonimbus cloud, a burst of rampage. Originally thought that the lightning inside will warmly greet it as an intruder, a crackling to give it a full horse kill chicken. Unexpectedly these lightning, as if they have eyes, deliberately avoided the body of the Black Dragon. Several times the Black Dragon obviously predicted the location of their appearance, but when it pounced on the past, these several should have appeared in the lightning, froze alive to hold back, accompanied by the Black Dragon's constant chasing and rampaging. This cumulonimbus cloud, which originally had a considerable sound, froze and was stirred up by the Black Dragon and disappeared into thin air. No way. What's going on here? The Black Dragon was puzzled. Could it be that there exists a deity controlling thunder in this world? Was afraid that he would steal his electricity, so he had to stop in time? But as far as the Black Dragon knew, there wasn't any thunder god in this world, and the authority over thunder and electricity had always been empty, and was under the part-time control of the goddess of nature of great divine power. It is said to be partly in charge, but in fact, it is not in charge, because the goddess of nature is a deity with a very weak sense of existence, and will almost never take the initiative to intervene in the functioning of the material world. No fun. Too no fun. The Black Dragon was a bit grumpy. This was originally high on joy, wanting to receive a bit of nature's electric massage, but it was not expected that it was so big a piece of cumulonimbus cloud, but it was actually unable to play, and it directly quit and dispersed. But does this also mean that I am to a certain extent also considered to master the ability to change the climate? The Black Dragon thought for a moment. Although other dragons are raising clouds and calling for rain, while they are only stopping the rain, but more or less it is also considered a kind of climate weapon, and it should come in handy for some use in the future. The Black Dragon turned back to find the Hellhound, originally wanting to take it back to the territory, but just now he saw in the sky that this place wasn't very far from the volcano where that inferno demon resided. It seemed, originally with the Hellhound this fight was not very good. The Black Dragon's desire to fight instead of getting released, but instead is suffocated even more difficult. Naturally, is very want to go to find the inflammatory demon to have a good match. At the same time, also considering, he seems to have a long time. No, is never to go to the volcanic lava bath. It is also some of the heart is looking forward to. So the Black Dragon changed its mind and took the Hellhound to rush towards the volcano where the inferno demon lived. However, while it was flying, it also thought of a question. That is, whether the inferno demon was considered a protected animal or not. It wasn't that it was imagining things, but for this issue, the experts of the Summer Academy of Sciences also had a rather big dispute, and hadn't been able to characterize it. According to reasoning, Yen demon is a demonic creature, is a heresy without compromise, and human beings are destined to be incompatible, should not be included in the list of protected animals. But the strange thing is, the existence of the inferno seems to be on the stability of the natural environment, has a relatively positive effect. Its existence can effectively reduce the frequency of volcanic and seismic eruptions, communication of underground energy and the interaction of the material world. The Summer Academy of Sciences has been there on the existence of the inferno, the threat in value to the natural world and the summer country. At present, on the whole, it should be the value is greater than the threat, because the inferno this kind of creatures, in fact, it is also relatively homely, seldom have to leave the volcano scurrying around. That is to say, Xia is actually more inclined to list the inferno as a protected animal. After all, the number of this thing in the material world is really small. If it is extinct, it may have to be reintroduced from the abyss, from hell. The difficulty is not to mention, but also prone to not being able to adapt to the water and the soil, causing all sorts of unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the guidance given by CAS to the Black Dragon is, if you are fighting with the inferno, try to be a little lighter, don't kill them. The Black Dragon had no objection to this. The Academy of Sciences was considering the value of the inferno to the natural world, while the Black Dragon was considering the economic value of the inferno. First of all, as a 7th level life form, Yen Demon is undoubtedly an excellent labor force. Whether it is moving mountains, or digging mines, the efficiency of the absolute all bar, coupled with the volcano is a good tourism resource. If there is the inflammation of the devil this kind of snake to participate in the operation, it is absolutely half the effort. As long as the digging of a few large volcanic hot springs, to engage in some characteristics of the program, to apply for a 5A scenic spot is absolutely easy. For this kind of transcendental creatures that can make money, the Black Dragon has always been very appreciated, and also gave himself a principle. That is to be able to subdue, absolutely not killed. But then again, since it is a transcendent creature, there must be some economic value. Even if it is no longer good, it can be thrown to the transcendent zoo for business. It's true that magma still feeds dragons now. The black dragon didn't take much time to arrive at that volcano, and then followed the volcano's crater to directly dive down with a jerk, and comfortably roamed inside the hot magma, and from time to time gulped down a few mouthfuls of thick magma, not to mention how enjoyable it was. After turning into a dragon, Huangze is actually also often bathed. Pay attention to a dragon health is on the one hand. On the other hand, mainly because of the conditions at that time bitter, often hungry, nothing to go to the lake to bathe, not only can drink water to feed the hunger, but also can catch some fish to eat. But the unusual lake water, the temperature is also in 20 or 30 degrees or so, obviously can't give the black dragon to provide what good experience, the most suitable for its bathhouse, but also the volcano, this kind of advanced place only. Strange. I'm killing the family here. That inferno demon surprisingly did not react either. The black dragon soaked for more than half an hour. All the places have shopped almost, but also very unethical to urinate a few bubbles, pretending to mark the territory. Actually did not see that head of the inflammatory devil jumped out to protest. A fine and so on. Like when the shrunken head turtle, come all the way. The black dragon of course not satisfied with the attitude of the inflammation of the devil, since it refuses to come out. Then he had to take the initiative to find it, only to see the black dragon fierce to the bottom of the volcano drilled. The dragon power aura as biological radar use, looking around to find the inflammation demon. Then soon this inflammation demon was caught by the black dragon. At that time it is shrinking in the bottom of the volcano slumber. Originally today is not intended to be open for a good night's sleep. So even if you know that the black dragon kills the door to the door, but also is still a big, from, degree, heart, as not know, as if nothing happened. But I did not expect it. Hall Yen devil are restrained into this. This black dragon actually still refused to give up, froze to pull it out to beat a meal. If it could be tolerated. The inferno was furious and fought with the black dragon. 7th level life form is really not ordinary. And the black dragon fight that is shocking, earth-shaking, so that the black dragon just strengthened good dragon teeth, are accidentally broken one. At that time, the black dragon was so angry, directly small universe erupted, almost did not ring off the head of the inflamed devil. The battle lasted for a day and a night, and the black dragon finally finished venting its energy, patting its butt and flashing away in a refreshed manner. Originally it also wanted to use the black gold dragon blood to contract this inflammatory devil. But the heart said that the inflammatory devil is not a bloodline creature, but an energy body life. The black gold dragon blood cannot be contracted, so it can only give up, and intends to come to take care of it a few times in the future, with love and heart. From the body, mind and soul slowly conquer insensitization. One day it will be taken down. The black dragon had just flown out of the crater humming a little song, when he saw a huge yellow dragon that was confronting his hellhound. Ha! The black dragon's eyes lit up, and it was instantly interested. Truly speaking, this was the second giant dragon it had encountered. Nowadays, there were very few giant dragons in the material realm. 100,000 square kilometers of territory did not see the existence of a giant dragon. So even if the black dragon learned from the internal information of the Summer Academy of Sciences that there were nearly 40 giant dragons active around the Summer Kingdom, it did not think of taking the initiative to pay a visit. The reason for this was mainly because it felt that it had no common language with the other dragons. So if it went to them rashly, not only would it not gain anything, but it would also easily reveal its own details that it was a Xia countryman in dragon skin, but today actually accidentally encountered a giant dragon. It is estimated that it also came to this volcano to take a bath. Still let the black dragon a little happy. It doesn't matter whether it can make a good relationship or not. The main thing is that I want to learn from it properly. When strange giant dragons meet, under normal circumstances, what will be the actions and reactions? The opposite side should be a brass dragon. Male. Adult body, level 6, weighing about 40 tons. The black dragon did not move and surveyed the other party, and it did not know how the brain got this information. Male. Ah, that's no fun. The black dragon was inexplicably a bit uninteresting. The opposite side of the brass dragon. In the first sight of the black dragon, it is like a great enemy. It does not speak, just staring at the black dragon. The whole body is obviously taut. Roar. The black dragon could see that its will to escape should be very strong, but for some reason, it didn't act immediately, so it couldn't help but give it a roar to see how it would react. The brass dragon was startled by this roar, then decisively fluttered its wings and turned around to run. The black dragon decisively chased after it. It didn't really think about necessarily taking down the other party, but mainly wanted to find out just how fast an ordinary giant dragon could fly. It's around 101. 102. It doesn't seem to be very fast. After whisking the brass dragon for half an hour, the black dragon got the data he wanted and stopped. In that case, it's not that one of my dragons is slow, but the speed of the giant dragons, in general, is not very fast. The black dragon was pondering. It had actually noticed that the flying creatures of the material realm generally didn't seem to have very high speeds. Even the transcendent creatures like the immortal bird classmates that were extremely good at flying, their speeds would only reach the speed of sound. Although it was a lot more powerful than the creatures on Earth, it was far from being so strong that it was incomprehensible and unacceptable. Could it be that this was some kind of limitation of the material world? The black dragon couldn't help but think of this possibility. After all, it was reasonable to say that without a speed of a few Mach, it would be hard to call it a transcendent creature. But on second thought, if the transcendental creatures in the material realm are always at the speed of several Mach, it would be too desperate for human beings, and they would basically find it hard to find any way to live when they have to be washed away without moving. Therefore, in order to stabilize the material world for a long time, the will of the world will restrict the speed. Naturally, it is not unreasonable. Seeing that the black dragon didn't catch up, the brass dragon was relieved. Too terrifying. What a powerful black dragon. This is afraid that it's not already an ancient dragon, right? But isn't the material realm not allowing ancient dragons to set foot in it? The brass dragon is puzzled. A powerhouse like it isn't actually suppressed and ostracized by the world's will? Whatever. I'd better stay far away from it, or else if it catches me, it'll be very bad luck. The brass dragon decided to move immediately. With such a large black dragon around, the northern part of the area was afraid that it couldn't stay. It just so happens that Ms. Red is calling out to her friends in the south, as if she is preparing to do something big. I can go over and join her. Ms. Red actually made contact with the official Xia country, and was expected to establish a city of her own in the south, which more or less made the brass dragon somewhat admired. The dragons weren't all fools and reckless. This ancient race could sometimes still obtain some favor and preferential treatment from the years and the world. Ms. Red is one of the lucky ones. She is exceptionally gifted. A maverick. A very capable and individualistic dragon. Even if the social nature of dragons is generally very poor, her name is still known by many dragons. Take a vacation. It's being hand-typed. Please wait a moment while the content is updated. Please refresh the page to get the latest update. I really don't want to be a giant dragon. www.xhytd.com. Huang Tonglong didn't know that the contact between Ms. Red and the Xia people actually didn't go very well. Even with her various gestures of goodwill and gifts, the Xia people still didn't agree with Ms. Red's plan to build a city in a safe area, and even made it clear that as long as she dared to build it, it would definitely be classified as an illegal structure, and then be targeted for blasting. Ms. Red feel very angry. Summer country people are not saying, do not engage in liquidation, do not engage in political trials, not to blame, look to the future. Even the Minotaur, dog-headed people, these dirty creatures, can be in the safe area to mix with the wind and water? How can not tolerate their own a red dragon? Her summarized head is not very complete. Even thought of looking for the relevant departments of the summer country to initiate administrative litigation, or go to court to file a lawsuit, suing the official summer country's inaction and racial discrimination. However, the officials of Xia simply did not recognize the legal person status of Ms. Red, Ms. Red's messenger, and refused to accept Red Dragon's administrative reconsideration and lawsuit. Blame it on that damn black dragon. Ms. Red was so angry that she couldn't eat for a good while. As soon as she thought of that black dragon, she hated her teeth. If it wasn't for this guy who suddenly came out to stir up trouble, she must have monopolized the trade of dragon's blood and dragon scales with the Xia kingdom, and earned a lot of money. However, the Xia people actually really didn't do anything to that black dragon, but let it go. It is also considered to be a man of his word. Quite a great country's demeanor. Ms. Red pondered. Why don't I also go around the Xia territory and personally pay my respects and run through the procedures to show my sincerity? Even the black dragon that accidentally broke into the country was treated as favorably as the people of Xia, if one takes the initiative to apply to them for a visit. Formally and attitude-wise, it is undoubtedly more positive and more upright. For political and propaganda considerations, the people of Xia should be more welcoming, right? After all, I'm the first giant dragon to officially visit the Summer Kingdom, and the Summer Kingdom people are so focused on reputation that they will surely guarantee the safety of my dragon body. The more Ms. Red thought about it, the more she thought it made sense. However, the dragon's suspicious nature still made her a little hesitant. After all, going to the Xia people's territory was almost the same as handing over the power of life and death of oneself into someone else's hands. Even with the example of the black dragon in front of her, Ms. Red still felt uneasy, and her intuition from years of being a dragon also told her that Black Dragon was obviously somewhat unsimple. It's bad. It's bad. Ms. Red. Something big has happened. At this time one of the Xia people under her command suddenly ran over, roaring in a hurry to bring a shocking piece of news that Black Dragon that had been let go had actually run back to the Xia country, and was interested in joining the Xia country's nationality. New Xia News Agency News. The Black Dragon Dio suddenly returned to our country's territory a few days ago, and made a request to the relevant authorities that was unexpected to all. It wishes to join the Xia nationality and become an honorable and great Xia citizen. I believe that the vast majority of people will be very surprised when they hear this news. Just what kind of reason and journey of the heart prompted a Black Dragon to make such a choice? With this doubt, our station's reporter specially conducted an interview with Mr. Doze. We can see that after being away for 2 months, Mr. Doze, the Black Dragon, has obviously lost a lot of weight. His spirit is depressed, and even the scales on his body have lost some of their luster, but its temperament is obviously a lot more composed, and its attitude towards our staff is a lot friendlier. In response to our questions, Mr. Doze was blunt. It said that during the time it had been away, it had bounced around to quite a few places and experienced quite a lot of things, feeling more and more the decadence and backwardness of the world outside its borders, as well as feeling more and more empty and lost, unable to find the value and direction of its own dragon life. It's not that I can't tolerate the darkness. If I haven't seen the sunlight, Mr. Doze said emotionally, it had suffered from the oppression and slavery of the evil god for a long time, and it can be said to be empathetic to these words. Nowadays, although its body is free, it's still mentally and soulfully shackled by a lot of dark and backward concepts shackled, and is in desperate need of the sun's warmth and enlightenment. Our values are the values of humanity, peace, development, fairness, justice. Mr. Doze highly esteems this sentence. It firmly believes that the system of Xia, the development model of Xia, can only bring a real future to the material world, but the value of human beings does not mean that it is also the value of the giant dragons, and there may even be a conflict between the two. Mr. Doze choosing to join the Xia nationality is tantamount to betraying his own class, so that he is not afraid of being subjected to the criticism and hostility of the other giant dragons? Facing this question from the reporter, the Black Dragon had a firm gaze. It said seriously, the values of the vast majority of the current giant dragons are selfish, one-sided, and wrong, and they seriously restrict the sustainable development of the entire giant dragon community. Mr. Doze said that the values of humans, and the values of the gargoyles, shouldn't be in conflict, and that the two can actually be unified through the socialized division of labor. The material world is not like Earth. The situation here is more complicated and worse. We should not only include humans, all other peace-loving, life-loving intelligent races should be a part of we, the seek common ground and make progress together. Mr. Doze said that he doesn't care about the naysaying and hostility of the other dragons, he only cares about the future of the dragon race, and that he joined the Xia nationality not for his own selfish interests, but in order to find a new way out for the dragons, a great race that has been muddled and sunken for thousands of years. With such a simple, yet firm and incomparable thought, the Black Dragon Doze resolutely decided to return to Xia, intending to apply for the Xia nationality, to closely link his destiny with this great country, in order to realize the value of his dragon life. Shameless, shameless, Ms. Red looked at the news playing on the tablet and was furious. How could this damned Black Dragon be so hateful that it would rush to be a dog for the Xia people? What do you let the old lady do like this? This dam is not forced in the creation of the involution. The technological products of Xia are not completely unusable outside the country, only that their service life is drastically shortened and their power consumption speed is greatly accelerated. Speaking of Ms. Red at the beginning of the reason why the summer will have a strong interest in the country, mainly because of the grabbed a summer laptop, and then was deeply attracted by this thing, unconsciously learned a lot of information about the summer, so that even the thought of the summer of the country. Of course, Ms. Red thought that her degree of Xiaization was definitely not as high as this Black Dragon. This guy was simply a mental Xia, but this guy's thought consciousness, it seems like it is indeed higher than his own. Hey, Ms. Red slowly also calmed down, looking at the face of the camera obviously more mature and stable than before. A lot of Black Dragon cannot help but is pondering. Compared with 2 months ago, this Black Dragon talking level, obviously is a lot of progress. If not personally see it was released back outside the country. If not to see it this skinny and bony obviously not how to eat and sleep well. Ms. Red even have to suspect that this guy is afraid that it is not locked up by the Xia people to receive 2 months of ideological education. Chapter 101 View. You Xia people, what do you think about Black Dragon wanting to be naturalized? Ms. Red inquired to the person who reported the news. Not being able to use the internet outside of the country was quite inconvenient to say the least, which meant that if wanted to understand the situation and policy changes within Xia, they would have to often send people to sneak back into the country to access the internet. Trouble not to mention, but also easy to be caught by the summer country's border guards, moving to be locked up for 10 days and a half months on manpower and material resources is undoubtedly a great waste. Good in this situation. The Red Lady took the initiative to sell a batch of dragon scales to the summer country. Finally got improved. After all, taking people's hands is short. Although the Summer Kingdom did not allow MS Red to open embassies, offices and such institutions within its borders, it still gave her emissaries, opened up formal channels of communication, allowing them to go to designated places to go online to learn about news and information. Currently the mainstream view of the civil society is mainly supportive. After all, a powerful black dragon, taking the initiative to join our Xia nationality, has a very obvious help to the enhancement of national self-confidence, so more than 80% of the netizens are holding a welcoming, affirmative attitude. The person who reported the news replied. However, Xia's official attitude is still rather vague at the moment, and no clear answer has been given for the time being. Considering the difficulty of applying for Xia nationality, it has always been relatively high, not to mention that the object of this application is still a black dragon. That's why I reckon that the relevant authorities might put some requirements and restrictions on the black dragon, and set a certain period of time for observation and assessment before they will consider letting the black dragon become a naturalized citizen. Is so troublesome? MS Red muttered. She inexplicably had a feeling that with the black dragon as an example, the Summer Kingdom would definitely become more and more formal and strict with regards to the naturalization of transcendent beings in the future. And the longer the time dragged on, the higher the difficulty would only be. The good thing is that MS Red didn't think about joining Xia's nationality. It just simply wanted to rely on Xia's resources and market, establish a city-state of its own for fun, and then collect rents, pay taxes, and so on. A small life will certainly be very nourishing. So, the giant dragon is really necessary to improve their economic acumen, or else always rely on robbery, rely on protection money to live. How to earn big money? Far better to establish and control a city by themselves, and then use real estate, banks, taxes, such as monopoly profiteering industry, to collect the wealth of the citizens. The risk is much lower, not to mention that the earnings will obviously be higher and more lasting. Is there any way to contact the damn black dragon? I want to have a good chat with it. MS Red couldn't help but say. She searched. If that head of black dragon really iron-heartedly joined the nationality of Xia, then Xia will definitely be even more impermissible, one of its own red dragons, to establish a city in the safe area. Therefore, she sought to see if she could contact that black dragon and then try to make it change its mind and not block her own way of wealth. It is difficult. MS Red. The official protection of the Xia kingdom for that black dragon is very tight. It is impossible for ordinary people to contact it. The person who reported the news replied. But if it's with official channels, maybe there's still a little possibility. Official channels? MS Red was a little surprised, and said in disbelief, the officials of the Summer Kingdom are currently precious to that black dragon. For sure, how could they dare to let me get in touch with it? Not afraid that it will be turned by me? Is to ask you, MS Red, to play curate. MS Red's messenger and wise man smiled and replied, this black dragon, doesn't it want to join the Xia nationality? Then MS Red, you can just bring up a suggestion to the Xia officialdom, to treat your curtsying of the black dragon as a test for the black dragon, in order to verify that it doesn't genuinely want to join the Xia kingdom. Seems to make some sense. MS Red pondered for a moment, then said, but with the preciousness of the black dragon, and with my current friendship with the Xia kingdom, they probably won't easily let me test the black dragon's loyalty, unless it's me giving out some blood and giving them some substantial benefits as compensation. When MS Red thought of this, she already had an idea in her heart, searching for whether to secretly get a few dragon eggs or catch a young dragon or two to give to the Xia kingdom people, in order to appear more sincere. The black dragon naturally does not know. His existence has already blocked a certain red dragon's financial road. It will be in a hidden military base, waiting to witness the occurrence of a certain magical experiment a small and medium yield mushrooms release. Speaking of which, the black dragon had never witnessed the explosion and blooming of a mushroom bomb, and had always had a strong curiosity about it. Coupled with the Summer Academy of Sciences has always wanted to use nuclear-powered manhole cover this thing. Simple and rough to help the dragon to complete the dragon spaceflight. So this nuclear test, in fact, is underground. The main purpose is to create a nuclear-powered manhole cover, so that the black dragon is more intuitive to see. The principle and power of this thing, so as to help the black dragon to overcome the psychological and cognitive pressure, and then help the black dragon to overcome the psychological and cognitive pressure, so as to help the black dragon to overcome the psychological and cognitive pressure, cognitive stress, and then use this to complete the dragon-carrying spaceflight. The Shura Martial God, nuclear-powered manhole cover, also known as the Thunder Well Project, which was born in the 1950s and 1960s. The principle is to first excavate a deep well that extends hundreds of meters downward, place a hydrogen bomb at the bottom of the well, then inject tens of thousands of liters of water, retain a certain volume of air, and finally cover the mouth of the well with a dozens or hundreds of tons of metal manhole cover. The hydrogen bomb located at the bottom of the well, when it explodes, generates energy equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of explosives, and the liquid water absorbs the gamma rays generated by the explosion, while the tremendous heat will instantly vaporize the water in the well. After the water immediately turns into water vapor, the volume will expand significantly, and then through the narrow pipeline constantly accumulates kinetic energy. Eventually the metal manhole cover will gain unimaginable kinetic energy, with a speed of 50 or 60 kilometers per second, escaping from the Earth and entering space. At that time, after hearing this principle, Black Dragon almost thought that the management of the Summer Academy of Sciences had a problem, and was accidentally mixed into the line by the civilian scientists, until later it was realized that the scientists of the pretty country actually really did experiments in this area, and used nuclear bombs to blow up the metal manhole covers into the sky to play. 50 or 60 kilometers per second initial velocity. This if smashed into the body, even if it is a deity, afraid that it will also be painful to wail. The Black Dragon is inexplicably some expectation, feeling that this thing, in fact, can be titled as the earthly cannon. As long as the barrel is thick enough and hard enough, as long as the primer is fierce enough, then the initial velocity of the cannonball, not to say that it is to reach the speed of light, but soared to the initial velocity of 180 kilometers per second. It should still be no problem. Mr. Huang, the mushroom bomb will soon be initiated. I hope that you can take advantage of your eyesight to help us determine the speed of this nuclear-powered manhole cover, as well as track its route and location. Chapter 102 Self-Destruct Program. At the same time, Mr. Huang, you can also assess whether there will be a greater danger in carrying you up to the sky in this way. Academician Ding said seriously. After more than a month of preparation, and with the strong support of the Black Dragon's dragon scales and tooth beds, the Xia military had already managed to get that 50 million tons equivalent large mushroom ready, just waiting for the Black Dragon to go to the heavens to explore, and then it could be readily dropped off as a tribute to the gods in the heavens. The Black Dragon had undoubtedly been looking forward to blowing up the gods for a long time, so it naturally agreed to do so. Speaking of which, it really wanted to go up to the sky and take a look around, to see what the sky that was thousands of meters above was like, whether the magic elements there were abundant, whether the air smelled sweet, and what the stars and divine kingdoms where the gods resided were really like. If the Black Dragon himself could grab a star, would that be considered to be a Dangshan? 63.8 kilometers per second. Under the control of the command center, the hydrogen bomb buried at the bottom of the mineshaft was successfully detonated, and almost at the same instant, the piece of metal manhole cover placed at the top disappeared without a trace. In the end, it was under the frame-by-frame photography of the high-speed camera that its initial velocity was barely calculated, and it was a staggering 63.8 kilometers per second. However, the high-speed camera only tracked it for a few seconds, because in just a few seconds, the manhole cover had already flown out 20 to 30 kilometers away, and even if it was a more advanced high-speed camera, it would still be difficult to capture it again. However, the Black Dragon could. During this period of time, our Black Dragon students have not been idle. In line with the naturalized dragon script performance at the same time, also has not forgotten to study their own, improve their own, the brain for the body's control of the ability to be more and more familiar, but also more and more powerful. Then the plugin that the heart wanted to forcefully install before it was the real eye that wanted to fuse, and it was turned over by the Black Dragon again. At that time, the Black Dragon originally intended to uninstall it out, but then suddenly some can not give up. Think the quality of this real eye seems to be really quite good, with their own body is very suitable. If it is uninstalled unavoidably is a little bit of a pity. Of course, with the real eye to replace their original dragon eye, the Black Dragon is still some dare not, it is just a whim. Another way to learn Erlangshan like, also opened an eye on his forehead, the Ray Owl eye put there to stay, with the time to open, do not need to time to close, don't say, it is also quite convenient. Moreover, the name Two Dragon God sounds quite good. The Black Dragon closed its eyes, then activated the Eye of Truth on its forehead, and under its gaze, It easily tracked the entire process of that nuclear-powered manhole cover going up into the sky. It wasn't that the performance of the Eye of Truth was really much more advanced than a high-speed camera, but its observation of data and things seemed to have a kind of magic power, able to penetrate the essence and go straight to the truth. For example, when Black Dragon used it to track the nuclear power manhole cover just now, he entered a very ethereal and magical state, just like the kind of bullet time in the movie, where the speed of operation of everything else, except his own brain and that manhole cover, was severely slowed down, so much so that at first, when Black Dragon learned about this ability of the Eye of Truth, he couldn't help but wonder if this thing had mastered the laws of time or something like that, only to realize later that he was overthinking it. Although the Eye of Truth is able to produce the illusionary effect of slowing down time, it is essentially actually drastically improving the processing power for pixels and data through, in order to allow the brain to better absorb and digest the information in this. This is like the normal video playback speed is double the speed, but the user can actively adjust the playback speed to 0, 75, 0, 5, or even 0, 1 times the playback speed when encountering the unseen, or exciting clips. The Real Eye was pretty much the same principle. It slowed down the process of the nuclear-powered manhole cover's flight by about 2,000 times, and then naturally, it could be tracked by the Black Dragon, very clearly. Of course, the use of this ability was not without a price. It burned the brain, and every time it was used, the Black Dragon's brain would appear to heat up, just like a computer with a serious lack of arithmetic power being overloaded and starting to burn the graphics card. So much so that the Black Dragon couldn't help but all wonder if this was time for him to upgrade and strengthen his brain. It took about 18 seconds for it to fly out of the atmosphere. The Black Dragon turned off the Eye of Truth and slowed down for a dozen seconds before saying, when it flew out of the atmosphere, its speed obviously slowed down quite a bit, and I don't know if it's because the resistance of the air has gotten bigger, or some other factor. Mr. Huang, what exactly is the percentage of this reduction? About 30%. Originally when it flew into the atmosphere, the speed was already down quite a bit, and then such a drop. It was about 30 kilometers per second. Actually dropped this much. Academician Ding couldn't help but be scratching his head a little. Although they had launched quite a few nuclear-powered manhole covers before, but due to the limited means of observation, they really didn't know these data. So it seems that this big mushroom of ours is estimated to be very difficult to deliver to the doorsteps of those gods. Academician Ding felt some pity. Xia's most advanced strategic nuclear missile, although the range was more than 15,000 kilometers, according to the calculation that the height of the shot was 1/2 of the range, this big mushroom could theoretically be delivered up to an altitude of 7,500 kilometers. Right now we can only hope that the altitude above 1,000 kilometers is mainly a vacuum, so that this big mushroom of ours can fly farther, and the more threatening it can be to the gods. The mushroom bomb thing, in fact, also needed a medium in order to be able to spread kinetic energy and create kills, but those gods in the sky were presumably more inclined towards the existence of energy bodies, and detonating the mushroom bomb in a vacuum environment would instead be more lethal to him, because in a vacuum environment, the energetic energy released by the mushroom bomb would be more in the form of gamma-ray bursts, equivalent to an oversized EMP bomb, which would probably be a bigger surprise to those deities who like to engage in pollution and mind control. Of course, Academician Ding also had to be thankful that the stars in the sky didn't seem to be very far away from the material world. If it was the same as the Earth, where the distance between planets could easily be hundreds of millions of kilometers, and the distance between stars was even more measured in light years, that way there was not really much Xia could do to be able to threaten these guys in the sky. By the way, Mr. Huang, with your intuition, do you think that with your physical strength, you can withstand such a nuclear-powered manhole cover? Academician Ding couldn't help but ask curiously. This, the Black Dragon pondered for a moment and said, it shouldn't be a problem. I think the danger of this thing lies in the huge impact it endures, as well as the friction with the air during high-speed flight that causes the temperature to rise sharply, and at its highest, the temperature may even reach tens or millions of degrees. But such a danger, judging by my intuition, with my physical strength, I should still be able to carry it. That's great, Mr. Huang. We will soon prepare a nuclear-powered shuttle for you, so please help us explore the sky. Okay. Black Dragon actually wanted to say that this is not a bit of a hurry, but considering that recently the sky does seem to be a bit uneasy, vaguely there is always an air of intrigue. The Summer Academy of Sciences and the official will be more anxious. Naturally it is also reasonable. Mr. Huang, long time no see. In the frontier base outside the country, researcher Yu Xiaoman, who had just regained her free body, warmly greeted Black Dragon. Oh, you're back. Black Dragon couldn't help but is sizing him up for a while, and then inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Previously, in order to save Yu Xiaoman, The black dragon had implanted a drop of golden dragon blood into his heart, and he didn't expect that after such a long time. This drop of golden dragon blood and the black dragon's body actually had some kind of hidden connection. Didn't he say that there would be no after effects? Didn't he say that he wouldn't engage in deity worship? The black dragon muttered a little in his heart, then asked, "How does it feel to be reborn? Did you have any strange dreams?" "Of course it's great. I feel that my body now is more than 3 times stronger than before." Yu Xiaoman smiled and said, "As for dreaming, it seems like I haven't really had any strange dreams. After going through the transformation of my life form, in that magic-free environment in the territory, my sleep hasn't been very adequate this bout of time, and I rarely have dreams." "That's good. I'm really worried that you will often dream about me. That is not only embarrassing, and 9 times out of 10 there will not be any good things." Black Dragon thought in his heart and said on his mouth, "Listening to Academician Ding, you are also learning from me, trying to charge your body. How is it? Has it succeeded?" "No." Yu Xiaoman smiled bitterly and said, "Although there is the drop of golden dragon blood provided by you, Mr. Huang, but my body, the affinity for electrical energy is not very high. Several times almost didn't electrocute me to death." The black dragon thought for a moment and said, "Can you tell me carefully, after this transformation on the life form, your body, your mind, what are the specific changes?" "Changes?" Yu Xiaoman also got serious. He also didn't know why. When facing the black dragon, his heart couldn't help but produce a sense of awe and obedience, and quickly answered, "There are quite a lot of specific changes. First of all, the microscopic field of the body was locked, and you can't see below the micrometer anymore. The height, weight, body temperature, respiration rate, heartbeat rate all showed obvious changes. Speaking of which, I'm not even afraid to laugh at you, Mr. Huang. When my body was fully recovered and stabilized, I even took the initiative to donate sperm to our Summer Academy of Sciences. And then they found out after experiments that my sperm seemed to have completely lost its activity and was unable to combine with normal egg cells. The black dragon is more or less some sweat. Really, or other people scientific research workers are more scientific research spirit. Actually so quickly thought of giving the Summer Academy of Sciences sperm donation, and also put into action, which is like himself, dilly-dallying for so long and still a little indication. As for the thought, Yu Xiaoman said, may be more apathetic, more paranoid some of it. On science, the enthusiasm of the country, obviously is not as high as before, and very easy to be impatient, always feel as if it is necessary to find what support, in order to get peace. No way. It's not really going to be the deity thing? The black dragon was a little flustered, then asked, has there been any noticeable change in his feelings towards me? It's definitely there, Yu Xiaoman said without thinking. After all, it was you, Mr. Huang, who saved me, so it wouldn't be too much for me to be grateful and admire you even if I did. I mean, aside from this gratitude, has there been any noticeable change? Black Dragon asked somewhat seriously. It seems like there is a little bit. Yu Xiaoman didn't dare to look directly into Black Dragon's eyes and lowered her head. I didn't feel it much before, but now when I see you, Mr. Huang, I can't help but have a feeling in my heart that I want to worship you. You researcher, you used to be in scientific research as well. You should know what's going on at this point. The Black Dragon solemnly said, this should be that so-called deity worship. It's unabashed superstition. I suggest that you'd better get over this mentality as soon as possible, because this is not only good for you, but also good for me. You said that you want to find spiritual support. I recommend that you can go to read more Marxism-Leninism. Read some books by the instructors. The ideas and concepts in there are only more suitable for you. I'm not being alarmist. The Black Dragon continued. You should have heard that I brought back a Cerberus not long ago. At that time, I used the black gold dragon's blood and managed to control its body. But later when I intended to communicate with it properly and learn more about this newly hired employee, only then did I suddenly realize that its intellect was also unknown to me, and it was actually having a big problem. Later on, that heart of mine told me that as a hound bred by the king of demon wolves, Greer, in the depths of Cerberus Palos's consciousness, there exists a soul imprint, which we can regard as a self-destruct program, and as long as the situation is not right, Greer will take the initiative to wake it up and erase the data in the Cerberus's mind, in order to eliminate any future problems. So after realizing that he might lose control of Cerberus's body, Greer quickly activated this program, erasing all the memories of hell, of the king of his demon wolves, from Palos's mind, leaving him with nothing but a retarded Cerberus. So, if you also worship me, the relationship between us might have developed into this, a self-destruct program on the soul? Yu Xiaoman was taken aback. Of course he knew the meaning of Black Dragon's words. Black Dragon's golden dragon's blood. was most likely also something that controlled the consciousness. The current Black Dragon might not use it, but hell knows if the future Black Dragon would. Sure enough, all the gifts of the gods are not without cost. Yu Xiaoman couldn't help but feel some emotion. Although the Black Dragon said that it wasn't a deity yet, this clearly already possessed certain characteristics of a deity. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember, book guest residence. Chapter 103, Becoming a God. As a giant dragon that had been taken over by a human soul, had a powerful and mysterious heart, and was capable of recharging its batteries, the Black Dragon knew very well that there was obviously some secret in its own body, a great chance and a great mission, or a great conspiracy. Perhaps at some point in the future, it might actually be possible for it to condense its godhood and become a deity. However, the Black Dragon did not hold much expectation for this, because in its opinion, becoming a deity might not necessarily be a good thing. As its main rivals and enemies in the future, the Academy of Sciences had never stopped studying those indigenous gods, and from what they had learned so far, gods were definitely not omnipotent. They were more like a profession with many restrictions and shackles, and were not necessarily as relaxed as being a dragon. The researchers also suspected that the interference between the gods and the believers was most likely mutual. The gods could influence the thoughts of the believers, but the thoughts and prayers of the believers would likewise affect the gods. Just like that goddess of love Freya. The reason why she suddenly ganked the Black Dragon was probably because she couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to seek help from the Black Dragon. After all, if he was a weak indigenous deity who suddenly learned that he actually had tens of millions of Xia's followers, his first reaction would definitely not be surprise, but rather shock. Because this thing, believers, in fact, existed in high quality and low quality, and also existed in cultivation costs, and it was necessary to go through a long period of brainwashing and many tests before being able to harvest a devout, high-quality believer. However, the tens of millions of God of Love believers in Xia are obviously not in this category, and the vast majority of them are not even considered pan-believers. They were merely trying to worship for fun in the simple spirit of pragmatism, to see if they could salvage some substantial benefits from his Freya's hands before considering anything else. And what's even more frightening is that the people of the Summer Kingdom are in a society with a big explosion of information, and the complexity of their thoughts and the degree of dissatisfaction of their heart's desires are generally more than 10 times that of the indigenous residents outside of their borders. It was also a good thing that Xia was currently isolated by a boundary, or else these tens of millions of Pan followers would be released, forming a horrifying tidal wave of thoughts that could definitely bring his goddess of love, Freya, to downtime, or even into a collapse and insanity. This should also be why Freya would go through all the trouble of trying to find the Black Dragon, because he was only a weak deity with limited business capacity, and really couldn't handle the tens of millions of fake fans in Xia. So working part-time is absolutely impossible to work part-time, even if it gives a priesthood. The Black Dragon muttered darkly as it thought. It reckoned that Freya's situation would most likely apply to other gods as well. The more believers there were, the more things would happen as well. The thought that if he became a deity, he would have to face the prayers of countless believers all day long. Help me become stronger. Help me cut people down. Help me introduce a town hall. The Black Dragon couldn't help but snort. Of course, the Black Dragon can also learn from certain gods of higher divine power, completely obliterating their own humanity, without any personal emotional coloring, mechanically dealing with the problems of the believers. Only in that case, that god, or is he Huang Zhe? It's almost time to go to heaven, and I don't know if anything will happen. The Black Dragon is a little uneasy about the learning situation of the immortal bird classmate, so he decides to visit it once, to check its homework, and at the same time, to update the study plan. The undead bird student's math is still the same as always, and its enthusiasm for learning is also obviously declined a lot. All day just no cat in the nest. Luckily, what it likes to read are some gods and goddesses and weird things like that, rather than any kind of dog-blooded romance. So Mr. Black Dragon is actually quite supportive of this hobby of his. After all, books are the ladder of progress, especially this thing. It is very helpful for the improvement of thinking ability and eye views. Of course, the premise is that this has to be decent. Has thought of a name for himself yet? After checking the miserable homework of his immortal bird classmate, Black Dragon sighed, then asked this question once again. In fact, as early as the first class, teacher Black Dragon had asked the undead bird student to give himself a name. After all, although this thing called a name was just a symbol, it still had some positive effects on the differentiation between oneself and others, and on the stabilization of self-awareness. However, the trouble was that classmate Undying Bird seemed to be having no small amount of OCD. Even after rummaging through the dictionary, he still hadn't come up with a good name for himself. M.O. has. The undead bird classmate said dryly. Why haven't you? Teacher Black Dragon expressed that it was quite difficult to understand. It's just a name. Is it that hard? The undead bird student was silent for a few seconds, then said, I mean, my name is Mou. The black dragon had a black line on his face. Mo Yao. What the hell kind of name did you obtain? Mo Yao. Mo Yao friends. Mo Yao family. Nothing Mo Yao. Immortal bird students returned. This is not with me quite apt. Quite image. Hiss. The black dragon's eyes narrowed. It is really unexpected. This little guy will actually also make a small mood. Is it think teacher I accompany at less time? But what can I do as a teacher? There are so many things. To be able to take the time to come over once a week to see it is already very good. But the old one-on-one tutoring, the old let itself study, the formation of its 3 views, there is indeed a certain disadvantage. The black dragon fell into a deep thought. One of the great characteristics of human beings lies in her unique social nature, and a good social nature often allows human beings to produce strong cohesion, creativity, and empathy. As a bird, classmate immortal bird's sociality was already poor. In many aspects it was already inferior to humans. If it was allowed to be released to self-educate in this way, it was afraid that it wouldn't be of much help to its learning of the 3 concepts. It is indeed time for you to change your learning environment, your living environment, and make some new friends. The black dragon mused. How about this? You come back to Xia with me. Xia is currently planning to set up some schools that are specifically designed to help the indigenous intelligent inhabitants outside of its borders to become literate. You can pick the school that interests you to go in to study and live. I can't leave the flame tree too far for too long. The undead bird classmate couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, otherwise, in case my house is stolen, can you afford to pay for it? The black dragon was somewhat helpless, saying, no wonder your immortal bird clan can't develop. It's too homesick, always thinking about your own bird's nest. What kind of discovery future can there be? What can I do? The undead bird classmate said angrily. The flame tree and our undead bird clan is a symbiotic relationship. If we don't have the flame tree, we don't say that we are reproducing the next generation, and even ourselves will soon be weak and senile. Okay, this reason black dragon can't argue. Maybe this is the genetic defect of the immortal bird clan. Indeed it's not good to be too harsh on the earth immortal bird classmates. There is no way to solve this problem? Teacher Black Dragon thought for a moment before saying, after all, this flame tree cannot be moved. Once it is discovered by a mortal enemy, it will definitely attack and wreak havoc for a long time. And your immortal bird clan is alone. So I'm afraid that sooner or later, it will be destroyed one day. Ah, the game of my cure. The reason why your immortal bird clan has fallen to the present state is largely due to this reason, right? Gah, gah. The undead bird classmates angrily spiked out their native language, and bang bang pecked and bit at the black dragon. Hey, I'm talking about the matter. Can you be more reasonable? To face up to the problems that exist and find ways to solve them. What's the use of always engaging in relentless anger like this? The black dragon hurriedly is using claws to frame it away. The heart is more or less also some to be angry. If it is not its bird but is not round enough, oneself surely has long taken out the majesty of being a human teacher, and ruthlessly beat its butt. Not I say you. You the stinking temper really have to change. Always engage in this kind of incompetent rage. Not only will not help, cannot solve the problem, but often will also make things worse. The black dragon said bitterly. We are now trying to figure out how to solve your problem. How about this? You give me some seeds, branches, leaves, roots and such of the flame tree, and I'll take it back to see if I can cultivate a new one? Hearing this, the undead bird classmate instantly became even more angry, angrily struggling violently, and as a last resort, the black dragon could only use its own masterstroke, summoning the great lightning technique to electrocute it with a flurry of violent electricity, which was only then honestly down. So much so that the black dragon suspected several times that the reason why this stupid bird was always vomiting with itself and fighting with itself was because it wanted to let itself electrocute it with lightning. Now you can talk properly, the black dragon said without any good humor. I am respecting you. That's why I will discuss with you. That's why I will ask for your opinion. Otherwise if I secretly take some branches and leaves and roots of the flame tree, you won't be able to stop me. Is that the reasoning? Right? It's useless. After being electrotherapized, the immortal bird classmate really calmed down quite a bit, and dryly said, the branches and leaves and root system of the flame tree, it's simply impossible to transplant. As for the seeds, I haven't seen her bear seeds since I was a child. Is there really no way at all? The black dragon pondered for a while and said, I've heard that some powerful trees are possessed of their own consciousness and are able to move on their own. It's reasonable that the flame tree is such a big block. It should have awakened its own tree spirit, even if it hasn't. Isn't it possible to find some druids and tree people to do the practice for? Hearing this, the undead bird classmate started glaring again, but this time, he didn't move his claws, but just huffed and puffed. There's absolutely no way I'm going to let any druid or any tree person come near my family's flame tree. The black dragon somewhat didn't understand how the immortal bird classmate got agitated again, but it seemed to have heard that the two forest-based intelligent races, the druids and the tree people, did seem to have a somewhat bad reputation, and were basically paranoid and crazy environmentalists who had a very poor relationship with the Summer Kingdom. There's really no way at all? The black dragon said. Student MOU. You are shouldering the important task of realizing the great renaissance of the immortal bird clan. You need to study more, work harder, and see more of the outside world. You can't narrow your path just because of a flame tree. If your family's this flame tree small head is just, you can carry it together to school, but it's this block is obviously thousands of meters high. Net weight is afraid to have a several million tons. This also how to carry. The immortal bird classmate was silent for a while, probably thinking that teacher Black Dragon was indeed thinking for it, for the future of their entire immortal bird clan. So he said, the flame tree does indeed possess its own consciousness, and it does indeed move on its own, but it is my elder. It may not listen to what I say. If you really want it to move, then only you can go and talk to it. Good fellow, so you really do have a parent. The black dragon was a little surprised. Although this thousands of meters high flame tree looks just divine, but the black dragon came so many times, but really have not felt its consciousness. It is estimated that it is hidden deep enough, or sleep enough. How do I tell it? The black dragon was a bit eager to try. Well, this tree knew at a glance that it had lived for quite a few years. Perhaps it was possible to inquire about some of the situation in the heavenly, material realm from it. Give it to me. The undead bird's body that was numbed by electricity had already slowed down, and directly leapt down from the tree, bringing the black dragon to the bottom of the tree's enemy, and then pecked open a root with its beak, oozing out crimson red sap. You lie down on it and drink 2 mouthfuls. It will feel your existence, and then it depends on whether it is willing to talk to you. So simple? The black dragon felt a bit magical, and after thinking about it, said, what is its name? This first meeting, how should I address it? Even I, a bird, didn't have a name before? Do you think a tree would have a name for itself? The undead bird student impatiently said, as for how you call it, it's fine. Just don't call it Mom. Why? The black dragon couldn't help but ask. Because it's my mom. You can't rob my mom. You were actually born from a tree? The black dragon's eyes widened. Although there were many creatures in nature that were perverted in their development, a tree actually gave birth to a bird. The genus was still shocked to the black dragon. You are the one born from a tree. The undead bird did not have the good sense to say. Why we undead birds are called undead birds is because our undead characteristics are very powerful. Even if the form of God is destroyed, there is still a chance to come back to life. My mom died shortly after giving birth to me, and her soul merged into the flame tree to fall asleep. Sure enough, it was a transcendent race whose ancestors had broadened, and the talent was just exceptional. The black dragon suddenly felt some emotion. Perhaps it was because it was too powerful that the immortal bird race was targeted. The sap of the flame tree obviously contained powerful energy. Even the black dragon couldn't help but stir up some appetite when he smelled it. It's just that I don't know how the energy efficiency value, production value, and safety are, or else I could consider developing it and using it to replace oil. Chapter 104, Projection. The black dragon slurped 2 mouthfuls of the flame tree sap, savoring it while waiting for the other party to consciously connect. It had to be said. This flame tree sap was indeed a good thing. Other uses aside, just the piece of calorific value alone was at least dozens of times that of gasoline, and it felt quite a bit more powerful than the life spring water that Black Dragon had seen before. Of course, the Black Dragon had reason to suspect that the spring water that CAS had traded from the elves was probably of poor quality or watered down. The flame tree's tree spirit was sleeping very deeply. The Black Dragon tried many times, almost sucking the roots dry, but still failed to awaken its consciousness. In the end, the Black Dragon had no choice but to use a killer move, turning over the egg laid by the King of Immortals in his brain. This move really had an immediate effect, and soon the Black Dragon sensed a will that awakened from the depths of the earth, and then succeeded in hooking up with the Black Dragon. After an excited and friendly exchange, how can say it? The Black Dragon is more or less a little disappointed. It can't be helped, probably because it has been sleeping for too long, or because its own IQ is not high. The flame tree spirit's intelligence is very low, and its ability to express itself is very limited, so it can only do some simple communication, and if you want to inquire about anything from it, it is basically hopeless. And the Black Dragon wanted to let it move and help to live in a place closer to the Summer Kingdom. It was also rejected by it. The reason was that it and its children, who preferred quietness to noise, were not accustomed to and did not like living in a crowded place. Even if the black dragon patted its belly and assured it that it would prepare a vast, off-the-beaten-path nature reserved for it and its immortal bird classmates, it still couldn't come to terms. However, the black dragon was not completely unproductive, and when it inquired about the situation in the sky and revealed that it was about to accomplish a feat of dragon space travel, the flame tree spirit finally did react. It excitedly said, although it couldn't help much about the black dragon going to the sky, it could take the black dragon into the earth. Bah! It was taking the black dragon's consciousness deep into the earth for a marvelous journey, sort of a rehearsal for the black dragon's journey to heaven. Well, going into the earth before going to heaven. This sounds very scientific. Taking my consciousness into the earth. Could this be the legendary out-of-body soul? No. It is the legendary projection of consciousness? The black dragon suddenly became excited. Consciousness projection was definitely called a very advanced technique. And many gods and many demons would basically use this trick when they wanted to come to the material realm to cause trouble ignoring spatial distances. They would project their will and power to a distant place. The black dragon coveted this technique because it was not only highly realistic, but also super practical. Not only could it be used to manifest sainthood and pretend to be a bully from afar, but it could even be used to disguise itself as a human form. Because of the projection of consciousness, the appearance is naturally at will. The black dragon can find a witch, find necromancers to give themselves a tailor-made body, and then put the consciousness into it, so does not have a human form. Even if the technology of XAS was advanced enough, there was no need to turn to the witch demons and necromancers to directly 3D print a body for the black dragon to use. It seems like it doesn't even have to be this troublesome. I can completely utilize my powerful subjective initiative and use the black dragon's flesh and blood to pinch a body out for myself. Build myself a trumpet for myself. Crap. With such a technique, why do I still need to find other dragons to learn some kind of morphing technique? Even if transformation technique is amazing, can it compare to opening a trumpet like this? Build as many as you want, and build whatever you want. The more the black dragon thought about it, the more excited he became, and made up his mind that he must learn the technique of consciousness projection from the flame tree spirit. The material realm's underground connects to the abyss and hell. In terms of complexity and danger, it may not be much worse than the sky. So the flame tree spirit lets the black dragon follow it around underground to gain insights and save up, which will undoubtedly be helpful for its next journey to the sky. The black dragon has long heard that the flame tree's root system is very developed, and can even penetrate more than 10 kilometers into the ground, but it still didn't think that the deepest root system of the flame tree is actually directly into the abyss. Dare I say that this flame tree was not only absorbing the nutrients and energy of the material world, but also gripping the wool of the abyss at the same time. So it was no wonder that it had grown so high and so big. The black dragon was really enlightened. It suddenly felt some emotion. The race of undead birds was really something. The mystery of their immortality was probably utilizing this mechanism. In the face of fatal injuries, the undead birds can quietly transmit their souls, their core data, into the abyss, waiting for the time, the conditions are ripe, and then wait for the opportunity to resurrect over. But a district of more than 10 kilometers is connected to the abyss. The distance between this material realm and the abyss, it's not too close, right? The black dragon was a bit surprised, knowing that the radius of the Earth was more than 6,000 kilometers. If the material realm was also a planet like Earth, wouldn't that mean that its interior had long been hollowed out by the abyss and hell? With the help of the consciousness projection technique, the black dragon's consciousness followed the root system of the flame tree and strolled through the underground world almost as far as the abyss. At this, the black dragon only hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to wander inside. After all, it would soon be killing its way to the sky, so even if it was just exploring, the danger would definitely not be lower than going to the abyss for a stroll. What's more, he was still projecting his consciousness, so even if he was accidentally killed in the abyss, he would only be disconnected, and would not cause any substantial damage to his body. If you don't even dare to do that, how can you have the courage to go to the sky? Thinking this way, the black dragon put his heart across and broke into the abyss headlong. Intelligent beings in the material realm basically have a very bad impression of the abyss. It's filled with corpses, brimming with sulfur and the smell of decay, and there's sin and killing everywhere. However, the black dragon's first impression of the abyss was quite good, probably because the black dragon liked the volcanic environment and felt affectionate towards the sulfuric scent. The flame tree spirit's service was very considerate, and even helped the black dragon simulate its sense of smell and touch in order for it to better understand the abyss. This abyss that the flame tree's root system was connected to seemed to have been specially selected. It was very quiet, and the black dragon didn't see any abyssal demonic creatures. It tried to look around to get a feel for the situation. It soon drew its attention to a huge corpse on the ground. Chapter 105, Corpse Skeleton. This huge corpse was not a bird, but a demonic creature with horns. Its body length exceeded 3 kilometers, and it was unknown how many years it had been dead. Its flesh and blood were empty. Only the huge skeleton was left standing there, silently telling of its greatness. I drop turtle. This guy conservative estimate. Afraid to have a few 100,000, a few million tons weight. The black dragon couldn't help but smash its mouth. It didn't expect that the creatures outside the material realm, the block was actually able to grow so big. Just this one alone would be enough for itself to eat for hundreds of years. Since the demonic creatures in the ground can grow to this size, those gods on that day, it is estimated that they will not be any worse. The black dragon can't help but be a little weak. It was also thinking, wait a few days to go to the sky, is not to find a few god countries around, to understand the living standards and working conditions of the gods, on behalf of the people of Xia to convey their concern and condolences, and at the same time see if you can give them into a share. Now think about it, forget about it, if you really meet them, it would be good if you don't get stalked in them. The black dragon noticed that the temperature in the abyss was obviously much higher than that of the material world, and the air seemed to be filled with a large amount of pollution or radiation, which could easily upset people after staying for a long time. Of course this was mainly because the black dragon's main body didn't come, otherwise with its strength, it should still be able to carry it. In addition to the huge corpse of the demon, the black dragon also noticed that this place originally seemed to be an altar. There is something buried under the ground. It originally wanted to dig and see, but was rejected by the flame tree spirit. There sleeps their ancestor, the great king of the undead bird. What? The king of immortals was buried long ago? The black dragon was a bit shocked. Then how did it run into his brain to lay eggs? Suddenly return to the soul? In fact, the black dragon never understood what the king of the undead bird's intention for this operation was. Is it simply wanting to borrow the black dragon's brain to hatch the egg, to help him complete the continuation of the bloodline? Or is there any deeper layout? He also did not clearly say, just hard to play the Riddler there. But what is certain is that he in his own 2-5 heart, absolutely recognize. The black dragon wandered around in the abyss for most of an hour and a half, acclimatized pretty much, felt as if it was nothing more than that, and then returned the same way. Originally, it had planned to pick up a few demon bones and take them back to study, and if not, retrieve some soil samples and air samples. After all, this was not easy to travel across the border for once. You always need to bring a little souvenir. However, the flame tree spirit made it clear that it couldn't help. Its root system that could reach into the abyss was very small, so it couldn't bring any large physical objects. Some soil samples are indeed possible, but the flame tree spirit likewise refuses to do it, because that abyss is the holy land of the immortal bird clan, and every gram of soil and every wisp of air there is a top secret, so if it leaks out into the material realm, and is discovered by the hostile forces, and then tracked down by them to the place where the immortal bird king is, dormant, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing this, the black dragon is more or less a bit of slander. Since it is said to be so important, then why can it bring me? Just because I have an egg of yours in my head? Isn't this also too confident of you guys? So sure that I won't backstab? Of course. That being said, at this stage, the black dragon should still keep the secret. After all, people trust themselves so much, and also taught themselves the much-needed consciousness projection technology. If they turn around and sell them, that would be too unethical. Aren't you going to nag your old mom? The black dragon disconnected the connection. Then seeing the immortal bird classmates standing guard on the side, he couldn't help but ask curiously, there's nothing to nag about. The undead bird classmate rubbed his claws and said, even if I hadn't been brainwashed by you, even if I hadn't accepted Xiahua, I don't have anything in common with my mother, and it has been awakened for so long this time, it has overdrawn a large amount of energy. The most important thing now is to seize the time to go back and rest. Okay, the black dragon couldn't say anything more. What it was most thinking about now was undoubtedly how to get its own trumpet out. The black dragon didn't rush back, and directly started building its number right where it was. I didn't expect that I'm such a big black dragon, but I can't even squeeze out 180 pounds of meat. I'm too dedicated to this. The black dragon thought without emotion. Previously, in order to naturalize the dragon's persona, the black dragon had been losing weight. Originally, according to the filming plan, it would have been eating and drinking, quickly bouncing its weight back, thus reflecting how positively the sweet-smelling air and favorable material conditions of the summer country had on the dragon's physical and mental health. With himself as an obvious example, those poor and destitute dragons outside the country would definitely be unable to resist leaning towards the summer kingdom. After all, giant dragons would never be slaves unless they were provided with food and shelter. Not to mention that Xia Kingdom had no intention of letting the giant dragons be slaves, but merely wanted to attract them over to work, and the basic human rights and dragon rights were still guaranteed. However, for the sake of the dragon carrying space travel in a few days, the Black Dragon's weight gain program had to be postponed later. It had to wait until it returned from the sky. After 2 months of micromanipulation, the Black Dragon's current body was very tight, and the budgets of all the major organs and tissues in its body were suppressed to the extreme by Brain. So much so that Brain wanted to gouge out 180 pounds of flesh and blood as materials to pinch a trumpet for himself. It was a little difficult for a while, dawdling for a very long time, issuing no less than 20 red-headed documents before barely forcing the various departments to complete their tasks. The materials were there. Black Dragon immediately used the mage's hand, recalling his previous appearance, to start pinching people to build a trumpet. It seems like there's something wrong. Looking at the human body that was gradually taking shape, the Black Dragon suddenly stopped. It realized that it seemed like it had thought things through simplistically, and the trumpet that was pinched out like this obviously had quite a few problems. After all, this was not 3D printing, nor was it like a necromancer, directly intercepting ready-made human organs from corpses. The Black Dragon's approach was more like pinching a clay figure, only able to carry out the external molding, but for the inner structure, it was unable to do anything. After all, the human body, in fact, is very complex. Not to mention the Black Dragon is not a medical student, is not very clear about the structure of the human body, even if it is very clear, but want to follow the replica out of the technical difficulty. The workload is too large. The Black Dragons simply do not have so much time, not so much energy to die. So the Black Dragon built this trumpet. It is estimated that it can only be a feudal appearance, looking like a person, but the organs inside, the nervous system inside, the endocrine system, basically do not exist. Forget it. A feudal appearance is a feudal appearance, as long as it can be used. Black Dragon quickly figured out, after all, it is version 1.0, as long as it can run, as long as it can be taken back to Xia to use it, even if there are such and such problems, it can be slowly patched and upgraded later. After making up his mind, the Black Dragon's action also fast up. Soon the trumpet pinch with the previous 7 or 8% like. Then there was only one last problem left, convincing Heart to open a submine in his trumpet. I really don't want to be a gargoyle. Chapter 106, Trouble. Although it was only a small number, and a lot of corners could be cut, the piece of the heart, the energy system, still had to be arranged as best as possible. Otherwise, if you use it and run out of energy, and you can't replenish it by eating, you can only send it back for rework. How troublesome would that be? So the Black Dragon intends to let his heart open a branch factory, with its unique charging technology, to provide energy security for the trumpet. The heart did not refuse, but it is a big mouth. It requires the brain must be to pay it 10 kilograms of gold. It will provide technical support for the trumpet. Shit. So Black. The Black Dragon cursed on the spot. The current market price of 10 kilograms of gold has exceeded 5 million summer coins, are enough to buy more than a dozen pounds of low abundance enriched uranium, when the nuclear fuel to burn are enough to burn the heart of a few hundred years. This dog is certainly again in the price of the ground. Maybe 8. The Black Dragon want to use trumpet urgent psychology. This time the attitude of the heart is particularly tough. No matter how the brain with it bargaining, how to threaten it with force, it is biting the dead not to let go of the mouth. Will be the greedy face of the capitalist performance to the fullest, so angry that the Black Dragon would like to find a street lamp to hang it to death. In the end there is no way. The trumpet is really a spiritual need. The Black Dragon can only be pinched nose promised, but there is a condition, that is, have to pay in installments. The Black Dragon does not want to feed the dog so much gold at once, so it is softly forcing the heart to accept the installment payment. The Black Dragon was originally intended to be divided into 1,000 period of time, so that each month only need to pay 10 grams of gold. Thin water, the risk is undoubtedly small low a lot, anyway, with its life expectancy certainly also support. However, the heart did not agree, and finally can only be reluctantly divided into a 36 period. The interest rate of 5-10,000s per day. This is also the main reason why the heart will agree to pay in installments. Negotiated a deal. The heart quickly acted, with 100 drops of golden dragon blood, to create a mini heart, rated power 100 W, but the maximum power is said to be able to reach 5,000 W, and in the optimized fusion with the body, the highest can be stored 10,000 degrees of electricity, barely also considered value for money. After fixing the power core, the Black Dragon's trumpet basically took shape, and it somewhat impatiently projected its consciousness into it, and excitedly began to conduct user experience. Then after not long, the Black Dragon's face clearly showed disappointment. How to say it? Can only say that the effect of this experience is not very good. There was no way. This 1.0 version of the body was just too rough. In addition to the eyes, mouth and ears, the other organs were either just for show or simply did not exist. For example, The black dragon had been quite hesitant to pinch himself a little hook. It's better not to use it. I guess I can't use it anyway. Pinching it out is not only a waste of material, but it also affects the body's coordination. Must pinch. This is a man's root. Even if it's just a decoration, it must exist. In the end, or the latter point of view prevailed. The black dragon, or to his own trumpet, rubbed a piece of peace. Who knows, in the future will not come in handy. However, the black dragon is also clear. This is estimated to have to be a number of versions after the thing. After all, the reproductive system, this thing, cannot be a separate existence, must be supporting the endocrine system, nervous system, to be able to use normally. Otherwise, even if its function is complete and normal, but if the nervous system can't keep up, and can't send pleasurable nerve signals to the brain, then using it is also a waste. After building the trumpet, Black Dragon said goodbye to his fellow immortal bird and returned to the base, while in his heart, he was more or less hesitant. Should he tell Academician Ding and the others about the matter of building his trumpet? If he told them, he could brainstorm and conduct in-depth research and development of the consciousness projection technology, and at the same time, with the help of the collective wisdom and technology, he could speed up the upgrading of the trumpet. If you don't tell them, you can secretly open the trumpet and run out to the waves, more free and happy, but also considered to leave a way back. Black Dragon thought about it. In the end, or the latter, small mind prevailed. After all, is a person will have selfishness? Black Dragon, although very trust their own motherland, but when it comes to their own interests and freedom, more or less still cannot help but will have reservations. Mr. Huang, that hellhound of yours, has woken up. As soon as he returned to the base, Academician Ding approached him and said with some urgency, "Its current condition is very wrong. Please, you'd better hurry over and take a look." If Academician Ding didn't say this, the Black Dragon had really somewhat forgotten that the main reason why it had captured that hellhound back before was because it wanted to use it to conduct experiments in order to observe how serious the threat of radioactive elements to transcendent beings was. So last time, after the Black Dragon brought the hellhound back to the base, it quickly cooperated with the staff to conduct experiments on it, holding down its head, forcibly giving it a few mouthfuls of low-concentration iridium-192 that the Black Dragon had drank, and also said it was a good idea to do so. But I did not expect that hellhound actually on the spot, his two eyes rolled over, mouth spitting blood, limbs stomping, looking to die violently. Frightened, everyone rushed to use the prepared high-pressure water gun to give it a gargle to wash its stomach, tossed for a long time, only barely let it pick up a life. And for this result, the Black Dragon in the hands and feet, in fact, is some surprise, it did not expect the toxicity of radioactive elements for transcendental creatures, actually really so high, so direct. At that time, it made up its mind. In the future, it should drink more hot water. Bah! It is to drink more radioactive element drinks in order to improve its drinking capacity. Nope. It is to improve its resistance and tolerance to radioactive elements, so that in the future, it can bring more of this thing to defend itself, and take it specifically to deal with other transcendent creatures. Since the hellhound situation was very bad at that time, the CAS couldn't think of any good way to be able to save it, so the Black Dragon could only be using the old folk method, digging a pit for the hellhound outside of the country and burying it in it, to see if it could pull the Earth's energy to come back to its soul. Now it seems that this local method is actually quite useful, and it really brought it back. The Black Dragon quickly rushed to the place where the hellhound was, and then really saw it with scarlet eyes, howling uncontrollably, rampaging and causing havoc. Fortunately, everyone also knows that it is a dangerous transcendent creature, buried and then did not get close to it, and did not cause casualties. ISN. Tia, true that hellhounds can get rabies too? The Black Dragon saw it like this, very much like a rabies attack, and for a moment he could not help but also be a little frightened. I wonder if I were bitten by it, would I also be infected and turn into a rabid dragon? But at least it is also the dog that he spent a lot of energy, and spent 180 grams of gold to get back with great difficulty. The Black Dragon doesn't want to just watch it madly die, madly overdrawing its own life, and ultimately going to extinction. The Black Dragon felt the need to rescue it, only to see it decisively fling out its own dragon power aura. Summoned the lightning. To the hellhound is a flurry of crackling fierce electricity. Don't say. This method is really quite useful, only to see the hellhound received a few lightning. The movement is obviously stiff down, eyes crazy, bloodthirsty color also gradually faded down. Of course, ugly as always. Good guy. Even my drop of black gold dragon blood? It seems to have been decomposed. The toxicity of this radioactive element to the transcendental bloodline. Is it really this horrible? The Black Dragon was a little shocked. It even suspected that if it wasn't for the fact that in this stupid dog's body, it happened to be protected by a drop of its own black gold dragon blood, It might have long since been dried up by the iridium 192 directly. As a last resort, the black dragon could only endure the pain and spend another 180 grams of gold to get a drop of black gold dragon's blood from the heart, and re-indenture it to the hellhound. After all, this little thing is ugly, but at least it is also a transcendent creature. As a qualified capitalist. No. It is as a qualified spiritual mentor. The black dragon carefully still can help this hellhound comrade find their own position, find their own value of the dog's life, and enter into a certain industry to shine. Well, it seems that the railroad planned by the first construction company has already started construction, and recently it is having a headache of not being able to find suitable supervisors and security guards, worrying that those bull-headed personnel unions will not obey the management, and because of this and that reason will fuck with the staffs, causing a bad influence, not to mention that it will also seriously affect the schedule of the construction. This is good. It's just right to throw the hellhound over to the whole field, and its limb strength is very good. Digging so many hundreds or thousands of cubic meters of earth every day should be no problem. Such a good security guard and such a good labor force. It should be quite reasonable for the first construction company to give it a monthly salary of several million. Lightning to the rescue again. The black dragon pickpocketed the hellhound twice, and seeing that it was getting better, he couldn't help but also let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt that his ability to create lightning in the material world was simply a bug-like existence. No matter if there was a disease or not, as long as it was greeted to the head of the transcendent creature, it was guaranteed to make it refreshed. This guy should be fine. Get it something to eat and nurse it for a while to recover. The black dragon said to Academician Ding and the others. The hellhound was a carnivore, and of course it could feed on soul energy. It used to be its favorite place to hang around in graveyards, feeding on human corpses and souls. However, since it had already submitted to the black dragon and to the Xia kingdom, this eating habit, this stinky problem naturally had to be changed. After all, it wasn't like the country couldn't afford to feed it. Alright, Mr. Huang, I'll have someone arrange it. Academician Ding let out a sigh of relief. He was really worried that this hellhound would go completely out of control and engage in unmeasurable risks. As a matter of fact, the Xia Academy of Sciences had always been more opposed to conducting such living experiments, because a bad one could mess up a very serious accident, and it would also have a bad reputation when it was spread out. It was only the black dragon that was more insistent, and at the same time, creatures like the hellhound had a bad reputation, and there had always been no talk of human rights to speak of. Mr. Huang, since the result has already been reached, should we not? At night black dragon returned to the base in the territory to recharge as usual, and I don't know if it's because it's used a lot, or the heart has been progressing and has been activating the potential of the black dragon's body. In short, black dragon felt as if it's never fully charged, and as soon as he has time, he likes to lie down under the high voltage electricity. The staff was also not surprised by this, and once the night came, they would give the black dragon enough free space, and basically would not come over to disturb it. However, the black dragon also knew that there must be some cameras nearby staring at it, not for the sake of spying on the black dragon, but for fear that it would have any accidents. Before this was not a big deal. After all, the black dragon's nerves are very big, also do not care if someone is watching it. But now, it is really a bit of trouble, because it was planning to take advantage of the night to open its own trumpet and go out for a wave. 1, 2, 4, good guy, there are a dozen of them. It's simply all around no dead angle. Xia Academy of Sciences did not engage in a sneak attack, but brightly and squarely put the camera out. The black dragon easily found their position. For a time it is not inevitable that it is a little difficult. Looking at this, trying to sneak the trumpet out of here was probably a bit difficult. However, after turning into a black dragon, Huanzhe was really quite fond of excitement and challenges. It was like playing a game. The more difficult it was, the more it could stir up its competitive spirit. It still didn't find it interesting to let it throw its trumpet somewhere else and come back online. It's not just cameras. I guess there are infrared alarms, and there are quite a few military dogs guarding. While Black Dragon was looking for a route to bugger off, he was also drumming up his trumpet to make him look as personal as possible to avoid revealing himself. The Black Dragon often had read the news on the internet. It wasn't considered to be completely out of touch with society. It knew that outside nowadays, the checking of transients, documents, and security codes was very strict, and it had to have a well-thought-out plan in order to not be exposed as much as possible. If I had known it was like this, I wouldn't have pinched the first trumpet as I did before. The Black Dragon somewhat regretted that it hadn't thought of this before. It was just so excited to build a trumpet that it subconsciously followed its previous appearance. Infrared, that thing is good to deal with. My trumpet originally does not have the function of heat. Body temperature is basically about the same as the surrounding environment. The police dog is also good to deal with. My body also does not exist sweat glands. Basically will not leave any odor. The difficulty is in the documents and security code. After all, that identity of mine in the past certainly cannot be used. The Black Dragon's brain is thinking quickly. Some years ago an epidemic to the summer country has accumulated a wealth of experience. They use a security code to replace the health code. Take the train to security code. Take the bus to security code. Live in the hotel also needs security code. As for how to get a security code, it is far from buying a cell phone and registering an account so simple. It needs to go to the hospital regularly to receive a checkup. Due to the creatures outside the country, the microscopic field in the body has been locked up and can't look at anything below the micrometer. So when receiving a checkup, if you can't see the cells, then the person must have a problem. With the current situation of the Black Dragon, it definitely can't do the security code. Not only the security code, it can't even get an identity document. After all, with the times, with the development of the situation, Xia's management of the household registration is also more and more strict. Chapter 107 Meeting. The Black Dragon adjusted its recumbent position, found an opportunity to quietly spit the trumpet out of its stomach, and then projected its consciousness into it, and began to revert back to being a human. The main reason why it was so eager to build the trumpet was also because, after being a dragon for so long, Huangze's psyche was more or less problematic, and even his soul, which seemed to have already turned into the shape of a dragon, was in urgent need of turning back into a human to properly adjust. And before he returned to China, Huangze's heart and mind is to change back to human. Now since there is a law, then naturally have to hurry to try, so it can be considered not to forget the original intention. How does it feel like the signal is so much worse? Huangze quickly noticed a problem. It found that using consciousness projection within the territory was obviously much more difficult than outside the territory. The difference here was like a 2G signal and a 5G signal. Not only were the transmission speeds and quality of transmission much worse, but they were even both subject to lag and packet loss. Is it because there are no magical elements present in the territory? Huangze seemed to be enlightened, and he didn't know how, but he suddenly associated the magic of consciousness projection with infinite airwaves, vaguely thinking that there might be some sort of common ground between the two. In Huangze's opinion, when human technology had developed to the distant late stage, it was actually capable of creating powerful individuals like dragons, or even using them as a kind of toy for themselves. It wasn't technically difficult to understand. First, using powerful technologies in bioengineering, mechanical engineering, artificial intelligence, and so on, to create a life form, or perhaps a mechanical body, similar to a gargoyle. Then a signal receiver was installed in its head, so that people could remotely control them through radio signals, using virtual reality technology. This was vaguely similar to the consciousness projection magic that Huangze was currently using. It's hard to get it. The signal is so poor. I guess it's hard to take it out for a wave. Huangze was a bit depressed. The reason why he wanted to change back to his human form was mainly because he wanted to use it to return to Xia society and live a normal life like before. If this trumpet could only be used outside of the country, it would undoubtedly be a lot less interesting. I wonder if there is any way to make this magic signal and infinite telecommunication signal convert to each other? Huangze couldn't help but think. In fact, the Xia Academy of Sciences had always been conducting research on this thing called magic, only that as of now, it was not yet possible to systematize and visualize them, as if their inherent laws were disorganized and disorderly, and it was difficult to describe and summarize them in words and images. Otherwise, with this powerful industrial manufacturing capability of Xia, it would have long ago built factories outside the country to batch process and manufacture all kinds of magic scrolls and magic items. Since the trumpet couldn't be used within the territory, Huangze's little thought naturally fell flat. So he told Academician Ding and the others about his ability to build a trumpet. Academician Ding and the others were very surprised, and hastily cooperated to carry out all kinds of tests on Huangze's trumpet, and found that it was able to move within 5 kilometers of the Black Dragon's main body at the most, and any further than that would disconnect due to the signal being too poor. At the same time, they also found that although it was only a trumpet, since it was built with the flesh and blood of the Black Dragon and had golden dragon blood as its heart, its performance was quite good, almost equivalent to a level 4 life form. Mr. Huang, this ability of yours is also too bullish. With it, in the future, you alone will be an army. Academician Ding couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Black Dragon's body's ability to create blood and flesh was very powerful. In the future, as long as it was well nourished, building 10 or 8 of these trumpets every month would definitely not be a problem. If every trumpet had this strength and quality, Huangze alone would be able to create a legion. No, how can it be that easy? Huang Zhe waved his hand. Although the signal was poor, he still preferred to speak in human form. Even if I could just build trumpets, my brain, at most, would only be able to operate so many as 3 or 2, and any more than that, and I'd probably have to have my hands full, or even a nervous breakdown. This wasn't self-effacing on Huang Zhe's part, but he really had such a worry. He had never dared to use gold to strengthen his brain, mainly because he was self-aware and knew very well that if he did so, his mind, the core data of his soul, would definitely undergo huge changes, even if these changes are for the better, such as more rational, more keen, memory and calculation power more outstanding. But behind these rationality and acumen, it was often easy to breed selfishness and ambition as well, and a selfish and ambitious dragon would definitely not be like him, thinking only about cooperating with the country and working as a cow for the country. That's why Huang Zhe would rather it be his own brain performance that was nearly as good and pure than giving it kryptonite. It's not that simple, Academician Ding said with a smile. Multi-threaded operation is actually not difficult at all for a powerful creature like you. A powerful undead lord is even able to manipulate tens of thousands of undead creatures. Mr. Huang, if you're interested, you can totally learn more about this area of technology. Really? Huang Zhe was a bit surprised. Being able to manipulate tens of thousands of units, this technique was really a bit bullish. After all, even for the most advanced computers, if they were to run tens of thousands of background threads all at once, 9 times out of 10, it was estimated that they would have to go down. This is naturally true. Why would I lie to you? Academician Ding replied. Multi-threaded operation and multi-threaded spellcasting can somehow even be said to be the standard of the strong. Not only undead lords, but existences like elemental lords and demon lords basically possess the ability to use 100 threads at once. Well, I really don't deserve to be called a strong person. Huang Zhe was dumbfounded. He was now not to mention one mind for 100 uses. Even one mind for 2 uses was a bit difficult. Hadn't really dared to decentralize, worrying that one mind for 2 uses would end up really messing up with 2 hearts, and turn against his master Lattice to fuck it over. However, like elemental lords, undead lords such existence, obviously has such a powerful and practical ability, but in science and technology, and even in magic, but rarely can have what to build, which shows that light will be distracted, will be micromanipulation, is not much use, but also has to be the right cultural literacy, scientific literacy. Black Dragon can open a small number, although there is a relatively large limitation, but more or less can also be put to some use, such as sitting with everyone in the office to open a meeting. In the past, although Academician Ding and his team would also give it the spirit of the meeting in conclusions, but more is just a formality. The Black Dragon may not be listening to it. After all, many things, but also their own specific participation, will be more attentive, in order to understand more. For example, this meeting was mainly about the dragon carrying space travel in 5 days. Mr. Huang, this person you should know, the military's Lu Weihan, as the host, opened the slideshow and pointed to a few photos on it and said to Huang Zhe, "Recognize, Pan Weiming, my high school classmate and friend." Huang Zhe nodded and said with some curiosity, "I heard that wasn't he contaminated by the evil god and then forcibly quarantined? How come he's still involved with our dragon-carrying space program?" "It is precisely because he was contaminated by the evil god that he is connected to our program," Lu Weihan explained. "Pan Weiming has gazed into outer space for a long time with an astronomical telescope, and has had ideological collisions with the evil god, so it's likely that he has some understanding of what's going on there." "And then what?" asked from him. Huang Zhe curiously said, "As a very good friend, he is very clear Pan Weiming this kid's character, more extroverted and tart, very like to show off, coupled with a more positive outlook. If it is the country to ask him about important things, he in all likelihood should be truthfully confessed." "No." Lu Weihan shook his head and said, "Mr. Huang, the contamination of the evil god is not that easy to remove. Pan Weiming's brain was very severely traumatized, and he was almost unable to communicate normally, and we weren't able to ask anything from him." "What?" Huang Zhe's heart tightened as he said, "Didn't I hear from my other friend Lu Fan last time that his situation wasn't getting better? How did it suddenly become so serious?" "Pan Weiming's situation has always been serious," Lu Weihan explained. "It could be that the relevant departments didn't let him understand the actual situation. After all, this aspect of the evil god's contamination is very complicated, and can easily cause panic." "Well," Huang Zhe calmed down and said, "now that he's suddenly mentioned, is it the intention for me to meet him and see if I can ask something?" "Yes." Lu Weihan nodded and said, "Mr. Huang, you are his friend and also a powerful black dragon. So maybe it's possible to solve the problems on him and learn something about the sky." "That's certainly no problem." Huang Zhe nodded his head. "He is also my friend, in public and private. I will go and meet him. After discussing an issue, Lu Weihan scratched a few times on the tablet and released a few more photos, saying, Mr. Huang, from these photos, can you tell anything? A woman. A very beautiful woman. Huang Zhe only glanced at it and said without thinking, and, nice big pecs. Lu Weihan was silent for a few seconds, still didn't give up, and continued to ask, what else, besides these? Mr. Huang really didn't see anything? In addition to these, still need to see out what? Huang Zhe asked back somewhat doubtfully. Well, Lu Weihan was finally defeated and took the initiative to say, Mr. Huang, this is the red dragon that calls itself Lady Red. What? Huang Zhe was taken aback, and hurriedly looked carefully at those pictures, then felt, as if they were indeed very different. The sun, the moon, and the wind. After all, normally speaking, nowadays, it was already difficult for him to develop a strong interest and good feelings towards female creatures in human form, but when he first saw the photos of this so-called red lady just now, he was inexplicably attracted to it. The long-lost soul of the LSP, all of a sudden, rubbed off and awakened. Fortunately, it had reflected on this before, and its brain quickly reacted, activating the emergency plan and once again forcibly suppressing those organs that were causing trouble. But the eyes staring at the picture of MS. Red did not retract for a while. It was not that he could not control his eyes, but he was curious. Is there any difference between the human body that was transformed with transformation technique, and the real human body? Are there pores? Are there acne? Are there double eyelids? Are there boogers? However, Lu Weihan didn't know what was in the mind of the black dragon. He still thought that it was simply mesmerized by the beauty of MS. Red, and hurriedly turned off the slideshow, saying, Mr. Huang, I think it's best for you not to hit on her. She's 980 years old. You won't be able to play with her. What are you saying? Do I look like such a shallow person? Huang Zhe really didn't have any colorful heart yet, so he straightened up and said, I'm just trying to study how about this morphing technique of hers, so I can learn in the future. That's good. Lu Weihan nodded and directly stepped into the main topic, saying, Mr. Huang, the reason why I mentioned this MS. Red this time is mainly because, she wants to see you. See me? Huang Zhe was a little curious, said, why do you want to see me? Is she recognizing me? No. Is she recognizing my predecessor? Should not recognize. Lu Weihan explained. She because simply want to see you. As for the reason, I guess it's because you suddenly claimed that you want to join our Xia kingdom, somehow causing her a very serious involution and damaging her interests. So that's why she wants to find you for a chat. Okay. Huang Zhe nodded and thought for a moment. What are your opinions? She is clearly not resting on her laurels. Should we agree to see her? And, before we did not say to fuck her words, or this time on the pretext of meeting the name, directly black eat black to take her down forget. Mr. Huang, isn't that how black eating black is used this time? Lu Weihan is a little sweaty. This black dragon has a big righteous mouth, but in his heart for this red dragon, there must be a great interest. It is estimated that his mind is full of captivity and bondage and other dramas. Recently this red lady's performance is very good, sold a lot of supplies that we are interested in, and behind her is not she a huge dragon, but has a not so small force. If we take her down in a black and white way, the reputation will be very bad if we spread it out. Okay. Huang Zhe was a bit disappointed. He hadn't even fought with a female dragon in a long time. So what you guys are saying is that you want me to go meet her once? Yes. Lu Weihan nodded and said, probably afraid that we won't agree. This time, MS. Red is kind of hemorrhaging money. Directly, she is stating that she has taken out 4 red dragon eggs as an introductory fee, just to be able to Mr. Huang, you to meet her. So desperate? Huang Zhe was a bit surprised, then curiously said, did she lay these eggs? Fertilize them? Using 4 dragon eggs as an introduction fee, just to see herself. Huang Zhe estimated that this MS. Red, in all likelihood, did not have any good intentions, and was trying to turn on herself to prevent her from joining Xia's nationality. Chapter 108 Pollution. Dragon egg fertilized or not? Lu Weihan slightly stunned, then did not think. Huang Zhe's this concern is how tricky. After all, unfertilized dragon eggs, compared with the successful fertilization of the dragon eggs, that the value of the world is certainly different. Thus he quickly replied. This question, we also asked MS. Red. These 4 eggs weren't self-produced by her, but she got them through other means. Fertilized they are, but there's no guarantee that they'll all hatch out. Not self-produced just a dealer. Huang Zhe inexplicably feel a bit boring. If these 4 dragon eggs are that red dragon self-produced, then he really have to respect each other as a good man, in order to earn anything to do out. so that in the future if there is a need, you can consider looking for her to be a surrogate for a pregnancy. Okay, then I'll meet her. After all, for fertilized dragon eggs, the value to us is quite big. Huang Zhe thought about it, then asked, but I remember she seems to be over the southern border, right? From me here a few thousand kilometers, and then a few days I'm going to the sky. This time can be arranged over? It's true that some arrangements can't be made. Lu Weihan nodded and said, so our intention is to wait for Mr. Huang when you come back from the sky and then find time to meet with that Miss Red. That's fine. Huang Zhe had no objection since, then couldn't help but add one more word. But those 4 dragon eggs, shouldn't we let her hand them over to us first? Or else if she takes fake or dead eggs to fool us at that time, won't we lose a lot of money? That's the truth. Lu Weihan thought deeply and said, we also think the same way, and have clearly informed that Ms. Red that the dragon eggs must be handed over to us first before we will let her meet with you. Huang Zhe remembered that the last time he had met with Pan Weiming, it seemed like it was only about half a year ago, which wasn't that long of a time, yet it clearly felt like it was a lifetime ago. Pan Weiming was in a very bad state now. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, his face was pale, and his body was obviously thinner than before. What was even more bizarre was that his pair of eyeballs had turned pure black, his hair was cloaked, and a bizarre aura was enveloping his body, causing people to look at him and not be able to help but feel chills in their hearts. Is there really no way at all? Huang Zhe felt bad in his heart and couldn't help but say, have you tried to find a priest to do a purification spell on him? Or use holy water to exorcise him? Have had both. Lu Weihan looked heavy, said, all the methods that can be thought of. We have tried. We have even looked for that detained angel to see. Still no way. Evil God's pollution is very bizarre. Mainly acts on the soul level. Ordinary purification techniques. Ordinary holy water. Almost completely ineffective. But if it is too strong purification techniques, our Xia people's bodies are difficult to carry. Okay. Huang Zhe sighed, then pushed the door into the room and sat down face to face with Pan Weiming. Pan Weiming's black eyes suddenly seemed to be filled with divine splendor, sizing up Huang Zhe with interest, squeezing out a wry smile on his face, and said in a hoarse voice, Huang Zhe, long time no see your body looks as if it's a bit strange. Pansy, you still recognize me? Huang Zhe was a bit surprised. He had thought that under the contamination of the evil god, Pan Weiming's mind had already fallen into serious disarray and insanity, but now it seemed that this was not the case. His consciousness and cognition was actually surprisingly calm and peaceful. Of course. The smile on Pan Weiming's face grew even larger as he said, they all think that I've gone crazy and been contaminated by the evil god, but that's actually not the case at all. This is nothing more than me gaining greater cognition and seeing the world in a more lucid and thorough manner. Your body looks awesome. Can you let me touch it? I really wish I could also have a body this good so that I could shed this stinky skin and embrace greater progress. Pansy, you still say you're fine with it. Huang Zhe got serious. He felt that Pan Weiming's mental state like this was even more bizarre and terrifying than going directly mad and freaking out. Ha ha ha. That's right. I have a problem. Pan Weiming suddenly slapped the table and laughed maniacally. And it's not just me who has a problem. All of us have a problem. Even you, Huang Zhe, are no exception. And your problem, it's definitely much more serious than mine. What do you see? Huang Zhe's heart tightened, although he also knew that Pan Weiming was most likely talking out of his ass. His heart still inexplicably sank. No. Pan Weiming's pitch-black pupils stared motionlessly at Huang Zhe and said in an inscrutable manner, but precisely because I can't see it, that's why I'm certain that the problem in you is definitely very uncomplicated. The fact that he hadn't made such a judgment yet showed that Pan Weiming's sanity was, more or less, relatively lucid. Huang Zhe was a bit surprised. This was clearly a big discrepancy from the legendary evil god's contamination. Could it be that the evil god had moved with the times, formalizing and professionalizing his pollution, and knew to carry out image packaging? Pansy, wake up! Huang Zhe calmed down and said seriously, in the past, you've always been the one within the few of us who studied the best and had the most scientific literacy. I believe that with your level of knowledge, you're surely able to see through the tricks of those deities. Ha ha. Huang Zhe, I don't need you to bother. I've always been able to see clearly. Pan Weiming laughed out loud. And it's precisely because I've seen clearly that I've become what I am now. You won't really think that I am now very crazy, very painful, very pathetic, right? No, on the contrary, I am now very relaxed and very lucid. You'll never know the beauty of gaining great cognizance when you've heard the truth. You'll never know the beauty of gaining great cognizance. Why? Huang Zhe was very puzzled, and even a bit pained. Didn't you used to be the biggest believer in science? Do you think that a world where the microscopic realm is completely locked up? Could there really exist any real, great cognition? Don't dream. Ha ha. Huang Zhe, you don't understand. Pan Weiming showed a sneer on his face and laughed coldly. We humans on Earth believe too much in seeing is believing, and rely too much on vision to study the world, not realizing that our knowledge of the world is also locked up by vision. The world that the eyes see may not be the real world. Hearing this, Huang Zhe's heart was inexplicably a bit touched, and for a moment, not only did he not know how to refute it, he was even a bit confused, as if he felt that Pan Weiming had a point. Fortunately, the voice of academician Ding came from the headset in time. Mr. Huang, don't believe his bullshit. Our human research and cognition of the world is definitely not purely dependent on vision, but a series of rigorous scientific means. One of the simplest, and also the most complex and important means is actually math. You can ask him if he still believes in math and knows the C language now? Huang Zhe woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly countered these words to Pan Weiming. Pan Weiming really changed his face when he heard it. Angry and crazy, his mouth said something about bullshit math. Math is the most horrible pollution, the most horrible Pandora. Sooner or later, human beings will be dragged into the abyss of 10,000 abysses by math. Huang Zhe fell into silence. In his heart, he was finally certain that Pan Weiming was really contaminated by the evil god. In the past, he used to hold math in the highest esteem, believing it to be the most important and greatest tool ever invented by mankind. If it wasn't for it, Earth's civilization would never have developed to the point it is now, and it's very likely that our humans' perception and interaction with the world would still be stuck in the ancient times, and it would never be possible to master electricity and electromagnetic waves, to set off the electrical revolution, and to create the current Earth's civilization. Huang Zhe didn't argue with Pan Weiming, but instead asked, Pan Zhe, what exactly did you see inside the astronomical telescope at that time? The evil god that polluted you. Who exactly was it again? Ha ha ha. I'm not going to tell you. If you want to know, you go and see for yourself. Pan Weiming looked as if he had been tidily broken his defenses by Huang Zhe's question just now, and a vicious smile floated up on his face. Moreover, he's not the evil god. The title evil god is nothing more than a slur given to him by you Xia people. His greatness and holiness is well known. Good fellow. Actually not even treating himself as a Xia countryman anymore. Huang Zhe couldn't help but be a little angry. That Pan Weiming in his acquaintance, although not considered a pure-blooded war wolf, but for the love and defense of the motherland, is obviously also very strong, or else would not be interested in the same with Huang Zhe as a friend, but did not expect by the evil god a burst of brainwashing. Actually even their own motherland do not want. This let Huang Zhe how to endure, so he immediately contacted his heart, ordering it to come up with a solution. The heart went silent in a rare way, not knowing if it felt that this problem was a bit tricky, or if it didn't want to start a conflict with that evil god and expose itself prematurely. However, the brain kept prodding, and it was indeed annoying, and finally gave a cure: electric shock treatment. Electricity was the purest energy. It could effectively get rid of the pollution in Pan Weiming's body, but on the soul level, it was somewhat powerless. There is a way better than no way. Huang Zhe immediately operated his own trumpet, grabbed Pan Weiming's shoulders, crackling as a pass of fierce electricity, straight to his electric to the top of the head smoke, which is only to give up. Sorry, to let everyone down. I didn't get to ask anything. When he met up with academician Ding and the others, Huang Zhe had a face of self-blame, not only blaming himself for not doing a good job, but also blaming himself for not being able to help his friends very well. Mr. Huang, you don't have to be like this. Academician Ding smiled and comforted. In fact, before you came, Pan Weiming wouldn't say a single normal word to our staff. His brain, his eyes seemed to have their own standards, and he was unwilling to talk to us lower creatures at all. It is you, Mr. Huang, whose life intensity is high enough to have managed to attract his attention, which is why you were exchanged with you so much. Are all the people contaminated by that evil god the way he is now? Huang Zhe couldn't help but ask. He had heard that the number of Xia people who had been contaminated by the evil god because of the backlash from the nightly viewing of the heavens in the past half year had exceeded 40,000 people. This was obviously not a small number, and if all of them were as serious as Pan Weiming, then the problem would be huge. Good thing academician Ding shook his head and said, not really. Based on our investigations and research, it seems that the longer one observes and the more scientifically educated one is, the easier it is for their cognition to collapse, and the easier it is for them to be contaminated and blackened by the evil god. And Pan Weiming's case is considered to be more serious among all of them, while most of the others are more mild, and are often able to recover after undergoing a period of hospitalization. Huang Zhe somewhat did not understand this observation of the longer the time, the more likely to be contaminated he can understand. But why the higher the scientific literacy of the people, but also the more likely to be contaminated? Do we really have no understanding at all about that evil god? Actually, there is some. Academician Ding replied. We know that certain intelligent races outside of our borders refer to him as the eye of true knowledge, and that the main body seems to be a large eyeball. What about? Other than that, there is nothing else? Nothing. Academician Ding nodded and said, in fact, from what we've inquired about, this eye of true knowledge has always kept a very low profile over a very long period of time in the past, and has even been absent from several times of dividing the spoils of war between the gods. It's just that I don't know how, but all of a sudden, he got into it with our Xia kingdom. He is the deity that has made the fastest and most frequent moves against us since our Xia kingdom came to this world, and if it wasn't for us finding out early and reacting quickly, we might have all had millions of people contaminated by him. And even more detestable is that he has a very small temperament and is especially vindictive. Ever since he was injured by our laser weapons last time, he has been summoning meteorites to smash into our country, posing a huge threat to our national defense and security. Since he's so rampant, haven't we thought of a way to fuck him again? Huang Zhe was also filled with righteous indignation. And of course, there was no lack of the factor that he himself wasn't present the last time he used his laser cannon to fuck him and missed out on a good show. Why haven't I thought about it? Academician Ding shook his head and laughed bitterly. It's just that this eye of true knowledge is very cunning, and after suffering a loss last time, he's been very cautious, and has barely allowed us to find any opportunities, and the defense and recovery ability of his main body is also very powerful. Last time, although we were using laser weapons to heavily damage him, but after all, it was not a fatal injury, and quickly recovered. So if we can't completely re-injure him and make him directly fall into a deep sleep or even die, our counterattacks against him actually won't be able to do much, but instead, it will also easily exacerbate his hatred towards us. I see. Huang Zhe pondered, coming over for a while and said, actually, I think, if we just send a big mushroom to the sky, it may not be able to deter those deities, unless we really fuck one to death. Chapter 109 Contact. Fuck a deity to death. Mr. Huang, of course this is something we would like to it's just that it's not easy to talk about. Lu Weihan lost his smile and shook his head, saying, those deities aren't stupid. They're ghostly. How could they possibly stand around and take our mushroom bombs? Can't we engage in another fishing law enforcement like last time? It is difficult. Lu Weihan still shook his head, not to mention that we don't really have any suitable bait that can catch those gods. Just this distance of thousands of meters is enough to give us a headache. After all, it's not like this mushroom bomb is like a laser. You have to be able to find a way to drop it into the sky in order to pose a threat to the gods. And with our current level of technology, if we want to deliver a large mushroom high of 50 million tons of equivalent to a place thousands of meters high, it would take at least 10 minutes, and such a long period of time would surely be enough for him to react to it. So the only feasible way at the moment is to find a way to find out the laws and trajectories of those gods' divine kingdoms, that is, those stars orbiting in the sky, and then see if it's possible to blow up their divine kingdoms with mushroom bombs through prejudgment, so as to be able to truly and meaningfully hit them hard. This is also the reason why we would be so anxious to have you, Mr. Huang, take a trip to the heavens. The only thing is to understand the first-hand real information, so that we can make the right judgment. After nearly 2 months' time of bloodshed, the conflict between the Silver Moon Elves and the Night Elves has once again escalated, officially entering a state of war, for which the Xia side expresses its heartfelt regret. According to informed sources, this is already the 8th war between the two races in the past 100 years, the reason for which is not only the sovereignty of the Moon Hidden Lake, but also mixed with racial conflicts and faith issues. The Silver Moon Elves believe in the goddess of the moon, while the Night Elves follow the goddess of the night, and it is rumored that these two goddesses are at odds with each other. So the conflict between the idols has naturally evolved into a conflict between the fans. Currently the construction of the Xiaxin Railway is in full swing. Nearly 800 Minotaur workers are wearing liberated shoes and safety helmets, neatly shouting slogans and sweating feverishly on the construction site. The person in charge of the first construction company said happily in an interview that the project is now going very smoothly. The entire construction period is expected to be shortened substantially, and the Minotaur workers are very hardworking and down-to-earth. The best labor force he has ever seen. The northern grasslands are experiencing widespread drought, and many orc tribes have begun to experience frequent personnel mobilization and material collection, with indications that it seems to be preparing for a southward invasion. In this regard, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sternly warns the major orc kingdoms to restrain their own subjects and not to provoke the Xia state without self-importance, and any army that intrudes into the security area stipulated by the Xia state without permission will be regarded as an invasion, and will be an enemy of the Xia state, and will be subject to the focus of the Xia state's military. So do not say that you don't want to say anything. Huang Zhe opened his trumpet to watch the news on TV, with a mouthful of iced cola. In fact, its trumpet now pulls the crotch very much. Pressure does not have any tasteability, but can't help that he still likes to do so. After all, Pepsi is a kind of faith. The sense of ceremony can't be lost. After watching for a while, Huang Zhe turned off the TV in boredom. This kind of news he has long seen too much. Naturally will not make a fuss. Rather, it was some of the things behind these news that Huang Zhe found quite interesting. For example, it seemed that the Summer Academy of Sciences wanted to take advantage of this war between the Silver Moon Elves and the Night Elves to see if there was a chance to import a few World Tree seedlings back from the hands of the Night Elves. Managed to attract some of Huang Zhe's attention. After all, this kind of thing, the World Tree, sounds very overbearing and pushy. If it can successfully get it done, together with the scientific research technology of Xia, it might even be able to breed an elf race out on its own. Another example is the northern orcs intend to invade this thing. In fact, the real situation is not at all, but many orc tribes heard from their relatives in this side of the good, and suddenly encountered a natural disaster. So they cannot help but also want to go south to work. Only the size of this working team is a bit big. Conservative estimates may have millions of orcs. Summer country for the control and management of the safe area is actually still relatively weak. If all of a sudden runs so many orcs to come, it will certainly be messed up into a pot of porridge. The wonderful fate of immortal wood. Therefore, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had to specifically remind the senior management of those orc kingdoms to control their own people. Don't let run on my territory. All these things are still a bit far away from Huang Zhe, so he didn't pay much attention to it, but took out his cell phone and talked to his dad and mom for a while, which was also considered to be a peace report. Then his cell phone suddenly received a call unknown number. Came. Huang Zhe reacted almost instantly. This call must be the last time that the so-called love of God is called. This guy gave Freya 100 pounds of gold for the introduction fee, just to fall in love with him. Well, how to feel a little familiar, as if the operation of that red dragon, almost the same. I didn't realize that I was quite popular here. Huang Zhe's mood is inexplicably some pleasure. From the female creature's admiration and affirmation. For male creatures is a natural stimulant. If there is no, that would really be a bad thing. However, he did not pick up the phone, because he felt that stupid than the virgin. Brain seems to be a problem. Talk to her may be infected. However, the next scene that happened. But Huang Zhe was stunned. He clearly point is rejected, but did not expect the phone is still connected. So powerful? Can still remotely control my cell phone? Huang Zhe, I finally contacted you. The voice over there rang out, and sure enough, it was the woman from before. Huang Zhe didn't squeak. Still curious about the principle here. How on earth did this woman find him? This cell phone of his actually pressed no cell phone card, and also used the military's confidential cell phone and encrypted signal lines. It should be reasonably difficult to be controlled remotely. That woman. No, Freya's technology would actually be so stream approved. This used shouldn't be the legendary quantum communication, right? Huang Zhe, I know you're in. Say something, the woman over there said cheerfully. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, easily giving people a sense of anticipation and goodwill. But Huang Zhe still didn't talk. He was very cautious. His heart inexplicably had a kind of intuition. If he really talked to this woman, he might really make something out of it. After all, Freya so insistently want to find themselves. Obviously there are very important things. Ghosts know whether he will throw all the divine power to use all the full position to hold themselves. Thinking of this, Huang Zhe decisively struck out, directly a claw to crush the cell phone to burst, and then the thoughts were really a lot more clear. Humph, a mere woman, also want to sway me, dominate me? Huang Zhe almost couldn't hold back the urge to laugh, but considering that behind this matter, there might really be something fishy, so he still told Academician Ding and the others about it, letting them help analyze it as well. Mr. Huang, I think that perhaps you really should get in touch with that god of love. Academician Ding pondered for a long time and suggested. After all, judging from his actions and means, he should have no ill will towards you. Instead, it's highly likely that he has a request for you. In a few days you'll be going on a dragon-carrying space trip, so it's a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to sidetrack some of the situation in the sky from him, so you'll be able to be more at ease then. Like this? Huang Zhe was slightly stunned, then couldn't help but say, but I can't contact him right now, at all. That 2-5 heart of mine seems to be very jealous of me making contact with the gods in the sky, and has long since been pulling the firewalls on my soul full, preventing the will of those gods from affecting me or sensing me. I reckon Freya must have contacted me quite a few times, only to have her heart interfered with it and never got in touch with my consciousness, so she had to resort to the stupid method of creating a silly saintly maiden. It's not impossible. Academician Ding expressed his approval. then seriously said, Mr. Huang, how much trust do you feel you have in this heart of your own? Is it worthy of your true trust? How much trust is there? Huang Zhe pondered. He didn't really know how to answer this question for a moment. To say that this heart is not trustworthy is not true. At least this period of time it and the brain get along quite well, has always been honest, conscientious, like with the brain to live a life of truthfulness appearance, but to say that it is trustworthy does not seem to be right. After all, up to now it has not been honest and open, submitting its own real file, and handing over its past organizational relations. This was unorganized and undisciplined, to put it mildly, and to put it to the point, it just didn't take its brain seriously. I think there should be a 6 or 7 point level of trust. Huang Zhe thought about it and finally gave this answer. 6 or 7 points, which is actually not low, showing that in your heart, Mr. Huang, you are still more inclined to trust it. Academician Ding said. Then Mr. Huang, I suggest that you properly communicate with yourself and ask it why it won't allow you to get in touch with Freya. It's useless. Huang Zhe shook his head. In fact, I feel that this heart of mine should not have its own consciousness. It's more like a program, a database. Only if it's retrieved the corresponding keywords, the relevant answers will automatically surface in my mind. I have also asked questions in this regard before, only it has been unresponsive, and I don't know if the relevant data is missing, or my authority is not enough. Academician Ding didn't expect Huang Zhe's feelings about the heart to actually be like this, and after thinking about it, he said, Then, Mr. Huang, have you asked it if it will be dangerous for you to go to the sky in a few days? That I certainly asked. Huang Zhe nodded. At that time, my first feeling was very entangled. First some anticipation, and then some apprehension, obviously some suffering, but on the whole, the sense of crisis is not strong. That's good. Academician Ding said a sigh of relief. With these words, they would obviously be able to send the black dragon up into the sky with more confidence. But I still suggest that you should still get in touch with Freya. Mr. Huang, Academician Ding continued. Don't look at the fact that he's just a weak deity of divine power, but in fact, his origins are rather uncomplicated. He's the daughter of the goddess of fate, or rather, he was originally a part of the goddess of fate. Many deities are asexual reproduction, and when they say reproduction, they are actually just dividing their power and dividing a portion of their divine office, lest they become too large and give birth to occupational diseases. Bah! It's lest they become too powerful and then have to fall into a deep sleep in order to not be dismembered by the will of the world. Freya was actually part of the divine right of fate. Huang Zhe was first stunned, and then it also dawned on him, no wonder the other gods didn't come to him, but it was the arrows who came to the door, and the accuracy was super high. It was almost as if he had opened up. Believe it. I'll go back and try it. Huang Zhe said to try, so he really went to try. Directly as the consciousness from the trumpet retreated out, back to the body, began to fight with the heart. Sorry, there are still 500 words. There are still 500 words. Really cannot finish writing. First change after the change. Chi dismemberment. Freya was actually part of the divine right of destiny. Huang Zhe was first stunned, and then also suddenly realized. No wonder the other gods did not find him, but it was the arrows who came to the door, and the accuracy is super high. It is almost as if it is open. Believe it. I'll go back and try it. Huang Zhe said to try, so he really went to try. Directly as the consciousness from the trumpet retreated out, back to the body, began to fight with the heart. There are still 500 words. Really cannot finish writing. First more and then change. Chi dismemberment. Freya was actually part of the divine right of destiny. Huang Zhe was first stunned, and then it also dawned on him, no wonder the other gods didn't come to him, but it was the arrows who came to the door, and the accuracy was super high. It was almost as if he had opened up. Believe it. I'll go back and try it. Huang Zhe said to try, so he really went to try. Directly as the consciousness from the trumpet retreated out, back to the body, began to fight with the heart. There are still 500 words. Really cannot finish writing. First more and then change. Chi dismemberment. Freya was actually part of the divine right of destiny. Huang Zhe was first stunned, and then it also dawned on him, no wonder the other gods didn't come to him, but it was the arrows who came to the door, and the accuracy was super high. It was almost as if he had opened up. Believe it. I'll go back and try it. Huang Zhe said to try, so he really went to try. Directly as the consciousness from the trumpet retreated out, back to the body, began to fight with the heart. There are still 500 words. There are still 500 words. There are still 500 words. Really cannot finish writing. First change after the change. Chapter 110, The Starry Sky. The black dragon curled up as much as it could and lay on its back on a huge all-metal manhole cover, holding its breath as it waited for the rest of the dragon-carrying space trip. Speaking of its heart, more or less still some nervous. After all, nuclear power manhole cover this thing. Play up the genus is also too exciting and too hardcore. It is not simply physical heaven, but really return to heaven. Good intention. This kind of emotion, essentially, is a kind of stress reaction of the body, to a large extent by the body of a series of hormone control and influence. And with Black Dragon's current powerful control over his body, wanting to suppress away the secretion of these hormones was completely easy. As a matter of fact, Black Dragon had also thought about whether or not to directly unload those messy, hormone-related organs in his body, so that he could be completely unaffected by negative emotions. But then he thought that living like that would be too much like a robot, so he dismissed the idea as well. Mr. Huang, are you ready? On the console, Lu Weihan seriously confirmed to Black Dragon. Ready, then we start now? Start. Okay, now start the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, detonate. After Lu Weihan made sure with Black Dragon, he decisively gave the order to successfully detonate the mushroom bomb in the underground well that had a yield of over 100,000 tons. Almost at the same instant, Black Dragon's heart began to convulse wildly, and his blood pressure began to soar wildly, scaring Black Dragon to the point where he thought he was having a myocardial infarction. Then the Black Dragon suddenly felt that the flow of time was obviously slowing down. No, time flow rate is essentially a relative concept. The reason why I feel that it is slowed down is not because it has really slowed down, but the speed of my brain, my body interacting with the outside world information has become faster. And it's not just a little bit faster. It's 100 or 1,000 times faster. Annihilation. These two words suddenly collapsed out of the Black Dragon's brain, and somehow, it obviously closed its eyes. But in a flash, it still saw the ultramicroscopic image of the big mushroom detonating 200 or 300 meters underground. Atoms fissioning in fusion in a frenzy. The image of these uranium atoms is completely different from that in textbooks and microscopes, and they are one by one like the most horrible monsters, representing the most primitive madness and chaos, sin and evil, greatly shocking the Black Dragon, and a wave of repressed, misplaced, and despairing emotions suddenly began to spread in its heart. Fortunately, the Black Dragon was after all a solid believer of the great physics theocracy, and had also drunk a lot of iridium-192, and its mental resistance to radioactive elements was still very high, and thus did not experience a cognitive collapse. Moreover, the terrifying energy released by the mushroom bomb explosion was soon conducted to the metal manhole cover under it as well, and then the tremendous force instantly rushed it up into the sky, with more than 100 tons of meat from the Black Dragon. The initial speed of the manhole cover was obviously reduced quite a bit, and it was just 40 kilometers per second out, but for the Black Dragon, this speed is obviously also cool. If it can run out of this speed with its own body, probably dreaming have to wake up laughing, where to go in the sky and underground, in such a high-speed state. The Black Dragon's body and air friction, the temperature soon soared to several thousand degrees, and is still rising. In this regard, the Black Dragon was more or less a little hard to bear, not physically, but mentally. After all, if its dragon scales could be a little more advanced and intelligent, able to directly convert and absorb all this kinetic and thermal energy, then it would be able to harvest tens of thousands of degrees of electricity itself, to say the least. The speed of tens of kilometers per second was just exciting, and it only took more than a minute to successfully bring the Black Dragon to a height of thousands of meters, and the Dragon space program could be said to have been successfully completed. Next it was up to Huang Zhe, the astronaut dragon, to get a good look at what was going on in the sky. The nuclear-powered manhole cover carried the Black Dragon through the boundary. Its speed further decreased, and the Black Dragon also found an opportunity to hurriedly jump off the car from above. After all, this is with quite a few scientific research missions. Naturally dare not overly play what unmanned deep space. How does it feel? A little hot. The Black Dragon's body temperature system is actually relatively sluggish. The feeling of cold and warmth has never been very keen, but when it arrived at this place, it clearly felt a little hot, and it was still getting hotter and hotter. It hastily spit out a thermometer prepared in advance by the Academy of Sciences from its stomach, and after a flurry of operations with the mage's hand, the results of the measurements made it a bit dumbfounded. -273 degrees Celsius. This is actually a vacuum environment? The Black Dragon was dumbfounded, then quickly reacted as well. The concept of cold and heat was mainly generated through the thermal movement of molecules, and since there were hardly any molecules or atoms in a vacuum environment, the temperature was naturally far lower than on Earth. And due to the non-existence of thermal movement of molecules, the creatures on the ground, when they arrived here, not only would not feel cold, But on the contrary, due to the inability of the heat in their bodies to radiate to the outside world, they felt hot. Of course, the premise would have to be that such creatures could be normal creatures in a vacuum environment. And the black dragon was clearly in this category. The concentration of magic elements is quite high. The black dragon took a few hard breaths and realized that the concentration of magic in this place was actually higher than on the ground. But it was clearly infinitely close to a vacuum environment. Can't it be that magic element this thing is essentially actually that legendary universe dark matter? The black dragon could not help but produce this kind of conjecture. Crap. Vacuum environment? Then how can I still fly? The black dragon tried to flutter its wings a few times, but it did not succeed in generating power. And for a while it could not help but be a bit dumbfounded. The reason why flying creatures on the ground can fly is mainly through the friction generated by the wings and the air to provide lift. But this vacuum environment does not even have air. Naturally, it cannot fly. Is it hard to believe that? Really have to use that method? The hacker twisted his head to look at his butt, a face of entanglement and hesitation. In fact, for this kind of situation, CAS had also anticipated it and had formulated a corresponding solution, which was to install two engines behind the black dragon's butt and then generate acceleration by spraying high-speed particles. However, the nuclear power manhole cover this thing is really too hardcore. If the engine is installed in the black dragon's ass beforehand, may not have arrived at the destination on the direct scrapping. So finally the Summer Academy of Sciences had to let the black dragon to swallow the engine in the stomach for safekeeping, and so on the real use of time, and then spit out the installation of their own. If this is in the past, the black dragon may think that this approach is still nothing. And even think, in the butt of a few advanced engine, not only practical and very cool, but with the passage of time, I do not know whether it is the awakening of the bloodline, or the psychological implication of the heart. It is vaguely on this matter began to repel. Always feel that hanging two fire-breathing things on the buttocks, a little ungainly, but now this situation, also can't let it be pretentious. Have the current engine is not used, is not it possible to fart the way to produce acceleration? Don't say. This method is not impossible to use, is to use more with a long time easy to hot asshole. Ha! The black dragon was studying how to mount the engine up towards his butt, when suddenly his heart jumped and he subconsciously looked behind him. A huge black behemoth appeared noiselessly a dozen kilometers away from it. Good guy. Wouldn't be a Kuan, right? The black dragon noticed that this guy looked a bit like a whale, but the block was obviously a lot bigger, and it favored shadow creatures and energy creatures over flesh and blood creatures. Shouldn't this thing be the unknown creature that Academician Ding and the others are talking about? The guardian that doesn't allow any outsiders to explore the mysteries of the stars? The black dragon looked at the other party with interest. Cerberus guards the gates of the abyss and hell. Then what should this monster that guards the gates of the heavenly realm be called? Deep Space Kuan? This thing doesn't seem to have particle jets either. Why can it fly? The black dragon was a bit puzzled. This guy looked stupid and didn't have any obvious energy reactions on his body. So why was it able to fly freely in a vacuum environment? It also noticed at the same time that with the appearance of this first deep space Koan, more and more starry sky monsters also rushed this way. But strangely enough, the crisis perception in the black dragon's head was not triggered. Even so, the black dragon was on standby, ready to open the way with a high-pressure spiral fart and run away with a bucket. Fully hundreds of starry sky monsters flew over to silently surround the black dragon, but no one made a move. As if their enemy recognition system hadn't been triggered yet, and didn't regard the black dragon as an intruder. Although this is the case, but I'd better get things done as soon as possible, and then hurriedly bugger off, or else there are so many onlookers, hell knows whether it will provoke any terrifying existence. Black dragon thought so. Hurriedly as the stomach of the experimental equipment a brain spit out, hands and feet began to busy. Crap, the concentration of magic elements here is too high. A lot of instruments are given in vain. The black dragon is somewhat helpless. In fact, the Summer Academy of Sciences has already had considered that such a situation will occur. The instruments selected for it, the scientific research tasks arranged for it, has been as shallow as possible, but did not expect that it is still difficult to carry on. Good guy. The cosmic radiation in this sky and air is also too Nema strong, right? Although can't use the instrument, but the black dragon still feel. This place is filled with all kinds of cosmic rays. Its category of many. The intensity of the big, spare the black dragon this powerful body. Are vaguely some can't eat, feel the sanity is a little unsteady. These cosmic rays, shouldn't be the sight of those gods, right? The black dragon couldn't help the thought flashing through its mind. If that's the case, then won't I soon be discovered by him? Fortunately, it carefully observed for a while, and found that those stars in the sky, did not appear to have any obvious changes, and did not know whether they had not yet discovered the black dragon. or were working badly off duty to find its trouble. Ha! Where I am now is actually closer to the goddess of the night's divine kingdom? The black dragon observed for a while, also determined the position he is now in, suddenly realized that the nearest star to himself is actually the goddess of darkness. That seems a bit far off. The black dragon scratched its head a little. Originally the nuclear-powered manhole flight it was sitting on was launched towards that position of the arrow star, but it didn't expect that it was actually soaring to the side of the goddess of darkness. Goddess of darkness, higher divine power, in charge of the divine power of darkness and hidden aspects, currently unable to judge the attitude towards our country. The black dragon recalled the information about this deity. Somewhat hesitant to give him a greeting, this was also considered part of the scientific research mission, right? XAS had always been curious about what kind of social form these gods in the sky were, and how would they react if they transmitted radio signals like him. But although the goddess of darkness's divine kingdom was said to be the closest, it was tens of thousands of kilometers, to say the least, from where the black dragon was currently located. No, besides the divine kingdom of the goddess of darkness and night, there seems to be another star in this place. The black dragon's true eye suddenly got a little itchy, and couldn't help but is looking in a direction, and then found that, in a place 2 to 3,000 kilometers in the southwest direction, there was clearly a star with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. No, I should say it's a meteorite, because it didn't glow. This was also the reason why the black dragon hadn't discovered it before. It seems like a dead star. This judgment inexplicably popped up in the black dragon's heart, and then what followed was a strong urge. Its heart, its body wanted to run up there and take a look. No way, no way. Fortunately, the brain has been very clear. There is no such coincidence. The first time in the sky to meet a dead, masterless star, waiting for their own to collect. This Nima is too coincidental. It is not the so-called fate of the arrangement, right? The black dragon is still more or less a bit forced, and does not feel that he is now qualified to be able to ascend to the altar of the gods. After all, whether it is in the heart or the accumulation of divinity is obviously not enough. Even if there is a god seat in front of him, it is not something that he is able to ascend to. Not to mention that for the matter of becoming a deity, there had always been a considerable amount of resistance in Huangze's heart. Ha! Something coming over again? As the black dragon looked down, he was able to see a dragon-formed starry sky monster that was rapidly flying in his direction. What kind of species is this? A dragon living in space? Sorry, a couple hundred more words. Catching up, right? The black dragon was still more or less a bit forced, and did not feel that he was now qualified to be able to ascend to the altar of the gods. After all, both in terms of heart and the accumulation of divinity were obviously not enough. Even if there was a divine seat in front of him, it wasn't something that he was able to ascend to. Not to mention that for the matter of becoming a deity, there had always been considerable resistance in Huangze's heart, right? The black dragon was still more or less forced, and did not feel that he was now qualified to be able to ascend to the altar of the gods. After all, both in terms of heart and accumulation of divinity were clearly insufficient. Even if there was a divine throne in front of him, it was not something that he would be able to ascend to. Not to mention that there had always been considerable resistance in Huangze's heart towards the matter of becoming a deity. For some reason, the black dragon subconsciously felt that these star realm creatures didn't seem to be very intelligent, and couldn't help but associate them with the mayfly creatures inside the water, both of which had an intelligence infinitely close to zero, and acted on pure hunting instincts. However, this new star realm dragon was clearly not one of them. Its physique, its style of painting, was clearly more than a notch higher than the other star realm creatures. Its body length exceeded 1,000 meters. Its body constantly emitted a faint starlight, and it flew as if it had special effects on, both elegant and cool. It obviously had a terrifying entity, but when looking closely, it inexplicably felt like it was transparent, as if its body was able to freely switch between the real and the unreal. These are nothing. The most bizarre is, its body is full of eyes, no less than thousands of large and small. Moreover, it was as if these eyes were not controlled by the star realm dragon's body, but rather possessed their own thoughts, and at this moment, they were scrambling to widen their pupils, looking at the black dragon in unison. I don't know if this big brother likes to do pupils or not, otherwise it would be a big customer. I don't know if it's a big heart, or the soul's resistance is relatively high. In the face of this bizarre scene, the black dragon's outstanding brain circuit, the first thing that comes to mind is actually this. Of course, in its heart, it also secretly raised its vigilance, and its stomach was frantically saving up its chi, constantly spiraling and pressurizing them, intending to immediately jet and run back to the boundary if the situation was a little bit wrong later on. As the Star World Dragon continued to approach, the nearby Star World creatures, one by one, also began to be uneasy, and in the end, they even directly scattered. Obviously, in this star realm, the status of this star realm dragon was obviously higher, and was at a higher level on the food chain. Of course, the black dragon would not wait for it to come over to right its face, but consciously began to jet and accelerate, flying in the direction of the boundary, so that it is more convenient to run, not to mention, but also to test whether that star realm dragon will come after it. It's really chasing over. The black dragon's heart sank. Originally it still harbored some thoughts that this star realm giant dragon might have been attracted by the surrounding star realm creatures, but now it seemed that it was clearly coming at itself. However, strangely enough, the dangerous intuition in the black dragon's head hadn't been triggered. Instead, its heart was beating very happily, almost as if it had seen a relative. Can't trust intuition too much either. Even more so, I can't easily trust that 250 heart. The black dragon felt that it was better to be stable, and was planning to further jet acceleration, but was shocked to find that his heart refused to carry out the order, and it was directly a strike. Good ah! I have long known that you can't be relied on. The black dragon was so angry that he almost didn't pass out, and was planning to switch to manual gear and use the mage's hand to force CPR, but unexpectedly suddenly heard a voice, "Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Go with it." Ha! The black dragon froze for a moment, listening to the meaning of these words. It clearly didn't sound like that star realm giant dragon was speaking, but another mysterious existence. But aren't I in a vacuum, without air as a medium? How does sound propagate? Or is this communication on the level of consciousness? My consciousness was invaded by a certain unknown existence?